Chapter 1. Twilight City. A lifeless body lay quietly beside a foul-smelling ditch, swarmed by flies. Suddenly, the corpse jolted violently. Hiss! It hurts! A deep, bone-chilling pain spread throughout, awakening Chu Feng. Could it be that I'm not dead? Chu Feng was momentarily bewildered. Had he not been shattered into nothingness? Abruptly, a surge of memories flooded into Chu Feng's mind. After a considerable time, he finally pieced together his current predicament. I have actually borrowed a corpse to return a life. Chu Feng had reincarnated into the body of a namesake of the same gender. In his previous life, he had been punished for peeping at the sex saintess while she bathed, resulting in his eyes being gouged out, his cultivation being stripped, and ultimately, he was killed on the streets. For reasons unknown, Chu Feng's soul had traversed the endless void, attaching itself to this body, allowing him to live once more. In his past existence, Chu Feng was one of the 4 supreme emperors of the human race in the upper realm. The 4 supreme emperors of the human race comprised 2 male and 2 female emperors. The other 3 were known as the righteous emperors, while Chu Feng was dubbed the Netherworld Demon Emperor. This was solely due to his unique constitution, which was the Netherworld demon body, allowing him to absorb demonic energy for cultivation. However, despite being labeled a demon emperor, Chu Feng had never engaged in any demonic acts. Instead, he had consistently guarded against the abyssal demon clan's invasions from the Black Abyss. What he did not anticipate was that during the last invasion by 3 supreme emperors of the abyssal demon clan, he fought valiantly to repel them, only to be ambushed by the other 3 human supreme emperors, resulting in his soul being scattered. Once I return to the upper realm, I shall make you pay a dreadful price. Chu Feng gritted his teeth and vowed. In his former life, Chu Feng, as the Netherworld demon body, had long defended the Black Abyss, absorbing its demonic energy for cultivation, making him considerably stronger than the other 3 emperors of the same realm. This had aroused the jealousy of the other 3 emperors, who seized the opportunity to ambush and slay him while he was gravely injured. After killing this emperor, I wonder who among you will be able to withstand the abyssal demon clan's invasion? The demonic energy in the Black Abyss was overwhelming. Those who did not cultivate demonic energy would find their strength significantly diminished upon entering. Aside from Chu Feng, no one from the upper realm could hold the Black Abyss. Chu Feng could already envision the chaotic scene that would unfold when the abyssal demon clan launched a massive invasion soon. He could only wonder if, by that time, the human race would regret having killed him, the Netherworld demon emperor who had long safeguarded the Black Abyss. With great effort, Chu Feng attempted to prop himself up, only to discover that even his fingers refused to move. My spiritual veins have been destroyed, I am gravely wounded and on the brink of death. Surely, I cannot die right after being reborn? Chu Feng felt the wounds on his body still oozing blood, and his life force was slowly ebbing away. Moreover, he was utterly immobilized and unable to gather spiritual energy. He was incapable of saving himself. As time ticked away, just as despair began to engulf Chu Feng, suddenly, a remarkable young woman soared through the sky from a distance. She hovered gracefully above Twilight City, her consciousness swiftly scanning the area. Moments later, upon spotting Chu Feng lying beside the foul ditch, she revealed a satisfied smile. Soon, the young woman descended before Chu Feng. "Thank goodness you're alive. You've been fortunate." The woman surveyed Chu Feng's form and, confirming he had not perished, retrieved a pill from her storage ring, placing it in his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, sending a wave of warmth coursing through Chu Feng's entire being. In a brief moment, his life force began to rejuvenate, and the injuries on his body visibly healed. Some horrific wounds closed and scarred instantaneously. Seeing this, Chu Feng felt a surge of joy. He had been on the verge of complete despair just moments ago. Unexpectedly, a celestial being had come to save his life. Though Chu Feng was currently blind and unable to see the woman's visage, in this moment, she was nothing short of a celestial maiden in his heart. Chu Feng vowed to repay her life-saving grace in the future. After a while, noticing Chu Feng's injuries were gradually mending, the woman prepared to take him away. How foul! Chu Feng, covered in blood and grime, had been lying in the ditch for an undetermined duration, now exuding a repugnant odor. The woman delicately pinched her nose and summoned a silken ribbon, wrapping it around Chu Feng and lifting him into the air as they soared away from the city. Chu Feng was uncertain where the woman intended to take him, yet with his cultivation lost, he could only submit to her will. Having previously saved him with a precious pill, it seemed unlikely she meant him harm. Before long, The woman led Chu Feng to a small hill not far from Twilight City. The hill was lush and verdant, adorned with dense trees. She brought Chu Feng to a barren mountaintop. Suddenly, with a graceful wave of her hand, a dilapidated temple materialized atop the previously barren summit. The woman guided Chu Feng gently into the crumbling structure. In an instant, the exterior returned to its former state, barren and devoid of the temple's presence. It appeared they had entered a hidden formation. Upon entering the temple, the woman flashed an enchanting smile at the person within, saying, "Your Highness Saintess, look at what I have brought you." Chu Feng could not see, but he sensed the presence of another individual nearby. At that moment, a breathtakingly beautiful woman sat motionless in the center of the temple, seemingly under some form of restraint. Draped in a celestial gown, her exquisite features resembled that of a goddess from the heavens. Her skin was as pure as snow, translucent and radiating a soft glow, as though sculpted from the finest jade. Simply sitting there, she emanated an aura of unparalleled nobility, evoking a sense of unattainability and sanctity. "Kong Dai, what on earth do you intend to do?" The stunning woman spoke with a cold, aggrieved tone. "Your Highness Saintess, behold, I have found you an unparalleled beggar." Kong Dai erupted into a melodious laugh. With that, she tossed Chu Feng before the woman. At this moment, Chu Feng appeared ragged, covered in filth, and reeking as if he had not bathed for years, akin to a beggar. Upon seeing Chu Feng, the Saintess immediately felt nauseated. "What do you mean by this? Release me at once, or I shall ensure you regret ever coming to this world." The Saintess seemed to have guessed Kong Dai's intentions, her voice trembling slightly. "Mu Qingyao, do you have any idea how long I have awaited this day? You stole my position as Saintess and took away Lu Shixiang's affection for me. Today, I shall make this most filthy beggar teach you a lesson." Kong Dai glared at Mu Qingyao with unbridled rage. "Kong Dai, I am not only the Saintess of the Yaochi sacred land, but also the legitimate daughter of the top family, the Mu clan. In Zhongzhou, if you dare to lay a hand on me, I shall ensure you meet a fate worse than death." Mu Qingyao threatened angrily. Kong Dai ignored Mu Qingyuo's threats and turned her gaze upon Chu Feng, saying, "Little beggar, do you realize how fortunate you are? Mu Qingyao is our Yaochi sacred land Saintess and the most beautiful, purest woman in the wasteland. Countless men across the wasteland are infatuated with her, willing to die without hesitation for her. And now, you, a filthy little beggar, have the chance to become her first man. Tell me, do you not feel incredibly lucky?" With that, Kong Dai produced a pink pill from her storage ring and forced it into Chu Feng's mouth. "This is the exquisite Tendai indestructible pill. Little beggar, enjoy it to the fullest." The Tendai indestructible pill? Chu Feng recognized this type of pill. It was a potent aphrodisiac. Once consumed, it would compel him to seek release with a woman, or he would perish from the pressure. At this moment, Chu Feng's heart brimmed with fury. He had previously thought Kong Dai was acting out of kindness and saving him, only to discover she intended to use him as a tool for vengeance against a woman. Moreover, she sought to utilize him as a mere male instrument for revenge. This was an immense insult to someone who had once been a pinnacle emperor of the human race. Yet now, with his cultivation lost, it seemed he could only acquiesce to Kong Dai's plans and engage in an intimate encounter with Mu Qingyao, lest he face certain death. A moment later, Kong Dai also fed Mu Qingyao a pill. "This is a pill that ignites passion, Mu Qingyao. Enjoy it thoroughly." "Ha!" Kong Dai laughed heartily. "Kong Dai, I will never let you go unpunished." Mu Qingyao glared at Kong Dai with a fury that could cleave her apart. "I will not allow you to perish so quickly. Mu Qingyao, I have prepared 100 recording stones, and I shall capture every single one of your most beautiful moments." Kong Dai proclaimed with a triumphant laugh. "What?" Upon hearing this, Mu Qingyuo's expression turned to one of shock. She could scarcely fathom the horror of her disgrace being recorded and disseminated, the despair and shame it would bring to her family and friends. In that instant, Mu Qingyao felt a desperate urge to end her own life. However, she had previously been secretly administered a potent spirit-sealing poison by Kong Dai, rendering her unable to harness her spiritual power for an entire month. Now, she found herself utterly incapable of breaking free from Kong Dai's grasp. Even contemplating suicide was a futile endeavor. Giggle. Just imagine the uproar these recording stones will cause when they are disseminated. Kong Dai laughed, her delicate form trembling with delight. Oh no! Suddenly, Chu Feng felt a wave of heat enveloping his entire being, surging forth with undeniable intensity. Giggle, the effects of a drug have taken hold. Little beggar, the most beautiful woman in the wasteland realm stands before you, and she is now under my control. Do act swiftly." Kong Dai beamed with anticipation as she observed the transformation in Chu Feng's physique, her laughter ringing out. "Little beggar, dare to lay a hand on me, and I shall ensure your dismemberment. Even your family shall not escape my wrath." Mu Qingyao, witnessing Chu Feng's transformation, hastily issued her threat. As Chu Feng hesitated, he suddenly heard Mu Qingjiao's menacing words and began to approach her slowly. In his previous life, Chu Feng had harbored a deep aversion to threats from others. Now, with Mu Qingyao daring to threaten him, he had little choice but to respond. After a moment, Chu Feng stood before Mu Qingyao. "Step aside, do not come near me." Upon seeing Chu Feng approach, Mu Qingjiao's face paled in terror. Ignoring her attempts to push him away, Chu Feng reached out and forcefully brought her down to the ground, beginning to tug at her garments. "Mu Qingyao, it is an honor for you to be the first woman of my true self." In his previous life, Chu Feng was bound by the constraints of the nether demon body, unable to break through to the realm of Yang. Having lived for nearly 1,000 years, he had never touched a woman. In this life, Chu Feng was no longer bound by that body. He could finally embrace the essence of a true man. Though he could not see Mu Qingjiao's features, Kong Dai had proclaimed her the most beautiful woman in the wasteland realm, and it was reasonable to assume she was deserving of such a title. Moments later, Chu Feng found himself face to face with Mu Qingyao. Mu Qingyao lay motionless on the ground, her gaze vacant, her complexion ashen. Suddenly, Mu Qingyao let out a heart-wrenching scream, tears streaming down her face. Is it truly the spirit spring jade body? The instant Chu Feng made contact with Mu Qingyao, he discerned her extraordinary constitution. The spirit spring jade body is a premier dual cultivation physique, capable of rapidly enhancing the cultivation of both parties. Little beggar, you certainly have a flair for the dramatic. Kong Dai, having maintained a comprehensive recording of the scene, refrained from interrupting the interaction between Chu Feng and Mu Qingyao. Yet, witnessing Chu Feng's myriad of unconventional techniques, she could not help but marvel. In his previous life, Chu Feng had explored a vast array of texts, studying numerous martial arts manuals, and had retained vivid memories of the peculiar techniques therein. Now, as he engaged in this initial sparring, Chu Feng was brimming with excitement, continuously altering his techniques to attack Mu Qingyao. Chu Feng persistently sparred with Mu Qingyao, utilizing her spirit spring jade body to gradually mend his spiritual veins. Slowly, Chu Feng's spiritual veins began to revive, akin to withered wood blossoming anew in spring. On the 5th day, Chu Feng's spiritual veins were finally fully restored, and his realm began to ascend. On the 7th day, his vision returned, allowing him to finally behold Mu Qingjiao's countenance. Celestial beauty, with skin as pure as jade. Despite having encountered countless goddesses and holy maidens in his previous life, just a glimpse of Mu Qingjiao's visage captivated him profoundly. Now that he could clearly see her celestial beauty, Chu Feng's excitement surged even more. By the 9th day, Chu Feng's realm broke through to the 9th level of the body, refinement stage. He was but a step away from advancing to the spirit entry stage. Once he ascended to the spirit entry stage, he would be able to subtly draw upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, employing some of the techniques from his past life. In this world, the cultivation realms are divided into body refinement stage, spirit entry stage, true spirit stage, earth spirit stage, heaven spirit stage, king stage, emperor stage, sex stage, respect stage, saint stage, and emperor stage. Each realm is further subdivided into 9 levels. In his previous life, Chu Feng had reached the 9th level of the emperor stage, standing among the elite of the upper realms. However, having dealt with the Abyssal Demon Clan for years, Chu Feng understood that there existed even higher realms beyond the Emperor stage. Yet, he had never managed to break through the bottleneck of the Emperor stage, remaining oblivious to what lay beyond. During these days of sparring, not only did Chu Feng gain immeasurable benefits, but Mu Qingyao also reaped rewards. However, Mu Qingyao had been concealing her true abilities, seemingly waiting for the opportune moment to strike down Kong Dai with a single blow. With the 10-day deadline fast approaching, regardless of whether Mu Qingyao or Kong Dai emerged victorious, Chu Feng would inevitably meet his demise. Kong Dai was merely exploiting Chu Feng. Once she had squeezed every ounce of usefulness from him, she would undoubtedly eliminate him to conceal her identity. As for Mu Qingyao, it was needless to say, having suffered such humiliation at his hands, she would undoubtedly relish the thought of tearing him to shreds. Mu Qingyao was at the 8th level of the heaven spirit stage, while Kong Dai, was at the 7th level. Chu Feng, merely at the 9th level of the body refinement stage, was vastly outmatched in terms of cultivation. Even with extraordinary means, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to escape from both of them. On the 10th day, Chu Feng's movements gradually ceased, and the desires ignited within Mu Qingyao by the elixir seemed to dissipate entirely. Seeing this, Kong Dai smiled and slowly retracted her 100 recording stones. Absolutely breathtaking. This is undoubtedly an epic masterpiece. I never imagined that the beggar I casually picked up from filthy gutter could produce such an epic creation. Little beggar, I must say you are a true man. Giggle. It is unimaginable how much commotion this masterpiece will cause once it circulates. Mu Qingyao, you ought to express your gratitude to me. It is I who have ensured your name endures through the ages. Kong Dai, brimming with excitement, paced back and forth around Chu Feng and Mu Qingyao, incessantly chattering. At that moment, Chu Feng and Mu Qingyao remained physically entwined, in a state of intimate closeness. Suddenly, as Kong Dai turned around, Mu Qingyao forcefully propelled Chu Feng away, launching herself at Kong Dai with the swiftness of lightning. Boom! Kong Dai, caught off guard, was sent flying by Mu Qingyao, spitting blood as she crashed to the ground. How is this possible? How has your realm been restored? Kong Dai's face was etched with panic. The spirit-sealing poison she had administered was a high-priced, top-tier concoction designed to render one incapable of utilizing spiritual power for an entire month. Yet, it had only been 10 days. How could Mu Qingyao wield her spiritual power once more? Moreover, in that moment, Kong Dai sensed that Mu Qingyou's realm had not only been restored but had also broken through to the 9th level of the Heaven Spirit stage. When Mu Qingyao was at the 8th level of the Heaven Spirit stage, Kong Dai had already been no match for her. Now that Mu Qingyao had advanced to the 9th level, Kong Dai stood no chance whatsoever. In an instant, Kong Dai summoned all her strength and fled towards the exit of the dilapidated temple. The unexpressed sense of oppression weighed heavily on Yaochi's heart, while several true dragons behind him displayed evident trepidation, daring not to step forward to obstruct him, and could only muster the courage to follow him into the main hall. Upon entering the main hall, Haotian briefly paused before the Dragon King's throne, then unceremoniously strode forward and took a seat. He casually pulled a nearby chair closer for Yaochi to sit beside him. Yaochi cast a fleeting glance at Haotian, feeling a sweet rush in her heart, yet immediately replaced it with a fade of indifference, her gaze sweeping over the several true dragons who had accompanied her, exuding an air of silent intimidation. Seeing this, Yaochi felt a twinge of displeasure, yet he could only suppress it, standing resolutely in the center of the hall, showing no intention of taking a seat. The other true dragons, observing Haotian's blatant disrespect, were already simmering with discontent but were compelled to remain silent due to their elder brother's reticence. Chapter 2. Yaochi, Seek Clarity. Dragon King Yaochi. Haotian spoke with an air of composure, his gaze fixed upon Yaochi. Surely you have heard the edict of the Tao Ancestor. The Heavenly Court has become the sovereign of the 3 realms, governing all races in accordance with the mandate of heaven. I have come here today to pose a singular question to the Dragon Clan. Are you willing to submit? Upon hearing this, Yaochi felt a weight in his heart, letting out a deep sigh as he solemnly inquired, Haotian, my friend, may I ask, are you here to persuade us to surrender or to compel us to submit? If it is persuasion, we may have grounds for negotiation. If it is compulsion, then there is nothing further to discuss. However, Haotian merely shook his head gently. I have neither the intention to persuade nor to demand your surrender. Rather, I wish to offer your Dragon Clan a choice. As one of the 5 spirits of heaven and earth, it is my duty as the Heavenly Emperor to invite you under my banner. Yet, despite the Heavenly Court's eagerness for talented individuals, we shall never resort to coercion or enticement in our dealings with you. The Heavenly Court, as the rightful heir of the primordial, will not impose undue hardship upon you. The decision to submit rests entirely within your own thoughts. Upon hearing these words, Yaochi felt a profound shift within. He had initially believed that Haotian's arrival was solely to force their capitulation. Yet he was entirely unprepared for the calmness of the other's demeanor, which simply placed the power of choice in their hands without any pressure. This attitude alleviated Yaochi's tension significantly, and his impression of the Heavenly Emperor improved considerably. This Heavenly Emperor, setting aside other matters, is truly impressive in his demeanor. Yaochi mused quietly to himself. After a moment of contemplation, he cautiously asked, if that is the case, may I inquire, What benefits would our dragon clan gain by joining the heavenly court? Haotian, upon hearing this, could not help but smile faintly. Should not the dragon king of the east ponder these matters himself? Why, then, has he turned to me for answers? Yaochi appeared somewhat embarrassed. Yet as the leader of his clan, he possessed a thick skin, showing no fear. He promptly bowed with utmost sincerity, addressing the heavenly emperor, "Your Majesty, I am but a simpleton. I humbly request your guidance." "Very well," Haotian replied with a gentle sigh. "I shall elucidate a few matters. Listen closely. The choice remains in your hands." Yaochi immediately assumed a respectful posture, eager to absorb every word. "First and foremost, from this day forth, the heavenly court shall be recognized as the legitimate authority of the three realms. No chaotic forces shall contest its dominion. The era of the War of the Ancients has concluded. If your dragon clan submits to the heavenly court, you need not fear the tribulations of the future or the ceaseless ravages of war." At this, Yaochi nodded vigorously. Their clan had already been gravely weakened by two cataclysmic events, and they dreaded the thought of being ensnared in further conflicts. The heavenly emperor's words offered a glimmer of hope for liberation from the agony of warfare. Secondly, you are most aware of your own clan's predicament. During the ancient conflicts among the three clans, your dragon clan committed unspeakable transgressions, and to this day, you bear the heavy burden of karmic retribution. Although the ancient dragons are responsible for this fate, the current dragon clan is still ensnared by its consequences. If you do not find a way to absolve these karmic debts, you are fated to remain in perpetual subjugation. Haotian spoke with a calm demeanor. Yet each word struck Yaochi's heart like thunder. Taking a deep breath, Yaochi recognized that the burden of karma loomed over the dragon clan, akin to a relentless curse, preventing the entire lineage from raising its head. The most viable solution was to align with the heavenly court. I could assign the responsibilities of rainmaking and cloud weaving to your clan, allowing you to serve the realms and, in turn, accumulate immeasurable merit. Should you achieve this merit in full, you would be liberated from karmic ties, Haotian continued. Upon hearing this, Yaochi's spirit trembled. This was indeed the promise of merit. The once steadfast Yaochi began to unconsciously entertain thoughts of submission. However, Haotian pressed on. Lastly, and most crucially, no matter how vast the primordial wilderness, it must endure countless tribulations. Unless your clan chooses to completely conceal itself from the world, you will inevitably be drawn into the fray. With your wealth and power, do you truly believe your clan could escape the next calamity unscathed? Yaochi's expression stiffened, instinctively shaking his head. This was, without a doubt, impossible. Throughout the annals of the dragon clan's history, how many monumental conflicts had they not been embroiled in? The notion of withdrawing from the world was nothing short of a fantasy. Haotian let out a cold chuckle, acknowledging that since evasion was futile, the most prudent course of action was to align oneself with a force capable of providing protection. In the vast wilderness, the only powers with the capacity to shelter your dragon clan were the heavenly court, the three teachings of Taoism, the Western Church, and the underworld. Pausing for a moment, Haotian cast a profound glance at Yaochi, stating that there was no need to dwell on the Taoist faction. The Chan school had always looked down upon beings of your kind. The teaching of the intercepting sect might reluctantly accommodate you. Yet the disciples of the heavenly master number in the thousands. Should you seek refuge, it is unlikely to stir any significant waves. As for the underworld, that domain belongs to the witch clan, so there is no point in considering it. Hence, the remaining options are the heavenly court and the Western Church. Do you truly wish to venture westward to become monks? His slowly articulated words gradually clarified Yaochi's thoughts, leaving him in silent astonishment. Haotian was not mistaken. The current predicament of the dragon clan appears to offer numerous choices, yet in reality, the options are tragically scant. Aligning with the Western Church is a consideration that is utterly out of the question. To speak of nothing else, the demeanor of the saint, Kunti, alone is sufficient to compel the dragon clan to maintain a safe distance. The mere thought of their brazen and shameless conduct elicits disdain from nearly all beings in the primordial wilderness. Reflecting on this, Yaochi could not help but exhale a sigh. He engaged in a telepathic exchange with his brothers and ultimately reached a decision. I, Yaochi, pledged to represent the dragon clan and the aquatic beings of the four seas, kneeling before His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor, to express our loyalty. Simultaneously, a melodious voice resonated in Haotian's ear, announcing, "Ding! Congratulations, host. On successfully subduing the dragon clan, rewards have been dispatched. Please check your account. Haotian let out a quiet sigh of relief. Then with a grand gesture, he produced the dragon ranking. This remarkable artifact, known as the dragon ranking, grants eligibility to only those worthy within our dragon clan. Those who ascend the ranks shall never betray the celestial court, and in return, they may liberate themselves from the burdens of karma, leaving their dragon forms untainted and pure. Should they encounter calamity and meet their demise, I possess unique methods to resurrect them from the sacrificial list. Upon catching sight of the dragon ranking, Yaochi's expression initially shifted, as he feared Haotian intended to bind the dragon clan irrevocably through this device. However, after hearing the multitude of benefits, his demeanor transformed, his eyes alight with fervor. The prospect of shedding the weight of cosmic karma was irresistibly enticing. Yaochi could not help but feel his breath quicken. Among the entire dragon clan, none could comprehend the torment of karma's grip more acutely than they. Not only did misfortune plague them, but their ascension and cultivation faced insurmountable obstacles, with peril lurking at every turn. The dragon ranking undoubtedly presented the dragon clan with a chance to break free from these constraints. Yaochi gazed fervently at the dragon ranking, his mind made up. Submitting to the celestial court was, at present, the only optimal choice. After departing the East Sea, on their journey, Yaochi curiously inquired of Haotian, "Senior brother, since you possess the dragon ranking, why did you not present it from the outset? It seems you have expended so much time and effort in discourse." Upon hearing this, Haotian raised his hand to ride the clouds, a faint smile gracing his lips. "My dear junior sister, you do not comprehend. The heavenly court is presently in a state of disarray, its strength diminished. To promise substantial rewards outright would be to undermine our own authority. If today we extend an olive branch to the dragon clan, will we also be expected to offer concessions to other factions in the future? Would this not render the heavenly court a mere beggar in the eyes of countless beings?" Yaochi, realizing the gravity of his words, gently pressed her lips together and replied softly, "Brother, do you mean to say that while the heavenly court may endure temporary decline, it must never descend to the level of bowing and pleading?" Though her words were blunt, the reasoning was sound. Haotian smiled and nodded in agreement. "Huh, if that isn't a testament to your brother's teachings, then it is evident that I am simply clever." Yaochi's eyes sparkled with mirth, her tone laced with pride. As Haotian gazed at the woman standing beside him, his heart was filled with profound emotions. He took her hand and spoke softly, "Yaochi, in this present time, the exalted sages have turned their backs on the heavenly court, leaving me with only your companionship. I yearn to restore the glory of the heavenly court, and thus, I require your unwavering support." Upon hearing this, Yaochi's delicate face flushed slightly, yet she met Haotian's gaze with utmost seriousness. Her tone resolute, she declared, "Rest assured, brother, Yaochi shall forever stand by your side. At any moment, I will be with you." Haotian murmured Yaochi's name, his heart swelling with an indescribable sense of gratitude. "Brother, I have been so candid with you. You must reveal your true intentions to me. Those celestial soldiers and the so-called dragon god list, where did you acquire them? Honestly, how much more do you conceal from me?" Haotian paused for a moment, his gaze shifting as he suddenly noticed an unusual array of shimmering colors ahead. His expression brightened, and he swiftly diverted the conversation, saying, "Junior sister, look, there seems to be something extraordinary up ahead. Let us hasten to investigate." Yaochi puffed out her cheeks, casting an irritable glance at Haotian, and muttered under her breath, "Mischievous senior brother, you are once again evading the matter at hand. I shall inevitably uncover all your secrets." Haotian let out a gentle sigh, and in an effort to avoid further inquiries, he took the lead towards the mysterious sight ahead. However, as they arrived at the vibrant land and gazed down, the spectacle before them compelled them to pause in awe. The entire expanse appeared as though a palette of colors had been overturned, with endless flowers and grasses stretching into infinity. A myriad of ethereal blooms and extraordinary plants unfurled their exquisite forms, while the earth shimmered with radiant hues, teeming with vitality. A refreshing floral fragrance wafted through the air, intoxicating all who inhaled it. Ding! The host has triggered a side quest to subdue the flower spirits within the sea of purple clouds, thereby adding vitality and brilliance to the heavenly realm. Quest rewards: innate spiritual roots, low-grade purple jade grass seeds, medium-grade illusion vine seeds, high-grade intoxicated immortal flower seeds. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Haotian could hardly conceal his excitement. Such fortuitous opportunities indeed existed. He secretly rejoiced, realizing that he could no longer remain cooped up in the heavenly realm. He must venture out more often, lest he squander such remarkable chances. Senior brother, a melodious voice called from behind. Yaochi, riding on clouds, approached and, noticing Haotian lost in thought, curiously inquired, "What are you pondering? What lies ahead?" Haotian steadied himself and pointed towards the wondrous sea of flowers below, exclaiming, "Junior sister, behold. This expanse of blossoms is suffused with a natural aura of spiritual energy, imbued with extraordinary charm. I have also discovered several postnatal spiritual roots. This place may very well conceal flower fairies." Upon hearing this, Yaochi was taken aback. "Flower fairies?" Haotian nodded gently, his tone solemn. Although the heavenly court is magnificent and grand, it lacks a certain delicacy and vibrancy. If these flower spirits could serve the heavenly court, they would be the perfect embellishment. As the foremost female celestial overseeing the myriad deities, you should also cultivate some trustworthy aids. Yaochi's eyes flickered with understanding of Haotian's profound intent, and excitement ignited within her. "Senior brother, allow me to try. I shall personally descend and win them over." Yaochi exclaimed with delight. "Very well," Haotian replied with a smile, offering no dissent. He was acutely aware that Yaochi was not only his right hand, but also the core of the heavenly court, requiring swift growth to stand independently. With his permission, Yaochi joyfully leapt down from the celestial cloud, soaring directly into the depths of the flower sea, while Haotian remained aloft, quietly safeguarding her as her support. Upon her arrival, Yaochi's expression turned grave as she surveyed her surroundings, instinctively heightening her vigilance. However, just as she gathered her magical energy to announce her identity, a coarse, thunderous shout abruptly echoed from the depths of the flower sea. "Little flower, old pig is here. Today, I demand a definitive answer. The 3-year deadline has passed. Can you still evade me?" The voice was gruff and jarring, soon followed by an ugly pig demon, its face laden with excess flesh and skin dark as soot, barging into the flower sea, wielding a hefty iron rod. It was evident that this pig demon had visited before, making a beeline for a certain hidden realm deep within the flowers. Yaochi furrowed her brow, halting her advance, choosing instead to observe. As the pig demon neared the secret realm, a dazzling spectrum of colors erupted, revealing an enchanting beauty emerging from within. She was unmistakably a flower spirit, enveloped in an aura of mystique and allure, yet her countenance bore a hint of cold restraint. Upon spotting the pig demon, the once beautiful visage instantly frosted over with disdain. "Zhuhei, how many times must I tell you? Do not harass me. I will never leave with you, nor become your companion. Abandon this hope." The pig demon seemed unfazed by her chilling demeanor, maintaining a greasy grin. "Little flower, do not be so heartless. I know you look down on me, but I, Zhuhei, am no fool. Though I may be ugly, I am far sturdier than those pretty boys. Will you not reconsider?" Disgust flared in the flower spirit's eyes, her voice growing colder. "No matter what you say, I will not agree. Spare yourself the trouble." "Humph. Then do not blame me for being ruthless." Zhuhei tightened his grip on the iron rod, revealing a hint of menace. "If you refuse again, I shall set this place ablaze and see how you hold your ground." The flower spirit's expression darkened, her fingers trembling with suppressed fury. Yet Zhuhei remained oblivious, sneering. "Little flower, do you truly believe anyone cares for your fate? Let me tell you, this entire area is already my territory. No one will save you, nor dare to provoke me." These barefaced words ruthlessly crushed the hope within the flower sea. Silence. A youthful voice suddenly emerged from the hidden realm. Moments later, a group of little spirits burst forth, standing resolutely before the flower spirit, their eyes ablaze with defiance. "Sister Flower, we are not afraid of him. No matter how strong he is, we will fight." "Exactly, little pig demon. How disgusting. Stop dreaming." The cries of these little spirits stripped Zhuhei of his final patience. Seeking death, he roared, swinging his massive club towards the young spirits. The flower spirit watched in horror, her face paling as she desperately summoned a feeble surge of magic to intervene, but it was utterly futile. At that critical moment, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, striking Zhuhei directly. Staggering back a few steps, Zhuhei seethed, his gaze darting around in fury. Who dares to ambush me? Impudence." A voice as cold as frost echoed from the sky. Yaochi slowly revealed herself from the clouds. Her icy gaze fixed on Zhu He, her tone sharp as a blade. You, a mere lowly pig demon, dare to be so arrogant? Do you think we are still in an age where the demon clan reigns supreme? Sensing the formidable aura emanating from the golden hairpin, Zhu He's heart quaked. Yet he feigned bravado, demanding, "Who are you?" This palace. Yaochi's voice was light, yet her authority was undeniable. From above, Haotian shook his head, lazily murmuring, "Such a fool, just kill him. Why waste words?" Yaochi slightly tilted her head in response. Killing him would be too lenient. Let us imprison him in the heavenly court's dungeons, allowing him to atone for his sins through a lifetime of punishment. Haotian nodded, gesturing with a flick of his fingers. In an instant, two formidable celestial warriors appeared, wielding chains that ensnared the dark red figure, leaving him no chance for resistance. "Thank you, celestial being, for your rescue," the flower demon cried, kneeling upon the ground, tears streaming down her face. Yaochi regarded her, nodding gently. "Flower demon, do you wish to accompany me to Yaochi and assist in restoring the glory of the celestial realm?" The flower demon stood frozen, her mind a blank slate. Yaochi's queen mother? Had she truly laid eyes upon the legendary queen mother of Yaochi? Even more astonishing was the fact that the queen mother had intervened to save her. In that moment, the flower demon was overwhelmed with joy, her previous thoughts of hesitation vanishing. "I am willing. I am willing." This humble demon gladly submits. Upon hearing her unequivocal response, a satisfied smile graced Yaochi's face. "Excellent. From this day forth, you shall be the celestial flower fairy, ruler of all blossoms in the world." Bestowed with the title of the 100 Flowers Fairy, the flower demon was filled with elation, quickly kneeling to express her gratitude. This humble fairy thanks the queen mother for her great kindness. Just then, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in the flower demon's mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Rewards have been successfully distributed. Please check your inventory." As Yaochi listened to the flower demon's expressions of gratitude, her smile deepened. The sensation of being revered was indeed exquisite. She turned to Haotian, her tone laced with curiosity. "Senior brother, what shall we do next?" Upon witnessing the scene, Haotian could not help but sigh inwardly. The Yaochi, in its current state, was undeniably too inexperienced, lacking any semblance of organization in its endeavors. It appeared that further refinement was necessary. "Huayao, you shall return to the heavenly court with my appointed personnel," Haotian stated with indifference. "As the heavenly court is in its nascent stage, it requires vitality. I possess several varieties of spiritual seeds. Upon your return, you shall find a suitable place to plant them. Additionally, the management of all flora and foliage within the heavenly court will temporarily fall under your jurisdiction." Although Huayao was unaware of the identity of the person before her, the profound respect shown by the queen mother instilled in her a sense of urgency to fulfill her responsibilities, and she promptly expressed her willingness to undertake this significant task. Haotian promptly assigned a cadre of celestial soldiers to escort the flower spirit and her entourage back to the heavenly court, while he, accompanied by the Yaochi, continued their journey towards the Nanli volcano. Chapter 3. The Dragon Gate of the Ancient Dragon Clan. In the Kunlun Mountains, the primordial ancestral veins of the world, the three pure ones gathered in a secluded spot, leisurely sipping tea and engaging in profound discourse on the Tao. After a moment of silence, Laozi stroked his beard and spoke with an air of tranquility. "Second brother, third brother, what are your thoughts on the current state of the heavenly court?" Yuan Shirtianzun scoffed dismissively, responding with disdain. "Merely a hollow fade, unworthy of consideration." However, Tong Tian's elder brother gently shook his head, his tone revealing a hint of alternative insight. "I beg to differ. Since the heavenly court has been personally sanctioned by our master, its flourishing is already predestined, yet the precise path to that prosperity remains elusive." Upon hearing this, Yuan Shirtianzun's expression darkened, and he could not suppress a derisive laugh. "Flourishing? With the capabilities of that young boy? Does he dare to fantasize about one day surpassing us?" As the leader of the Chance sect, Yuan Shirtianzun had long harbored resentment over this matter. Had it not been for the Supreme Sage's explicit choice of Haotian as the Heavenly Emperor, it is likely that he would now be the one seated atop the Heavenly Court, revered by all. Moreover, Yuan Shirtianzun, who rigidly adhered to the hierarchy, found it utterly preposterous that a mere boy who once served the Tao ancestor could presume to be called his junior brother. Such an affront was intolerable. Were it not for the consideration of their master's dignity, he would have long since lost all patience. Laozi, observing the situation, gently opened his eyes. Casting a complex glance at the derisive Yuan Shi and the somewhat aloof Tong Tian, inwardly sighing in resignation. He had already glimpsed fragments of the future, and with each deduction, he recognized that the tide of events had long been set, impervious to any efforts of alteration. Originally, he had hoped to mediate the increasingly strained relationship between his two disciples, yet it appeared that this rift was not merely a matter of personality, but rather a fundamental dispute over doctrinal lineage, ultimately irreconcilable. In light of this, should a tempest arise, he would ensure that the young boy would gain no advantage. A flicker of contemplation crossed Laozi's eyes, clearly indicating he had begun to devise plans for the future. At that moment, Guang Chengzi rushed in, his face a mixture of anger and grievance. Master, the disciples of the Jie sect are bullying us, relying on their numbers. I implore you to discern the truth. Our brother Huang Long is currently fleeing in disgrace. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi Tianzun's countenance turned a deep shade of blue, glaring fiercely at the unperturbed Tong Tian, who remained composed, even secretly reveling in the situation. Indeed, his disciples had lived up to his expectations, continuing to emerge unscathed and proving unbeatable in conflict. Only Laozi shook his head lightly, once more letting out a silent sigh. Nearby the Nanli volcano, in a remote human tribe, as Haotian and Yaochi journeyed together, they happened upon this humble settlement, prompting Haotian to pause momentarily. His gaze swept over the modest tribe, stirring a complex array of emotions within him. Despite his current status as the sovereign of the heavenly realm, deep within his soul, he continued to regard himself as one of the human race. Regardless of his past, he harbored an indelible sense of belonging to this lineage. Gazing upon the tribes forged by their ancestors, his thoughts inevitably drifted back into the recesses of memory. The history of humanity in his previous life was a narrative fraught with trials and tribulations, marked by tears and blood. From the very dawn of existence, humanity was compelled to confront the relentless challenges of life and death. After managing to survive through sheer intellect and resilience, they became targets for the predatory demon race due to their innate bloodline abilities that repressed the witch clan, even being reduced to essential materials for the crafting of the witch-slaying sword. Following the Great Calamity, humanity gradually rose, striving to become the protagonists of the primordial world. Yet, lacking a true sage to transcend the heavens, they remained ensnared in the tragic fate dictated by the celestial laws. In truth, one could argue that humanity merely served as instruments for the celestial beings to harvest faith and fortune. The legendary human emperors, too, had been reduced to puppets manipulated by the divine, devoid of any means to resist. Contemplating these scenes, Haotian suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of indignation and unwillingness in his chest. Now that he had regained control over the order of heaven and earth in this lifetime, he would not allow humanity to repeat its past mistakes. While it may not be possible for humanity to surpass the primordial realm, they at least must live with greater dignity. Yaochi observed a nearby group of busy yet frail humans, a flicker of curiosity passing through her eyes, before she inquired, "Senior brother, is this the tribe created by the goddess Enwa?" Haotian nodded slowly. "Indeed, they are but mere beings of the human race. Why does my elder brother care so much?" Yaochi inquired with a furrowed brow. Haotian gazed upon the humans before him, his tone imbued with profound depth, for their potential is immeasurable. Remember, they shall one day become the protagonists of this world. Yaozi, momentarily taken aback, surveyed the unarmed, fragile humans, incredulously retorting, "Just them? Just them?" Haotian replied with unwavering certainty. As Yaozi prepared to inquire further, a piercing shriek filled with murderous intent erupted in the air. "Awo!" Both of them instantly lifted their heads, only to behold a fearsome giant peacock soaring through the distant horizon, exuding a chilling aura that enveloped the void in a ghastly red glow. The humans on the ground sensed this malevolent presence and were instantly thrown into chaos. "The monsters are coming. Flee into the caves. Oh heavens! The demon race has long been vanquished. Why do monsters still roam the earth? They seek to annihilate our kind." In no time, the tribe was engulfed in a cacophony of panic, the cries of thousands echoing as they became startled prey, fleeing in terror. Witnessing this scene, a frigid glint of murderous intent gradually settled in Haotian's eyes. Above, the peacock, upon spotting the humans, let out an exhilarated shriek, flapped its colossal wings, and dove downwards. With its enormous maw agape, It recklessly unleashed its powers, a forceful suction lifting thousands of humans into the air. Boldness. With a thunderous command, Haotian raised his hand, and a surge of chaotic energy instantaneously severed the peacock's divine abilities. Subsequently, he extended a finger, and a vast expanse of mystical clouds formed, gently lifting the airborne human beings one by one, gradually returning them to the ground. Thousands of humans emerged unscathed, all safely escorted back to solid earth. Observing this, the peacock let out a low, perplexed cry, only to quickly regain composure, radiating an iridescent fury. A blinding cascade of light suddenly coalesced, hurtling directly towards Haotian. Gazing at this radiant torrent, a flicker of surprise crossed Haotian's eyes, as this particular divine ability struck him with a sense of familiarity. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it. With a swift motion, a colossal chaotic axe materialized in his grip, cleaving downward to meet the luminous deluge. Boom! The might of the axe resonated with earth-shattering force, shattering the peacock's spell. The immense creature, upon receiving the blow, erupted in a torrent of blood, grievously injured and plummeting to the ground. Yet, the peacock exhibited an extraordinary tenacity. Despite its severe wounds, it let out a roar and charged once more towards Haotian. What a resilient spirit, Haotian mused with a cold smirk. With a subtle gesture, the power of the laws enveloped him, and in an instant, a chaotic chain materialized in the air, ensnaring the peacock and binding its magical essence, rendering it utterly incapable of further resistance. Thud! A heavy thump echoed as the peacock crashed to the ground, smashing through a swath of trees, sending dust soaring and enveloping the heavens and earth. Brother, why not simply eradicate that beast? Yaochi, riding the wind, approached with a face full of bewilderment. Haotian squinted slightly, a profound smile playing at the corners of his lips. Though this creature exuded a fierce demeanor, it bore no trace of karmic debt, indicating that it was merely a novice in the realm of transgression. More crucially, if my intuition serves me right, the lineage of this little being is exceedingly intricate. Such ferocity from a peacock at the level of a great Luo golden immortal could hardly wreak havoc throughout the vastness of the primordial world. If I am not mistaken, this peacock must be Hongjun, the son of the phoenix ancestor, a notorious figure renowned in the investiture of the gods, who dared to challenge even the saints. The innate bloodline talents of Hongjun are beyond dispute. Should he be tamed, he would undoubtedly serve as a formidable ally, a prospect that Haotian would not overlook. However, the temperament of this creature is excessively violent, and before he can be genuinely utilized, he must undergo a period of refinement. Having just captured him, Haotian's mind was already contemplating his future potential. The gratitude we owe to the immortal for saving our lives is beyond our ability to repay. Just as Haotian was lost in thought, the human race below had already bowed in reverence, tears of gratitude streaming down their faces. With a slight smile at the corners of his mouth, Haotian raised his hand in a gesture of reassurance and proclaimed in a resonant voice, "There is no need for excessive formalities. I am the newly established sovereign of the heavenly court, the heavenly emperor, entrusted with the governance of the cosmic order and the pursuit of justice, which is my duty. As the heavenly court is in its infancy, embarking on a myriad of new endeavors, though there may be numerous shortcomings, I assure you all that one day, I will envelop the entire Hongjun with the protection of the gods and immortals. In times of peril, the heavenly court shall stand resolutely by your side." Upon hearing these words, the human race was invigorated, their spirits soaring. The heavenly emperor's words signified the arrival of a protector who could restore balance to their world, a resounding blessing for the celestial beings, filling them with overwhelming joy. Countless members of the human race prostrated them. Haotian spoke with an air of indifference. "Are you the leader of the Phoenix clan?" "Indeed. I am the sovereign of the celestial court, the heavenly emperor Haotian. As I traversed this land, I observed a peacock intent on committing heinous acts, preying upon the human race. Thus, I apprehended it. I have heard that this bird belongs to your phoenix lineage." The clan leader was momentarily taken aback. Then her phoenix eyes glinted with resolve as she rebuked, "Hongjun, I have repeatedly cautioned you, as you wander the primordial wilderness, to never commit sins. Have you forgotten my words? Is the current plight of the Phoenix clan not sufficient to illustrate everything?" Hongjun lowered his head, his anger subdued by an underlying reverence. Ultimately choosing to relent, his heart unwilling yet his lips sealed. The clan leader sighed softly, and then, with utmost respect, she bowed to Haotian, "Your Majesty." "The heavenly emperor, I apologize for the inadequate reception. I hope for your understanding." Haotian's smile was devoid of warmth as he waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Ignorance absolves one of guilt. I am merely here to fulfill my heavenly duties." The leader of the Phoenix clan inhaled deeply and inquired, "Your Majesty, has this peacock committed heinous acts, or has he merely been on the brink?" "The atrocities have yet to transpire. I have intervened in time," he replied. Upon hearing this, the leader of the clan exhaled a sigh of relief, yet spoke with trepidation, "Your Majesty, this peacock is the last descendant of our revered Phoenix lineage. I beseech you to consider our clan's waning strength and the fact that he has not yet fallen into transgression. Please grant him clemency this once. Should there be a price to pay, my Phoenix clan is willing to shoulder any burden." Haotian did not respond directly, but instead offered a faint smile, saying, "There is no rush regarding this matter. I have come not only for this sparrow but also to discuss another important issue. As the Heavenly Court is in its nascent stage, it requires significant support. Your Phoenix clan, having once been a dominant force with profound heritage, would undoubtedly benefit from aligning with the Heavenly Court. What does the clan leader think of this proposition?" Surprised by the unexpected nature of the Heavenly Emperor's visit, the Phoenix clan leader was momentarily taken aback. "Your Majesty, while our clan is inclined to adhere to the established order, this territory is a critical stronghold for the demon race, and the volcanic forces here must be contained. Even if we were to join the Heavenly Court, it would likely be difficult to collaborate effectively. Fear not, for I possess means to liberate you from the shackles of this place," Haotian asserted with unwavering confidence. These words struck the clan leader like a thunderclap, causing a profound tremor within. After a brief moment of hesitation, he cautiously inquired, "Your Majesty, if you truly possess such immense power, might you be able to save our clan from the torment of the infernal flames?" Haotian's expression remained calm as he gently shook his head. The flames of karma stem from the celestial order, and their influence is difficult to dispel directly. However, if your clan were to submit to the Heavenly Court, the accumulation of merits may offer a glimmer of hope for resolution. Upon hearing these words, a flicker of long-forgotten desire ignited in the chieftain's eyes. The power of merit was their sole hope. The Hongjun clan, along with the Phoenix tribe, bowed before the Emperor of Heaven, expressing their wish for the Heavenly Court to flourish, thereby uniting in the grand scheme of the primordial world. Ding! The host has successfully reclaimed the Phoenix tribe. Rewards have been granted. Please take note. As the system's rewards flashed before him, Haotian felt a surge of satisfaction. Indeed, with the support of the system, even the immortal volcano could no longer serve as a constraint. In his previous life, Haotian had failed to subdue the Phoenix tribe, likely due to this very obstacle. A light smile graced his lips as he waved his hand gently, causing the enigmatic Phoenix rankings to materialize. Haotian gazed upon Fengshan, a smile gracing his lips. "Fengshan," he declared, "though I cannot entirely dissolve the karmic burdens of your Phoenix clan, alleviating them, at least temporarily, poses little challenge. This list is known as the Phoenix Roll. Once a clan member's name is inscribed, they may harness its power to escape the torment of the karmic flames, rendering their bodies pure and unblemished. More importantly, should a member meet an untimely demise, I can employ the secret arts of this roll to grant them a return to the mortal realm. However, those who enter the roll must pledge eternal loyalty to the celestial court, harboring no thoughts of treachery. Should they violate this oath, they shall swiftly face divine retribution, their souls annihilated." Upon hearing these words, Fengshan paused momentarily, then succumbed to overwhelming joy, barely able to contain his exhilaration. Such a divine artifact was truly a miraculous boon from the heavens, custom-made for the salvation of the Phoenix clan. Although those who ascended the roll would be bound to serve the celestial court for eternity, what was such a price compared to the continuation of their lineage? Should they forego this opportunity, the Phoenix clan might struggle to sustain its future, plunging into the abyss of extinction. Thus, rather than risk the annihilation of their kin, it was wiser to entrust their survival to the Phoenix roll. Without hesitation, Fengshan issued a command for all clan members to inscribe their names upon the list without delay. In an instant, as the Phoenix roll shimmered to life, a staggering 99,898 phoenixes were engraved upon it. In that fleeting moment, each phoenix felt the corrosive grip of the karmic flames vanish, the pain utterly dissipating. Countless young phoenixes emerged reborn from the inferno, flapping their wings in joyful exuberance, reveling amidst the volcanic landscape. The haunting cries of despair were replaced by the fervent cheers that filled the mountains and valleys. Fengshan raised his gaze to the jubilant members of his clan. his eyes glistening with tears that streamed down his cheeks. Over the long years, the Phoenix clan had endured the torment of karmic flames, their suffering ineffable. From a once glorious populace of nearly 1 million, they now dwindled to fewer than 100,000, a decline that pierced the heart. Each year brought the tragic specter of clan members succumbing to the flames, their anguish deepening with each passing moment. Had it not been for Haotian's arrival with the roll, it was likely that within a mere millennium, clan members would have perished one by one, leading to their ultimate extinction. In this moment, Fengshan was filled with gratitude that rivaled the heights of mountains and the depths of oceans, a debt that could scarcely be repaid in a lifetime. After bestowing the Phoenix roll, Haotian did not hasten to depart. Instead, he cast his gaze far beyond the volcano. He understood that although the Phoenix clan's predicament was momentarily alleviated, a complete reversal of their fortunes would necessitate the discovery of another path. Haotian led Fengshan aside and inquired earnestly, "Fengshan, have you ever heard of the Dragon Gate from the ancient dragon lineage?" Fengshan's expression grew solemn as he nodded in response. "Indeed, I have heard of it. It is said that the Dragon Gate is the supreme treasure utilized by the Dragon clan to rejuvenate their lineage. The Dragon Gate possesses the power to transform those of aquatic lineage with dragon blood into true dragons, and it has contributed astonishingly to the propagation and enhancement of their kin. Alas, during the great calamity that befell the Dragon clan, the Dragon Gate was destroyed, and it has since become merely a relic of ancient legend." Upon hearing these words, Haotian's gaze became tranquil. He extended his hand, and a resplendent flame of the lotus materialized out of thin air, radiating boundless majesty and warmth. Chapter 4. A visit to Taoist Lia. This exquisite object was gently lifted by Haotian and presented to Fengshan. This is the Phoenix Fire Lotus, a treasured artifact exclusively crafted for the Phoenix clan by this emperor. Within the lotus lies the sacred fire of nirvana. Any avian creature that undergoes its purifying flames may have the opportunity to evolve into a phoenix. Its function is akin to that of the Dragon Gate of the Dragon clan in ancient times. However, the distinction lies in the fact that the Dragon Gate imposes a requirement regarding bloodlines, while the Phoenix Fire Lotus does not discriminate among beings, assessing solely their innate potential. Yet, the risks involved are far greater than those of the Dragon Gate. The flames of nirvana can be fatal. Unless one possesses an extraordinarily rare gift, one should never recklessly attempt evolution. Fengshan gazed at the ever-burning Phoenix Fire Lotus in his palm, his eyes filled with astonishment, his chest heaving, and his entire being trembling with excitement. After regaining his composure, Fengshan's knees buckled, and he immediately prostrated himself on the ground, almost hoarse with fervor as he proclaimed, "On behalf of the entire Phoenix clan, I humbly express our deepest gratitude to the Heavenly Emperor for bestowing upon us this transformative gift of rebirth. From this day forth, the Phoenix clan shall remain eternally loyal to the heavenly court. Should we ever betray this oath, may celestial wrath descend upon us, leading to our utter annihilation." Haotian cast a subtle glance at him, casually assisting him to his feet, his tone gentle yet imbued with a hint of explanation. "There is no need for such grand gestures. The Phoenix Fire Lotus is temporarily entrusted to your clan, not a gift without conditions. Should the Phoenix clan achieve further merit in the future, the gratitude for this Fire Lotus will be repaid with deeds of honor." Upon hearing this, Fengshan felt a profound sense of balance and reassurance, responding earnestly, "The entire strength of our clan shall repay the grace of the Celestial Emperor." Without a trace of resentment, Haotian nodded, gently imparting a few words of caution. "You may develop and exercise your autonomy. I shall not intervene for the time being. However, during the grand sacrificial ceremony a millennium hence, I shall arrange matters concerning the Phoenix ancestor, so I kindly ask you to prepare in advance." Fengshan responded with solemnity, his demeanor increasingly respectful. "Fengshan shall certainly lead my kin to heed the arrangements of the Celestial Emperor." Haotian, upon hearing this, spoke again. "Furthermore, what is the current condition of the 2 sons of the Phoenix ancestor?" Fengshan, slightly taken aback, promptly replied, "The Phoenix ancestor has given birth to 2 offspring of noble blood. The elder son, a peacock, possesses extraordinary talent and has attained the Tao fruit of the great Luo golden immortal. The younger son, named Dapeng, exhibits a rather mischievous disposition and remains at the golden immortal level of cultivation, still striving to catch up with his elder brother." When mentioning the younger son, Fengshan's face revealed a hint of helplessness as he sighed. This is all due to the malevolent aura that enveloped them at the time of their birth. Both sons exhibit a tendency towards violence. Fengshan has had to exert constant restraint to avert calamity. Upon hearing this, Haotian took a step forward and gazed into the distance. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "Entrust these two to me. I shall take them under my wing and provide them with guidance and refinement." Fengshan's face instantly lit up with joy, exclaiming, "To be able to seek the Tao in the presence of the Heavenly Emperor is indeed the greatest fortune for these two." Hearing this, Haotian nodded silently, then turned his gaze forward once more, his mind already formulating the next course of action. At this thought, the image of the Qilin clan suddenly surfaced in his heart, causing his brows to furrow slightly. He turned back to ask Fengshan, "Do you know the current plight of the Qilin clan?" Fengshan's face darkened with concern as he replied slowly, "The Qilin clan now numbers but a few, their future bleak. Since the collapse of Mount Buzhou, even their ancestral land, Qilin Cliff, has ceased to exist. Now, they are scarcely seen across the vast expanse of the primordial wilderness." Upon hearing this, Haotian's expression grew somewhat grave. After a brief pause, he commanded, "From this day forth, the Phoenix clan shall, without compromising their own safety, exert every effort to trace the whereabouts of the Qilin clan. Those who locate them are to deliver them to the heavenly court. For those who cannot, it is imperative to meticulously record their coordinates and report back to the court. This decree shall be in effect indefinitely and must never be rescinded." Fengshan, taken aback by the gravity of the matter, promptly clasped his fists and bowed, his tone resolute. Fengshan shall not fail in this duty. Once these arrangements were concluded, Haotian, accompanied by Yaochi, journeyed through the primordial lands for a full 300 years. Traversing the north and south, the vastness of the primordial realm was boundless. Even if they traveled tirelessly for a century, they would only have journeyed from the southern Jianbu continent to the western Yushu continent. Along their expedition, Haotian subdued a multitude of wandering immortals, some through persuasion, others through force. Those who surrendered were compelled to sign the Heavenly Emperor's covenant, pledging to serve for 10 millennia to atone for their transgressions. Among these, the 7 monsters of Meishan, including figures such as Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao, particularly evoked Haotian's deep reflections. Yuan Hong, as the leader of the 7 monsters, was a golden-armored monkey of prodigious talent, having attained the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. He mastered the profound arts and possessed the ability to transform in 72 ways, wielding an iron staff with unparalleled skill, making him an extraordinary warrior of innate prowess. Not only was his combat strength formidable, standing over 8 feet tall, but he also possessed the innate ability to command vast armies, rivaling the talents of figures like Yang Jian and Neza. Yet, misfortune plagued Yuan Hong, lacking a powerful background or protector. He ultimately emerged from the War of the Gods with only the lowly title of 4th Way Star Lord, his illustrious talents buried beneath the sands of history. The other 6 demons of the Meishan 7 monsters also exhibited remarkable strength, their cultivation spanning from Golden Immortal to Profound Immortal, their combat prowess far surpassing that of ordinary cultivators. As a lineage of wandering immortals, the 7 monsters yearned to carve out their own domain in the primordial realm, their long-standing anonymity a persistent obsession in their hearts. Upon the arrival of Haotian, with just a few eloquent words, he effortlessly convinced the 7 monsters to willingly align themselves with the heavenly court, executing a campaign of persuasion that required virtually no effort. By successfully incorporating the 7 monsters of Meishan into his ranks, Haotian effectively acquired an unparalleled warrior in Yuan Hong, a veritable treasure of the heavenly court. Meanwhile, Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao, 2 individuals reminiscent of the benevolent Hongjun, possess a unique distinction in the primordial realm. They are in possession of an extraordinary treasure, the falling treasure money, a divine artifact capable of dislodging other sacred items, which is shown brilliantly during the investiture of the gods. With this treasure, they once seized the innate spiritual devices, the binding dragon rope and the sea-calming pearl, from this Zhao Gongming, achieving remarkable feats. However, upon acquiring such invaluable artifacts, the 2 immediately entrusted them to Ran Deng, demonstrating their sincere and selfless intentions, devoid of any personal ambition, embodying an ancient and genuine spirit. Perhaps this act was a means for them to ascend through Ran Deng's influence, or perhaps their nature is simply pure and unblemished, devoid of guile. Regardless, their selfless relinquishment of these treasures marks them as some of the rare honest, and straightforward individuals in the primordial realm. Both harbor a profound desire for fame, and thus, when Haotian descended upon Wui Mountain, they joined the heavenly court without a moment's hesitation. Haotian not only succeeded in winning over the two individuals, but he also unexpectedly acquired a remarkable postnatal spiritual root tea tree on Wui Mountain, which would later gain fame as the Dahong Pao. This tea tree had yet to truly come into existence, and the name Dahong Pao was personally bestowed by Haotian, inspired by the ethereal essence he perceived. It was a fortuitous alignment of destiny. Haotian not only subdued powerful beings, but also secured a postnatal spiritual root, returning home laden with treasures. Over the course of 3 centuries, Haotian traversed the primordial wilderness, completing numerous side quests. Although most of the rewards were comprised of elixirs, low-tier magical artifacts, and techniques, they accumulated over time, resulting in a considerable bounty. Among these rewards, the most gratifying for Haotian was the acquisition of the cultivation method for the 8-9 profound art, as well as one of the 10 great divine abilities of the primordial era, along with several high-grade innate spiritual roots, such as the purple jade grapes and bitter orange. For the celestial court, this 300-year journey undoubtedly represented a substantial accumulation of power. On this particular day, Haotian and Yaochi arrived at Futa Mountain. As this location was linked to a significant side quest, suddenly, a system notification sounded in his ears. Ding. Please subdue the son of Emperor Jun, the 6 golden crows. Liu Daoist. The reward for success is 100 3-legged golden crow eggs, 1 high-grade innate spiritual root, Fusong wood, and 10 drops of Emperor Jun's essence blood. Upon hearing the name Liu Ya, Haotian's eyes flickered with a hint of astonishment, as memories of the investiture of the gods flooded his mind. Liu Daoist, a scion of the demon royal lineage, possessed combat prowess on par with Hongjun and was among the few who managed to es. Haotian nodded leisurely and remarked, indeed. He is not only a quasi-saint powerhouse, but also a descendant of the royal lineage of the demon clan. If we could manage to subdue him, it would undoubtedly add a significant treasure to the heavenly court. However, this endeavor seems as challenging as ascending to the heavens. Yaochi furrowed her brow slightly. Haotian revealed a hint of playful amusement. Though it may be difficult, it is ultimately within human capability. With that, he called out resoundingly into the mountains. Is Daoist Lai present? No sooner had his words echoed than a surge of fervent energy emanated from within Futa Mountain. Moments later, a strikingly handsome youth, exuding an air of aloofness, emerged gracefully. His gaze was cold and piercing, and with a calm demeanor, he inquired, "Who approaches?" Haotian, neither humble nor arrogant, wore a serene expression. "I am Haotian." A simple statement, yet it instantly rendered Liu Ya's gaze complex. "Master Haotian?" Liu Ya's eyebrows arched slightly, and upon witnessing Haotian's appearance, he could not help but feel a twinge of surprise. Haotian secretly nodded in his heart, contemplating that this little golden crow was indeed well-versed in etiquette. By virtue of seniority, he was technically the other party's master uncle. However, due to his previous status as a young acolyte, he had always been reluctant to acknowledge this relationship. "This is my junior sister, Yaochi." "Greetings, Master Uncle Yaochi." "Esteemed uncles, please come inside." The little golden crow's demeanor was quite amiable, as he exhibited no signs of hostility, which bodes well for future interactions. Haotian gestured for the celestial soldiers to await outside, and then, accompanied by the Yaochi, stepped into the domain of Mount Putuo. The setting of Mount Putuo was remarkably unadorned, with a few wooden cabins scattered about. Yet the most striking feature was the towering tree atop the mountain. This tree soared to a height of 1,000 zhang, its trunk faintly visible amidst the raging flames. As the forces of wood and fire intertwined in a wondrous harmony, maintaining a breathtaking balance. Upon closer inspection of the divine patterns etched upon the tree's surface, it became evident that it was a rather rare postnatal spiritual root, of medium-grade quality no less. Liu Ya led Haotian and his companion to a wooden table, situated outside the wooden cabin, where the surrounding scenery was serene and elegant. He took the initiative to be seated first. The simplicity of the conditions elicited a smile from the two uncles. A mountainous stature is insignificant. It is the presence of immortals that grants it renown. A humble abode, devoid of extravagance, merely reveals the profundity of one's inner cultivation. Disciple, such a simple yet elegant environment truly reflects your thoughtfulness. Young people often value appearances, and Haotian, naturally sincere in his words, found no harm in offering praise. relishing the moment. As anticipated, upon hearing this, Luya's expression revealed a hint of satisfaction, and his gaze towards Haotian grew warmer. Yaochi observed this scene with mild astonishment, involuntarily appraising Haotian, pondering how her senior brother was indeed a master of discourse, skillfully wielding the art of persuasion. Haha, uncle truly possesses discerning eyes, Luya laughed heartily, stepping forward to interject. However, your presence here must surely entail more than mere pleasantries? With the celestial court newly established and matters abounding, do you perhaps require assistance from your disciple? Luya's words were quite forthright, exuding an air of someone who believed himself capable of providing guidance in the affairs of the world. The corners of Haotian's mouth twitched slightly, and after a moment, he found himself rooted to the spot. He had just lavished praise upon this young man, only for him to turn around and adopt an air of arrogance. Did he truly intend to shine brightly upon receiving a mere glimmer of encouragement? What a character! His manners appeared superficial, mere facades, while fundamentally, he seemed nothing more than an impudent youth with little regard for decorum. The young elites of the primordial era appeared increasingly absurd to Haotian, resembling a veritable gathering of wayward children, lacking discipline and, needless to say, each one held an inflated sense of self-importance. Haotian smiled faintly, disregarding the other's arrogant tone, and replied softly, "Since my esteemed junior is so courteous, I actually have a trivial matter I wish to discuss with you." Yaochi's expression flickered slightly, and she cast a glance at Yaochi with a complex mix of emotions, a hint of pity rising within her heart. She was well aware of Haotian. Whenever her senior brother displayed such a smile, it signified that he had already devised a clever scheme, and the unfortunate target was evidently Luya. Yaochi secretly anticipated the unfolding events, thinking that this junior of the Golden Crow likely had no inkling that he had stepped into a trap. Meanwhile, Luya remained blissfully unaware, beaming even more brightly, brimming with eagerness. "My esteemed uncle may inquire freely. If my junior can be of assistance, I shall spare no effort." Haotian nodded, a profound smile gracing his visage. "In that case, I shall be direct. Nephew, I recently stumbled upon a number of spirit beast eggs, exuding a potent aura reminiscent of solar fire, strikingly akin to the essence that flows within you. Upon closer inspection, I discerned intricate engravings of the three-legged golden crow adorning their surfaces. Might it be possible that your father left behind some other progeny?" Luya's previously enthusiastic demeanor abruptly stiffened, his entire countenance freezing in shock. What? Uncle has found the golden crow eggs? He appeared momentarily dazed, a flicker of panic evident in his expression as the revelation sent his thoughts into disarray. As a member of the exceedingly rare divine beast lineage, the three-legged golden crow had nearly vanished post the war between the witch and the demon, with Luya standing as the last survivor of his kind. In his heart, he had long contemplated the means of preserving his lineage, but alas, the reproduction of the golden crows was extraordinarily stringent. Aside from unions within their own kind, only a union with the lunar goddess from the moon could potentially yield offspring. Yet, his mother had perished in the cataclysm of the witch-demon war, and the other lunar goddess, Changxi, had vanished into obscurity after the conflict. As for the current Chang'e on the moon, she was merely a corporeal manifestation of Changxi's essence, devoid of any true lunar origin, rendering her incapable of bearing descendants. Consequently, he had long since succumbed to despair regarding the continuation of the three-legged golden crow. Yet now, Haotian boldly proclaimed the discovery of golden crow eggs, reigniting that faint glimmer of hope within him. After a lengthy hesitation, Luya suddenly raised his gaze, urgency permeating his tone. "Uncle, please tell me, is there any truth to the existence of these golden crow eggs?" Haotian chuckled slowly and lightly. "The authenticity of the golden crow egg eludes my judgment, as I have yet to witness it with my own eyes." Luya suddenly grew more tense. "Might I have the opportunity to see it?" "No," Haotian shook his head, his expression growing increasingly cold. "This matter is a secret of the heavenly court. No outsiders, save for those in celestial positions, are permitted to pry into it." In that moment, Luya's chaotic thoughts came to a halt. He finally grasped the underlying implication of Haotian's words. The heavenly emperor's visit was not without purpose. Clearly, Haotian was employing a strategy of retreat as a means to advance, intending to prompt him to express his stance toward the heavenly court. Luya's pupils contracted, yet a sense of resistance surged within him. After all, the rise of the heavenly court was founded upon the decline of the demon race, and he harbored lingering grievances deep within. Previously, He would never have entertained the notion of siding with the heavenly court. But the prospect of the golden crow egg struck at his vulnerable spot, causing him to waver in his stance for the potential continuation of the golden crow lineage. After a moment of contemplation, he could no longer restrain himself and gritted his teeth, inquiring, "If I were to join the heavenly court, could my master ensure the authenticity of the golden crow egg?" "No," Haotian replied with utmost clarity, devoid of any ambiguity. "Might I first examine it before making my decision?" Luya pressed again, testing the waters. Chapter 5. The minister encounters the crown prince of the former dynasty. Upon hearing this, a sharp glint flickered in Haotian's eyes. "Nephew, it seems you are somewhat mistaken. Should you enter the heavenly court, it will never coerce any being to join, nor will it barter celestial positions for personal gain." His tone was somber, his gaze resolute. "Should you choose to join, I shall indeed allow you to take a look, yet the determination of authenticity is not yours to make. If it proves genuine, the egg shall remain the property of the heavenly court, and whether you acquire it will depend on your merits." These words fell upon Luya like a bucket of cold water, leaving him momentarily speechless, his inner fury boiling. Ultimately, he forced down his discontent, transforming his anger into resolve, and declared sternly, "If that is the case, I ask for your guidance, master." In an instant, a murderous aura filled the air. However, Haotian merely smirked, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. "What? Do you wish to show disrespect to your master? With your celestial slayer dagger and the 7 arrows of the nail-headed book, do you truly believe you can contend with me?" At this proclamation, Luya's expression turned ashen. He glared coldly at Haotian, disbelief tinged in his voice. "How could you possibly know? The celestial slayer dagger and the 7 arrows of the nail-headed book were entrusted to me by my father as top-secret artifacts. Only Lady Nuwa is aware of them throughout the vast wilderness. How could you possibly have learned of such things?" Haotian raised his gaze towards Luya, holding a teacup with a composed demeanor that belied an undercurrent of confidence. "The extent of my knowledge is of little consequence. What truly matters is that I am acutely aware of your possession of the celestial slaying flying knife. Moreover, I understand that its divine radiance cannot penetrate the depths of my chaos law. Your knife, formidable as it may be, holds no efficacy against me. As for the 7 arrows of the nail-headed scripture, it indeed possesses an aura of mystery and peculiarity. Yet, do you dare to wield it against me? I am the sovereign of the heavenly court, the heavenly emperor Haotian. Should you truly have the audacity to invoke such a curse, regardless of its success or failure, I assure you, you shall find your soul scattered before mine." Luya's countenance turned rigid, leaving him momentarily speechless. An icy chill enveloped his heart, akin to plummeting into an abyss, rendering him oblivious to the existence of his limbs. He stood transfixed for a while, suddenly beset by a wave of dread as he realized that his ultimate weapon had been utterly discerned before it could even be unleashed. The sense of total subjugation filled him with a despair he had never known, a stark contrast to his usual arrogance. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly spoke, "Master Uncle, I am willing to submit to the heavenly court. Please accept me." Upon hearing this, Haotian did not express joy or agitation. Instead, his gaze remained tranquil as he gently shook his head. "Had you not harbored intentions to slay me, I would have wholeheartedly welcomed your presence. For I have come here today precisely in search of you. However, Luya, you have even entertained thoughts of harming your own master. If I were to accept you so readily, how could the authority of the celestial court maintain its standing in the vast wilderness?" Luya's complexion flushed with indignation, his pent-up fury simmering within, yet he managed to suppress any outward manifestation of it. Lowering his gaze in humility, he constrained his emotions and replied with a tone laced with respect, "Master Uncle, it was my thoughtlessness that led to this offense. The fault lies entirely with your nephew. I am willing to accept any punishment." Haotian's gaze softened slightly, his tone calm, yet imbued with authority. "Those who infringe upon the majesty of the heavenly emperor shall face severe penalties. However, considering you are my disciple and in deference to both the Taoist ancestor and your esteemed father, I shall grant you a measure of clemency this time. You are to serve the heavenly court for 3,000 years in a state of transgression. During this period, your merits and demerits will be balanced. Should you remain blameless by that time, you shall be free." Upon hearing this, Luya felt a wave of relief wash over him, exhaling deeply. He promptly nodded in acquiescence. "Thank you, esteemed uncle, for your generosity. I shall wholeheartedly devote myself to your directives. By the way, esteemed uncle, If the golden crow eggs in your possession are indeed genuine, I implore you to safeguard them diligently, for they represent the hope of our lineage." With a subtle smile of confidence gracing his lips, Haotian reassured, "Rest assured, I possess the means to ensure their safety without any issues." Upon hearing Haotian's response, Luya finally released the heavy burden from his heart and promptly expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture, saying, "Thank you, esteemed master uncle, for your support." After subduing Luya, Haotian and his companions resumed their journey. However, midway through, Yaochi suddenly wore a perplexed expression and inquired, "Brother, is this matter truly so easily resolved? It seems rather implausible that the former prince of the demon race, renowned among them as a quasi-saint, would so readily submit to the heavenly court." Haotian turned his gaze towards the Yaochi, offering a composed smile as he elucidated, "Junior sister, you must comprehend that although we are both born of the essence of heaven and earth, our thought processes differ fundamentally from those of the demon clan. Their innate sense of kinship renders the continuation of their bloodline far more significant than the survival of the individual. Whether it be the once mighty dragon clan, the phoenix clan, or the demon tribes of Ur, all regard the propagation of their descendants as a mission of greater importance than life itself." Yaochi tilted her head in contemplation, sensing that Haotian's words carried a deeper meaning, and a more profound question began to emerge in her mind. But does this truly leave Luya with no choice at all? Haotian let out a soft sigh, his tone imbued with a profound significance. "Do you recall why the Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan, and the Qilin Clan were willing to sacrifice themselves to suppress the heavens and the earth in years gone by? They risked their lives for the sake of their kin, merely desiring to ensure the continuation of their lineage. Before the descendants of the Golden Crow, Luya found himself with no avenue of escape. His capitulation was inevitable. But this premise was contingent upon his unwavering belief in the authenticity of the Golden Crow egg. Should he harbor any doubts or perceive a discrepancy in its genuineness, a rebellion could erupt at any moment. After absorbing Haotian's analysis, Yaochi revealed a hint of concern. Would this not sow a profound peril within the heavenly court? If Luya were to betray them, what would the consequences entail? A faint smile appeared on Haotian's face. While his eyes remained devoid of any emotion, there is no need for concern. A sovereign's method of subjugating his subjects does not necessarily hinge upon absolute loyalty. Those like the Tai-Bai Jinxing, who offer their unwavering devotion, must be treated with utmost sincerity. As for Bai Zhe, although he was compelled to submit to the heavenly court, he can still be utilized through emotional and material ties. Regarding subjects like Luya, who may waver at any moment, it is imperative to bind them firmly with interests. As long as he has desires, he will find no escape. Yaochi nodded, as if she had finally gleaned some understanding of the ways of the powerful. She then gazed at Haotian with a hint of reverence. "Senior brother, in comparison to you, I have scarcely mastered even the basics in front of a Dao ancestor. How is it that you consistently appear so exceptional?" Haotian smiled gently, his tone nonchalant yet imbued with an undeniable confidence. "Perhaps I am the destined emperor. The art of kingship requires no instruction, for it is inherently understood, much like Dijuan from the ancient tales of the Lich. He was born solely for the throne." Yao Dai, suddenly enlightened, nodded in agreement, yet soon a flicker of doubt crossed her features. "Then, my elder brother, is the Golden Crow egg real or not? You must tell me the truth." Haotian effortlessly smoothed over the conversation, declaring, "Of course they are genuine. Otherwise, it would raise suspicions before we even return to the heavenly realm. Wouldn't my efforts be in vain?" Yaochi blinked playfully and suddenly teased, "If that is the case, then from whence do they originate? And what of your marvelous magical artifacts? Where did you acquire them? Do not forget that I have inquired about this no less than 3,000 times." Upon hearing this, Haotian was drenched in cold sweat. Just as he intended to change the subject, Yaochi astutely pierced through his facade. "Is it yet another urgent task with limited time? Are you attempting to brush me off with the same old excuse?" He offered a sheepish smile, suddenly realizing he was indeed under Yaochi's scrutiny. With a resigned sigh, he replied, "Junior sister, it is not that I wish to withhold information from you, but rather that all these treasures originate from a mysterious individual, and I remain utterly in the dark regarding his true identity." After listening, Yaochi's doubts eased slightly, yet she continued to gaze at Haotian, seemingly probing for the truth. "Brother, you have never deceived me before. At most, you have only concealed." Haotian gazed at her with calm assurance, his tone imbued with a sense of consolation. Some matters are merely trifles, unworthy of your concern. The only guarantee I can offer is that my brother will always be forthright and sincere with you." Upon hearing these words, Yaochi finally felt a sense of relief, a smile gracing her lips. "With such reassurance from my brother, I can finally rest easy. From now on, I shall not inquire further." 3 days later, the group finally arrived at the western gate of the Celestial Palace. As Haotian lifted his gaze, he beheld 2 Taiji golden immortals stationed there, accompanied by 100 celestial soldiers of varying cultivation levels. It was evident that the gatekeepers were not from an external demon tribe, but rather scattered immortals recruited by Tai Bai. The fact that Baze and Tai Bai had already begun their strategic preparations for the Celestial Palace filled Haotian with immense satisfaction. At that moment, the gatekeepers noticed the approaching figures and swiftly advanced to interrogate. "Who goes there?" Haotian stepped forward, his demeanor composed, yet tinged with an air of theatricality. "Esteemed immortals," he began, "we are but scattered immortals from the primordial chaos, here to pay our respects to the Celestial Emperor. We humbly request your leniency and assistance in this matter." However, the robust Tai Golden Immortal scoffed disdainfully, retorting, "The Celestial Emperor is not someone whom mere scattered cultivators like yourselves can approach at will. Depart at once, or do not blame me for expelling you one by one." Upon hearing this, anger flared in Yao Tai's brow, seemingly on the verge of erupting, but she was restrained by Haotian's raised hand. Haotian, with a calm and deliberate demeanor, retrieved a piece of crimson flame stone, its dazzling luster causing the gazes of the 2 golden immortals to momentarily sharpen. Although the number of innate spiritual treasures has increased since the era of the journey to the west, the craftsmanship of forging during that time was far from the sophistication witnessed in later generations. Not to mention innate treasures, even acquired treasures were exceedingly rare, with the art of forging nearly forgotten. Consequently, even though many were unfamiliar with the techniques of forging, the divine materials capable of transforming into treasures with minimal ritual practice remained immensely sought after. Materials like the crimson flame stone were often snatched up in haste. The 2 Tai golden immortals possessed remarkably keen eyes. Upon sighting the crimson flame stone, their eyes sparkled with excitement. In response to their eager gazes, Haotian extended the stone towards them, speaking earnestly, "Esteemed immortals, we are in urgent need of this material. Might you consider granting us a favor?" Without hesitation, the 2 golden immortals seized the crimson flame stone, grins spreading across their faces. "Ha ha ha, young man, you seem somewhat agreeable. To be frank, the Heavenly Emperor is currently absent from the Celestial Court. We have not even laid eyes upon him, let alone you. Make haste and depart. If you linger further, I might just lose my temper." At that moment, a thunderous shout echoed from a distance. Haotian looked up to see the Star of Tai Bai hurrying toward him. Upon arrival, the Star of Tai Bai promptly bowed and respectfully declared, "Tai Bai pays his respects to your majesty." "Your majesty?" The 2 Tai golden immortals stood frozen, quickly bending in reverence, their bodies quaking involuntarily. Despite the foreteaching's lack of esteem for Haotian, he was nonetheless a quasi-saint, and the Tai golden immortals dared not underestimate him. Even if they held feelings of disdain within, they would not risk offending him. Upon witnessing the situation, Haotian recognized the futility of further probing and thus shook his head, addressing Tai Bai. "Tai Bai, your efforts are greatly appreciated." Before his subordinates, Haotian refrained from reproaching Tai Bai, instead striving to uphold his dignity. "Your Majesty, you speak too highly of me. It is my duty," Tai Bai responded, fully aware of Haotian's intentions and feeling a deep sense of gratitude. "First, ascertain the circumstances thoroughly. Every statement they make must be clarified, and then await me at Lingxiao Palace." "As you command." After Haotian spoke, he led Yaochi and Luya through the southern heavenly gate, followed by tens of thousands of celestial soldiers. Witnessing this spectacle, the 2 Tai golden immortals were nearly paralyzed with fear. Once the celestial army departed, Tai Bai turned around, casting a cold, piercing gaze at the 2 golden immortals. Tai Bai's prowess was not lacking, having already reached the realm of Tai golden immortal. Yet his control over his subordinates paled in comparison to that of Baze, and the majesty of the heavenly court had yet to be fully established, especially with these 2, who had always shown him considerable disrespect. Tai Bai had originally assigned them to guard the gate to temper their dispositions, yet he had not anticipated such a significant disturbance arising from their watch. "Speak, what on earth transpired?" Tai Bai, esteemed Tai Bai, it truly was not our intention. You must intercede on our behalf. Taibai's lips twitched, and a wave of disdain surged within him. Upon passing through the southern heavenly gate, Haotian felt his vision expand. The 33 heavens had undergone a tremendous transformation since his departure. The most striking aspect was the vibrant scenery. Along the path from the western heavenly gate to the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, an array of extraordinary flowers and rare plants adorned the surroundings, and occasionally, one could glimpse flower fairies flitting among the blossoms. The arrangement of these flora was not only aesthetically pleasing, but also remarkably orderly, showcasing the considerable effort the flower fairies had dedicated to their cultivation. As Haotian walked, he nodded in satisfaction. Junior sister, it seems this flower fairy is quite remarkable. Indeed. Senior brother, I shall reward her handsomely. Yaochi expressed her delight, thoroughly pleased with her first subordinate. That is only right. Apart from the astonished celestial officials, the management of other heavenly female officials had been entrusted to Yaochi. Although the flower fairy held the title of celestial official, she occupied a logistical role and was the first female celestial subdued by Yaochi. Hence Haotian assigned her to Yaochi's care. In addition to the beautiful flora, Haotian also observed several guards, evidently recruited by Beis and Taibai. However, as Haotian's gaze shifted towards a certain area of the heavenly court, his brow furrowed with concern. While the western gate was suffused with celestial energy, the northern gate was engulfed in demonic aura, appearing exceedingly chaotic. This was the consequence of the heavenly court's recruitment of the demon race. Although the demons were formidable, excelling in combat and efficiency, they lacked discipline and were difficult to restrain. As Haotian pondered how to reorganize the demon clan, Luya beside him noticed an overwhelming surge of demonic energy. His expression shifting subtly. The demon clan? Why would there be demons in the celestial court? Why shouldn't there be demons in the celestial court? Haotian withdrew his gaze and spoke calmly. The celestial court does not belong to any one race. It is the sanctuary for all beings of the primordial chaos. Therefore, the celestial court must be inclusive and diverse, allowing a multitude of flowers to bloom. As long as a being possesses capability, virtue, and a heart of tolerance, they may serve in the celestial court. The selection of talent is not contingent upon one's origins. Upon hearing this, Luya felt a profound shock within. Haotian's words have reshaped his understanding of the heavenly court. Although the success of such an approach remains uncertain, it is evident that Haotian, as the heavenly emperor, possesses an impeccable demeanor and magnanimity. Luya cannot help but reflect on whether the initial choice of the demon court was indeed the right one. Haotian chose not to engage further with Luya, recognizing that Luya had been raised in the demon court, and his deeply entrenched beliefs could not be easily swayed by mere words. As they journeyed on, Haotian and his companions finally returned to the Lingxiao Treasure Hall. Before the hall stood a multitude of individuals, including both demon clans and wandering immortals, with the foremost among them being Beis. We pay homage to His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor. No need for excessive formalities. As the grand sacrificial ceremony had yet to take place, the customs of the heavenly court remained rather casual. The celestial sovereign, Haotian, refrains from referring to himself as I, and his ministers do not address him as Your Excellency. Following the completion of ceremonial rites, the assembly proceeded into the magnificent hall of Lingxiao. This hall stands as the most resplendent edifice in the heavenly realm, measuring 99 zhang in length, width, and height. Within, 33 colossal pillars of gold and jade rise majestically, each adorned with intricate carvings depicting various primordial entities, celestial materials, earthly treasures, and the intricate patterns of the 5 elemental laws. The dome of the hall, crafted from starry gold, sparkles with celestial brilliance, enveloped in an endless aura of immortality. At the highest point, in the central position, rests a grand throne embellished with 9 dragons, flanked by a throne of 9 phoenixes. The entire hall exudes opulence and authority. Including Haotian, all present are stepping into the hall of Lingxiao for the very first time. Although Haotian remained unperturbed, having encountered such sights frequently in later generations, the celestial ministers below were utterly astounded. The architecture of the primordial world was predominantly crude, with many sanctuaries merely caves or stone dwellings, while the style of the demon court was exceedingly primitive, starkly contrasting the opulence of the heavenly court. The architectural design of the heavenly court amalgamated the quintessence of various later styles, tailored specifically to its unique stature. Even Haotian felt a sense of awe upon witnessing such a grand hall, while others stood in astonished silence. Some celestial beings even experienced an unprecedented sense of inferiority, akin to a beggar stumbling into a magnificent five-star hotel, instantly engulfed by a disconcerting shame. This emotion elevated their reverence for the heavenly court to an unparalleled level, gradually dissipating any prior feelings of disdain and contempt. At this moment, Luya maintained a calm demeanor, yet he could not help but be momentarily overwhelmed by the unparalleled magnificence and luxury of the Lingxiao Palace. However, as a quasi-saint, he had always held external matters in disdain, allowing him to swiftly regain his composure and redirect his focus to Baizé. The instant his gaze fixed upon Baizé, his mind erupted with a thunderous roar, even shaking his typically steady spirit. Baizé was no ordinary demon, once a formidable figure in the demon court. His status rivaled that of the demon master Kunping. In the past, even the princes of the demon court, like Luya, had to respectfully address Baizé as demon commander, never daring to show the slightest neglect. Yet now, this once exalted minister of the demon court had inexplicably become a celestial official, leaving Luya in a state of bewilderment and confusion. If Luya felt this way, Baizé's astonishment was even more profound. Upon seeing Haotian seated high above, Baizé felt as though struck by lightning, rendering him nearly catatonic. The encounter between a former minister and the prince of a bygone era was an awkwardness that defied description. Even more shocking to Baizé was the realization that Luya, once a prince of the demon court, seemed to have submitted to the heavenly court. Baizé could hardly fathom this reality. His mind felt as if it were filled with glue, utterly devoid of the capacity for thought. Haotian surveyed his surroundings, observing the orderly arrangement of celestial beings and deities, and a satisfied expression emerged upon his visage. He exchanged a glance with Yaochi, and together they ascended into the sky, soaring directly towards the Lingxiao throne. In an instant, they conjured the grand art of transformation, their forms expanding to an impressive 66 zhang. The other celestial beings, witnessing this, promptly followed suit, enlarging their figures to 33 zhang, lest they appear diminutive within the grandeur of the hall. Once everyone was in position, it wasn't long before the bright star of Tai Bai returned to the hall. After performing his salutations, he stood calmly at the left upper side. Meanwhile, Baizé remained stationed at the right upper side, and Luya occupied the central position of the hall, drawing considerable attention. Haotian sat majestically upon the throne of the heavenly firmament, and after a slight nod, he began to introduce to the assembly of immortals. This is the esteemed Taoist Lord Luya, a being of quasi-saintly power. From this day forth, he shall assume the title of the Golden Crow Heavenly Sovereign, holding the esteemed rank of a first-class official. As his words fell, the entire hall was engulfed in astonishment. All the celestial beings wore solemn expressions, bowing respectfully in deference. We pay our respects to the heavenly sovereign. However, Luya remained unfazed by the accolades, for such titles and positions held no significance in the realm of his existence. Yet, having resolved to submit to the heavenly court, he displayed a modicum of acknowledgement, nodding slightly to the assembly of immortals as an acceptance of his new role. Many among the demon clans, upon hearing the title of the Golden Crow Heavenly Sovereign, felt a tinge of confusion, yet failed to ponder further, as they were unfamiliar with Luya's true form. In his earlier days, before taking shape, Luya seldom revealed himself to the masses of demons. Only a select few, such as Baizé, were truly aware of his identity. Subsequently, Haotian turned his gaze towards the esteemed Tai Bai Jinxing and Baizé within the hall, inquiring, "What are the results of the past 300 years? Please share your insights." Tai Bai Jinxing, upon receiving the command, stepped forward with a respectful demeanor and replied, "Your Majesty, over the past 3 centuries, I have traversed the vast expanse of the primordial wilderness, successfully recruiting 1 great Luo Golden Immortal, for Tai E Golden Immortals, 9 Golden Immortals, 13 Shin Immortals, 33 True Immortals, and 520 Celestial Immortals." Upon hearing this, Haotian slightly nodded, a hint of satisfaction evident in his expression. Chapter 6. Floating Pagoda Mountain? Is it solely based on that fiery tree of yours? He pondered privately, in comparison to the heavenly court of his past life. This newly established heavenly court was considerably more robust, with a marked increase in the number of the Luo Golden Immortals. After Tai Bai concluded his report, Baizé stepped forward and respectfully proclaimed, "Your Majesty, in the span of 300 years, I have successfully recruited 1 Luo Golden Immortal from the demon clan. 5 Tai Golden Immortals, 16 Golden Immortals, 23 Xian Immortals, 67 True Immortals, and 1,300 Celestial Immortals. Upon hearing this, Haotian, though maintaining a composed demeanor, inwardly marveled at the profound heritage of the demon tribe. Baze, true to his origins as a veteran of the demon court, had summoned such a remarkable assembly of demon experts single-handedly, a feat commendable enough to garner respect among the celestial beings. After listening to their reports, Tai Bai and Baze exchanged a knowing glance, both feeling a sense of satisfaction with their accomplishments. However, Tai Bai was also aware that while the number of demons gathered by Baze was impressive, their quality varied significantly, leaving uncertainty about how many would remain in the future. At that moment, Haotian suddenly proclaimed, "Indeed, your performance has been commendable, yet I and the Yaochi have not been idle for the past 3 centuries. Arid demon, go and bring forth the others." Obeying the command, the arid demon, as the master of the demon suppression hall, took his leave without hesitation. Shortly thereafter, he returned with over 100 scattered immortals, who stood in orderly formation behind Liya. Although their numbers were not vast, their auras were extraordinary, each one imposing a considerable sense of pressure upon the deities present in the hall. Most of these scattered immortals had attained the levels of Golden Immortal or Profound Immortal, with several being Tai Golden Immortals, and even one late-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal among them. This sudden assembly left the entire gathering in a state of hushed awe, causing many celestial beings to instinctively shrink back, unwilling to meet the gaze of such formidable presences. Observing the high-level strength among the scattered immortals, Baze and Tai Bai swiftly suppressed their earlier pride. Truly, Haotian, the Heavenly Emperor, with this singular display, had effortlessly eclipsed their proud achievements. Subsequently, Haotian instructed the assembled immortals to announce their names and levels of cultivation, while he focused particularly on the 2 Great Luo Golden Immortals. The one summoned by Tai Bai was a nascent Great Luo Golden Immortal known as Nanchan, who would later gain renown as the Southern Dipperstar Lord. The Great Luo Golden Immortal brought by Baze was a transformed divine beast, the Pishio, known for its unique capabilities as an auspicious creature, destined to become a vital ally of the heavenly court in the future. Once all the celestial beings had reported their names, Haotian nodded in satisfaction and spoke slowly. "Your addition to the heavenly court is indeed a great fortune for us." He assured them that the heavenly court would provide fair recompense to all, promising that those who pledged their service would not be neglected. Haotian made it unequivocally clear that following the grand celestial ceremony, the appointments and positions of the various immortals would be announced. However, prior to this, he would undertake a thorough rectification of the celestial laws, establishing a framework of regulations to ensure the orderly functioning of the heavenly court. With a sudden shift in tone, imbued with a newfound severity, he declared, "Should anyone find themselves unable to adapt to these celestial regulations, they are free to depart at this moment. If one were to contravene these laws post-ascension, the consequences shall be merciless." His words instilled a sense of caution among the assembled immortals, many of whom felt the weight of Haotian's authority and contemplated retreat. The primordial realm had long been devoid of rigid rules, and the deities and spirits were accustomed to a state of laxity. The imposition of celestial regulations left them feeling profoundly oppressed. Haotian disregarded their thoughts and turned to Tai Bai. Speaking in a low voice, "Please elaborate on the matters concerning the Western Gate." Tai Bai immediately bowed in acknowledgement and slowly recounted the events before the assembly. Haotian observed the reactions of the celestial beings with a heavy heart. He noticed that many of the deities displayed little anger upon hearing the affront from the guards of the Western Gate. To these celestial beings, the true fault of the 2 Tai Golden Immortals lay merely in their failure to recognize Haotian's identity, thus disrespecting the Heavenly Emperor. Even more troubling for Haotian was their perception that the fault did not rest with the gatekeepers, but rather with him for concealing his identity and placing himself in an awkward predicament. Although Haotian could not entirely fathom their innermost thoughts, he had gleaned their sentiments from their expressions. The shortcomings of the heavenly court's lack of regulation were glaringly apparent. At that moment, an urgent feeling surged within him, compelling the swift establishment of celestial laws to create a new order for the heavenly court. Suddenly, Haotian recalled the fundamental significance of the Fengshen calamity. Perhaps the purpose of this calamity extended beyond the conferral of divine positions. aiming instead to teach the myriad beings of the primordial chaos about order and propriety through the turmoil of the mortal realm. 4. The human race has always adhered to military law, and war serves as the finest crucible for discipline. In the past, many celestial beings of the heavenly court had gradually integrated into it after enduring trials in human warfare. It was only after that calamity that the heavenly court truly became the central authority governing the operations of the three realms, bringing greater order to the cosmos. Therefore, the monumental task of the Hongjun calamity was inescapable. The only distinction this time was that the heavenly court must firmly maintain its dominant position. It could not afford to repeat the mistakes of the past, allowing the chaos of the primordial world to flourish unchecked, permitting treacherous ministers and usurpers to seize opportunities for gain. This time, the threshold of the heavenly court would be raised, and not all celestial beings and demons would gain easy admission. In the previous incarnation of the Hongjun, some individuals of poor character and mediocre abilities inexplicably attained divine status and even held significant positions, which was utterly absurd. Such occurrences would not be permitted to transpire again under Haotian's watch. The report from the Tai by Jingxing rendered the Ling Shao treasure hall momentarily silent. Many celestial beings were left bewildered, as they could not comprehend the meaning behind Tai Bai's words. Haotian stifled the helplessness within his heart, took a deep breath, and gazed at the Tai by Jingxing, inquiring, "Tai Bai, are you aware of the transgressions committed by these two individuals?" Tai by Jingxing's expression grew solemn. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Your Majesty, these two have violated the principles of disrespect towards their superiors and have abused their power." Upon hearing this, a fleeting disappointment crossed Haotian's brow. "Is that all?" He pressed again, his tone now tinged with a hint of frost. Tai Bai was momentarily taken aback, his countenance wavering, clearly at a loss for words. After all, while he possessed some ability in governance, his insight and perspective remained woefully inadequate. With a gentle sigh, Haotian reflected on the arduous nature of his position as the celestial emperor, the weight of this responsibility resurfacing in his heart. In a moment of resignation, he broke the silence and turned to Tai Bai Jingxing, imparting with profound significance, "Tai Bai, as the Chancellor of Heaven, one must always cultivate the ability to perceive the larger picture and prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Though these may seem trivial matters, if allowed to accumulate, they are sure to escalate into grave concerns." Upon hearing Haotian's words, Tai Bai felt a jolt of realization and promptly bowed, responding, "I humbly beseech your Majesty to issue your edicts with clarity." Haotian nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over all the celestial beings in the hall, his tone gradually turning solemn. "The heavenly court stands as the epicenter of the three realms, and all present bear the weighty responsibility of governing the myriad spirits of these realms. As the sovereign of the three realms and the teacher of all beings, one must always harbor reverence in one's heart and adhere to decorum. One must never act recklessly." His voice resonated like rolling thunder, shaking the entire Lingxiao treasure hall. Let us consider the matter of the Western Heavenly Gate. The actions of these two celestial beings have committed 4 grave transgressions. First, their arrogance reflects a complete lack of celestial demeanor. Second, they unilaterally made decisions, dismissing guests with disrespect. Third, they accepted bribes, tarnishing their integrity. Fourth, they spoke carelessly, offending the sovereign. All 4 of these are severe taboos for the celestial officials of the heavenly court. Should any of you transgress in the future, only severe punishment awaits. At his declaration, a chill swept over the celestial beings, causing their hearts to tremble. Once, they had perceived the heavenly court merely as a newly established, loose organization, but they were taken aback by the multitude of regulations. Moreover, these rules were not only stringent, but also showed no leniency, even towards minor roles such as gatekeepers. The ordinary celestial beings, who had entered the heavenly court with high hopes, were immediately consumed by regret. Had it not been for the blood oath they had sworn, they would have turned and fled. Conversely, the Tai Bai Jingxing appeared to be enlightened, his eyes gradually igniting with fervor as a new perspective began to take shape in his mind. He mused internally, "This is the essence of strategic thinking. This is the crux of governing the celestial path." The other celestial beings, however, did not share Tai Bai's sense of fortune. They resented the constraints, yet found themselves with no avenue of escape, resorting to silent deliberation. Amidst this turmoil, a heavenly soldier suddenly burst into the hall, urgently exclaiming, "Your Majesty, the two transgressors of the Western Heavenly Gate have defied orders and injured the guards. They have now fled to the lower realms." The hall fell silent as if death had gripped it. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Fury ignited within Yuan Hong and the other scattered immortals. One stomped his foot heavily, loudly declaring, "What audacity!" Yuan Hong stepped forward, cupping his hands in respect, and implored, "Your Majesty, such reckless individuals must not be pardoned. I humbly request to lead a force to apprehend them, bringing them back as an example." At that moment, an icy system notification echoed in Haotian's ears. Ding! Side quest triggered. The Heavenly Court is newly established and urgently needs to instill fear across the three realms. The host may dispatch celestial officials to suppress the transgressors, with rewards including the extraordinary treasure of the Slaying Immortals platform and the appointment of an executioner. With a slight upward curve of his lips, Haotian's gaze was as frigid as frost and snow. He promptly declared, "The proposal put forth by Yuan Xian is precisely in accordance with my imperial intent. Henceforth, I command you all to form a pursuit team to swiftly apprehend the two culprits." Yuan Hong immediately proclaimed, "I, your humble servant, am willing to lead the charge." Several celestial officials subsequently stepped forward in agreement. However, a greater number of celestial beings bowed their heads in silence, either reluctant to exert themselves or gripped by fear. The great Luo Jingxian regarded these lesser figures with a hint of disdainful amusement. Haotian held no reservations regarding this matter. Everything requires time, and these celestial beings and demons will inevitably comprehend the significance of striving for their tasks. Thus, with Master Yuan at the helm, and the two immortals of Changwu and Hushan assisting, they shall promptly set forth with the 6 generals of Meishan and 1,000 heavenly soldiers to capture the sinful immortal. The humble general accepts the order. Yuan Hong, filled with joy, strode out of the grand hall with his head held high. As Yuan Hong departed, the inaugural Celestial Court assembly also came to a close. Haotian summoned several other core celestial beings to the spacious and transparent Hall of Clarity, intending to discuss matters anew. As for Yaochi, she was preoccupied with the construction of her own Yaochi Palace and could not accompany them. Within the Hall of Clarity, Haotian first directed his attention towards Kong Xian and the golden-winged Great Pong. In a gentle tone, he inquired, "Kong Xian, Great Pong, do you find your stay in the Heavenly Court to be comfortable?" Kong Xian let out a cold snort, his expression impassive as he retorted, "What if I am accustomed? And what if I am not? Has your Majesty granted us permission to depart?" Haotian nodded slightly, his tone unembellished. "If you wish to depart, you may do so now." Kong Xian was entirely unprepared for Haotian's unexpected candor, his expression reflecting disbelief. "Is this truly the case?" "I speak no falsehood," Haotian replied, his demeanor tranquil. "However, upon your departure, do take heed not to engage in unwarranted slaughter, for that would position you as an adversary to the Heavenly Court." Kong Xian paused momentarily, then grasped the golden-winged Daping and departed without a backward glance. The assembled immortals observed this scene with a mixture of confusion and curiosity, while Haotian merely remarked, "To retain them against their will serves no purpose. It is better to let them go." He then turned his attention to Bai Zhe and Tai Bai Jingxing, issuing a solemn directive. In the future, the Heavenly Court must refine its celestial regulations and rituals. Each of you shall devote 200 years to formulating a set of guidelines. He added, "The efficacy of these regulations will be tied to the evaluation of the celestial officials, with the assessment occurring at the grand examination 200 years hence. You must exert your utmost effort." The immortals responded in unison, their countenances revealing a blend of gravity and reverence. Bai Zhe and Tai Bai exchanged glances, their expressions serious, bowing respectfully in acquiescence. This task posed significant challenges for them, verging on the extraordinarily difficult, as they were entirely uncertain of the precise form that Haotian's celestial regulations and rituals should take. Moreover, there had been no precedent for such matters in the primordial chaos. They could only rely on their intellect to decipher the requirements. Yet, this daunting challenge also ignited their competitive spirits. Both immortals brimmed with confidence in their own cleverness. If Haotian could accomplish it, why could they not? "We shall accept the decree," they proclaimed in unison, bowing before retreating. Subsequently, Haotian offered brief encouragement to Nanshun and Pai Xiao, allowing them to leave as well. Ultimately, only Haotian and Luya remained within the halls of Tongming. With a graceful wave of his hand, Haotian conjured a resplendent jade celestial table that hovered gracefully in the air. Following this, he deftly gestured, and beside the celestial table appeared an exquisite tea set accompanied by a kettle filled with the ethereal spring water he had brought from the southern continent. Each piece of the tableware, crafted by Haotian's own hands during 3 centuries of leisure, was complemented by an array of charming trinkets. Finally, with a subtle movement of his fingers, the flames roared to life, and the water began to bubble. Do take a sip. This tea tree possesses the finest postnatal spiritual roots, and imbibing it will ensure the clarity of one's soul. Haotian brewed a pot of dahong pao and poured a cup for Luya. Luya did not decline, lifting the teacup to take a sip. He gently smacked his lips, slightly raised his brows, and displayed an expression of astonishment, saying, "Master Uncle, this tea is extraordinary, far superior to any I have encountered before. Of course, my tea has been meticulously crafted, preserving the essence of the tea leaves while maximizing the flavor. The teas you have consumed are nothing short of a waste, merely boiled away in water." Luya chuckled softly, choosing not to respond, clearly disinterested in the topic at hand. Haotian shook his head, pondering whether he was merely playing a lute to a cow. Losing interest in tea, he ceased his idle chatter. With a deft motion of his hand, a colossal golden egg, towering at a height of 10 feet, materialized in his grasp. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Luya sprang to his feet in a surge of excitement. In an instant, he recognized that the golden egg in Haotian's possession was none other than the fabled Jinwu egg. He sensed a potent pulse of bloodline energy emanating from the egg, a sensation he had only encountered in the presence of his late brothers. Could it be that his father had secretly bestowed upon him a younger sibling? Luya's thoughts became a tumultuous whirlpool, his mind drifting aimlessly. Taking a deep breath, he reached out to seize the Jinwu egg, only for Haotian to deftly retract it. Luya furrowed his brow, perplexed by his master's intentions. "Shouldn't this be a question for me?" Haotian replied with a faint smile, sipping tea with a calm demeanor. "I have already stated that even if you were to join the heavenly court, the Jinwu egg would not be bestowed upon you. It must be earned through merit. So, what is it that you wish to do now?" Luya hesitated for a moment, offering an awkward smile as he glanced at Haotian. Gritting his teeth, he donned a pleading expression and implored, "Master, if I vow to serve the heavenly court for a millennium, might I be granted a Jinwu egg in advance?" Upon hearing this, Haotian let out a light laugh. "Absolutely not. You are now an official of the heavenly court, no longer an outsider, and thus cannot engage in transactions with the celestial realm." Luya was momentarily taken aback. "Wait, Master Uncle, my position as an official was conferred by you. What does it have to do with me? That was also your consent. But you never mentioned that celestial officials could not conduct transactions with the heavenly court, and you never inquired. Who could have foreseen that you would make such a request today?" Luya's expression gradually turned blank, as if a swarm of crows had flown through his mind. Secretly lamenting how utterly unfair this was, Haotian observed that the moment was nearly ripe and smiled, saying, "All right, your master uncle is merely jesting with you." Luya was taken aback, a look of delight spreading across his face. Did the master uncle agree? Not at all. Luya was once again stunned, gazing at Haotian with a hint of resentment in his eyes. "Do not rush. Allow me to finish my words. The reason I do not bestow upon you the golden crow egg is that I have your best interests at heart. Do you truly comprehend how to incubate a golden crow egg?" Haotian casually inquired. Luya scratched his head, feeling embarrassed as he replied, "I do not understand. Do you possess a suitable cave or dojo to nurture the little golden crow?" Haotian continued to probe. "What about my floating pagoda mountain?" "Floating pagoda mountain? You think that tree of fire can sustain a little golden crow?" "The growth of a golden crow requires an immense amount of fiery energy." Luya was taken aback. These questions had never crossed his mind. After a moment of contemplation, Luya asked, "Master Uncle, do you have any solutions?" "Of course." Haotian paused, and then smiled mysteriously. "Do you remember the fusang tree?" "It is with me." "What?" Luya jumped up in surprise. "The fusang tree is with you?" He could hardly believe it. The fusang wood is one of the 10 supreme innate spiritual roots, a treasure of immeasurable worth, especially for the golden crow tribe. The fusang tree is the most suitable habitat for young golden crows. It was on the fusang tree that 10 young golden crows grew in the past. One could say that the fusang tree is the cradle of the golden crow tribe, a fact Luya was very familiar with and even nostalgic about. However, the fusang tree had vanished after the witch demon war, and Luya had searched extensively without success. He never expected it to still be in Haotian's possession. At this moment, Liu Ye's gaze towards Haotian became fervent. Master Uncle. Lacking a hard approach, Liu Ye could only resort to a soft one. There was no way around it. Aside from speaking kindly, he truly had no leverage over Haotian. Liu Ye was merely a rogue immortal without a background. And even the nurturing goddess Nuwa had severed ties with him completely upon his departure from the Huahuang Palace. Now, he had to resolve all his matters independently. From a certain perspective, Liu Ye was indeed pitiable. Having lost his brothers at a young age, his family shattered, and the demon court in ruins. His former status as a prince was long lost. Now, faced with challenges, he had no allies. Chapter 7. Heavenly Court Secrets. No comment yet. He still did not give up, actively seeking solutions. Such resilience was commendable. Do not call for me. It is of no use. Haotian replied nonchalantly. If you truly wish to propagate the Golden Crow lineage, then earnestly remain in the Heavenly Court, serving it and accumulating merit. As long as you have sufficient accomplishments. Not only can I provide you with little golden crows, but I can also grant you the Fusang tree. As for the little golden crows, do not worry. Although others may falter, I am far more capable of raising them than you. Upon hearing this, Liu Ye's expression turned serious as he gazed intently at Haotian, asking, Master Uncle, is this sincere? Always remember, my words are not mere jest. Liu Ye firmly nodded. Master Uncle, I understand. From now on, there will be no more Liu Ye in the primordial world, only the Golden Crow Heavenly Monarch. Ha! Excellent. Haotian replied joyfully, just so. The celestial palace of the 31 heavens is uninhabited. You shall go there. You will take on the role of guardian of the 31 heavens. The Golden Crow obeys. Liu Ye respectfully bowed and then withdrew. From this moment forth, he had truly aligned himself with the heavenly court. At least until he obtained the little golden crow and the Fusang tree, he was now the Golden Crow Heavenly Monarch of the heavenly court. After Liu Ye departed, Haotian remained alone in the luminous treasure hall. With nothing to occupy him, he summoned a spiritual treasure known as the Falling Treasure Coin. This coin had been gifted to him by Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao. Haotian had not actually utilized it. When Haotian expressed his desire to recruit the two, they thoughtfully presented this treasure. Indeed, Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao were among the rare loyal individuals in the primordial world. The power of the Falling Treasure Coin should not be underestimated, as it could even strike down innate spiritual treasures. Although using the Falling Treasure Coin required the expenditure of fortune or virtue, as the Emperor of Heaven, Haotian would not lack either resource in the future. Haotian did not intend to easily employ this treasure, for the name Falling Treasure Money signifies its purpose extends beyond mere treasure. It pertains fundamentally to currency. With the existence of the heavenly court, it is only natural to establish a monetary system, the importance of which is self-evident. The crux of the matter lies in how to utilize Falling Treasure Money to create a currency suitable for the primordial world, a question that warrants careful contemplation. To serve as currency, its material must adhere to the standards of hard currency prevalent in this realm, such as gold, silver, and copper found in the mortal world. In the primordial realm, hard currencies are limited to a few: virtue, fortune, laws, divine materials, miraculous medicines, and supernatural techniques. Among these, the latter two are too varied and disordered to function as currency. The diversity of laws presents another challenge. Unless one can distill a law devoid of attributes applicable to all, it remains unsuitable, as not all celestial beings require laws. And cultivators below the golden immortal rank cannot even access them, rendering this option impractical. Thus, the remaining choices are virtue and fortune. Both are viable. Yet fortune is far too precious for extensive consumption. Ultimately, Haotian's sole choice is virtue money. In the primordial realm, virtue is nearly omnipotent, with almost every being reliant on its support. If virtue could be transformed into currency, it would undoubtedly become an object of fervent desire among the celestial beings. Just as Haotian was engrossed in contemplating how to forge currency from virtue, a sudden notification from the system rang out. Ding! The host has triggered a special side quest. Please use Falling Treasure Money to mint the first batch of virtue coins in the primordial realm. With a minimum quantity of 10,000 pieces. Task rewards. Unlock the function to exchange fortune points for virtue coins, activate the fortune points marketplace, and enable the virtue conversion card exchange function. Note: this task is special. The method for crafting virtue coins has been provided in advance. Please check, host. Haotian's eyes widened in astonishment and joy, his heart brimming with surprise. The system was remarkably considerate, providing him with such an abundance of information and rewards. It was almost overwhelming. The sheer volume of data was too immense to absorb all at once. Haotian promptly accessed the system interface, eagerly anticipating the details of his task. Within moments, a spark of excitement began to illuminate his eyes. The rewards of this special mission left him utterly exhilarated, as if a fortuitous opportunity had descended from the heavens. Upon completion of the task, he would be able to exchange luck points for merit currency, alleviating a significant dilemma that had been weighing on his mind. After all, the abundance of merit as a currency is fundamentally crucial. While the grand ceremony of offering to the heavens would grant him a considerable amount of merit, it could scarcely satisfy the needs of countless beings in the primordial world. Even with gradual promotion, the supply of merit would struggle to cover all creatures. However, if luck points could indeed be converted into merit currency, the problem would be resolved effortlessly. The celestial realm continually generates luck points, with the celestial prison contributing 3 million points every century, a staggering quantity. Not to mention, with the ongoing expansion of the celestial realm, the number of prisoners would gradually increase, leading to an inexhaustible flow of luck points akin to the rivers, allowing Haotian to acquire as many as he desires. This provides a solid foundation for the production of merit currency. Moreover, the system thoughtfully offered the crafting method in advance, sparing Haotian from the burdens of operational concerns. Even more exhilarating, the function of the luck point marketplace was simultaneously activated. With the currency in hand, the next step would be to establish goods to support the trading market. The celestial realm would create a trading platform, enabling celestial officials to utilize this currency, thereby igniting their enthusiasm for work and desire for merit. This represents merely the foundational advantages. Furthermore, if Haotian refrained from opening the trading market and distributing merit currency for the time being, those yearning for merit currency and various treasures would have no choice but to enter the celestial realm as officials, compelling scattered immortals to rush to serve the celestial court. At that point, Haotian would not only refrain from actively recruiting, but could also select the most suitable talents from the influx. The celestial realm would then genuinely root itself in the primordial world. Subsequently, the reward of the merit conversion card brought a tremendous surprise to Haotian. Initially, he harbored doubts regarding the merit conversion card's utility, as merit itself was already potent enough, seemingly requiring no intermediary for conversion. However, upon closer inspection, a wave of exhilaration swiftly flashed in Haotian's eyes. The most common use of merit is to enhance one's cultivation, a fact he was keenly aware of, as the 6 saints of the primordial world ascended to sainthood through the accumulation of merit. Yet, this approach carries a significant flaw: the greater the merit, the deeper the assimilation by the heavenly Tao. Once one utilizes merit to elevate their cultivation, it signifies an inextricable bond with the heavenly Tao. If Haotian were willing to become a puppet of the heavenly Tao, he might freely absorb merit. However, it was evident that he was unwilling to merely become a fragment of the heavenly Tao. In this context, the merit conversion card's significance became particularly pronounced. It possesses the ability to transform heavenly Tao merit into unclaimed merit, which is pure energy, devoid of any constraints. Armed with sufficient unclaimed merit, Haotian could even transcend to the realm of the primordial golden immortal without the need for the primordial purple energy. Simultaneously, he could utilize unclaimed merit to comprehend new principles. Although the principles of chaos suit him, the pace of cultivation is excessively slow and demands substantial merit support. As the celestial emperor, Haotian is entirely capable of cultivating the emperor's law, a doctrine that stands on par with the law of chaos. Once successfully mastered, Haotian will remain eternally intertwined with the heavenly court. The stronger the heavenly court becomes, the more potent his law will grow. Should he unify the primordial world, the emperor's law would ascend to become the most formidable of all laws within that realm. Furthermore, as the heavenly court gains strength, Haotian's comprehension of the emperor's law will become increasingly effortless, and the merit required will diminish. It is, indeed, a mutually beneficial scenario. However, the law of chaos cannot be disregarded, for the future remains shrouded in uncertainty. Thus, a dual approach is the most prudent course of action. Upon closing the system interface, Haotian's heart swelled with excitement and exhilaration. The insights gained today have truly broadened his horizons. The rewards from this task are far more thrilling than subjugating the ancient 3 clans, rendering the two utterly incomparable. Today's task rewards have effectively paved Haotian's path towards sainthood. After a moment of elation, he fell into deep contemplation. Achieving the realm of the Hongjun de Luo Golden Immortal is an imperative goal he must attain. And the sooner he can break through, the better. Should he remain unsanctified before the calamity of the investiture of the gods, he would be unable to seize the initiative, nor could he stand on equal footing with the 5 great saints. Haotian suddenly recalled that he still possessed a card for cultivation advancement. Initially, he intended to use it to ascend to the mid or late stage of quasi-saint, as he was unaware of how to break through to the realm of Hongjun Daluo Jingxian at that time. However, now armed with the merit conversion card, he could effortlessly leverage the unclaimed merits to swiftly ascend to the pinnacle of quasi-saint, and then utilize the cultivation advancement card to leap into the realm of Hongjun Daluo Jingxian in one fell swoop. Yet, this endeavor would still require a substantial amount of merit. The most opportune moment to acquire merit was none other than the grand ceremony of offering sacrifices to heaven. Haotian whispered softly, his mind swiftly contemplating the subsequent steps. The heavenly sacrifice ceremony would present him with an unparalleled opportunity to communicate directly with the Tao of heaven, where each of his actions would be intricately linked to the celestial realm and the grand tides of the primordial world. In that moment, he would harness the primal forces to rapidly accumulate merit, thereby creating favorable conditions for his own breakthrough. Following the ceremony, Haotian would undoubtedly astonish all, transcending into the realm of the Hongjun Daluo Jingxian. At that time, the renown of the heavenly court would swiftly echo throughout the entirety of the primordial world. Setting aside the matter of merit for the moment, Haotian extended his hand, and the golden crow egg reappeared in his palm. The little golden crow must be incubated without delay, for it would bestow upon him immense merit. Legends of later generations whisper, a day in the heavens equates to a year on earth. Haotian initially believed that the disparity in the flow of time between the celestial realm and the mortal realm was the cause of his predicament. However, as he traversed through dimensions, he gradually comprehended that this phenomenon was intricately linked to the prolonged duration of the primordial era. The vastness of the primordial expanse rendered a single day and night equivalent to a year in later epochs. Such an interminable cycle of day and night posed no hindrance to deities and immortals, yet it presented formidable challenges for mortals. At present, humanity remained entrenched in a primitive existence, subsisting on raw flesh and blood, with the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors yet to emerge. The protracted nights had a profound impact on the survival of humankind. Thus, altering the celestial timing of the mortal realm had become an imperative necessity. The sole means to effect such a transformation was the emergence of a miniature sun. Haotian was unaware of how the future generations would forge the sun, yet he was certain that it was not the 3-legged golden crow. The ordinary sun could not be compared to the 3-legged golden crow. The sun is the source of all things, and its essence determines the vitality of existence. An ordinary sun can only emit mundane radiance, while the brilliance of the 3-legged golden crow embodies the utmost principles of Yang, fostering the growth of all life. Certain spiritual roots of heaven and earth cannot thrive under the ordinary sun. Thus, the significance of the 3-legged golden crow is evident. The decline of humanity in later generations is intrinsically linked to the absence of the sun. Ding. The host has triggered a side quest. Please, host, shed blood to incubate the 3-legged golden crow. Rewards include the inheritance of the sun's fire seed, an exclusive secret realm, 100 crimson flame fruit trees, and a monument for the inheritance of the 3. Without the slightest hesitation, Haotian resolutely decided to exert every effort to accomplish the task at hand. Upon reviewing the assignment, he extended his hand, allowing a drop of his essence to fall directly into the golden crow egg. In an instant, the egg radiated a blinding brilliance as Haotian's blood was swiftly absorbed. Shortly thereafter, cracks began to appear on the surface of the egg, widening progressively until, with a crisp sound of shattering, the golden crow egg was completely broken. From the shattered shell sprang a 3-legged golden crow, its entire form engulfed in crimson flames. At first glance, it appeared somewhat unappealing, yet exuded an undeniable spirit. The young golden crow flapped its wings, stretching its body before promptly devouring the remnants of the broken shell. After consuming the shell, it closed its eyes, seemingly engaged in the process of digesting and absorbing the energy contained within. Moments later, the golden crow erupted in a dazzling display of light. As the radiance subsided, Haotian beheld the magnificent transformation of the young golden crow, now resplendent with striking purple-red feathers that shimmered enchantingly. Its wings and tail were as beautiful as those of a phoenix. Most notably, the golden crow sported elongated, antler-like horns atop its head, emanating purple-red flames that were both splendid and formidable. A flicker of fervor ignited within Haotian's eyes as he marveled. Indeed, it is the three-legged golden crow, a sight of unparalleled beauty. The diminutive golden crow stood at a mere half a meter in height, exuding no semblance of menace, but rather an undeniable charm. Perhaps due to its sanguine origins, a profound bloodline connection was established between the fledgling golden crow and Haotian from the moment of its birth. Upon awakening from slumber and catching sight of Haotian, the little golden crow instantly bounded towards him with affectionate exuberance, reminiscent of a long-lost kin reunited. "Yaya," it chirped joyously. "Splendid, splendid. My dear little one, as you are the first of your kind, let us bestow upon you a name. How about Genie?" Haotian suggested with a smile. "Yaya." The little golden crow evidently reveled in its new name, bursting with excitement. Haotian gently caressed the feathers of the little golden crow, who showed no signs of resistance, instead revealing a look of contentment. Strangely, although the little golden crow was ablaze with the scorching fire of the sun, Haotian felt no heat upon touching it. Rather, he experienced a soothing warmth enveloping him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The reward has been issued. Please check for its receipt. Haotian smiled faintly, perceiving this to be the simplest task he had ever undertaken, extracting the spark of solar fire. He silently chanted in his heart. Suddenly, he felt a surge of searing energy erupt within him, as if his very soul had been ignited by flames. In that moment, Haotian seemed to lose control over his body, enveloped entirely by the intense warmth of the fire. After what felt like an eternity, he finally regained mastery over his form. His mind flooded with a wealth of information. Once he had organized all the data, he extended his hand, and a wisp of solar fire materialized in his palm. At that moment, Haotian had become adept at wielding the solar fire. Upon witnessing the flames surrounding Haotian, the little golden crow grew even more affectionate, flapping its wings and flying into his embrace. Haotian, with a resigned smile, indulged it in play for a while before extracting his personal secret realm. The entrance to this realm was a ring. As long as he wore it, Haotian could enter at any moment, and this realm belonged solely to him. Impervious to the intrusion of others without his consent, Haotian channeled his mystical energy, and in an instant, a luminous portal materialized in the air. He entered the portal alongside the little golden crow, and as they spun through the vortex, they found themselves within the secret realm. The expanse of this secret domain was modest, comparable to the 32 heavens, yet it sufficed to serve as a sanctuary for the little golden crow. This was the exclusive haven of the golden crow, surrounded by a world ablaze with myriad flames that filled the entire space. Upon entering the secret realm, the little golden crow soared with exuberance, clearly enamored with this enchanting location. With a smile, Haotian waved his hand, and a colossal flame tree rose majestically at the heart of the secret realm. This was the Fusang tree, one of the 10 primordial spiritual roots, a supreme treasure for beings of the fire attribute. Upon sighting the Fusang tree, the little golden crow soared joyfully onto its branches, as if returning to a warm and cherished home. Subsequently, Haotian extracted the crimson flame fruit tree and the golden crow heritage steel. The crimson flame fruit tree is a unique spiritual root that can only thrive in flames, bearing fruits that significantly accelerate the growth of fire attribute beings. If the little golden crow were to consume these crimson flame fruits regularly, its growth rate would be markedly enhanced, potentially transforming within a few short years instead of the millennia it would typically require. As for the golden crow heritage steel, it is exceedingly precious, bestowing upon the little golden crow a complete lineage of cultivation. Its comprehensive content led Haotian to believe it might even surpass the innate teachings of Emperor Jun and Tai. This heritage directly points toward the sacred path. Although attaining sanctity is immensely challenging, it offers the little golden crow a viable pathway. Finally, Haotian retrieved 9 golden crow eggs from his ring, hatching each one with his own vital essence and bestowing upon them names: Jin Shuang, Jin San, Jin Si, Jin Wu, Jin Lu, Jin Qi, Jin Ba, Jin Jiu, and Jin Shi. These names are simple and memorable, facilitating future management. The 10 little golden crows gathered together, frolicking joyously like a group of mischievous children. Haotian resolved to keep these 10 little golden crows for himself, rather than handing them over to Luya. After all, they were hatched from his own essence, and in a certain sense, they could be considered his progeny. Moreover, with an additional 90 golden crow eggs at his disposal, there was ample supply to satisfy Luya's needs. Once these 10 little golden crows fully formed, Haotian intended to bestow upon each of them a drop of the primordial essence from the deity Jun, thereby enhancing their foundational strength. At that juncture, their innate talents would be extraordinarily formidable, and their future prospects boundless. Haotian did not rush to depart. During his recent task, he acquired numerous divine abilities. Yet the 8-9 profound art and the 10 supreme powers remained untransmitted. With Haotian having ascended to the level of a quasi-saint, upon claiming his rewards, the 8-9 profound art immediately reached the 8th layer of mastery, and the 10 supreme powers attained a level of proficiency. The 10 supreme powers originated from the 36 celestial techniques, some of which bore resemblance to these techniques, including methods such as law of heaven and earth, 3 heads and 6 arms, universe in a sleeve, and external avatar. In battles among quasi-saints, these abilities became unnecessary, as confrontations were predominantly reliant on artifacts and principles, rendering these powers nearly useless in their eyes. Nevertheless, these abilities were still worthy of inheritance, as they held significant allure for the Luo Jingxian. While Haotian was cultivating, Yuan Hong had already arrived at the southern heavenly gate with the 6 monsters of Meishan, 2 Tai Jingxian deputy generals, and 1,000 heavenly soldiers. "General, the wilderness is vast. Where shall we find them?" inquired Hushan, a Tai Jingxian in early stage, puzzled. Yuan Hong led the army to a halt outside the southern heavenly gate and replied calmly, "We need not search. Someone will surely guide us." "Someone will guide us." Hushan was perplexed, yet he did not inquire further, as he was merely following along to share the glory. Another Changwu Jingxian exhibited a contemplative expression. Soon, 2 heavenly soldiers flew out from within the southern heavenly gate. Heavenly soldiers? Hushan's countenance shifted upon seeing them. The heavenly soldiers of the celestial court were exceedingly powerful, numerous, and each possessed formidable cultivation. Indeed, the heavenly soldiers. When the 2 traitorous celestial beings fled, the heavenly soldiers had already set their sights on them. Yuan Hong explained with a smile. The Changwu Jingxian questioned, "If the heavenly soldiers have located them, why not capture them directly?" Yuan Hong smiled slightly. "The heavenly soldiers are the emperor's personal troops. Their duty is to oversee the realm, while capturing traitorous celestial beings falls under the jurisdiction of the Celestial Suppression Hall. Currently, the Suppression Hall lacks personal troops, which is why we have this opportunity to act." The Changwu Jingxian became increasingly intrigued by the heavenly soldier's strength. After the 2 personal troops nodded at Yuan Hong, they ceased further conversation and took the lead. The heavenly soldiers possessed unique secret methods and excelled in tracking. Entrusted with a task, they would undoubtedly accomplish it smoothly. Guided by the 2 heavenly soldiers, the army swiftly made its way to the northern continent, ultimately halting in a place beset by snow and storms. They certainly know how to pick a location. Had it not been for the guidance of the heavenly soldiers dispatched by the celestial court, we might not have found their hiding place. The Changwu Jingxian remarked with a tone of admiration. The northern continent was one of the harshest regions in the wilderness, its harsh environment surpassing even that of the barren West Nyohajo. The vast land was almost perpetually blanketed in snow, with certain areas' temperatures plummeting to levels unbearable even for celestial beings, rendering the place desolate and lifeless. Nonetheless, following the world-shaking war of the witches and demons, this frigid land had become a refuge for some remnants of the demon and witch clans. The demon master Kuanpung, who resided in the northern sea region, became the most well-known figure in this icy expanse. Yuan Hong scanned the snowy plains, his sharp gaze missing no detail. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, fixating on a concealed area, and he emitted a cold snort. "Come out." Yuan Hong's voice resonated with the might of thunder. "Since we can find this place, your whereabouts have long been exposed. If you wish to avoid a crushing defeat, I advise you to surrender willingly." No sooner had he finished speaking than a man emerged from the hidden entrance of a snow-covered mountain, bearing a gloomy expression. He was one of the 2 traitorous celestial beings. The man looked up at the heavenly soldiers, his face contorted with rage, and bellowed, "How did you pinpoint my location?" Yuan Hong's gaze was icy, and his tone remained unwavering. "This is a celestial court secret. I cannot disclose it." Chapter 8. Chang'e standing beside Yuan Hong. The Changwu Jinxian's expression turned complex. Initially, he believed that the renowned Yuan Hong was merely a simple-minded brute who wielded his staff without thought. However, it was now evident that this monkey demon, who had caused a stir in the Earth Immortal realm, was far more astute and meticulous than he had imagined. Not merely a character relying on brute force. Speak cautiously and act prudently. This divine decree, bestowed by the Celestial Emperor, was often overlooked by most celestial officials. Yet Yuan Hong had committed it to memory and put it into practice ahead of others. The Changwu Jinxian marveled inwardly. Such a person, not only resilient in character, was also poised to carve out a significant presence in the celestial court. What do you celestial beings want? The man's forehead bulged with veins as he furiously pointed at Yuan Hong. Is it merely because of our poor attitude that you intend to seize us for questioning? Are you not afraid of driving the celestial officials away with such harsh edicts? Yuan Hong waved his hand dismissively, his expression devoid of emotion. My duty is to apprehend you. As for anything else, discussing it with you is futile. I ask you one last time. Will you surrender willingly? Or will you resist to the end? You dare. The man roared with thunderous fury, his eyes filled with disdain. A wild monkey dares to threaten me. Today, I shall show you what true magic is. As soon as he finished speaking, his form suddenly expanded, towering to nearly 90-odd zhang in height. He threw back his head and roared, the cold wind swirling and sending snow flying, as he provocatively glared down at Yuan Hong. Yuan Hong merely shook his head, raising his hand gently, and the fearsome iron staff materialized in his grasp. Without uttering another word, he swung the iron rod downward. With a resounding crash, the traitorous celestial being was sent flying, his massive form shrinking back to normal in an instant. Amidst the swirling ice and dust, the man's body was embedded within the mountain, his fate unknown. Flashy nonsense, Yuan Hong remarked nonchalantly, not worth noting. His display left the heavenly soldiers in stunned silence. And as they regained their composure, they erupted into thunderous cheers. The celestial court stood majestically above the 33 heavens, with two crucial core locations. One was the bullfighting palace area, where the Lingxiao Hall and various high-ranking officials conducted their affairs, forming the center of authority for the celestial court. The other was the Yaochi fairyland, the residence of celestial maidens and the exclusive territory of the Queen Mother. At this moment, Haotian had just emerged from the secluded Golden Crow secret realm, having learned relevant divine abilities, and strolled leisurely into the Yaochi fairyland. Even someone as formidable as Haotian had to concede that this secret realm was among the most refreshing places in the wilderness. Unlike other heavy clouds, the sky of Yaochi was composed of numerous uneven cloud blocks, each radiating gentle celestial light. Scattered throughout the secret realm were various buildings, with the grand Yaochi palace soaring high amidst the cloud cascades, exuding an air of nobility. As he wandered, Haotian noticed that despite Yaochi's beauty, it was somewhat too desolate. This entire Yaochi secret realm housed only a little over 100 celestial maidens, all gathered due to the summons of the flower fairy, preventing the place from becoming utterly empty. However, the arrangement of flowers and plants around the Yaochi secret realm led Haotian to nod in approval, secretly praising the flower fairy's exquisite taste. Ding! A task prompt suddenly appeared. Host has triggered a side quest. Assist the Queen Mother in recruiting 1,000 celestial maidens, including 1 Deluo Jinxian and 5 Tai Jinxians. Task rewards include Queen Mother's celestial attire, an exclusive secret realm, 3,000 heavenly maidens, and 10,000 celestial maidens. In an instant upon seeing the prompt, Haotian felt not a surge of joy, but rather a cold sweat trickling down his back. He patted his forehead and suddenly recalled that he had completely forgotten the celestial robe of the Queen Mother, had it not been for the system's timely reminder. On the day of the celestial sacrifice, he would have been clad in his magnificent emperor's attire, while Yaochi would have been left to don a simple Taoist robe. Such a scene would have been far more terrifying than any calamity. After reflecting on the significance of the system, Haotian had just begun to breathe a sigh of relief when Yaochi, accompanied by the flower fairy, descended from the sky to greet him. The flower fairy, standing beside Yaochi, secretly admired Haotian, her heart swelling with an uncontrollable awe. This emperor, indeed, was the most handsome and commanding man she had ever encountered, emanating a natural imperial aura that exuded a breathtaking charm. Haotian's gaze was calm and composed. He merely cast a few casual glances at her before turning his attention directly to the Yao pool. Junior sister, Has everything been going smoothly during this time? A gentle smile graced Haotian's face. However, Yaochi pouted slightly, unable to suppress her complaints. Don't even mention it. The vast Yaochi secret realm has become so desolate that there aren't even enough hands to plant flowers and trees. Those mere 100-flower fairies can hardly sustain it. Haotian chuckled heartily. All right, do not rush. We have 700 years to prepare before the grand ceremony to offer sacrifices to the heavens. My senior brother is determined to ensure that the number of female celestial beings in the Yaochi exceeds 10,000. Really? Upon hearing this, Yaochi was instantly elated, her smile radiant like a blooming flower. With a gentle smile, Haotian reassured his companion. As they conversed, a sudden call from the outside of the Yaochi secret realm echoed, announcing the return of Yuan Hong. Come, junior sister, let us go take a look, he urged. All right, senior brother, Yaochi replied, her tone light and spirited as she followed Haotian into the air. True to Haotian's intuition, Yuan Hong had indeed returned victoriously. Remarkably, this monkey general had made the journey from departure to return to the heavenly court in a mere 7 days, a feat that astounded onlookers. However, during these 7 days, most of his energy was consumed in the long trek. In reality, to traverse the vast expanse of the primordial wilderness within such a short time was nearly impossible. Even if the heavenly emperor Haotian himself undertook the journey, accomplishing such a crossing in 7 days would not be a trivial task. Yuan Hong's swiftness was attributed to the unique 4 heavenly gates of the heavenly court, which provided instantaneous connections to various regions across the 4 continents, a convenience that other forces in the primordial wilderness could only envy. In contrast, Haotian had taken a full 300 years to travel from the southern Jianbu continent to the western Nyoha continent in his early years. During that time, he did not solely pursue travel, but devoted much of his time to exploring and gathering scattered immortals, which served as invaluable experience. As the sovereign of the 3 realms, he understood that to govern the heavens and earth effectively, one must first comprehend the vast mountains and rivers of the primordial wilderness, cultivating a deep understanding within. In the northern part of the 32 heavens lay the formidable realm of the Zhentian prison. Haotian led a multitude of celestial officials gathered in solemnity. Unbeknownst to Wen, a celestial execution platform had quietly emerged here, alongside which stood a cold-faced executioner. The celestial execution platform is a treasure of the heavenly court, specifically designed to punish deities and immortals possessing terrifying power. Anyone who is not a sage, regardless of their cultivation level, once they step onto this platform, is destined to face the grim fate of having their souls scattered. The legendary escapades of Sun Wukong in Journey to the West, where he narrowly evaded death time and again, would pale in comparison before this execution platform. This platform is capable not only of obliterating the physical body, but also of extinguishing the divine soul. With a single strike, both form and spirit are annihilated, leaving no hope of survival. Naturally, the punitive system of the heavenly court extends far beyond this. In addition to the celestial execution platform, there exists the Buddha execution platform, demon execution platform, and monster execution platform, each possessing its own unique utility. Although the celestial execution platform can also be employed against demons and monsters, its effectiveness may not be as decisive as that of the specialized platforms due to the lack of targeted soul suppression when confronting particularly resilient foes. Upon the acquisition of this formidable artifact, the system promptly presented a side quest to Haotian. The task mandated him to accumulate the slaying of 100 beings to obtain the second execution platform. 1,000 souls would grant him the third, and the sacrifice of 10,000 would yield the fourth, and so forth. Accompanying the execution platform was the executioner himself, a figure towering like a mountain. Standing 10 zhang tall, wielding a ghastly, oversized blade, with a visage both terrifying and grotesque. A mere glance from him could instill paralyzing dread in the faint-hearted. Although devoid of personal cultivation, he emanated an eerie aura of authority. Any being that ventured within a 3-meter radius of him, regardless of their strength, would find themselves subdued, powerless to escape, provided they had not attained the sage realm. In essence, should a sinful celestial enter this 3-meter no-go zone, their demise would be inevitable, irrevocable. At this moment, Haotian sat regally upon his cloud throne, exuding an air of solemnity. Beside him, Yaochi radiated a gentle elegance, while below, the assembly of celestial beings stood in 2 orderly lines, all standing at attention. Directly before them, the executioner observed with cold indifference, as two condemned celestial figures cowered in anticipation. Haotian's gaze swept across the assembly as he proclaimed with a resonant voice, "Countless transgressions, with rebellion at the forefront. These two immortals first defied the heavenly laws, then betrayed the celestial court, and even slaughtered heavenly soldiers. Their crimes are heinous beyond measure. Thus, they shall be executed forthwith." His words rang with a powerful clarity, reverberating through the skies, instilling a profound dread in the hearts of the gathered immortals. Even before the grand sacrificial ceremony had commenced, Haotian's decisive action sent tremors through the ranks, causing many celestial officials to harbor unspoken fears. Although the two condemned immortals had acted with reckless folly, Haotian's merciless demeanor sparked a flicker of retreat among some divine beings. Whispers of resignation and contemplation of alternative paths began to circulate quietly among those present. Haotian observed these subtle expressions with keen attention, yet feigned ignorance, remaining utterly unperturbed. Upon the conclusion of the verdict, he coldly uttered two words, "Execute." The executioner, without hesitation, waved his hand, bringing forth a condemned celestial to the execution platform. The sinner's legs trembled, filled with terror, as he attempted to muster a few defiant curses. The flash of the blades swiftly intervened. With a resounding thud, the head rolled away, and blood splattered 3 feet high. A spectacle so stark it sent shivers down the spine. The onlooking celestial witnesses collectively gasped, some even exhibiting involuntary twitches at the corners of their eyes. Another condemned celestial stood petrified, unable to utter a single plea for mercy. Shortly thereafter, with another ominous thud, the second head fell, enveloped in a mist of crimson. With the executions concluded, Haotian, his expression impassive, declared the assembly adjourned, subsequently retaining 5 individuals, Taibai, Baise, Luya, Yuanhong, and Huanyao, to soar towards the Tongming Hall for deliberation. Meanwhile, Yaochi retreated to her secret realm, her interest in such matters of bloodshed and governance consistently minimal. Within the Tongming Hall, the celestial beings took their respective cloud platforms. The atmosphere thick with tension, Haotian commanded in a deep voice, "Taibai, Baise, should any celestial beings wish to depart, do not attempt to dissuade them. Simply record their names and inform them that they may leave today, but once they do, they shall never return." The two immortals exchanged a knowing glance, fully aware that many would choose to leave, and as for their return, it would likely prove exceedingly difficult. After a moment of careful contemplation, Taibai cautiously suggested, "Your Majesty, ruling solely through intimidation, may incite a sense of unrest among the populace. Perhaps it would be wiser to offer some reassurance to quell their concerns?" Haotian raised his hand with a decisive gesture, asserting, "There is no need for compromise at this stage. I have my own plans. The two of you are tasked with codifying the celestial laws and regulations, which I shall review in 200 years. Taibai and Baise, with no alternative, could only bow in acquiescence. Yuanhong, the wild demon, leads the celestial troops to descend to the mortal realm and eradicate the demon scourge." Haotian continued to issue commands. Upon hearing this, Baise and Luya's expressions changed dramatically. Baise hurriedly stepped forward, pleading, "Your Majesty, there are still those among the demon race who can be redeemed. I beseech you to show mercy." In a tone devoid of embellishment, yet imbued with undeniable authority, Haotian proclaimed, "The fate of existence is not for me to decide, but rather a choice for the demon clan. I shall not indulge in the senseless slaughter of the innocent." He then turned his gaze towards Yuanhong and the wild demon, advising, "Upon descending to the mortal realm, only those steeped in grave sins shall face punishment. The grievances prior to the war of witches and demons shall not be accounted for. Our focus will be on those demons who continue their nefarious ways post-conflict. Minor offenders will be imprisoned, while the gravest shall be sent to the celestial execution platform. Remember, every action must be substantiated with irrefutable evidence, and records must be meticulously clear. The heavenly court shall not wrong the virtuous, nor shall it spare the wicked. Commence the cleansing from the east, victory, divine continent." Upon hearing these words, Yuanhong felt a surge of fervor, clasping his hands in acknowledgement, his eyes gleaming with the fervor of battle. The wild demon, however, maintained a tranquil demeanor, silently acquiescing, seemingly harboring a hint of anticipation. Since his induction into the heavenly court, he had been singularly focused on achieving merit. This opportunity to lead troops into battle was precisely the chance he had longed for. Yuan Hong contemplated that upon his arrival at the heavenly court, he had presumed he would need to bide his time before emerging into prominence. Little did he expect Haotian to hold him in such high regard, and this gratitude for recognition ignited within him a resolute vow of unwavering loyalty. Bai Zhe and Luya, upon receiving the directives, though feeling a sense of helplessness, understood that Haotian had indeed allowed for some leeway. With the establishment of the heavenly court, it was imperative to assert authority with an iron fist, and the demon clan's propensity for bloodshed made them the ideal target for intimidation. Unlike the spirit cultivators who often seclude themselves in meditation, rarely engaging in violence, the demon clan was intrinsically bloodthirsty, with some demons even feeling discomfort if they did not consume human flesh. Taking a deep breath, Luya resolved not to involve himself further in demon matters. His immediate desire was to achieve merit swiftly and secure a golden crow egg. Your Majesty, grant me some tasks as well, he eagerly volunteered. This initiative left Bai Zhe utterly astonished, silently pondering. What has caused Luya to become so fervently proactive? After a moment's contemplation, Haotian nodded and said, very well. The Yaochi is in need of personnel. You shall descend to the mortal realm to recruit female immortals. They must possess virtuous character, free from sin, and shall not be coerced or deceived. Luya was momentarily taken aback, although this was not a task he particularly desired. He nonetheless acquiesced. By the way, Tai Bai, draft a proclamation to attract talents, disseminating it throughout the primordial wilderness. Anyone of noble lineage, willing to serve the heavenly court, shall be eligible for selection, with a period of 700 years. Haotian added. Tai Bai promptly responded, as you command. Now be on your way. With a wave of his hand, Haotian bid farewell to the assembled immortals, each departing with their own thoughts. In the expanse of the primordial heavens, two celestial bodies, the moon star and the sun star, were revered as the sovereigns of all stars and the source of all spirits. These two stars hung in the starry river beyond the heavenly court, perfectly aligned with the ninth heaven. Once the heavenly court was initially established, Haotian set forth towards the moon star. At this moment, he bore numerous responsibilities, besides the main event of the grand celestial sacrifice. He also had to subdue the Qilin clan, gather merits and wealth, delineate the realms of mortals, and manage the female immortals of Yaochi. These endeavors could not be accomplished overnight, yet the matter of the Yaochi female immortals was pressing and could not be delayed. Since ancient times, the moon star has been a gathering place for female immortals, having hosted figures such as Shiha and Changxi, and later, the illustrious Chang'e. Whenever Haotian thought of Chang'e, a sense of curiosity stirred within him, prompting him to hasten directly to this location. Ding. Side quest triggered. Uncover the secrets of the moon star. Reward, a small moon star. Haotian was momentarily taken aback. The timing of this task seemed almost too fortuitous. Could it be that the system had designed this as a special benefit for newcomers? The recent frequency of tasks had indeed been rather intense. However, the reward was rather unique. The little tiny star, perhaps intended to pave the way for the future of the mortal realm. It appeared that this task was imperative to complete. On the tiny star, a sense of desolation enveloped him. As Haotian set foot in this realm, he felt a profound chill permeate his very bones, as though he were the sole inhabitant of the universe. He wandered among the stars for what seemed an eternity, until at last he beheld a towering giant tree. The primordial tree was indeed majestic, yet this particular specimen was truly extraordinary, rivaling even the legendary Fusang tree. While the Fusang tree blazed with flames that soared to the heavens, its hue a fiery crimson, this tree was adorned with frost, shimmering in a delicate pale blue reminiscent of the moon. The Fusang tree stood bare of leaves, its trunk rising tall and proud, whereas this tree flourished with a profusion of verdant foliage, bedecked with clusters of blue and white blossoms, radiating an aura of vitality. With a single glance, Haotian recognized it as one of the 10 innate spiritual roots, the laurel tree. On the moon, such an extraordinary phenomenon could undoubtedly be attributed only to this tree. Who are you? A chilling voice inquired from beside him. As Haotian turned his head towards the sound, his soul quivered in an instant. Beside the laurel tree stood a magnificent cluster of palaces, intricately carved from ice and jade. The largest among them bore the inscription Palace of the Vast Cold, the characters robust and vigorous. The speaker was a celestial maiden cradling a jade rabbit. Her beauty was breathtaking, as if she were the pinnacle of creation, deserving of the utmost reverence. Her exquisite visage was flawless, her figure unparalleled. What captivated the heart most was the innate aura of icy elegance that surrounded her. This chill was not a manifestation of haughtiness or reserve, but rather an organic expression, imbued with a hint of allure amidst the coldness, evoking both awe and desire. Haotian believed himself to be immune to the breathtaking beauty of the Yaochi and the flower fairies. Yet, upon encountering this woman, he was nonetheless profoundly astonished. Truly, she was the renowned Chang'e, living up to her illustrious reputation. Haotian proclaimed his identity with a resonant voice. I am the sovereign of the heavenly realm, the celestial emperor. Upon completing his declaration, he withdrew his gaze from the awe that had ensnared it, reinstating his imperial majesty. Hearing this, Chang'e responded in a voice that was both cool and tinged with indifference. The celestial emperor of the heavenly realm? I have long heard of your esteemed name. Are you not a disciple of the Taoist patriarch? Indeed, Haotian affirmed with a nod, then feigned confusion as he inquired, and who might you be? I am Chang'e. She replied succinctly, her words as frosty as ice. Chang'e? Haotian squinted slightly, curiosity evident in his tone. It is said that the moon star is the abode of Chang'e. What connection do you hold with her? Chang'e's delicate brows furrowed momentarily, and after a brief pause, she replied coolly, I possess no recollection of Chang'e. Since my inception, I have dwelled upon the moon star, oblivious to the past and ignorant of the future. I am only aware that should I remain away from this place for an extended period, I shall dissipate into the cosmos. Upon hearing this, Haotian felt a jolt within his heart. How could one delve into her origins while knowing nothing? Yet, her inability to remain far from the moon star came as a surprise to Haotian. No wonder, in the legends of the past, Chang'e always resided in this place, seldom appearing in the vast wilderness. Just then, a dull yet rhythmic sound emanated from behind, shattering the silence. Haotian abruptly turned around, his expression suddenly stern. Beside the laurel tree, he beheld an unfamiliar figure, a burly man with unkempt hair, fervently swinging a massive axe, relentlessly striking at the trunk with a frenzied demeanor. Haotian was taken aback, wondering who this person was. How could he have been oblivious to their presence? The aura was unervingly concealed. Who could this individual be? Haotian turned to Chang'e, seeking answers. Just as Chang'e was about to speak, a crisp and indignant reprimand resonated from the laurel tree. It has begun again. The incessant clamor day after day is truly disturbing my peaceful slumber. I could almost wish to extinguish you with a single strike. As Haotian gazed upwards, he noticed a bird had mysteriously appeared amidst the tree canopy. This avian creature resembled a sparrow, its entire form cloaked in ebony, and though diminutive in size, it possessed an extraordinary elegance and an aura of vitality. The dark bird cast a fierce glance at the burly man before its gaze shifted to Haotian, a spark of brilliance flickering in its eyes. In an instant, it dove from the branches, and upon landing, transformed into a cherubic little fairy with a round face, her countenance radiant and filled with excitement. Visitors? How delightful! It has been years since I have encountered any living being. Come, come, let us engage in a friendly spar, she exclaimed exuberantly. Before Haotian could respond, she had already raised her delicate fists and charged towards him. Haotian was instantly overwhelmed. What kind of situation was this? Where did this madcap girl come from, attacking the moment they met? Before he could gather his thoughts, the little fairy's fist was already before his eyes. Raising his arm to block, he felt an immense force accompanied by a razor-sharp gust of wind. Astonishment seized him. He had cultivated the 8-9 mysteries to the 8th level, his physical form already reaching the realm of indestructibility. Yet even so, this young girl's punch managed to send a flicker of pain through him. Her strength was not to be underestimated. This female immortal's cultivation, she must have already attained the realm of a great Luo golden immortal. With a surge of spirit, Haotian recognized the presence of a celestial maiden of the highest order, indeed, a treasure fallen from the heavens. He did not overestimate himself. Sensing her keen interest, he retracted his divine powers and engaged her solely with the strength of his physical form. The young goddess swung a punch that missed its target, only to be pushed back several steps, yet she showed no fear. Instead, the fire of combat ignited further in her gaze. With a fierce cry, she charged again, her fists raised with fervor. The two engaged in a clash of unadorned strength, their blows colliding with a ferocity that darkened the skies and stirred a cacophony of excitement. Strangely, the robust figure below remained oblivious, tirelessly chopping wood, while Chang'e, casually played with the jade rabbit in her arms, as though the very heavens collapsing bore no consequence for her. The sounds of their fists and feet striking echoed incessantly. For several days, Haotian engaged in a fierce battle with the suddenly appearing little fairy, clashing from dawn until dusk, displaying not a hint of fatigue, but rather growing more exhilarated with each encounter. However, it was only the little fairy who reveled in the excitement, while Haotian gradually found the contest to be rather mundane. Eventually, he felt a wave of weariness wash over him and secretly infused more strength into his strikes, intending to bring the skirmish to a swift conclusion. As anticipated, after a flurry of exchanges, the little fairy could no longer withstand his onslaught and was sent flying by a powerful punch, crashing to the ground. Yet, in a blink, she emerged unscathed, soaring back with a grin, exclaiming, "That was exhilarating. Truly enjoyable. By the way, what is your name?" Haotian smiled gently and said, "My name is Haotian." Haotian? That name sounds familiar, she mused, biting her finger in contemplation. Suddenly, her almond-shaped eyes widened in realization as she pointed at him and exclaimed, You are the newly appointed Emperor of Heaven from the Celestial Court?" Indeed, Haotian nodded in affirmation. The little fairy was initially taken aback, but soon her surprise transformed into exuberant joy as she leapt towards him, exclaiming, "Wow, you truly are the new Emperor. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Quickly, take me under your wing." Haotian's eyes widened in disbelief. There was something distinctly amiss about those words. "Wait." He hastily waved his hand. "What do you mean by that? I don't quite understand." "Oh dear, why are you so dense?" she exclaimed, stamping her foot in annoyance. "What I mean is, I wish to seek refuge with you. Don't let my appearance fool you. I am quite formidable and can hold my own in a fight." Haotian found himself in a perplexing situation, realizing the true meaning behind it all. "Very well," he readily agreed, for who could refuse the prospect of a celestial being presenting themselves so conveniently? Upon hearing his consent, the little fairy was overjoyed, dancing with delight. "This is wonderful. I can finally escape this wretched place." "What is your name?" Haotian inquired gently. "A name? A Dao title?" She pondered, tilting her head thoughtfully. "I have never chosen one. I am the transformation of the Xian bird, and everyone who has seen me calls me Xian Nu." "Xian Nu? Transformation of the Xian bird?" Haotian scratched his head, feeling a sense of familiarity. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated his mind, and he widened his eyes in astonishment. "You are the Nine Heavens Xian Nu? The Nine Heavens Xian Nu?" She blinked, her smile radiant. "That title sounds quite impressive. From now on, I shall be called that." Within Haotian's heart, a tempest of emotions surged. The Nine Heavens Xian Nu? She is renowned as the formidable goddess of war in the celestial realm. In legends passed down through the ages, her name resounds, a paragon among the primordial female immortals. This goddess, well-versed in military strategy and possessing unparalleled martial prowess, is most celebrated for her legendary triumph in aiding the Yellow Emperor to vanquish Qi Yu. Previously, Haotian had sought her out, but was thwarted by a lack of clues and ultimately abandoned his quest. Who would have thought that today, on this lunar star, fortune would smile upon him? Haha. Haotian could hardly conceal his delight. "Xian Nu, from this day forth, you shall be the goddess of war in the celestial court. I shall assign you a battalion of elite heavenly maidens to accompany you in your conquests across the realms. How does that sound?" "Really?" Xian Nu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "How splendid. You must not go back on your word." "I speak with sincerity," Haotian declared solemnly. "Hooray." Xian Nu leapt in joy. "By the way, what did you mean when you said you could leave here? Were you unable to do so before?" Haotian inquired with curiosity. Xian Nu scratched her head and chuckled. "Well, you see, I tend to lose my way often." Haotian froze in astonishment. What on earth? The legendary goddess of military strategy directionally challenged? How utterly preposterous. Seeing his silence, Zuin grew anxious. "You mustn't look down on me for this. Truly, this is my only flaw. In all other aspects, I am peerless." Haotian could not help but chuckle. "Rest assured, there is no disdain. Shortly, accompany me back to the heavenly court, and I shall provide you with a splendid steed. Henceforth, you need not fear losing your way." "Wow, Haotian, you are simply wonderful. I adore you," Xian Nu exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. Haotian touched his nose, feeling a stir in his heart. However, he understood that her words were merely a candid expression, devoid of ulterior motives. "How long have you been here, Xian Nu?" After allowing her to calm down, Haotian finally inquired. "I don't know." She shook her head, unable to recall. "In any case, I have been here since I transformed. I have never seen anyone else before, only those two keeping me company. She gestured towards the lumberjack Wu Gang and the playful Chang'e below, pouting as she continued, Haotian. You have no idea. These two have been utterly dull. They haven't uttered a word for years. Even when I tried to provoke them into a spar, they ignored me. Thankfully, you have arrived. Otherwise, I would have truly gone mad. Haotian was taken aback. A lively and combative chatterbox, he found himself living next to two taciturn neighbors, making life rather challenging. Suddenly, Xian exclaimed as she slapped her forehead, I discovered a hidden realm entrance in the laurel tree. Unfortunately, a formation is obstructing the entrance. After extensive study, I realized that one must possess higher cultivation to break through. However, I am confident that you can do it. The mention of a hidden realm entrance invigorated Haotian. Quick, take me to see it. Certainly. Xian nodded, soaring first towards the laurel tree. As Haotian alighted upon a branch, he was immediately enveloped by a serene and fragrant aroma. Turning his head, he was surprised to find that Chang'e had followed him. What brings you here? Haotian inquired, astonished. Curiously, Chang'e responded with brevity, her words measured and distant. Very well, Haotian conceded, finding her presence agreeable, for his journey was indeed to unravel her mysteries. Delving deeper into the canopy alongside the Xian, the trio eventually halted at the heart of the laurel tree. The Xian gestured ahead, and Haotian focused intently, soon discerning a spatial fold. It bore the marks of a formation, both elusive and intricate. The art of formations was not foreign to Haotian. The Tao ancestor was masterful in the myriad paths, and formations were merely a minor skill among them. In his leisure, Haotian had dabbled in this knowledge. After a careful examination, he raised an eyebrow. Although the formation appeared complex, it was, in fact, straightforward. It could be forcibly breached with merely 30% of the power of the laws. To wield such power, one would at least need to possess the cultivation of a quasi-saint. Clearly, this secret realm was accessible only to those of quasi-saint status. Step back. There may be danger within, Haotian warned the two women in a grave tone. Though curious, Xian and Chang'e obediently retreated to a lower tier. Once they were positioned, Haotian gathered two orbs of chaotic energy in his hands and forcefully propelled them forward. With a thunderous roar, the sound reverberated through the treetop. The space distorted momentarily, and the entrance to the secret realm gradually materialized. Haotian cast a glance at the entrance and turned to remind them, do not follow me just yet. Since this formation requires the power of a quasi-saint to activate, there may be dangers within that even a great Luo would find difficult to endure. The two women nodded in agreement, obediently remaining in their place. Haotian took a deep breath, the power of the laws swirling around him, enveloping him in a protective shroud, before swiftly stepping into the secret realm. Boom. As he crossed the threshold, a surge of violent energy assaulted him, radiating an aura of lethal intent. Fortunately, Haotian's resilient physique and profound mastery of the laws rendered this force as gentle as a breeze, posing no threat whatsoever. Yet, had an ordinary great Luo golden immortal been in his stead, they would likely have been reduced to mere dust in an instant. It seems the outer formations were designed to safeguard intruders rather than harm them. Thus, with a gesture, Haotian brought his hands together, forming a swirling vortex of chaos between his palms. The whirlpool began to rotate slowly, drawing in the tumultuous energies that, upon finding their sanctuary, surged into the vortex to be refined and absorbed. The brilliance of the chaos law lies in its ability to consume and transmute all forms of energy. Time seemed to slip away as he diligently eradicated the chaotic forces within the secret realm. At last, the true visage of the domain unfolded before Haotian's eyes. This secret realm was modest in scale, merely half the size of the 33 heavens. Its interior was unexpectedly spacious, clearly having been rendered barren by a wild force that obliterated any past life or vestiges. Only 3 remarkable artifacts suspended in the air remained, serving as distinctive markers of this space: a miniature blazing sun, a diminutive cold moon, and the colossal remnants of a giant. Haotian paused for a moment, then returned to the outer realm of the secret domain, bringing both Xian and Chang'e inside. Ah, is this truly the secret realm? It resembles an empty shell. Rather dull indeed, exclaimed Xian as she entered, scanning her surroundings and unable to restrain her complaints. When I first stepped in, this place was brimming with rampant energy. It seems a fierce battle must have obliterated everything. Haotian responded calmly. Upon hearing this, Xian gasped. Thank goodness I didn't wander in blindly. It must have been terrifying to devastate the secret realm to such an extent. What kind of fierce combat could have caused this? She expressed her astonishment, tilting her head to gaze at the small sun and moon, exclaiming, "Why do these celestial bodies still hang here? Do not be mistaken. Those are not the true sun and moon. They are the sun and moon divine wheels." Chang'e interjected suddenly, her tone indifferent. Sun and moon divine wheels? What on earth are those? Xiannu asked, her face a canvas of confusion. For she had been trapped on the Taiyin star since childhood and was utterly oblivious to the ancient secrets of the cosmos. Haotian's gaze danced between her and Chang'e for a fleeting moment. Before he spoke eloquently, "That is the treasured artifact of the sun god Emperor Jun and the moon goddess Changxi, imbued with the power of yin and yang. Each piece alone is a superior spiritual treasure, and should both treasures emerge together, their might would rival that of the most formidable spiritual artifacts." Spiritual treasures? Good heavens! Does that not equate to stumbling upon a mountain of gold? Xiannu's eyes shimmered with greed as she swallowed hard. Haotian cast her a sidelong glance, a teasing smile gracing his lips. "Don't even think about it. This artifact can only be wielded by celestial beings well-versed in the laws of yin and yang. And your approach is evidently incompatible." "What? So it was all in vain?" Xiannu's face fell, a look of profound disappointment etched upon it. "Do not lose heart. In the future, I shall seek a suitable treasure for you," Haotian reassured her. "Really? Wow, Haotian, you are simply amazing. I've made up my mind. I shall stick with you through thick and thin," Xiannu declared, her fist clenched and her gaze resolute. Haotian chuckled softly, finding the girl's innocence endearing. He truly felt fortunate. He reached out to touzle Zuan's hair and turned to Chang'e, gently inquiring, "Have you recalled something?" Chang'e gazed at the celestial sun and moon above, murmuring, "There are secrets hidden within." "Oh?" Haotian paused, looking up in surprise, and then leapt into the sky with determination. The two women, unwilling to lag behind, swiftly followed his ascent. Upon closer inspection, Haotian was finally able to discern the true forms of the three extraordinary objects. The so-called Little Sun and Little Moon were, in fact, treasures of circular design in hues of red and blue, emitting a radiant brilliance of yin and yang that was almost blinding from a distance. They appeared as projections of the sun and moon. However, the lunar wheel was rather unique, as it bore atop it an ancient, rustic stone tablet. As for the giant, its physique closely resembled that of a great sorcerer, firmly grasping a colossal bow in its hands. Haotian silently shook his head. His former self had been an unadulterated recluse, spending endless years within the confines of the Zixiao Palace, utterly oblivious to the myriad beings and secrets of the outside world. The familiar faces he could recall were solely those of the frequent visitors to the Zixiao Palace, and this colossal figure was evidently not among them. However, upon catching sight of the enormous bow, a flicker of speculation stirred within him. "Alas, there are inscriptions on this stone tablet, but regrettably, I cannot decipher a single character," Xiannu suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the stone tablet. Haotian strode forward swiftly, directing his gaze in the direction she indicated. The stone tablet was inscribed with intricate divine patterns unique to the primordial era, an ancient script comprehensible only to the innate beings. The term innate beings refers to those entities that emerged after the chaotic conflict among the three clans prior to the manifestation of the heavenly Tao. They predominantly inherited primordial memories, of which the divine patterns were a significant aspect. As a being of innate nature, Haotian was naturally adept at this. Fortunately, the moon goddess's protection was thorough, and the inscriptions on the stone tablet were as clear as new, without a trace of wear. He read each word and phrase, and all mysteries were instantaneously illuminated. "What is inscribed upon the tablet?" Xiannu inquired eagerly, leaning in closer. "It chronicles the origins of Chang'e and the circumstances surrounding this secret realm battle," Haotian sighed in response. "Her origins?" Xiannu's curiosity was thoroughly ignited. Even Chang'e's expression, typically serene, displayed a rare ripple of emotion as her gaze fixed intently upon Haotian. Haotian took a deep breath and began to speak slowly. "Have you heard of the Lich War?" Although she had some vague knowledge, it was rather unclear, as there were no detailed records in her inheritance. Zuan shook her head. Haotian cast another glance at Chang'e, noticing her look of bewilderment, clearly indicating her utter lack of understanding. He couldn't help but chuckle silently, contemplating how these two were indeed like blank slates. Fortunately, with ample time at his disposal, he felt no urgency. Haotian meticulously pieced together fragments of his predecessor's memories, intertwining them with his understanding of the primordial legends and clues inscribed upon the stone tablet, thereby sketching a grand framework that spanned from the creation of the world to the fierce struggle between the shaman and the lich. These elements broadly aligned with his knowledge, yet remained merely a rough outline. with intricate details impossible to verify. As he reached the crux of the stone tablet's narrative, he recounted the climactic battle of the Liches, where both Emperor Jun and Shiha met their demise, while Hui, who had shot down 9 golden crows, found himself captivated by the goddess of the moon, Changshi. Amidst the chaos of war, as Changshi gathered the remnant of Emperor Jun and Shiha, she found herself ensnared by Hui's persistent advances. Wounded in battle and disinclined to engage, she fled back to the moon star, unaware that Hui followed closely behind. Upon their arrival at this location, Changshi took the initiative, crafting an incomplete benevolent corpse as a barrier to shake off her pursuer, while she concealed herself in a hidden realm. Regrettably, she underestimated the corpse's inadequacy, for it lacked even the essence of consciousness, which Hui discerned effortlessly. Unable to locate the entrance to the hidden realm, Hui, struck by inspiration, emulated her tactics, using a drop of primordial witch blood to mold a puppet, instructing it to fell a laurel tree, while he concealed himself nearby. The laurel tree, a divine root nurturing both Changshi and Shiha, could not be allowed to perish under her watch. Upon the tremors of the hidden realm, she inevitably revealed herself, albeit cautiously, probing only the fringes of the entrance to ensure a swift retreat if danger arose. Little did she anticipate that Hui had also devised a ruse. The figure felling the tree was not truly him. Observing her silhouette from the shadows, Hui stealthily approached the entrance of the hidden realm. By the time Changshi sensed his presence, it was far too late. Hui forcefully breached the threshold. The subsequent events were not elaborated upon in detail on the stone tablet, only noting that the two engaged in a bitter struggle to the death. Exhausting all her means, Changshi ultimately sealed Hui's consciousness, condemning him to eternal slumber. Depleted and on the brink of her own demise, she sealed the entrance to the hidden realm, inscribing her life's tale upon the stone tablet, hoping that future generations would remember her story. In her final act, she confined her essence within the moon god wheel, dissipating into nothingness. After Haotian finished speaking, he was overwhelmed with emotions. Who could have imagined that the age-old tale of Chang'e ascending to the moon was merely a farcical pursuit of a goddess? Humph! How utterly shameless of Hui! Xian knew seethed with indignation, her teeth clenched in fury. Haotian shook his head, remarking, while that may be the case, this is merely Changshi's one-sided narrative. The truth remains uncertain. After all, it was a time of racial conflict, and amidst the chaos of battle, anything could transpire. Changshi accuses him of being infatuated with beauty, yet what if he pursued vengeance instead? Even if there were genuine feelings of desire, it hardly seems plausible that one would go to such extremes. Zuan was rendered speechless, her mind momentarily unable to grasp the situation. Haotian's analysis has transcended her simplistic understanding. The current version of her is merely an innocent and reckless girl, far from the legendary war goddess she would become in the future. In contrast, Chang'e, upon hearing this, did not display any anger, but rather a hint of melancholy flickered in her eyes. Haotian cast her a glance and pondered for a moment before speaking. In my view, Chang'e is most likely the benevolent manifestation of the celestial being Changshi, while the lumberjack is probably a puppet forged from Hui's essence. Due to the incompleteness of her origin, Chang'e cannot stray far from the moon star for long. The towering figure felling trees is merely a soulless shell, mechanically fulfilling Hui's final command. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the side quest. The reward has been credited. Please check it at your convenience. Haotian's heart leapt with realization. He had indeed not guessed wrong. But what should be done? Must Sister Chang'e remain trapped here indefinitely? Xian Nu felt a twinge of reluctance, for they had shared many moments together, their bond deep and profound. Haotian chuckled lightly. It's not difficult. Didn't the stone tablet mention it? The essence of Changshi is concealed within the moon goddess wheel. As long as Chang'e merges with it, she can succeed her and become the new goddess of the moon. So why are we hesitating? Sister Chang'e, hurry. Xian Nu urged excitedly. A glimmer of hope flickered in Chang'e's eyes, though she appeared cold as ice due to her incomplete essence, with a fragmented soul and dulled emotions. Her spiritual awareness had developed independently, detaching from Changshi's corporeal form, and had become a singular entity. She yearned for wholeness, for transformation. Hold on. Just as Chang'e was about to move, Haotian reached out to stop her. She looked at him in confusion but obediently halted her steps. Naive as she was, she could sense his goodwill and had long regarded Haotian as a trustworthy ally. Haotian gazed intently at the moon goddess wheel, speaking solemnly. What we know is merely the narrative inscribed on the stone tablet, yet the truth remains elusive. What if Changshi is not dead, but rather concealed within the wheel, awaiting Chang'e to unwittingly ensnare herself? Chang'e serves as her vessel. Should she be devoured in return, perhaps Changshi could be resurrected. But would that still be you? Are you willing to sacrifice yourself for her sake? Chang'e was taken aback, hastily retreating and shaking her head repeatedly. Zuan was astonished. Wow. Are the beings outside so cunning? My mind is in disarray. You have not seen the world. You understand nothing. Haotian spoke earnestly. Zan. Aspiring to be the god of war in the heavenly court requires more than mere strength. One must learn to employ cunning, lest one becomes a mere pawn in another's game. I refuse to be a pawn. I must learn to use my wits. Zuan exclaimed, then, in confusion, added, but what is cunning? How do I wield it? Haotian was rendered speechless, for this girl was so naive that it was exasperating. What should I do? Chang'e inquired softly. It's simple. Both of you step back. Xian Nu, ensure Chang'e's safety. No problem. Leave it to me. Xian Nu said as she pulled Chang'e aside, rolled up her sleeves, clenched her fists, and vigilantly fixed her gaze upon the moon god wheel. Haotian spoke no further. The power of chaos surged forth as his form flickered and vanished into the interior of the moon god wheel. Within the wheel, the space was vast and boundless, seemingly infinite, yet in truth, it was merely an illusion crafted by the artifact, suffused with the laws of restriction and a rich aura of the lunar essence. Haotian, shrouded in chaotic energy, dispersed his divine consciousness and swiftly pinpointed a swirling mass of icy blue mist in a secluded corner. This was the essence of the Taint. And astonishingly, there were two such masses. He paused momentarily, then a new hypothesis took root in his mind. It was rumored that Chang'e and Shihe were both born of the Taint energy. Thus, one of these masses likely belonged to Shihe. In the past, Chang'e had not only seized the sun and moon divine wheels from Emperor Jun and Shihe, but had also plundered the very essence of Shihe. Should she successfully refine it, her power would undoubtedly surge. While she might not attain the status of a saint, reaching the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood would be well within her grasp. The fact that she could still slay corpses while on the run speaks volumes of the formidable enhancement provided by Shihe's essence. In this light, it is conceivable that Houyi's pursuit of her was not merely driven by lust, but perhaps a desperate attempt to eradicate the threat entirely. Indeed, history is often written by the victors. As Haotian pondered, a sense of delight surged within him. Should Chang'e be able to fully absorb these two primordial energies, her foundation would surpass that of both the Son of Eternal Dawn and Shihe. With meticulous cultivation, reaching quasi-saint status would be as effortless as turning one's hand. And with further assistance from the system, attaining sainthood would not remain a mere dream, with boundless potential awaiting discovery. Yet, confronted with these two primordial energies, he found himself in a quandary. Chang'e's methods were insidious. She had nearly survived until the end during the calamity, and he could not ascertain whether the primordial energies harbored any hidden dangers. Should Chang'e revive from within, he would not only extinguish the budding quasi-saint, but might also inadvertently sow the seeds of great calamity. After all, Luya's submission stemmed from the demise of the moon goddess, leaving the golden crow without an heir. If Chang'e were to return and ally with Luya, the resurgence of the demon clan would no longer be a mere fantasy. The risk was far too great. It was a gamble he could not afford. It was imperative to purify the primordial energies entirely, and this matter must remain utterly confidential. Not a whisper should escape until after Chang'e's fusion. After much contemplation, he realized that only through the cleansing power of virtue could this dilemma be resolved. The purity of virtue could shatter all deceit. No matter how cunning Chang'e's schemes might be, she would find no refuge from its refining grasp. Regrettably, he currently possessed no virtue to wield, and this matter would have to be postponed. Haotian exhaled softly, refraining from utilizing his primal essence, and quietly withdrew from the cycle. Halt! Who are you? As he materialized, Xian Nu emerged, raising her fist to block his path, her face etched with vigilance. Haotian could not suppress a chuckle as he playfully flicked her forehead. Can you guess who I am? Ouch! Xian Nu exclaimed, covering her head, muttering. That was quite forceful. It must be you. Rubbing her forehead, she quickly forgot the pain and eagerly inquired. So, what is the outcome? Any discoveries? Not particularly optimistic. Haotian replied, raising his hands in resignation. What do you mean? Xian Nu was taken aback. There is indeed the essence of the Taint within, but I cannot ascertain whether Chang'e's soul is concealed there, he explained. What should we do now? Xian Nu exclaimed, stamping her feet in frustration. Do not fret. Just because it is not feasible now does not imply that it will always be so, Haotian reassured her. Once I ascend the throne, the heavenly Tao will bestow merits upon me, and then I shall cleanse the essence with those merits. Oh, I see. Xian Nu sighed in relief, then asked, when will you ascend the throne? In less than 700 years, he replied. What? That long? She gasped. Does that mean Sister Chang'e has to endure here for 700 years? Such foolishness. Haotian rolled his eyes. Chang'e is bound by the essence of the Tian. She does not have to remain tethered to the Tian star. As long as she carries the moon god wheel with her, she can move freely. Oh, right. Xian Nu exclaimed joyfully as she bounced over to Chang'e's side. Sister, you can come with me and have fun too. Chang'e nodded gently, her heart fluttering with excitement. Yet regrettably, due to her emotional detachment, she could not even manage a smile. Haotian cast a glance at the sun and moon divine wheel and addressed Chang'e, saying, before addressing the lurking dangers, it would be unwise to leave this treasure in your possession. If you have faith in me, please entrust it to my care. Once you have integrated with the source, I shall return it to you. Without a moment's hesitation, Chang'e nodded in agreement. I trust you. Her decision was not born of naivety, but rather a recognition of Haotian's formidable prowess. Even without her approval, you would have taken it. Thus it was more prudent to acquiesce readily. Seeing her consent, Haotian offered no pleasantries. With a mere wave of his hand, he stowed away the sun and moon divine wheel along with the Hui Bao. Although the Hui Bao was not classified as a spiritual treasure, its might rivaled that of innate supreme artifacts, capable of withstanding the power of the Great Witch. It was undeniably a rare gem. Let Hui's physical form remain here for now. The Pa Haotian and Chang'e trailed behind her. The scene vividly reminiscent of parents accompanying their mischievous child on a spring outing. Let us take it easy. We have ample time to frolic in the primordial realm. Is there truly a need to be so impatient? Haotian remarked cheerfully. Ample time? Just how long do you mean? Xian Nu inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. It's hard to say. It will last until our tasks are complete, at most 200 years. After that, I must return to the heavenly court. 200 years? That means we can revel for quite a while. Xian Nu exclaimed, her joy blooming. Where shall we venture first? To the East Sea. To the East Sea? Are we going to seek out the Dragon Clan? Precisely. Let us hasten. I am exceedingly eager to see what the Dragon Clan looks like. With that, Xian Nu darted off in a flash. Haotian covered his face and exclaimed helplessly, You've gone the wrong way. The East Sea is over there. Chang'e's lips curled slightly, attempting to stifle a laugh, her struggle rendering the moment rather amusing. Haotian cast a glance at her and remarked with a smile, Observe how I smile. You need not merely imitate me. Though your emotions may be deficient, they can be nurtured through experience. One must endeavor to practice, lest one remains foolish even after merging with the essence. Chang'e nodded, as if grasping the essence of his words. In the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. Ever since Haotian's visit 3 centuries prior, the Dragon Clan seemed invigorated, as if infused with newfound energy. Each dragon now harbored fresh aspirations, with their goals set on arduous cultivation, accumulating merits, cleansing their karmic flames, and revitalizing the Dragon Clan's grandeur. Presently, half of the dragons had ascended to the Dragon God ranking, tasked with both cultivation and guarding the CI. The remaining half prepared to ascend to the heavens to serve, relying on their merits to rectify their karmic burdens. Notably, 5 ancestral dragons of the highest tier had also ascended the Dragon God ranking, planning to leverage celestial fortunes to approach the status of quasi-saint. On this particular day, the Dragon King Yaochi, accompanied by the 4 great ancestral dragons, reveled in the palace with wine. Today marked the grand occasion of the second brother Yaochi's emergence from seclusion, having achieved a breakthrough at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. The entire Dragon Clan was in high spirits, and Yaochi, with a sweeping gesture, declared a 3-day feast for the entire clan. Yaochi downed a cup of wine and exclaimed with excitement. A whole calamity cycle passed without a breakthrough. I had almost forgotten the taste of progress. Brother, what is this? Our Dragon Clan's foundation is profound. As long as we are not hindered by karma, attaining quasi-saint status should pose no difficulty. The third brother, Yaochi, nodded in agreement, asserting, What you say is true, second brother. All 5 of us must strive towards quasi-saint status. Without such power in the wilderness, our lives are but playthings in the hands of others. With grand ambition, Yaochi proclaimed, elder brother, even if we attain quasi-saint status, what then? Must we not serve the heavenly court? Yaochi's spirit dampened momentarily. Second brother. Yaochi's expression turned grave. I understand your discontent, yet such thoughts must be quelled. Having ascended to the Dragon God ranking, our clan has finally begun to flourish. Regardless of what the future holds, we cannot betray the heavenly court in our generation. Rest assured, elder brother, I comprehend. Yaochi responded with an awkward smile. I was merely voicing a thought. Yaochi nodded in acknowledgement and refrained from further comment. Report. Your Majesty has arrived. What? His Majesty is here? Brothers, come, let us welcome him. Yaochi's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity as he led the way outside. Li's expression darkened momentarily but was quickly masked. We pay homage to the Heavenly Emperor. Outside the Dragon Palace, Yaochi led the dragons in a respectful greeting to Haotian. No need for formalities. Let us enter and converse. Haotian nodded, his expression serious as he stepped through the palace doors. Shen Nu and Chang'e followed closely behind, somewhat bewildered by his sudden gravity. However, the aura he exuded left them in silent awe. Truly imposing. No wonder he is the Heavenly Emperor. This is the demeanor befitting a sovereign of the heavens. Haotian confidently ascended the dragon throne, and this time, no dragon dared to utter a word. Upon taking his seat, he wasted no time and addressed the matter at hand. Let us dispense with pleasantries. I have 3 objectives for this journey. First, I seek a primordial beast known as Kuan-Yo. It resembles an ox, but possesses a single leg, devoid of horns, and is cloaked in a verdant hue. Its presence is heralded by tempestuous winds and rain, and its roar resonates like thunder, illuminating the sun and moon. Upon hearing this, Yaochi exclaimed in astonishment, Your Majesty, we know precisely where this beast resides. Haotian was taken aback. You all know? Indeed. Yaochi nodded. It was born in the East China Sea many years ago and has had its fair share of conflicts with my dragon clan. Perfect. I shall send a dragon to guide me shortly. Yes. Now, the second matter at hand. I wish to select a young dragon of exceptional talent, preferably one with the bloodline of a Qinglong or Jinlong. Yaochi hesitated for a moment and inquired, Your Majesty, may I ask what this matter is? Rest assured, it is a fortuitous endeavor that will bestow fortune and merit upon your dragon clan. Yaochi breathed a sigh of relief and joyfully proclaimed, Your Majesty, I have a son named Aoguang, a purebred Qinglong with a 5-clawed bloodline. He is the most outstanding among the younger generation. Wait, Haotian was momentarily stunned. What is your son's name? Your Majesty, his name is Aoguang. Yaochi replied, still confused. Upon hearing this, Haotian felt a pang of discomfort in his teeth. Is this not the Dragon King of the East Sea from the later generations? Upon further reflection, it seems that the Dragon King of the South Sea is called Yaochi, isn't it? How has the hierarchy become so chaotic? Is the dragon lineage so casual? He shook his head, disinterested in probing further. Let it be him. In 200 years, he shall report to the heavenly court. Regardless of how ineffectual Aoguang may be in later generations, his innate talents are undoubtedly exceptional. Otherwise, he could not ascend to the position of the Dragon King of the East Sea, which aligns perfectly with his preferences. As you command. Yaochi responded cheerfully. Haotian continued. The third matter is that the Yaochi Palace lacks celestial maidens. You, the Dragon Clan, have numerous dragon maidens, do you not? Select those with exceptional talents and virtuous dispositions, and in 200 years, they shall accompany Aoguang to the heavens. As you command. Yaochi responded with great joy. At present, he eagerly awaited Haotian's request for more dragons. The more slots available in the heavenly court, the greater the merits they would accrue, something they longed for but could not obtain. With the 3 matters settled, Haotian did not linger. He instructed Yaochi to send a guide, then departed directly from the East Sea. Elder brother, are you truly sending Xiaoguang up there? Aoli asked with mounting anxiety. Of course, His Majesty has declared it a good deed. What if His Majesty is deceiving us? Second brother, we are subjects of the heavenly court and must place our trust in His Majesty. Let us not forget that once we ascend the dragon god list, even if he were to betray us, we would have no recourse. Aoli fell silent, yet the unease within him grew ever more pronounced. Haotian, your earlier demeanor was truly magnificent. As they exited the East Sea, Shen Nu could not help but praise him. Haotian shook his head and replied, What else should I do? After all, I am the Heavenly Emperor, overseeing countless beings across the 3 realms. I cannot afford to frolic about like you all day long. Oh, you may praise yourself, but why involve me in your praises? Is my demeanor not quite satisfactory? Sister Chang'e, please weigh in on this matter. Chang'e turned her gaze towards Haotian and softly said, I believe your Majesty was quite commendable just now. Haotian smiled faintly. Shen Nu pouted, exclaiming, Humph. I shall ignore you all. You only conspire to mock me. With that, she turned and ran off into the distance. Haotian remained unconcerned, for this girl was akin to a child, easily forgetting her anger within mere moments. Indeed, upon reaching Liubo Mountain, Zuin merrily returned on her own. Oh my, I see it. Wow, There truly is a one-legged bull. How does it walk? Her gaze was fixed upon the resting Kuei bull on the island, filled with unbridled curiosity. Haotian found himself quite perplexed. The Kuei Nyo, with its bizarre appearance, boasted a celestial blue body adorned with dragon scales, a single leg, and no horns. Such peculiar creatures are rare in the primordial world. Despite its odd appearance, its strength was formidable. Naturally adept at wielding thunder and lightning, it was a supreme lightning deity, possessing the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal. Otherwise, it would not have been able to contend with the dragon clan for such an extended period. Haotian was exceedingly pleased with the Kuei Nyo. He gracefully descended beside the creature, which immediately became alert upon his arrival. Upon noticing the nearby dragon clan, its fury ignited instantly. Without hesitation, it unleashed a thunderball towards him. Impudent! Haotian scoffed, clenching his fist as chaotic energy transformed into a long whip that he wielded with authority. With a swift crack of the whip, the thunderball detonated, its residual force inflicting severe wounds upon the Kuei Nyo. It let out a mournful howl, its eyes gleaming with rage. Letting out a fierce moo, it charged at Haotian with a powerful kick. This beast is quite obstinate. Haotian chuckled. Oh dear. Count me in. A fight, is it? Allow me to partake. Without waiting for Haotian's consent, Zuin rolled up her sleeves and rushed forward. The resounding sounds of fists and feet clashing echoed far and wide, while the guiding little dragon cowered in fear, witnessing the brutality of the scene. Haotian couldn't help but twitch his lips. Truly, the future war deity. While Zuin appeared lively and adorable, in combat, she transformed into a little demon, executing her moves with ruthless precision and no mercy. Kuei Nyo, with only a single leg, focused solely on attacking the lower body, completely disregarding any sense of honor. Even more absurdly, two great Luo Jingxian were engaged in a battle, resorting to fists and feet. Kuei Nyo, where are your thunderous techniques? Utilize them. Watching it foolishly endure blows made Haotian anxious. Bang! Kuei Nyo stumbled and was tripped by Zuin, being pounded into the ground. Are you convinced? Moo. Not convinced. Bang, bang, bang. Moo, moo, moo. Haotian, does this cow not speak? Chang'e suddenly interjected. As Haotian was engrossed in his thoughts, he turned and was taken aback to find a myriad of expressions dancing upon Chang'e's face. She seemed torn between laughter and restraint, her efforts to contain it evidently taxing. He silently marveled at the remarkable transformation, for throughout their journey, Chang'e had not once mastered the art of laughter. Yet it appeared that the stubborn bull had managed to elucidate her spirit. Well, it was of little consequence. Perhaps allowing Zuin to vent her frustrations was warranted, as she had been holding back for far too long. And what of the Kuei bull? Fear not, for the great Luo golden immortal can endure. The old bull's hide is tough and resilient. After speaking, Haotian, filled with curiosity, inquired, why are you so concerned about it? Chang'e, wide-eyed and bewildered, replied, I don't know. It just feels strange to see it getting beaten. Ah, so she still possessed a tender heart. Haotian waited a little longer, observing that Kuei Nyo's temper had mellowed sufficiently before calling a halt. That's enough. You must have had your fill by now. He intercepted Zuin. Zuin nodded eagerly, much like a chick pecking at grains. That was exhilarating, she exclaimed, giving Kuei Nyo a gentle pat. You're quite impressive, old bull. Besides Haotian, no one else could keep me entertained for so long. I shall seek your company more often. Kuei Nyo, feigning dizziness, trembled slightly at her words. Haotian suppressed a chuckle as he grasped the mystic maiden by the collar and pulled her back. Turning solemnly towards the Kuei Ox, he declared with gravity, I am the celestial emperor of the heavenly court. I hereby extend an invitation for you to ascend and serve as an official. Would you be willing? The Kuei Ox scrambled to its feet, its gaze darting past Haotian to first scrutinize the mystic maiden. Then, it shook its head vehemently. The mystic maiden frowned in displeasure. Oh, refusing to honor my presence? Come then, let us settle this in another bout. Terrified, the Kuei Ox shook its head even more frantically before turning to Haotian and nodding wildly in frantic agreement. Haotian found himself at a loss, pulling Zuin back, admonishing her not to cause any more trouble. He then turned to Kuei Nyo, assuring him that the heavenly court would not compel him. The decision to ascend to the heavens rested solely upon his own choice. Kuei Nyo bowed his head in contemplation, ultimately nodding solemnly in agreement. Haotian beamed with delight. Very well, then come along with me. Kuei Nyo nodded earnestly and followed suit. Haotian, can this old cow, resembling a mute, truly ascend to the heavens and become an immortal? Xian Nu inquired with a visage full of curiosity as they departed from the East Sea. Beside her, Kuei Nyo tilted his head in intrigue, evidently eager to discern Haotian's plans for his future. Have you ever heard of the 12 zodiac signs? Haotian retorted. The two women shook their heads in unison, their expressions reflecting utter bewilderment. Haotian chuckled. Indeed, how could you possibly know? Allow me to rephrase. Do you not find the length of the night in the primordial world utterly absurd? Xian Nu and Chang'e exchanged glances and replied in unison. Not at all. Haotian was at a loss for words. What more was there to discuss? He decided to be direct and stated plainly. The beings of the primordial realm possess varying strengths. 4 skilled individuals such as yourselves, day and night, are inconsequential. However, for the weaker creatures, the interminable night is a treacherous abyss, fraught with dangers that await to engulf them. With each nightfall, countless souls in the primordial land perish. The two women were taken aback. Although they were not ethereal beings perched high above, they still harbored compassion, and this revelation sent a pang of concern through their hearts. What shall we do? Xian Nu inquired hastily. Simple. Haotian replied with composure. If the night is excessively prolonged, let us create a separate realm for the weaker beings, recalibrating the celestial cycles to minimize the length of the night. The two women suddenly grasped the concept and regarded Haotian with newfound admiration. After all, he was the first celestial being they had encountered, radiating an aura of approachability. Coupled with his distinguished status, extensive knowledge, and remarkable abilities, how could any normal celestial maiden remain unaffected? Not to mention these two naive innocents. Haotian paid no heed to their gazes and continued. However, the night is fleeting, and the transition of time occurs at a pace akin to a hurried gathering. It is challenging to measure time accurately, which does not favor the proliferation of living beings. Thus, we must devise a new system of temporal regulation. Devise anew? How shall we accomplish that? Asked Zuin with a blink. Currently, there exist 2 methods of timekeeping in the primordial realm. The method of calamities, which spans from the creation of the heavens to the present day, encompassing 3 great calamities, beasts, the 3 clans, and the witch-demon conflict. More intricately, there is the method of yuan hui, wherein 1 yuan is divided into 12 hui, with each hui lasting 1,800 years, culminating in a total of 12,960 years per yuan. By this calculation, we find ourselves in the 3rd year of the 1st hui of the 2nd yuan of the 4th calamity. During my ascendancy as the Jade Emperor, it coincided perfectly with the commencement of the 2nd yuan of the new calamity, as I have previously shared with you. The two women nodded, demonstrating their commendable memory. Haotian continued. After the reorganization of the heavens and the earth, a single day in the primordial realm will equate to an entire year in the mortal world. This year is further divided into 12 months, during which the deities of the mortal realm will be guided by the seasonal changes to perform their duties and oversee matters of procreation. To promote this new order, I intend to establish 12 celestial officials, each representing a zodiac sign, to manage the fluctuations of time in the mortal realm for each month. This will also bring great benefits to the zodiac creatures themselves. Take the Kuei Nyo, for instance, as a member of the bovine lineage. Should it become one of the zodiac signs, the entire cattle clan would bask in its glory, receiving worship from mortal beings, thereby enhancing their fortune. And the Kuei Nyo would accumulate a wealth of merit. What a significant opportunity indeed. The Xian Nu cast a covetous glance at the Kuei Nyo and murmured, "Old bull, you ought to be grateful to me. Had I not given you a good thrashing, you would have nearly missed this fortuitous event." The Kuei Nyo understood her words and happily responded with a series of low moos, eagerly bowing and ingratiating himself to the Xian Nu. Her smile blossomed radiantly. However, Chang'e suddenly inquired, "Which extraordinary beasts do you intend to select as the zodiac signs?" Haotian shook his head. "It is not yet decided. Apart from the Kuei Nyo, I have long had my sights set on the Jade Rabbit and the Dragon Clan. As for the rest, I shall leave it to fate and take my time over the next 2 centuries." Upon hearing the mention of the Jade Rabbit, Chang'e's eyes sparkled with delight. "Are you including the Jade Rabbit as well?" "Of course," Haotian replied with a smile. "I must give the little Jade Rabbit a chance out of respect for you. It is indeed an extraordinary being from the primordial chaos, naturally endowed with the ability to roar, though it has yet to awaken. In due time, I shall assist it in stimulating its bloodline. Who knows, it could ascend to the Tai, or even the Deluo." Chang'e was both astonished and elated. She lowered her gaze to caress the little rabbit nibbling on wild vegetables and gently said, "Where, did you hear that?" Aren't you going to thank His Majesty? Though the little jade rabbit could not speak, its intelligence was evident, and its large eyes sparkled with excitement. After a moment's hesitation, it reluctantly offered the wild vegetables to Haotian, as if presenting a treasured gift. With a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, Haotian conceded, "Fine. Keep it for yourself. It's the thought that counts." The little jade rabbit swiftly retracted its paw and joyfully began to nibble. This scene elicited laughter from both Haotian and Chang'e. A century and a half later, on an expansive grassland in the eastern Victory Divine Continent, Haotian, Chang'e, and Xiannu hovered in the sky, gazing down upon the fierce battle below. Behind Haotian followed a peculiar assembly of exotic beasts. Those with keen eyes could discern that these were all rare species from the primordial era. From left to right, they included the abyssal mouse, the Kuei bull, the white tiger, the soaring serpent, the xieji, the zhongming bird, the celestial dog, and the dangkong. Together with Ao Guang from the Dragon Palace and the jade rabbit cradled in Chang'e's arms, 10 of the 12 zodiac animals were now gathered, with only the horse and the monkey remaining. Curiously, Haotian had not intended to specifically assemble the original zodiac. He merely sought to select beasts with exceptional talents. He was not content with having the zodiac merely keep time. This was a splendid opportunity to choose 12 formidable beings. In ancient lore, each zodiac possessed extraordinary capabilities, capable of safeguarding the mortal realm, and he aspired to elevate their prowess further. Ultimately, after much deliberation, he ended up with these creatures, as if it were fated. Presently, the 11th zodiac emerged, the celestial horse. To be precise, it was a multitude of celestial horses. Below, an impressive spectacle unfolded, with millions of white-maned, winged celestial horses, exuding divine majesty. To Haotian's surprise, the leader was not a celestial horse, but rather a species of equine beast known as the Lu Shu, numbering around 10,000. Opposite them stood the rare and formidable Fuzhu, boasting a staggering 100,000. This was indeed a stroke of fortune. "What beautiful exotic beasts!" exclaimed Xiannu, her eyes sparkling. "Which of the three do you prefer?" Haotian inquired. "That one." Xiannu pointed at the Fuzhu. "The few against the millions dare to confront them. I admire their spirit, and they are quite handsome. Haotian, I wish for them to be my mounts." Haotian nodded, acknowledging the keen observation. "That is a Fuzhu, a rare species embodying the principles of water, possessing formidable combat prowess, quite suited for you." "Indeed, I concur." Xiannu chuckled, then turned to inquire, "Sister Chang'e, would you care to select one as well?" Chang'e smiled gently, shaking her head. "I have no fondness for mounts. Riding on clouds suffices for me." "Very well. I must acquire one for myself, lest I continue to lose my way." Xiannu lamented, tapping her forehead in frustration. Over the past century, she had lost her way countless times, and were it not for Haotian's bagua, she would have vanished without a trace. Her propensity for getting lost was truly remarkable. The subsequent task was straightforward. Subduing this collection of exotic beasts was a mere trifle for Haotian. With a grand gesture, he packaged the Tianma, Lushu, and Fuzhu, sending them to the heavenly court. These were exceptional steeds, perfectly suited to accompany the celestial soldiers. Xiannu selected the most exquisite female Fuzhu as her mount, thereafter forsaking her cloud riding. With the Fuzhu to guide her, her adventures became wilder, and she never lost her way again. Having settled this batch of, Haotian returned to the immortal realm, arriving at his final destination, the undying volcano. Upon his return, he found the place much livelier than his last visit. Before even entering the volcano's mouth, he spotted hundreds of little phoenixes frolicking nearby. Fengshan, alerted by the news, came out to greet him, but his face was full of remorse. "Your Majesty, regarding Kongxian's matters are of no concern to you. I have my own arrangements, and you need not worry." Fengshan sighed, a flicker of anxiety passing through his eyes. After all, Kongxian was the son of the Phoenix ancestor. Fengshan desperately wished for Kongxian to enter the heavenly court, as only the heavenly court could reign in that impetuous youth. Otherwise, his aggressive disposition would inevitably lead to disaster. Unfortunately, Kongxian was excessively proud and had run away on his own. Fengshan had been furious upon learning this. Yet he was powerless to do anything. He couldn't even find him. "I have two matters to address during this visit. First, the Yaochi lacks heavenly maidens. Select some talented female phoenixes, and I shall take them with me." "As you command," Fengshan exclaimed, his spirits lifting. Like Yaochi, he was quite astute, recognizing that the revival of the heavenly court was imminent. The more connections he could forge, the better. Ideally, he would send his entire clan. Alas, the divine rankings of dragons and phoenixes had a limit, allowing for only half to be signed. Secondly, regarding the Qilin clan, how many scattered Qilin have you located? Reporting to your majesty, I am ashamed to say that Qilin are exceedingly rare. After mobilizing all avian creatures for 300 years, we have managed to find only 100. So few? Haotian frowned, then inquired, how are these Qilin? Not very well, most are younglings. And the older ones have mostly perished. Haotian nodded, 100 it is. Is it with you now? Indeed. Very well, prepare yourself and follow me shortly. Yes. Fengshan went off to attend to his duties, leaving Haotian to meander about. There was still one of the 12 zodiac animals missing. He mused that if it came to that, he could use the phoenix, as the pairing of dragon and phoenix would also be quite auspicious. Yet, fate had its own designs. While he was wandering, he was unexpectedly halted by a monkey. Little monkey pays respects to your majesty, the heavenly emperor. Haotian was taken aback. How did this monkey recognize him? Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the creature possessed 6 ears. Goodness, could this be the legendary 6-eared macaque? Said to be a being of unparalleled skill? No wonder it recognized him. Just then, Xian Nu, riding on Fu Zhu, appeared with a curious expression. Where did this little monkey come from? She inquired. I have no idea. It simply leaped out while I was strolling. Haotian shook his head and turned to the monkey, asking, why are you stopping me? Your majesty, this little monkey wishes to cultivate immortality and learn the Tao, and humbly seeks your acceptance. 6 ears knelt down in supplication. Wow, such a clever little monkey. How did it know you are the heavenly emperor? Did you tell it? Xian Nu questioned. No. Haotian replied. It recognizes me because it is no ordinary monkey. Another creature from the primordial chaos? Indeed. Haotian elaborated. Within the realms of Zhoutian, there exist 5 celestial beings. Heaven, earth, deities, humans, and spirits. 5 insects. Those with scales, feathers, and more. However, 4 types of monkeys are not included, representing anomalies of the primordial world. Truly remarkable. Xian Nu exclaimed, intrigued. Pray tell, which 4 types? First, the Lingming stone monkey. Capable of transformation, discerning celestial timings, and earthly advantages, yet to appear in this world. Second, the Qi Qioma monkey, knowledgeable of yin and yang, adept in human affairs. Skilled in evading death and prolonging life, likely born but not yet revealed. Third, the Tong Bai gibbon, capable of manipulating the sun and moon, shrinking mountains. Differentiating fortune from misfortune, Yuan Hong from my heavenly court belongs to this category. Fourth, the 6-eared macaque, proficient in listening, discerning the essence of matters. Aware of past and future, capable of hearing events from miles away. Thus it is no surprise it recognized me. Impressive indeed. Xian Nu gazed at 6 ears, her eyes brimming with curiosity. However, 6 ears was startled, realizing that Haotian had discerned its true nature so clearly. Since its inception in ancient times, only 2 powerful beings had unveiled its identity, and Haotian was one of them. It had hoped for a fortunate encounter, but now it felt a profound reverence for Haotian. If it is so formidable, why not take it in? Don't you still lack one for your zodiac? Xian Nu asked. It's not that simple. Haotian sighed. Of course, I desire 6 ears, but this monkey carries a burden. Many years ago, when the Tao ancestor delivered teachings in the Purple Cloud Palace, it was declared that only those who entered the palace could listen. This monkey, relying on its innate talent, eavesdropped and was caught by the Tao ancestor, leading to the prohibition of imparting knowledge to those with 6 ears. Since then, it has not practiced the Tao. Given its potential, it should have been eagerly sought after by powerful beings, but due to the Tao ancestor's decree, it now remains in the realm of true immortals. Had it not been for the resilience of the 4 monkeys of the world, it would have perished long ago. Observing 6 ears, Haotian found himself in a dilemma. He was not yet powerful enough to openly confront the Tao ancestor, yet parting with 6 ears was equally unbearable. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, 6 ears. Do you still remember the events of that time? 6 ears' expression darkened, fully aware of what he was referring to. Over the years, countless immortals had rejected it at their gates due to this incident, and it had hoped that Haotian would not fear the Tao ancestor. However, given the current circumstances, it feared that hope was in vain. Its countenance fell, yet it did not deny the truth and nodded earnestly. I remember. Haotian expressed his satisfaction, stating, Since you remember, you must understand that the mistakes you have made are far from over. I can intercede on your behalf with the Tao ancestor, but you must agree to one condition. Upon hearing this, Lu'er nodded fervently. Please, just say the word. I will do anything to learn the Tao. Very well. Haotian continued. First, swear an oath to the heavenly Tao that without my permission, you shall not employ your innate divine abilities. Lu'er hesitated. This divine ability was its lifeline, having saved it countless times. Without it, survival seemed bleak. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, it steeled itself and prepared to take the oath. It realized that without pursuing the Tao, even with its divine powers, it would merely exist, which was not its aspiration. Lu'er yearned for strength. Despite knowing the dangers posed by the ancestor, it had once dared to eavesdrop, driven by its fierce determination. Even why upon witnessing this, Haotian breathed a sigh of relief. Xiannu, startled, tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "What does this mean? Did the Tao ancestor not agree?" "No, he consented." Haotian replied with a smile. If he had disagreed, there would either be silence or a direct strike. The fact that we are receiving a lesson now indicates a clean slate of past grievances. Alternatively, this could be a trial bestowed by the Tao ancestor. If we endure it, it signifies our fortuitous fate, while failure would imply a lack of fortune. Ah, I see. The Tao ancestor is quite lenient. Though that thunder does not appear very formidable. In the vastness of the heavens, Haotian remained silent, expressing indifference towards you, for you are a grand celestial being. Impervious even to the divine thunder of the Tai, yet it is the six-eared macaque that possesses true divinity, capable of withstanding the lightning that could obliterate a Xianxian. Ah? The Xiannu stuck out her tongue, inquiring, "Is it unharmed?" "It should be fine. The four mischievous monkeys of the world are not so fragile." Indeed, moments later, the six-eared macaque trembled as it rose. Though it bore considerable injuries, exhilaration coursed through its being. It sensed that the shackles binding it had vanished. This signified its liberation. After all these countless cycles of the Yuan, no one knows how it endured. Through numerous brushes with death and unrelenting despair, it was sustained solely by an unwavering resolve. Even it was perplexed by its perseverance. Contemplating it brought forth tears. Once the excitement subsided, the six-eared macaque returned to its senses and knelt before Haotian, beseeching, "I implore the Celestial Emperor to impart upon me the sacred teachings." Haotian did not rush to respond. Speaking in a deep tone, "Lu'er, I present you with two paths. First, you may enter the heavenly court, and I shall provide you with all the resources you require. Second, you may sign the Heavenly Emperor's covenant and become my trusted confidant, and I will nurture you with all my might." "I choose the second," Lu'er declared without hesitation. "Your Majesty, I seek only the ultimate path." "Excellent," Haotian affirmed, summoning the Heavenly Emperor's covenant, which materialized before Lu'er. "Consider this carefully. Once signed, you cannot betray the heavenly court and shall forever remain my subject." "Are you certain?" "Indeed, a single drop of blood will suffice." Without further ado, Lu'er complied. Moments later, the covenant bore Lu'er's information, and upon reviewing it, he felt an even deeper reverence for Haotian. Haotian breathed a sigh of relief. It was not that he was heartless, but such a stubborn individual required a firm grip, lest the repercussions be dire in the future. "What is this?" the goddess of mystery inquired, leaning in with curiosity. "It is the Heavenly Emperor's covenant, a pledge that binds one to eternal loyalty to the heavenly court." The goddess of mystery was taken aback, and Chang'e glanced over in surprise. After a moment of contemplation, the goddess of mystery asked, "Then why do you not allow us to sign it?" Haotian shook his head, saying, "Though I possess this decree, I am not a tyrant. The heavenly court must operate with transparency and not coerce anyone. Most of the individuals bound by this decree are criminals, and I intend for them to atone through service. Apart from these, there is only the exception of the six-eared, whose innate talents I wish to cultivate diligently, thus allowing its signing. Otherwise, it would be unjust to the other celestial ministers." The two women exchanged glances, secretly impressed by Haotian. Being a celestial emperor is indeed exhausting, fraught with numerous concerns. Xiannu shook her head. "I find it quite admirable," Chang'e remarked, gazing at Haotian with respect. "This is the celestial emperor I envision. The sovereign of the three realms should embody integrity." "Indeed, Sister Chang'e speaks wisely. I share the same sentiment." Xiannu quickly concurred. Haotian found himself in a perplexing situation, exclaiming, "All right, no need to flatter me. We are family after all." Suddenly, Zuan interjected, "Hey, Haotian, why don't I sign as well? I desire for you to nurture my potential." Following her, Chang'e added, "I am also willing to join, though I require no guidance." Haotian shook his head and said, "There is no need for you to accompany me. You are not my people." After ascending to the heavens, "I shall escort you to the Yaochi celestial realm." "The Yaochi celestial realm?" the two women exclaimed in astonishment. "What kind of place is that?" "It is the domain of the Queen Mother of the West, who holds a status equivalent to mine. She is both my junior sister and my partner, as well as the foremost celestial maiden of the heavenly court." The expressions of the two women stiffened. You already have a partner? Haotian touched his nose, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he remarked, isn't it common knowledge that the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother are eternal companions? The two women remained silent. In the heavenly court, within the Hall of Clarity, 2 centuries later, Haotian felt a profound sense of ease. His initial visit had rendered him a stranger, while the second had fostered a modicum of familiarity. Now, upon his return, he finally sensed the essence of home. Before him stood the likes of Tai Bai, Bei's Luya, Xiannu, and Chang'e, all bowing respectfully. Yuan Hong was absent, engaged in the eradication of demons in the lower realms. Xiannu and Chang'e were enveloped in a complex array of emotions. Upon their first arrival in the heavenly court, they had been filled with exuberance, awestruck by the ethereal splendor of the majestic palace. However, with Haotian's return, the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. He now exuded an air of solemnity, sternness, an authority that was almost suffocating. They understood that this was the true nature of the heavenly emperor, yet after 2 centuries of camaraderie, they had grown accustomed to the playful, protective demeanor of their elder brother. The abrupt transformation left them feeling hollow. Typically, they would address him by name without formality, as he had always treated them with kindness and care, embodying both mentor and friend, intertwined with an inexplicable emotional bond. At that moment, the mere act of refraining from tears was a testament to their respect. Haotian observed silently, choosing not to intervene. The 2 young women were still too inexperienced and needed to undergo further trials. As the heavenly emperor, he permitted himself to indulge in fleeting sentiments occasionally. Yet he understood that dwelling on such matters was less wise than abdicating his throne sooner. Shaking off these thoughts, he turned his attention to Luya. Lord of the Golden Crow, what is the status of your mission? In response to your majesty, Luya replied with utmost respect, I have gathered 1,000 female cultivators, each possessing profound fortune, commendable character, and exceptional talent. To Haotian's surprise, he had anticipated that Luya would summon a multitude of female demons, believing that the greater the number, the more significant the merit. However, he was taken aback by Luya's meticulous selection. Evidently, Luya had invested considerable effort into this endeavor. What he did not realize was that Luya had initially planned to gather a host of female demons effortlessly, leveraging his identity as the son of the demon emperor. Yet, just before his departure, Baizé approached him for a heart-to-heart conversation. Although Luya harbored reservations about Baizé, he felt compelled to reciprocate the goodwill shown to him. After an earnest exchange, the 2 demons discovered that they both had burdens to bear, one for the future of the demon race, and the other for the continuation of their lineage. In a moment of mutual understanding, they reached a form of reconciliation. Elated, Luya expressed his admiration for Baizé. After all, it was Baizé's strategic acumen that had enabled the demon court to stand against the witch clan in the past, significantly alleviating their pressures. Baizé, equally exhilarated, was astonished to learn from Luya that the 3-legged golden crow could still have descendants, a revelation of monumental significance. The demon race places immense value on lineage. And since Emperor Juntai ascended to the throne, the 3-legged golden crow has been an unassailable royal lineage. Without such a royal bloodline, the demon race would be akin to scattered sand. Baizé's initial submission was not solely for the sake of hundreds of thousands of demons, but stemmed from a lack of alternatives. He could not single-handedly safeguard the demon race, and had to seek a future through the heavens. Had he known Luya was present, he might have dared to take another chance. However, the unfolding events were too dramatic, leaving him to ponder the whims of fate. Following his excitement, Baizé felt a pang of bitterness. Although hope flickered for the demon race, he had sold himself to Haotian and could not return. The situation grew even more complicated as he could not disclose the matter of the Heavenly Emperor's covenant to Luya, as Haotian forbade it. Observing Luya's eager anticipation, Baizé felt a heavy weight in his heart. The only consolation was that during Luya's time in the heavenly court, he could still offer assistance. During their conversation, Baizé mentioned Luya's task, and, upon learning of his intention to take on a large burden, quickly urged him to reconsider. Understanding Haotian's temperament, Baizé knew that the emperor valued the qualities of celestial beings. His previous insistence on establishing heavenly regulations was no mere jest. Instead of laboring over a horde of mediocre candidates, it would be far more prudent to select the finest directly, regardless of their lineage. Female cultivators were equally acceptable. Luya should prioritize the propagation of the 3-legged golden crow while gradually addressing the affairs of the demon race. After some contemplation, Luya agreed, leading to this resolution. Although Haotian was taken aback, he surmised that it was Bei's guidance and did not mind the camaraderie between the two demons. With the decree of the heavenly emperor in place, Bei's could not overturn the heavens. Even Bei's was unaware that if the celestial beings who signed the decree harbored any treacherous intentions, Haotian could immediately sense it, perceiving their very thoughts. If it were possible, he would wish for all to sign, yet such an approach would likely lead to the celestial officials becoming complacent, as an action could not be deemed as treachery. The decree of the covenant truly should not be employed lightly. He did not hasten to investigate Liu Ye's results, but instead inquired of Bei's and Tai-Bai. How fared the heavenly regulations? Upon returning to the heavens, he had also undertaken a side quest. Ding, please complete the evaluation of the celestial officials of the heavenly court, ensuring the survival of the fittest. Reward, celestial treasure. The heavenly code. Haotian understood clearly that the task must be completed at all costs. He had an instinctive feeling that once the heavenly sacrifice ceremony was over, the subsequent assignments would likely not be so straightforward. In other words, this moment might represent his nascent stage, and he needed to seize opportunities to fortify himself. The celestial regulations were undoubtedly the result of considerable effort from Bai Zhe and Tai-Bai, yet after reviewing their work, Haotian felt a profound sense of helplessness. It was truly difficult to comprehend. However, he recognized that the two immortals could not be blamed, as there had never been a precedent to follow. Crafting a set of rules from thin air was no simple feat. What Haotian truly desires is not the perfection of the finished product, but rather the earnest attitude that accompanies its creation. Some matters, even when he knows that his subordinates may not succeed, must be attempted by them. Only through first-hand experience of the challenges involved can they appreciate the final result, garnering both admiration and respect from their lord. After offering a few words of encouragement, Haotian strides towards the expansive square of the rear palace. At this moment, the square is bustling with activity, filled with numerous female cultivators, including dragon maidens, phoenix maidens, as well as enchantresses and celestial maidens, creating a scene of vibrant excitement. In the primordial realm, the various factions and races can be broadly categorized into 9 groups: deities, immortals, Buddhas, demons, devils, humans, spirits, ghosts, and monsters, which correspond precisely to the 9 divisions of heavenly soldiers in the celestial court. The term deity refers to those officials among the immortals who will govern in the heavenly court. Immortals are those beings, either innate or acquired, who have achieved enlightenment, reached a level beyond earthly immortals, and have not sullied their hands with bloodshed. The Buddhas represent the distinct sect from the Western teachings. The demon race is quite extensive, encompassing all beings possessing scales, fur, feathers, wings, or insect-like traits. However, some fortunate demons, having committed no sins, can ascend to the ranks of immortals or Buddhas, and even attain divine status. The devil race, created by the progenitor Rahu, is now largely shunned by the heavenly principles and often remains hidden, though their numbers are not insignificant. The human race has yet to emerge prominently, still developing in silence. The spirit race is quite broad. Any beings nurtured by heaven and earth, such as those transformed from wind, frost, rain, and lightning into humanoid forms, fall under this category. While there is some overlap between the spirit and demon races, the distinction lies in the fact that spirits typically manifest as innate human forms, whereas demons prefer to cultivate or battle in their original appearances. The ghost race comprises those entities exclusive to the underworld. Monsters, on the other hand, usually refer to the bizarre and grotesque creatures found in the primordial realm or the aberrant variations within the demon race. These 9 categories encompass nearly all beings in the primordial world. However, it should be noted that among the human, spirit, and monster races, those who surpass the threshold of earthly immortality can generally be classified as immortals. The celestial maidens brought back by Liu Ye primarily hail from the spirit and monster races, with not a single human among them. Even though Liu Ye outwardly appears to have set aside his prejudices, he still harbors a deep-seated disdain for the human race, offering them no regard whatsoever. To put it bluntly, during the ancient demon court era, humans were regarded by demons as livestock, confined and raised for their own purposes. Haotian employed the art of divination and, upon surveying the 1,000 enchanting maidens and celestial beings chosen by Liu Ye, he discerned that they were indeed exquisite specimens, a rarity of unparalleled quality. Each one radiated an aura of fortune, devoid of malice, clearly embodying the essence of disciplined practitioners. However, there were certain dragon maidens and phoenix maidens whose presence exuded a troubling intensity that elicited furrowed brows. The dragon and phoenix clans had evidently spared no expense this time. The phoenix clan had presented 3,000 phoenix maidens, while the dragon clan, in a display of extravagance, had contributed a staggering 10,000 dragon maidens. A spectacle that left onlookers in awe. Such grandeur truly underscored the profound heritage of the dragon clan. Who could have foreseen that in later generations, the dragon clan would descend into such dire straits that collectively, they could scarcely muster 1,000 true dragons? The phoenix clan fared even worse, fading into obscurity as if utterly forgotten by the primordial world. As for the eventual downfall of these two clans, Haotian felt uncertain, but it was evident that mere karmic retribution could not account for the magnitude of their plight. Chapter 12. The requirements for the heavenly sacrifice ceremony. Yet he harbored no concerns regarding this matter. As long as he remained, the two clans could not possibly decline, unless they were to recklessly invite their own demise. With the successful recruitment of so many female cultivators, the task assigned by the Yaochi had finally reached fruition. Taibai Bays. Please meticulously compile and document the contributions of all celestial beings over the past 5 centuries. Once the heavenly sacrifice ceremony concludes, I shall reward them according to their merits. The Lord of the Golden Crow has made significant contributions. Let this be duly noted. As soon as these words fell from his lips, Luya's face broke into a beaming smile. After toiling tirelessly, this was precisely the affirmation he had been longing for. Taibai and Bays, accompanied by Luya, promptly took their leave, and the square soon returned to a serene silence. Only Haotian and the two maidens remained. He turned, a relaxed smile gracing his features. How do you find it? Is there a hint of discomfort? The two maidens paused momentarily, taken aback, and did not respond immediately, until Xian Nu exhaled with relief. Pouting as she remarked, "You've finally returned to normal. That earlier aura left me utterly speechless." Upon hearing this, Haotian could only manage a wry smile. As the heavenly emperor, it was imperative to uphold the dignity befitting his station. Within the celestial court, he was compelled to maintain a stern demeanor while making decisions. Thus, the notion of sending you all to the Yaochi came to mind. For the atmosphere there is considerably more relaxed and less oppressive. However, might the Queen Mother be particularly fearsome? Xian Nu inquired cautiously, her voice laden with concern. I cannot say for certain, as the Yaochi is the domain of the Queen Mother, who oversees all the female immortals across the 3 realms, and she can be quite formidable when provoked. How about this? You could venture there first to gauge the situation, and if it proves uncomfortable, feel free to return to me at any time. I shall arrange for your return. How does that sound? Haotian pondered for a moment before proposing a compromise. May I be excused from going? Chang'e interjected abruptly. The moon god's wheel is still in your possession, and I cannot stray too far from you. Besides, shouldn't you have someone to attend to you by your side? Upon hearing this, Haotian's heart skipped a beat. Oh dear, this doesn't seem quite appropriate, does it? Good heavens, having Chang'e as a handmaiden. How utterly preposterous. Chang'e cast him a sidelong glance, and from his expression alone, she could tell that while he feigned reluctance, inwardly he was likely overjoyed. Xianen, upon hearing this, immediately protested. Then I won't leave either. Why should I be separated from Sister Chang'e? Absolutely not. No. Haotian hastily waved his hands. Didn't you aspire to become a war goddess? The celestial maidens of the heavenly court all fall under the jurisdiction of the Jade Pool. If you don't go, you'll remain a mere minor fairy, idling away your days. What? Xian N's delicate face scrunched up in displeasure. With a huff, she retorted. Why must you be so stern about it? Fine, I'll go then. You silly little thing, don't fret. I certainly won't let you suffer any losses. As soon as Haotian's voice faded, he waved his hand, and the system rewarded him with 3,000 heavenly maidens and 10,000 celestial maidens, who appeared in unison before him. In the heavenly court, all female cultivators are referred to as goddesses, currently categorized into 2 groups, celestial maidens and heavenly maidens. Celestial maidens possess moderate cultivation, meandering between true immortal and heavenly immortal, primarily serving in supportive roles. However, do not underestimate them. Each possesses a unique skill, such as tending to flowers and handling trivial matters, excelling in their respective domains. In contrast, heavenly maidens are born for battle, endowed with superior cultivation and innate talent. serving as elite soldiers under the Queen Mother. Among the 3,000 heavenly maidens dispatched by the system, there are 3 Tai golden immortals, 6 golden immortals, with the remainder being of the Xian immortal level. Do you see those wielding weapons? They are your exclusive heavenly maiden battalion, each a skilled warrior. Furthermore, you may select 5,000 from the dragon maidens, phoenix maidens, demon maidens, and celestial maidens below to expand your heavenly maiden legion. Henceforth, the number of heavenly maidens in the heavenly court will consistently maintain approximately 30% of the total number of goddesses. However, let me be clear, these heavenly maidens are entrusted to you for the time being, but you must diligently learn the art of command. Your cultivation is commendable, yet your experience in leading troops is nearly non-existent. I can arrange for someone to teach you, but should you fail to grasp it, you shall obediently return to serve as a lowly celestial maiden. Humph! How dare you look down upon me? The Xian maiden retorted, defiantly lifting her chin at Haotian. As long as the instructor is reliable, I am certain I will succeed. With that, she eagerly dashed off to select her companions. After 200 years of following Haotian, she had not idled away her time. She had at least learned numerous practical spells, such as the Qi observation technique from the Tiangang dishes spell. Once the Xian maiden departed, Haotian turned to Chang'e and inquired earnestly, "Have you truly made up your mind?" "Indeed." Chang'e nodded gently. "I feel this place is unsuitable for me. Once I recover, I wish to return to the Moon Star." "What shall I do if I miss you?" Haotian asked. Upon hearing this, Chang'e's face flushed, and she playfully chided, "You are the Heavenly Emperor. Who would dare obstruct your wishes?" Haotian grinned broadly. "All right, I now have an idea." Chang'e shot him a sidelong glance and retorted, "Look at your demeanor." Having spent considerable time with Haotian, Chang'e had become increasingly casual around him, even picking up some of his catchphrases. "Ahem, you should head down as well. Select 1,000 celestial maidens to temporarily accommodate your needs. Go to the bullfighting palace and serve as a female official, assisting me in managing the logistical affairs. The bullfighting palace is the heart of the 33 heavens, and even a place like the Lingxiao Hall is merely one of its chambers. The entire bullfighting palace resembles an emperor's palace on earth, except that in this celestial realm, it does not encompass the Yaochi secret territory." Chang'e replied affirmatively before turning to depart. In the midst of the ethereal sky, Haotian hovered gracefully, gazing down upon the bustling goddesses below, a surge of pride welling within him. With a heartfelt exclamation, he mused that the experience of being the heavenly emperor was indeed ineffably delightful. After Xiannu and Chang'e had completed their selection, Haotian led the two along with 26,000 goddesses towards the mysterious realm of Yaochi in grand procession. Upon reaching the entrance of this sacred domain, he spotted Yaochi, accompanied by the flower goddess, awaiting their arrival, likely informed of their coming in advance. At the sight of Haotian, particularly the nearly 30,000 goddesses trailing behind him, Yaochi's eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly unable to restrain a joyful laugh. "Ahem." The flower goddess, noticing her reaction, lightly cleared her throat as a subtle reminder. Instantly, Yaochi regained her composure, suppressing her smile and straightening her posture to adopt a serious demeanor. "Senior brother." She greeted Haotian with grace, her tone refined. "Junior sister," Haotian responded, momentarily taken aback, his mouth agape. Good heavens, was this truly the same little girl who used to follow him around calling him senior brother? The transformation was astonishing, akin to the embodiment of the Queen Mother herself. Despite his surprise, Haotian felt a sense of satisfaction. It seemed he had indeed underestimated Yaochi. Her rapid progress was formidable, rivaling his own. To become the illustrious Queen Mother of later generations was no small feat, junior sister. These are the goddesses I have gathered for you. 8,000 heavenly maidens and 18,000 fairies in total. Among them, there is one great Luo golden immortal, 10 Tai golden immortals, and over 100 golden immortals. What do you think? Are you content? Haotian introduced with a beaming smile. "Thank you, senior brother. I am quite satisfied." Yaochi responded with a slight bow, her manners impeccable, yet her tone remained somewhat distant. Haotian found her formal demeanor somewhat unfamiliar. "By the way, allow me to introduce someone." He stepped aside to bring Xiannu forward. "This is the Nine Heavens Xiannu, a mid-stage great Luo golden immortal of considerable strength. I intend for Baize to teach her the art of commanding troops, and she will oversee your heavenly maidens." In truth, both Baize and Tai Bai were adept in warfare. Baize, without a doubt, had proven himself as a top military strategist during the War of Witches and Demons. Tai Bai, embodying the essence of gold, carried an innate air of authority, making him suitable for a general, although he had yet to see battle, excelling instead in domestic affairs. If one were to compare, Bai Zhe resembled a military advisor, while Tai Bai seemed more akin to a high-ranking official in charge of military affairs. However, Haotian had no intention of assigning them separately to military and administrative roles. While separation of powers has its merits, the current state of the heavenly realm necessitated a firm hand. Upon hearing this, Yaochi cast a glance at Haotian, then appraised Xian Nu, smiling as she said, "Since you hold her in such high regard, I have no objections. From this day forth, the heavenly maidens of Yaochi shall be entrusted to your command. 9 heavens, Xian Nu." "Really? Thank you, your majesty," Xian Nu exclaimed, momentarily stunned, before hastily expressing her gratitude. Indeed, Yaochi nodded in acknowledgement before turning to issue a command. "Bai Hua, please ensure they are settled in Yaochi." "Yes," the flower goddess replied, leading the multitude of goddesses into the sacred realm. Before departing, Xian Nu stole a lingering glance back at Haotian. Subsequently, Haotian and Yaochi stepped into the mysterious realm, making their way directly to the Yaochi palace. Upon entering the palace gates, Yaochi could no longer maintain her composure. She leaped into Haotian's embrace, joyfully exclaiming, "Senior brother, you are truly remarkable for gathering so many goddesses for me." With a light chuckle, Haotian remarked, "Now this is the Yaochi I know." He cradled the Yaochi as he sauntered further in, teasingly asking, "With such effort from my senior brother, shouldn't there be a reward?" "Humph." Yaochi scrunched her little nose and pouted, "Still craving a reward? Do you think I am unaware of the circumstances concerning Chang'e and Xian Nu that you brought back?" "What?" Haotian gasped in surprise. "Junior sister, you know everything?" "Of course." Yaochi proudly lifted her chin. "The heavenly realm is filled with my little flower fairies. Who could possibly keep secrets from me?" Haotian chuckled awkwardly. "Then, junior sister, what do you intend to do?" Yaochi shot him a fierce glare and replied indignantly, "What can I possibly do? You are the heavenly emperor, and I am the queen mother. 500 years ago, the Taoist ancestor established the heavenly court, binding us together. Since the day of transformation, I have been inseparably attached to you. If you were to truly cast me aside, I would have no choice but to accept my fate." Before she could finish her words, tears streamed down Yaochi's face. Haotian was taken aback. "What is this situation? What role is being played here?" No. Junior sister. Please do not cry. Who said I would abandon you? What are you overthinking? You cannot leave me, nor can I leave you. We are one entity, inseparable forever. Be obedient, do not weep, and let us address matters slowly. Can we speak at a leisurely pace?" Yaotai gazed at him with tear-filled eyes. "Of course we can." Haotian nodded earnestly. "Very well. My demands are modest. I shall not involve myself in external affairs, but once we enter Yaotai, you must heed my words, correct?" "Absolutely." Haotian nodded vigorously. "Junior sister, this secret realm of Yaotai shall forever have but one master, you. Anyone who enters must comply with your wishes." "That is reassuring." Yaotai sighed in relief, her face lighting up with a smile. "Brother, rest assured, I am not unreasonable. As long as she behaves, I shall not make things difficult for her." Yet, inwardly she felt a sense of triumph, grateful for the fairy's clever suggestion. For otherwise she would have been at a loss. "Humph, that insufferable senior brother, always bullying me." Yaotai silently muttered to herself. How could Haotian possibly know such things? Upon hearing her words, he chuckled. "Well, I must thank you for your generosity, junior sister. In truth, my intention in sending Zuin to you is solely for your benefit. Her cultivation is profound, her combat prowess formidable, and she possesses an extraordinary ability to learn swiftly. Despite lacking a mentor in the past, she has ascended to the realm of Deluo Jin Xian. With proper guidance, she will undoubtedly become a remarkable warrior in the future. If you can win her over, she will undoubtedly prove to be a valuable ally. Moreover, Zuin is straightforward and sincere. Having never left the Taiyin Star since her emergence, she is quite easy to manage. As long as you are genuine with her, she will wholeheartedly commit to you." Yaotai was momentarily taken aback, as she had not considered this perspective before. "Is what you say truly the case?" "Absolutely. What do you think? Junior sister, surely you do not believe I would send her to compete with you for territory?" Haotian finally came to his senses. Yaotai gave an awkward smile, clearly caught in the act of her thoughts being unveiled. Haotian was at a loss for words. "What are you daydreaming about, my dear?" Am I truly so unworthy? Yaochi shrank her neck and replied softly. You've been away for 200 years without taking me along. How could I not think too much? What do you mean by not taking you along? How was I to know that I would be gone for 2 centuries? Moreover, is 200 years truly that long? In the past, my seclusion lasted for hundreds of years. Pouting, Yaochi muttered, that is not the same. Are you? Haotian shook his head helplessly and embraced her earnestly, saying, Junior sister, we are in this together. We either flourish or fall together. Why would I wish you harm? Since the day of transformation, how long have we been inseparable? Do you really have so little faith in me? All right, brother, I was wrong. I won't think wildly anymore. Yaochi said in a playful tone. Very well. I shall spare you this time. Hee, I knew you cared for me the most. Don't rush to flatter me. After 200 years apart, do you perhaps miss me a little? Brother, what are you doing? 3 days later, the Heavenly Court commenced its inaugural examination for celestial officials. The assessment comprised 3 parts. The first was the ability to foresee fate, to determine if any celestial official had committed sins. The second was competency, which was temporarily omitted due to the uncertainty of divine positions. The third was merit, though little could be discerned at the moment. On the surface, it seemed only the foresight would be examined. However, Haotian incorporated the second aspect, allowing the celestial officials to self-report their abilities. In essence, it was a matter of self-identification, with Tai Bai and Bai Zhe assessing and recording the results for future divine appointments. Tai Bai and Bai Zhe were responsible for assessing those at the golden immortal level and below, exchanging candidates for evaluation. Bai Zhe examined Tai Bai's celestial spirits, while Tai Bai scrutinized Bai Zhe's demon kin. As for the celestial beings summoned by Haotian and those attracted by the recruitment edict, they were evenly divided between the 2 assessors. The Great Luo Golden Immortals and the Tai Golden Immortals would be personally overseen by Haotian. Not only was the examination set for the Donyo Palace, but Yaochi's side would also undergo evaluation. The entire process spanned a day and a night. Ultimately, 3,000 celestial officials were confirmed. Initially, there were a few extra candidates, but to round it off, several with lower cultivation levels were eliminated. Among these 3,000 officials, there were 2 quasi-saints, Bai Zhe and Lu Ya, 2 great Luo Golden Immortals, Nanshun and Pai Xiao, 12 Tai Golden Immortals, 36 Golden Immortals, 48 Mysterious Immortals, 100 True Immortals, and 2,800 Celestial Immortals. Remarkably, the 12 zodiac animals, the Qilan tribe, the celestial horses, the Fu Zhu, and the Lu Shu were not included. Yaochi's numbers remained relatively stable, and with the addition of the Flower Fairies team, a total of 25,000 celestial maidens remained, while the count of heavenly maidens dwindled to 7,500. At first glance, the number of Yaochi's maidens appeared excessive, yet the Heavenly Court had not officially recruited heavenly soldiers, nor had the officials from the Dragon and Phoenix clans been accounted for. Over the next 500 years, the Heavenly Court would primarily focus on recruiting heavenly soldiers and generals, and the officials from the Dragon and Phoenix clans would also undergo preliminary assessments. Before the grand sacrificial ceremony, a second assessment would take place, at which point the structure of the Heavenly Court's officials would begin to take shape. Once the great Luo Golden Immortals from the Dragon and Phoenix clans entered the heavens, the required number for the sacrificial ceremony should be nearly complete. Nonetheless, recruitment must continue without slackening, with a preference for abundance over scarcity. In the end, Bai Zhe outperformed Tai Bai. There was no helping it. Bai Zhe had the support of the demon kin, while Tai Bai's foundations were lacking, so for the time being, he could not compete. However, this posed no significant issue, as the Heavenly Court would conduct evaluations every 1,000 years, and the Left Chancellor would reassess. Tai Bai could simply strive harder in the future. From now until 1,000 years after the grand sacrificial ceremony, a total of 1,500 years, Bai Zhe would serve as the left celestial minister, leading the celestial officials of the Heavenly Court. This news thrilled both Bai Zhe and Lu Ya. Although the demon court had fallen, the demon kin still held considerable influence in the primordial realm. After the assessment, Haotian summoned Bai Zhe and Tai Bai to the Hall of Clarity. The hall remained unchanged, though it was now attended by numerous celestial maidens. As the 2 ministers entered, they skillfully summoned cloud beds. Immediately, a celestial maiden flew forward, setting down a small table adorned with Dahong Pao tea and several innate spiritual fruits. This treatment was not new to them. They had experienced it before the assessment. Upon realizing that the tea and fruits they consumed were derived from innate spiritual roots, Both were somewhat astonished. Even Bai Zhe was no exception. Having tasted spiritual fruits during his time in the demon court, he had not indulged in such luxuries since its downfall. It is worth noting that the fruits of innate spiritual roots are always rare treasures, even in the demon court of Ur, where they were not abundantly stocked. Yet now, it was evident that Haotian had amassed a considerable collection of these treasures, leaving both Bai Zhe and Tai Bai profoundly awed. Since their last indulgence, the two celestial beings had been yearning for a return to the Hall of Clarity, constantly seeking an opportunity to partake in another feast. And now their wishes were finally fulfilled. Within the hall, Bai Zhe seized a handful of purple jade grapes, while Tai Bai bit into a ren shui peach, occasionally clinking their cups of Dahong Pao together, savoring every moment with delight. Haotian leisurely indulged nearby, finding his enjoyment greatly enhanced by the serene companionship of Chang'e, who occasionally offered him slices of delicately peeled peaches or plums. His appreciation for these innate spiritual roots had waned considerably. During his previous completion of the Yaochi summoning task, the system had rewarded him with a unique secret realm, which he promptly relinquished to Yaochi. One must admit, this secret realm was nothing short of extraordinary, so formidable that even Haotian felt a pang of envy upon parting with it, enduring a prolonged sense of loss. It was a veritable sanctuary designed for nurturing spiritual roots, boasting not only the coveted essence soil, but also a pool of the divine three-light spring. These two elements were regarded as premier cultivation artifacts in the primordial world, unrivaled by any others. With their presence, the maturation speed of innate spiritual roots could accelerate tenfold. Currently, the finest specimens within the secret realm included the Run Water Pan Peach, purple jade grapes, bitter orange, and the 9-rank pure world white lotus. All four were classified as top-tier innate spiritual roots. The Run Water Pan Peach, originally of the highest caliber, had unfortunately suffered damage to its foundation at the hands of Hongjun, rendering the 3,600 trees barely sufficient to qualify as superior. The purple jade grapes, when consumed, could enhance one's comprehension, maturing once every 7,000 years. The bitter orange fortified the physical body, yielding fruit only after 10 millennia. The 9-rank pure world white lotus, once matured, could serve as a magical artifact, classified as a superior innate spiritual treasure, sitting upon its lotus platform, impervious to all but the most exceptional spiritual treasures and capable of purifying all things. Regrettably, it fell short of the 12th rank. Otherwise, it would not only possess unmatched defense, but also the ability to cleanse the karmic burdens of the world. These three treasures were rewards from previous side quests. With 100 stalks of purple jade grapes, 50 of bitter oranges, and the least of the white lotus, totaling only 10 stalks. It was a pity that Haotian had yet to acquire any top-tier innate spiritual roots. With this secret realm, the maturation time for the spiritual roots was significantly reduced, allowing the most sluggish of the bitter oranges to ripen within a millennium. The Run Water Pan Peach, which originally took 3,000 years to mature, could now be harvested in just over 300. In addition to these, the secret realm housed numerous mid- to low-tier innate spiritual roots, alongside a plethora of postnatal roots. One could assert that the heavenly court would never face a shortage of fruit supplies in the future. Such an impressive secret realm could only be entrusted to Yaochi by Haotian. Of course, while the realm was bestowed to Yaochi, the ultimate control over the system's creations remained in Haotian's hands. Should he choose to reclaim it forcibly, Yaochi would be powerless to intervene. Haotian glanced at Chang'e, who was feeding him, and after indulging for quite a while, he finally paused. When he looked up, he noticed Bai Zhe and Tai Bai still engrossed in their feasting, which left him utterly exasperated. "Have you both had enough?" he inquired. The two immortals instinctively responded, then abruptly snapped back to reality, awkwardly correcting themselves. We have finished. We have finished," Haotian, with an air of irritation, remarked. "As a celestial figure of the heavenly court, could you not exhibit a modicum of dignity? Is it truly necessary to make such a fuss over a mere handful of fruits? Chang'e, please ensure that 5 portions of celestial rations are prepared, each consisting of 5 bunches of purple jade grapes, 20 bitter oranges, 50 peaches, and 3 tails of Dahong Pao tea. Additionally, 100 pounds of primordial celestial fruits and 500 pounds of postnatal celestial fruits shall be dispatched to the Tai Bai Hall of the 5 Bright Palaces, the Bai Zhe Hall, as well as the Xing Ri Palace, the Nando Palace, and the Pai Xiu Palace. Furthermore, The celestial ministers of the Tai golden immortal rank shall also receive 100 pounds of primordial celestial fruits and 500 pounds of postnatal celestial fruits. These celestial rations will henceforth be distributed once every millennium. Understood, Chang'e replied softly. Bai Zhe and Tai Bai, filled with excitement, leaped up and offered a deep bow to Haotian. We express our profound gratitude to the Heavenly Emperor. Enough of that. These are merely your due. Haotian waved his hand. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. The two celestial beings immediately straightened their posture, attentively ready to listen. With a wave of his hand, Haotian conjured two thick tomes that materialized before the two individuals. Chapter 13. In the end, please summon that semi-saint. This is the celestial treasure, the celestial code. He spoke. The code comprises 3 texts, the celestial etiquette, the celestial laws, and the celestial regulations, which serve as the foundation for the future conduct of the celestial officials. Take a moment to examine it. The two celestial beings exchanged glances, their hearts trembling with astonishment. They could hardly fathom that after 2 centuries of turmoil regarding the laws and etiquette, His Majesty had not only resolved the matter, but had also crafted a celestial treasure. Just how much power does this emperor conceal? Filled with both curiosity and reverence, they eagerly accepted the code and began to peruse its contents. The first page of the code bore a singular decree. All celestial officials of the heavenly court must adhere to the principles of the code. Those who transgress shall face severe punishment. These few simple words sent a shiver through the two celestial beings, their expressions growing increasingly grave. They realized that His Majesty was serious. With the issuance of this code, the heavenly court would either be drenched in blood or soar to glory, contingent upon whether the regulations could command the respect of the populace. With heavy hearts, they continued to read. The first section outlined the celestial etiquette, mandating that all celestial beings, including the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother, adhere to these ceremonial laws. The foremost principle of celestial etiquette states, respect heaven and earth. Do not defy heavenly will. Among the 3 texts, the celestial etiquette bears the utmost significance, meticulously detailing the rituals, from grand sacrificial ceremonies to everyday behaviors, encompassing morality, decorum, and artistry, with clarity and precision. The celestial laws delineate the immutable edicts that celestial officials must not violate, such as the unlawful slaying of sentient beings, insurrection, or the dishonor of female deities, each infraction a grave offense. Breaching a celestial law may result in eternal imprisonment in the celestial prison or, in severe cases, execution. The celestial regulations address lesser transgressions, such as inciting unrest, bullying the weak, or deceiving superiors, with penalties varying in severity. This celestial code is not merely a record. It is a potent artifact, replete with numerous applications. For instance, it can employ celestial script to capture souls, invoke celestial inquiries, assess the merits and demerits of celestial officials throughout their lives, and determine any infractions committed. However, this method possesses a certain moral ambiguity, infringing upon privacy, and should only be utilized in dire circumstances. Moreover, if someone violates the celestial regulations and deserves punishment, a surge of celestial power can transform the code into a staff of celestial authority. When wielded, this staff inflicts not only excruciating pain but also purifies the soul, ensuring that the lesson is indelibly etched in their memory, dissuading future transgressions. Most impressively, the code can generate numerous subsidiary codes, akin to those held by Beis and Tai Bai, which are derived from the principal code. While these subsidiary codes retain most functions, certain formidable abilities, such as soul capture and celestial inquiry, are exclusive to the principal code. Thus, the work of the celestial enforcers becomes significantly more manageable. Of course, as of now, there are no enforcers, but they will undoubtedly emerge in due course. Within the 3 texts of the code, the celestial etiquette is quite comprehensive, yet the celestial laws and regulations still lack numerous specifics. Primarily, this is due to the inadequately defined realms of the mortal world, as the human race has yet to ascend, leaving the regulations concerning mortals temporarily unaddressed. However, the principal code encompasses these aspects, albeit they have not been transcribed into the subsidiary codes. Haotian meticulously reviewed the celestial regulations and found himself quite satisfied. These rules had been refined by the system, rectifying the unreasonable constraints of the previous heavenly court. For instance, the severe punishment of the great marshal of the rolling curtain. who was mercilessly beaten for merely breaking a cup and then banished to the mortal realm, where he faced a sword piercing his chest every 7 days, had long been abolished. The current celestial regulations are rather humane, the most severe punishment being corporal punishment or exile, the latter merely sending one to subdue some malevolent lands, which is not overly harsh. Other penalties include salary deductions, reprimands, and demotions. The celestial laws are straightforward: execution or imprisonment. In the future, should the underworld be integrated, there might even be punishments of reincarnation. As for the well-known issue of illicit interactions between immortals and mortals, Haotian has no intention of imposing a blanket prohibition. Immortals possess emotions, and stifling them would be tantamount to extinguishing humanity. He is not afraid of rebellion. However, some restrictions must be in place, otherwise chaos would ensue between the celestial and mortal realms, leading to significant issues such as overpopulation, unrest in the mortal world, and nepotism, all of which are potential hazards. Therefore, he has instituted conditions. For example, once an immortal and a mortal fall in love, the mortal cannot ascend to heaven nor return to the mortal realm, but can only go to the earthly immortal realm. Children of such unions must pass an assessment to serve in the heavenly court. This matter is rather complex and requires gradual implementation. Fortunately, humanity has yet to rise, providing ample time. After Bai Zhe and Tai Bai perused the legal code, a singular thought resonated within them: admiration. They were genuinely impressed. This legal code exhibited no flaws, encompassing considerations they had not even contemplated, with every stipulation being both reasonable and just. This revelation broadened their horizons, revealing that rules could indeed be so meticulously crafted. They sensed that if the celestial officials truly adhered to its execution, the heavenly court would undoubtedly thrive. No other faction in the vast expanse could rival the heavenly court's regulations, not even the 3 teachings of Taoism. At that moment, a surge of passion ignited within the 2 immortals, particularly for Bai Zhe. Although he had previously aligned with the heavenly court, his focus had solely been on the demon clan, striving to secure benefits for them. Yet, upon seeing this legal code, he realized for the first time how narrow-minded he had been. Compared to the heavenly emperor, his petty schemes appeared laughably juvenile. He suddenly recalled a statement made by Haotian: "The vast expanse has never belonged to any single clan." Previously, he had dismissed this notion, but now his beliefs lay shattered. "Have you finished?" In the Hall of Clarity, Haotian paused his playful exchange with Chang'e, cleared his throat, and inquired with solemnity. "Yes." The 2 immortals regained their composure and responded with utmost respect, unconsciously adhering to the formalities of heavenly etiquette. "Share your thoughts." Haotian nodded in satisfaction. "Your Majesty, this legal code is an unparalleled masterpiece, unmatched in history. Your brilliance is beyond compare, and I humbly acknowledge my inferiority." Bai Zhe exclaimed, his heart brimming with fervor. "I concur." Tai Bai swiftly echoed. "Your Majesty, I find no blemish in this code of conduct. I believe it is deserving of being the foremost scripture of the heavenly court." Bai Zhe continued passionately. "I second that." Tai Bai interjected again. Bai Zhe sensed something amiss but paid it no mind, continuing, "Your Majesty, I recommend the immediate implementation of this legal code within the heavenly court, gradually extending it to the 3 realms." "I second that." At this point, the entire assembly began to react in unison, turning their gazes toward Tai Bai. Chang'e could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter, quickly covering her mouth and bowing her head, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. In the heavenly court, Haotian wore a look of exasperation, both amused and annoyed. "Tai Bai, are you a jester sent by the monkeys?" he remarked. "Your support sounds more like a comic relief." Even the composed Chang'e cannot help but laugh, which attests to how absurd Tai Bai was just now. Bai Zhe, in a fit of anger, pointed at Tai Bai but found himself at a loss for words. Tai Bai, feigning innocence, replied, "You have voiced all your thoughts. What more can I say? I too am quite helpless in this situation." Clearing his throat to suppress a laugh, Haotian addressed Tai Bai. "Chang'e, refrain from merely echoing others. Share your own perspective." "Yes, Your Majesty," Tai Bai replied after a moment of contemplation. "While the Heavenly Court's legal code is indeed commendable, I believe its implementation should not be rushed. Currently, the court lacks the grand sacrificial ceremony, fortune, merit, and divine status, and its reputation pales in comparison to the 3 teachings of Taoism. Enforcing the legal code hastily may provoke discontent among the celestial officials, leading some to flee." Interrupting, Bai Zhe countered, The heavenly court is not a place for certain celestial officials to seek personal gain. Those who come to the court must possess a spirit of dedication. If they are only here for their own benefit, we would be better off without them. Therefore, I believe the legal code should be implemented immediately. The court must prioritize righteousness over personal interests. Your Majesty, I am not favoring greedy officials. I am considering the broader picture. Tai Bai, undeterred, asserted. The most pressing matter is the sacrificial ceremony. Everything else must yield to it. Once the ceremony is completed, we can then promote the legal code, which would be both just and yield far better results. The sacrificial ceremony is merely a formality. Does the court cease to function without it? Baize retorted sharply. I believe that implementing the legal code now could also serve to evaluate the character of the celestial officials. The last assessment was too hasty, and merely relying on appearances does not reveal their true virtues. Within the radiant hall, the two celestial beings engaged in a heated debate, their faces flushed with fervor. Haotian did not intervene nor indulge in the spectacle. Instead, he attentively listened. Allowing Tai Bai and Baize to engage in a verbal sparring match was merely a subtle tactic of his to manage his subordinates. Yet it was not the crux of the matter. His primary intention was to acquire knowledge. The more one engages in discourse, the clearer one's understanding becomes. Only through attentive listening does one truly comprehend, whereas selective hearing leads to confusion. Ultimately, in his previous life, he was an ordinary individual who gained a slight advantage through foresight in the early stages. Yet such trivial cleverness is fleeting. Therefore, he must learn. Tai Bai and Baize are among the few exceptionally intelligent beings in the primordial world, their previous mediocrity having been stifled by Haotian's rapid pace. Now that they have adapted to his way of thinking, their wisdom is immediately evident. At this moment, although their debate is tinged with bias, both present valid arguments. Haotian benefits immensely from their exchange, recalling numerous issues he had previously overlooked. It is common for emperors in the mortal realm to introduce topics for their ministers to debate, ultimately summarizing their insights, not out of laziness, but to synthesize opinions and select the most effective course of action. This is the true skill of an emperor. Although Haotian is still inexperienced, he displays a commendable eagerness to learn. Given the abundance of time in the primordial realm, he will undoubtedly evolve into a competent celestial emperor eventually. After an extensive debate, during which their arguments began to overlap, Haotian finally interjected, "Enough of the bickering." As soon as the words left his mouth, Tai Bai and Baize fell silent, their earlier agitation dissipating completely, demonstrating a remarkable synchronicity. Wise ministers know how to curry favor with the emperor, which reflects a high emotional intelligence. You both present valid points. Haotian paused before continuing. Thus, I propose that you first organize the legal code and ensure the celestial officials memorize it, granting them time to reflect. Those who cannot abide by the constraints may leave at any time. Those who wish to stay are welcome in the heavenly court. As for the formal implementation, let us wait until after the heavenly sacrifice ceremony. The ministers complied without objection, or rather, they dared not voice any dissent. Well, you are the left and right chancellors. Bearing significant responsibilities, I shall allocate some authority to you in advance. The two ministers trembled with surprise, soon overwhelmed with joy. The distribution of authority signified genuine power. Previously, although they wielded influence, they lacked formal recognition and could not decisively resolve disagreements. Now, with defined roles, the situation was markedly different. They bowed respectfully as Haotian paused briefly before announcing, "From this day forth, the heavenly court shall establish the positions of left and right chancellors to assist the celestial emperor in managing daily affairs." Following the heavenly sacrifice ceremony, the court will be divided into 9 palaces: the Divine Palace, Celestial Palace, Tao Palace, Buddha Palace, Human Palace, Demon Palace, Spirit Palace, Earth Palace, and the Devil Palace, each corresponding to the 9 great clans of the primordial realm, each with its own duties. The left chancellor will oversee the Divine Palace, Buddha Palace, Human Palace, Spirit Palace, and Devil Palace, while the right chancellor will manage the Celestial Palace, Tao Palace, Demon Palace, and Earth Palace. The left and right chancellors will be evaluated every 3,000 years. From now until 3,000 years post-heavenly sacrifice ceremony, Bei shall serve as the left chancellor, and Tai Bai as the right chancellor. Haotian did not divide the heavenly soldiers into 9 palaces according to the 9 halls, as some clans were deemed too feeble to warrant their own palace. The spirit and monster tribes were united into the Spirit Palace, while the Earth Palace not only encompassed the Ghost Tribe, but also the entirety of the underworld, paving the way for the integration of the Nether Realm. Additionally, a Tao Palace was established, as the four teachings of Buddhism and Taoism would emerge as formidable adversaries in the future, making a separate palace quite essential. Upon hearing this, Tai Bai and Bays were filled with astonishment, joy, and a touch of concern. The authority bestowed by Haotian is astonishing. Its vast distribution encompassing nearly all beings of the primordial realm, leaving all in awe. However, concerns linger over the arrangement of the Demon Palace, which remains perplexing. One wonders whether Haotian harbors ulterior motives in assigning the Demon Palace to the Right Chancellor, significantly diminishing Bays' control over the Demon Clan and instilling a sense of helplessness within him. Had it been the Bays of yore, he would have vehemently protested and fought to the end, yet having witnessed the potential of the heavenly court and the grandeur of Haotian's vision and magnanimity, he hesitated and ultimately chose silence, acquiescing to this decision. Similarly, Tai Bai is deeply troubled, as matters concerning the Demon Clan keep him restless. After all, he is merely an immortal of the Tai rank. Even if he were to rise to the position of Right Chancellor, subduing the unruly Demon Clan would still be an insurmountable task. This is precisely Haotian's brilliance. If he were to cater to every whim of his ministers, what purpose would his existence as the Heavenly Emperor serve? Bays must sever ties with the Demon Clan, regardless of Bays' loyalty to the Heavenly Court. Haotian is unwilling to let him meddle in the affairs of the Demon Palace. This serves as both a safeguard for Bays and a means of stabilizing the Heavenly Court. Without allowing further contemplation from the two immortals, Haotian promptly announced, aside from the 9 palaces, the Heavenly Court shall establish 5 departments. The Heavenly Soldiers and Generals will be responsible for patrols and capturing criminals. The Military Department will oversee external warfare. The Finance Department will manage the treasury of the Heavenly Court. The Land Administration Department will govern matters of the Earth Immortal Realm. And the Internal Affairs Department will handle logistical operations. He added that these 5 departments would be personally overseen by him, and any summons from the Right Chancellor must be approved by him, the Queen Mother, or the heads of the 5 departments. A jolt ran through Tai Bai and Bays, as their earlier joy dissipated in an instant. They had believed that controlling the 9 palaces would grant them omnipotence. Yet Haotian's independence of the 5 departments effectively severed a significant portion of the Heavenly Court's lifeblood, though the 9 palaces are in their grasp. Without the cooperation of the 5 departments, many significant matters would be impossible to address. For instance, should the Demon Clan stir chaos in the lower realms, even with a strategy from the Demon Palace, without the Heavenly Soldiers or the Military Department to intervene, they would struggle to subdue even a single demon. Such a layout ensures that any resolution they reach remains within Haotian's grasp. More ingeniously, a delicate balance is formed between the 5 departments and the 9 palaces. As long as Haotian maintains this equilibrium, the Heavenly Court will stand steadfast as a rock. Realizing this, Tai Bai and Bays could not help but admire Haotian. No matter how astute they believed themselves to be, they could not escape his profound and strategic control. In truth, a complete Heavenly Court should encompass numerous divine departments, such as the 4 departments of thunder, fire, plague, and combat, along with the various star lords and deities adorning the celestial expanse. However, these are not immediate priorities and mostly serve as reserved positions on the investiture of the gods. Haotian intends to weaken the influence of the 4 teachings through the investiture, thus leaving these seats vacant. While these divine positions may appear significant, they are ultimately dispensable. Once conferred, as long as one does not seek their own demise, they secure an everlasting position. In contrast to the 5 departments and 9 palaces, the latter relies on true merit to ascend. The capable take their place while the inept are eliminated, for even with boundless lifespans, those lacking strength must yield to the worthy. Haotian faintly foresaw that the Heavenly Court would inevitably split into 2 factions. One, the Palace Party, wielding substantial power and enjoying generous treatment, yet embroiled in fierce competition. The other, the Star Division, bearing light responsibilities and possessing minimal authority, akin to a sanctuary for retirement. The conflict between these 2 factions perhaps serves as a microcosm of the struggle between Haotian's confidants and the leisurely sects of the Taoist order following the consecration of the gods. Haotian did not elaborate much on the affairs of the 5 divisions, as their establishment required his personal involvement, leaving no room for Tai Bai and Bays to intervene. Subsequently, He assigned the two a mission spanning the next 5 centuries. In addition to rigorously preparing for the grand sacrificial ceremony to the heavens, they were tasked with recruiting celestial soldiers and generals to face the wilderness, while also extending invitations to the esteemed powers. Among these endeavors, the recruitment of celestial soldiers and generals unveiled an unexpected opportunity. Ding! The host has triggered a mission. Recruit 100,000 celestial soldiers and generals before the sacrificial ceremony, with rewards including the treasured celestial-grade purple gold lotus for fearsome war generals, a comprehensive tome of primordial formations, a compilation of military strategies, and 100,000 sets of celestial armor. Given the bountiful rewards, Haotian had no reservations. This was a pursuit he was determined to achieve. However, such trivial matters did not require his direct involvement. Entrusting them to Bays and Taibai sufficed, for he had more pressing affairs to attend to. Establishing the Chilan clan and nurturing the 12 zodiac signs were urgent priorities, and securing the final quasi-saint required for the grand ceremony weighed heavily on his mind. With the goals set, he realized that persuading such a powerful being would not be an easy task. Just as he pondered over this, Haotian suddenly felt a lightness on his shoulder as two delicate hands began to massage him. Without needing to guess, he knew it was Chang'e. Since the awakening of her emotions, she had grown increasingly tender towards him, to the point where he found himself unable to part from her. He grasped Chang'e's hand gently and inquired softly, "Once you recover, will you truly return to the Moon Palace?" Chang'e smiled softly, "I shall follow your will. As long as there is tranquility, any place will suffice." A warmth enveloped Haotian's heart as he suddenly embraced her. Chang'e trembled slightly, but did not resist, instinctively nestling against his chest. "You have endured much during these days. I shall hasten to appoint a minister of internal affairs. Once you regain your strength, you may go wherever you wish. My fragrant palace shall forever remain open to you." Chang'e nodded gently, offering no further words, for her nature was one of serene acceptance. After indulging in tender moments with Chang'e for a considerable time, Haotian gathered his spirits and made his way to the birth palace of the 28 heavens. The names of the various palaces in the heavenly court were determined by Haotian based on the characteristics of their inhabitants. The future 33 heavens would allocate positions according to the ranks of celestial officials, with the higher-ranking individuals residing in the loftier realms. All 33 palace masters were to be either quasi-saints or great Luo golden immortals, with no distinction of superiority or inferiority. Currently, the birth palace was home to the 12 zodiac signs, their master yet to be appointed. Judging by the number of days, the 12 zodiac signs were destined to be at least third-grade celestial officials. This was only fitting, as they were all carefully selected by Haotian from among the primordial extraordinary beasts, endowed with remarkable innate abilities and profound foundations. Coupled with the gifts of the system and their unique fortunes and merits, their cultivation would surely soar. It was merely a matter of time. The purpose of this journey was to soothe and impart fundamental celestial techniques and doctrines to them. While the 12 zodiac signs possessed a strong foundation, they lacked orthodox lineage. Some had not even mastered transformation or speech, rendering them ill-equipped to serve as celestial officials. Thus, Haotian devoted himself to their cultivation, a process that spanned 3 centuries. The journey was arduous, as the comprehension of these extraordinary beasts proved to be quite vexing. Were it not for his generous offering of the heavenly court's precious purple jade grapes to enhance their intelligence, 3 centuries would likely have fallen short. Fortunately, efforts bore fruit. After 300 years, all 12 zodiac signs successfully transformed, acquiring the 3 celestial arts, their demeanor now embodying the essence of Taoist cultivation, making it difficult for outsiders to discern their original bestial forms. Although the innate gifts of the primordial beasts were high, their wisdom was lacking, as evidenced by the calamity of fierce beasts in ancient times. The early beings were often physically robust, yet mentally simple, having been eroded by the malevolent aura of Pangu's slaying of demons, with only a select few mighty beings escaping to enjoy the benefits of creation. Haotian's ability to train this group of simpletons is entirely reliant on the power of the purple jade grape. However, this has come at the cost of signing numerous humiliating treaties with the Yaochi, making his experience one of both suffering and joy. Now, the 12 zodiac animals have become his trump cards, particularly the 6-eared macaque, which has made remarkable progress, ascending from true immortal to the late stage of Tai golden immortal in merely 300 years. rivaling the legendary spirit monkeys of later generations. Others, such as the Kuei and the White Tiger, have also made significant breakthroughs, forming a formidable secret force. After securing the allegiance of the 12 zodiac animals, Haotian proceeded to the Yaochi, where he found her pouting, clearly displeased, not only because of Chang'e, but also due to the fact that he had taken away a substantial portion of the grapes, and because life in the heavenly court had become exceedingly mundane. Leaving her restless and yearning for change, Haotian discerned the situation with a keen glance and chuckled, "Junior sister, do not be vexed. Is it not merely a desire to venture out? How about I accompany you this time?" Upon hearing this, Yaochi was filled with delight. "Elder brother, are we departing again? To attend to significant matters? Let us set off at once. However, before we leave, I wish to see the Qilin clan." In a moment of helplessness, Haotian mused upon the Kirin clan, noting its unremarkable nature. 3 centuries prior, he had relocated over 100 young Kirins to the Yaochi. Although the primordial wilderness was more conducive to their survival, the instability of the heavenly court rendered their release into the world a perilous gamble. Despite the Kirin clan's near extinction, it remained one of the ancient 3 clans, possessing a noble lineage and symbolizing the pinnacle of mounts in the primordial realm. The 9-colored Kirin, in particular, was a treasure coveted even by saints. With the support of the myriad beasts mountain, the Kirin population had surged from a mere 100 to over 1,000 within 3 centuries, with vibrant Kirins emerging frequently. Given time, they were destined to evolve into a formidable superclan of the primordial world. Subsequently, Haotian journeyed to the Wuming Palace with the Yaochi, seeking updates on the recruitment of celestial soldiers. Thanks to the efforts of Yuan Hong and others in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, over 80,000 soldiers had been enlisted in 3 centuries. While their cultivation levels were modest, their numbers were approaching the target, and the ranks of celestial officials were gradually increasing, signifying the initial establishment of the heavenly court. With everything in place, only the final step remained before the grand ceremony of heaven, to summon the quasi-saint. In the western region of the primordial world, within the Wuzhuang Temple, Zhen Yuanzi had devoted many years to quiet cultivation. Ever since the fall of Hongjun, he had grown disheartened, retreating into solitude, awaiting the right opportunity. Haotian, accompanied by the Yaochi, came to present the divine waters of the 3 luminaries and the essence of the 9 heavens as a token of respect, seeking to invite him out of seclusion to oversee the Ministry of Land Administration. Zhen Yuanzi responded with calm indifference, though reluctant to become embroiled in conflict. He felt compelled by old ties to receive the visitors. Yet, upon witnessing the gifts, he could hardly suppress his excitement. For these 2 divine items were indeed the key to saving the ginseng fruit tree and aiding him in his breakthrough. Haotian expertly grasped the vital pulse of the situation, and despite Zhen Yuanzi's myriad of hesitations, he understood that it would be difficult to evade this occasion. Ultimately, Zhen Yuanzi accepted the modest gift offered by Haotian. Although his rational mind was fraught with reluctance, his hands seemed to possess a will of their own, moving beyond his control. With tears glistening in his eyes, Zhen Yuanzi hastily summoned the gentle breezes and the luminous moonlight, instructing them to gather a dozen ginseng fruits to entertain the esteemed guests. Haotian and Yaochi did not hesitate to engage in a lengthy conversation with Zhen Yuanzi in the Hall of Heaven and Earth. The discourse was primarily led by Haotian and Zhen Yuanzi, leaving Yaochi to assume the role of a silent observer. However, Yaochi was not idle. She attentively scrutinized the interplay between Haotian and Zhen Yuanzi, contemplating the means by which Haotian might persuade this obstinate elder. As twilight descended and weariness began to settle over the gathering, Haotian finally broached the crux of the matter. "Brother, you are surely aware of the purpose of my visit. Since I have come in a personal capacity, I shall be direct. I wish to invite you to join my heavenly court in pursuit of a grand endeavor." Chapter 14. Yaochi, I wish to invite a great immortal as well. Zhen Yuanzi silently acknowledged the truth. Had he not received that substantial gift, he would have outright refused. Yet now, feeling beholden, he found it difficult to go as Haotian was about to speak. He was abruptly interrupted by a sudden voice, and a wave of elation surged within him. After reviewing the details of the reward, he felt an overwhelming urge to embrace the system in joyous gratitude. This task had arrived at the most opportune moment. Regaining his composure, Haotian took a deep breath, swallowing back his initial words. After careful reconsideration, he remarked, "I can empathize with your state of mind. Brother, but are you truly willing to remain in obscurity, living an unremarkable existence? Upon hearing this, Yaochi fell into silence, his expression shrouded in ambiguity. Haotian, unhurried, leisurely remarked, "Have you ever heard the adage, though one dwells in the vast wilderness, the heart remains unrestrained?" Upon hearing these words, Yaochi's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he had been touched by a profound realization. Haotian, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, delicately lifted his teacup and softly remarked, "To you, my elder brother, the vast wilderness may appear merely as a realm of blades and swords. However, in my eyes, this world is never solely about slaughter, but rather entwined in the complexities of human emotions and societal intricacies." He paused for a moment before continuing, "You are troubled by the death of Hongjun, burdened with guilt for not arriving in time to save him. Yet, do you not understand that his demise was long woven into the fabric of destiny, destined to be unavoidable?" "What did you say?" Yaochi, upon hearing this, could no longer contain his temper, his anger flaring visibly. In his heart, Hongjun's death represented the greatest injustice of the wilderness. How could such a benevolent soul meet such a tragic end? Hongjun, by nature gentle and courteous, was willing to relinquish his chance at sanctification to others. Who could be more selfless than he? Do not argue that he was unaware of the value of the mat. Even the three purities held it in high regard. Though he may not have comprehended the secrets of the saintly position, he certainly recognized it as an immense fortune. Yet despite this, Hongjun willingly let go, and this magnanimity left Yaochi feeling particularly aggrieved. He steadfastly believed that a virtuous man like Hongjun should not meet such a grim fate. Now, Haotian states that Hongjun's life was meant to end this way. Those words struck Yaochi's heart like a sharp blade, and how could he endure such a conviction? Suddenly, Yaochi rose, glaring at Haotian, his aura simmering with barely contained rage. Yaochi, witnessing the scene, was left utterly speechless, astonished by her elder brother's actions. "No, elder brother, are you certain you haven't been caught in a stupor?" Yaochi, though honest, possessed a strength that even she and Haotian combined might struggle to match. As her mind raced, Yaochi began to devise a plan for a timely escape. However, Haotian remained calm and composed. Without waiting for Yaochi to erupt in anger, he said, "Brother, please do not be angry just yet. I harbor no intention to offend. Since you are aware of my purpose, allow me to finish my words. If, after I have spoken, you still find my reasoning lacking, I shall take Yaochi and depart immediately, treating this as an apology. How does that sound?" Yaochi let out a cold snort, fixing his gaze upon Haotian for a moment before ultimately returning to his seat. Deep down, he was an honest man, even in the throes of fury. He was willing to grant Haotian an opportunity to explain himself. He intended to hear him out first, and then, should he find Haotian's arguments insufficient, he would rebut him into silence, thus justifying his ire. Yaochi had secretly resolved that if Haotian could not present a sound rationale, he would not hesitate to offend the Tao ancestor in order to teach this young man a lesson, making it known to all beings of the primordial chaos that he, Yaochi, was not to be trifled with. He regarded Haotian with a cold stare, adopting a posture that seemed to invite further evasion of responsibility. Haotian, calm and unhurried, spoke eloquently. "Senior brother, the act of yielding the seat at Zhixiao Palace was the root of Hongjun's calamity. Do you comprehend how many individuals were offended by such a seemingly trivial gesture?" Yaochi maintained a stoic expression, seemingly unmoved by the words. Haotian continued, seemingly lost in his own thoughts. Firstly, he obstructed the path of Kuan Peng, especially after the Tao ancestor indicated that the mat was crucial to the position of sanctity. Thus, they had become sworn enemies. Kuan Peng regarded the sacred position as his lifeblood, and Hongjun's actions were tantamount to severing his prospects. Such a profound enmity rendered Kuan Peng's schemes against him not only intolerable by the heavens, but also entirely reasonable. Upon hearing this, Yaochi's expression stiffened slightly. He was not unaware of these matters, but had simply never confronted them directly. Struck by Haotian's candid remarks, he hesitated to respond. Unexpectedly, Haotian shifted his tone. Secondly, he had also offended the two saints of the West. What? Both Yaochi and Yaochi were taken aback, their faces etched with disbelief. How could this be? Was it not Hongjun who had relinquished his seat, granting the two saints their chance for sanctity? How could they possibly become adversaries? Yaochi furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Haotian, while Yaochi discreetly tugged at Haotian's sleeve, whispering, "Senior brother, perhaps you should sip some tea to soothe your throat." Haotian chuckled lightly and replied with composure, "I understand that you may not believe me. On the surface, it appears that Hongjun harbors neither enmity nor resentment towards the Western saints. However, as the saying goes, great kindness can lead to great enmity." Zenyuanzi's heart jolted. Those 5 words struck him like a thunderclap, illuminating something elusive. Yaochi remained perplexed, prompting Haotian to elucidate. The gratitude owed by Hongjun to the Western saints is profound, so immense that it elevated them to sainthood, a dual ascension. They remain oblivious to the weight of this gratitude. As long as Hongjun breathes, they are burdened with a monumental karmic debt, a sword of Damocles hanging over their heads. Should Hongjun make any demands, if the saints refuse, their reputation will be tarnished, their peace of mind disrupted, and their status as saints jeopardized. Conversely, if they acquiesce, they will still be unable to repay this debt of gratitude. The only resolution lies in the disappearance of Hongjun, thus severing the karmic ties. Bang! Zenyuanzi slammed his palm onto the table, sending teacups flying, and gritted his teeth. No wonder when Hongjun faced calamity, the saints were so close yet chose to remain indifferent, abandoning their benefactor. It is utterly shameless. Yaochi, infuriated and ready to echo his sentiments, was silenced by Haotian's swift hand over her mouth. "Sister, tread carefully," Haotian whispered urgently. "The saints have ears everywhere. If you speak recklessly, it could lead to dire consequences." Yaochi stuck out her tongue, swallowing her ire. Haotian silently praised the assistance of Yaochi, as it subtly narrowed the distance between him and Zenyuanzi. As expected, upon witnessing Yaochi's indignation, the coldness in Zenyuanzi's gaze softened slightly. Haotian seized the opportunity. "What you say is undoubtedly true, senior brother. The actions of the 2 saints are indeed questionable. But what if there is someone behind the scenes subtly inciting them?" "What?" Zenyuanzi was momentarily taken aback. "Supporting the 2 saints? Who could possibly stand above the saints? Unless—" He suddenly widened his eyes, breath quickening, as an inconceivable name flashed through his mind. "It can't be," Zenyuanzi murmured to himself. "Junior brother. Such words must not be spoken lightly. This concerns the Tao ancestor," his tone laden with trepidation. Haotian refrained from speaking directly, instead subtly alluding to the calamity faced by the 3 clans, when the demon ancestor Lu self-destructed, obliterating the spiritual veins of the West, and swore an oath of inner demons. Zhen Yuanzi, though puzzled, nodded earnestly, for the notion of inner demons was well known throughout the primordial world. Yet he wondered how it pertained to Hongjun. Haotian continued, saying that although Luo Ho has perished, the consequences of his actions remain unresolved. The spiritual veins of the West have been utterly destroyed, and someone must bear the responsibility for this. He implied much without naming the Tao ancestor. Yet his hints were sufficiently pointed. Could Zenyuanzi fail to perceive the underlying implications? In an instant, his heart felt as if it had plunged into an icy abyss. He finally comprehended that the death of Hongjun was not rooted in the actions of the Kunpeng and the 2 saints, but rather in a grander scheme from a higher realm. The Tao ancestor owed a debt to the West and required recompense. Yet allowing Jian and Zhuanti to attain sainthood was the least desirable outcome. However, Hongjun's relinquishment of his position disrupted the Tao ancestor's arrangements, resulting in the 2 saints ascending, while Hongjun bore the weight of a fatal entanglement. To resolve the consequences tied to the 2 saints and to appease his own discontent, the Tao ancestor bestowed upon Hongjun the fateful primordial purple energy. The truth struck like a blade, leaving Zenyuanzi speechless, his fury transforming into a bone-chilling cold. Haotian waited patiently for a moment, observing the gradual softening of his expression before speaking. "Senior brother, my mention of the red cloud is not intended to wound you, but rather to convey that the matters of the Honghuang cannot be evaded. When the calamity befalls the human race and the demon clan approaches your very doorstep, would you not be compelled to act? You should vividly recall that perilous encounter." A tremor coursed through Zhen Yuanzi's heart. Had it not been for the assistance of the Witch clan during that time, he might have met his demise. That was merely an accident, he retorted defiantly. Yet his resolve to withdraw from the world had already begun to waver. "An accident?" Haotian responded with a faint smile. "If the 3 teachings, or the Western powers coveted your ginseng fruit tree, and soft persuasion failed, how would you respond to force?" Zhen Yuanzi shuddered. "If they dare to seize it, I shall resist to my last breath. Can you truly contend with them? Even if I cannot win, I must still fight. Is it worth such a struggle?" Zhen Yuanzi was left speechless, caught in a moment of contemplation. Haotian sighed and remarked, "Brother, though you possess the status of a quasi-saint, should matters escalate to a confrontation, your solitary strength will prove inadequate to safeguard the fruit trees. In such a scenario, we may only face mutual destruction. Do you truly wish to endure a millennium of arduous cultivation, only to meet such a fate? Even if this incident remains unspoken, what about the others? When disciples of the three teachings oppress your followers, and when the Western powers transgress against your disciples, how will you respond? In the vast wilderness, one is oftentimes at the mercy of fate. Without a reliable ally, Hongjun serves as a cautionary tale." After a prolonged silence, Jin Yuanzi finally spoke, his voice tinged with hesitation. "As I venture into the heavenly court, can you genuinely obstruct the four teachings of Buddhism and Taoism?" Haotian nodded and then shook his head. "If I claim I can, my senior brother would not believe me. However, the forces in the primordial wilderness are few, leaving you with limited options. You have refrained from seeking the Western realms due to the red cloud, and the three teachings of the Tao may not necessarily accept you. Moreover, the position of deputy leader is fraught with intrigue and machinations, which I fear may weary you. In contrast, the heavenly court offers a different path. Should you choose to serve under my banner, you shall rise above all immortals, free from schemes and disdain. If you prefer to remain untroubled, you may hold an honorary position. Unless a grave matter arises, I shall not intrude upon you. Yet, if you find yourself in distress, the heavenly court shall not remain indifferent. As for myself, I may appear as the heavenly emperor, but privately I remain your junior brother, and we can discuss matters amicably." Zhen Yuanzi found it hard to suppress his emotions. Haotian's psychological tactics had thoroughly dismantled his defenses, from offering gifts to foster closeness, to analyzing the demise of the red cloud, and highlighting the perilous nature of the primordial wilderness. Haotian had ultimately extended an olive branch, leaving Zhen Yuanzi with no avenue for retreat. "If I were to join, how would you accommodate me?" Zhen Yuanzi inquired cautiously. Haotian was overjoyed. Earthly Dharma Heavenly Lord, Director of the Earthly Governance Bureau, Sovereign of the 33 Heavens. Jin Yuanzi was utterly bewildered. Hastily, Haotian explained, "Titles are bestowed according to cultivation. The Heavenly Lord is the honorific for a quasi-sage. As Director, you wield substantial authority, and as Sovereign, you reside in the highest heavens. Each is tailored specifically for you." Upon hearing this, Jin Yuanzi felt a stirring within him. The title of Heavenly Lord, even for a man of his humble disposition, could not help but evoke a flicker of vanity. "Rest assured, senior brother," Haotian continued, "the heavenly court operates with fairness and transparency. Should you join, you will be accorded the utmost respect, and all action shall be bound by the celestial codex." He then presented the heavenly court's legal codex. As Jin Yuanzi perused its contents, he was struck speechless by its profound intricacy, precisely the kind of governance that resonated with the heart of a wandering immortal. "Who devised this codex?" Jin Yuanzi inquired. "It was jointly established by myself and my ministers," Haotian replied with serene detachment, sharing the credit with his subordinates. Jin Yuanzi pressed no further, his resolve already wavering. Perhaps, he thought, the heavenly court truly could be his destined refuge. Upon finishing his examination of the codex, Jin Yuanzi's admiration had reached its zenith. The brilliance of its design was awe-inspiring, but more crucially, it provided a shield for wandering immortals like himself to safeguard their rights. Those who had never struggled in the primordial chaos could scarcely fathom the indignities endured by wandering immortals and lesser deities. Plunder, oppression, slaughter, these were the immutable refrains of the primordial world. For the weak, survival was the first lesson, not cultivation. Even one as mighty as Jin Yuanzi, a quasi-sage, could only endure in silence before the might of the four great sects of Buddhism and Taoism. When his old friend Hongjun suffered injustice, he lacked even the courage to seek redress. Had the lawless oppression of the primordial world not been so crushing, Jin Yuanzi would never have been so easily swayed by Haotian's words. Persuading a quasi-sage was no simple feat in his previous life. Haotian had stood alone, still solitary even by the era of the journey to the west. Such was the difficulty of the task. Though in this life, Haotian's path seemed smooth. Every step concealed profound intricacies, each achievement surpassing what his former self could have dreamed. Baize's submission had been secured only by the heavenly army's encirclement of hundreds of thousands of elite demonic forces. Without such overwhelming might, even if Haotian had cultivated to the late-stage quasi-sage realm, He could never have compelled the allegiance of the demon court-s strategist. Even now, he regarded Baize's surrender as partly fortuitous. Without the alignment of time and circumstance, it would have been impossible. As for the Dragon Clan, though they had nominally submitted in his past life, without the Dragon God register to bind them, would they ever have truly bowed? The Phoenix clan was even less inclined. Had it not been for the Phoenix register, the Phoenix ancestor would not have taken a single step beyond the undying volcano. And Luya? That went without saying. Even the current celestial officials of the Heavenly Court had only been gathered thanks to the fearsome reputation Yuan Hong and the wild demons had carved out in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. On the surface, the past 800 years had been glorious, but without the aid of the system and Haotian's own painstaking efforts, the Heavenly Court would have remained nothing more than a lifeless citadel. Having read the Codex, Jin Yuanzi's heart was fully moved, not for himself, but for the countless living beings of the primordial world. Though unassuming and unpretentious, he harbored boundless compassion, always carrying a deep empathy for all life. Jin Yuanzi was the incarnation of Earth's essence. Among the 5 elements, Earth governed trust. Its nature was steadfast, its emotions profound, its will loyal. Such was his intrinsic character. Among the deities born of Earth's laws in the primordial world, many possessed benevolent hearts. Aside from Jin Yuanzi, there was the witch clan's Empress Hutu as proof. Earth Traveler's son, of course, was an aberration, hardly worth mentioning. When humanity first emerged, frail and powerless, the great deities of the primordial world regarded them as mere weeds. Even Inwa paid them little heed, let alone others. Only Jin Yuanzi, in humanity's hour of peril, dared defy the demon court's might to extend his protection. Had he remained aloof, the demons would never have troubled a quasi-sage. Yet he chose to stand forth. This very magnanimity was what Haotian valued most in him. If Jin Yuanzi had hesitated earlier for the sake of his own safety and that of his disciples, after reading the Codex, his resolve to join the Heavenly Court for the sake of all living beings was now unshakable. Rereading the Codex once more, he turned to Haotian with unwavering determination in his gaze. Celestial Emperor, he said, can you truly uphold this Codex to the very end? Haotian did not respond directly, but instead posed a rhetorical question. If one day my esteemed senior were to become disillusioned with the Heavenly Court, one could simply depart with a wave of the sleeve. Today, as a junior brother, I propose a gentleman's agreement, where each party takes what they need, coming and going freely. What say you? Zhen Yuanzu revealed a smile of appreciation, then rose to adjust his attire, and respectfully bowed to Haotian and the Queen Mother of the West. Zhen Yuanzu, the Lord of Earthly Laws, pays his respects to His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor, and to you, Queen Mother. This bow was performed with a heart full of sincerity, not for any other reason, but because the laws of the Heavenly Court were comparable to the virtues of the Earth Mother in the cycle of reincarnation. Thus, the Heavenly Emperor was indeed worthy of such a salute. As Haotian busily ascended from the Yaochi, he solemnly received the customary greetings and assisted Zhen Yuanzi to his feet, proclaiming, with the earthly law, the Heavenly Lord is at ease. The Heavenly Court is without worry. Beside them, Yaochi's little head was already in a whirl, her heart consumed by a single thought. Her senior brother had truly brought Zhen Yuanzi to the heavens. Leaving Wuzhuangwen, she still felt as if in a dream, exclaiming, Senior brother, have you really subdued the great immortal Zhenyuan? Zhen Yuanzi was no mere Baize, nor could he be compared to the likes of Luya. He was an esteemed deity from the Purple Cloud's palace, standing just a step below the 6 saints in prestige. The Earth Book, one of the 3 sacred texts of heaven, earth, and humanity, rested in his grasp, and in terms of seniority, even the likes of Randang were unworthy to carry his shoes. Were it not for Haotian and Yaochi bearing the titles of the Heavenly Emperor and Queen Mother, they might not even have had the standing to remain in his presence. The fact that such an ancient behemoth had willingly aligned himself with her senior brother was a feat that even the demon court had never achieved. The more Yaochi pondered, the more she felt her senior brother was unfathomable. Since the establishment of the Heavenly Court, it seemed he had opened the eye of heaven, advancing at such a rapid pace that it left her feeling somewhat ashamed. In comparison to Haotian, the Heavenly Emperor, she found herself lacking as the Queen Mother. Sister, you think too much. It was not I who subdued Zhen Yuanzi, but rather his own benevolence. In the vast expanse of the primordial saints, aside from him, I truly cannot think of anyone else who could be swayed by just a few words. Haotian was filled with myriad emotions. The successful recruitment of Xuanyuanzi was indeed a remarkable surprise, and for Xuanyuanzi, it was a stroke of fortune. In his past life, Xuanyuanzi was oppressed by the Buddhist sect. His ginseng fruit tree uprooted, yet even the Tang monk dared not lay a hand on him, resorting only to feeble threats, ultimately being coerced into brotherhood with the monkey, which was deeply humiliating. In this life, upon entering the heavenly court, Haotian could not guarantee anything, but at the very least, he could allow Xuanyuanzi to live with greater dignity. Senior brother, do you think I, as the Queen Mother, am rather incompetent? Yaochi suddenly spoke with a tone of despondence. Haotian was taken aback, saying, how can you say that? Look, when the heavenly court was first established, you were the one managing everything. Even the celestial maidens of the Jade Pool were brought forth by you. As for me, not only have I been of no assistance, but I have also been a burden. Am I not utterly useless? The more Yaochi spoke, the more despondent she felt. Upon hearing this, Haotian felt a warmth in his heart, realizing that his junior sister had indeed begun to reflect. He gently ruffled Yaochi's hair and spoke softly. Do you understand the distinction between the Heavenly Emperor and the Queen Mother? Yaochi shook her head in ignorance. The Heavenly Emperor represents the apex of the celestial court, establishing its upper limits. I must tirelessly seek out talented immortals, create rules and systems, and forge ahead, whereas the Queen Mother embodies the foundation of the heavenly realm, safeguarding its lower limits and stabilizing its base. Only with you fortifying our rear can I charge forward with confidence. In the nascent days of the heavenly court, with all still awaiting development, much of the responsibility falls upon my shoulders. After the grand sacrificial ceremony to the heavens, as the ranks of celestial officials grow and internal affairs become increasingly complex, that will be your moment to shine. For instance, should a celestial official err, I will take on the role of the stern critic while you offer gentle guidance. If I appear too heavy-handed in minor matters, you can subtly counsel them, nurturing them without noise. Moreover, in the future, I intend to entrust you with the management of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, overseeing celestial salaries, taxes, and grand ceremonies, all of which will require your stewardship. You are not without merit. It is merely that the right moment has yet to arrive. Upon hearing this, Yaochi felt an overwhelming pressure. Brother, I do not possess these skills. Fear not, for I shall be by your side to teach you. We are not in a hurry. We shall take our time, Haotian reassured her. Yaochi felt a measure of comfort, nodding obediently, only to suddenly realize and retort in embarrassment. Humph. Who said we are a couple? Go find your Chang'e. Ah, who is Chang'e? I do not recognize her. Haotian feigned ignorance. You insufferable brother, always bullying me. Just wait until I get my revenge. As they playfully bantered, the two embarked on their journey home. Midway, Yaochi suddenly halted, stating, Brother, you should head back first. Haotian was taken aback, exclaiming, What does this mean? After a brief moment of hesitation, Yaochen summoned her courage and said, I too wish to invite a celestial being. Haotian found himself at a loss for words. Noticing her serious demeanor, he inquired, Whom do you wish to invite? Yaochi gritted her teeth and replied, The old mother of Lishan. Who? Haotian was taken aback. Goodness, his junior sister displayed even greater audacity than he. Who exactly is the old mother of Lishan? Had this been before his time in the world of the ancients, he might have been unaware, but after years of mingling in the primordial realm, he was well acquainted with her identity. Though the old mother of Lishan's reputation is not prominent today, for she is merely the benevolent incarnation of the West Queen Mother. Her true essence is that of a renowned ancient deity. The West Queen Mother stands alongside Xuanyuanzi, both esteemed guests of the Purple Cloud's palace. In days of yore, the Tao ancestor appointed the Eastern Prince as the foremost among male immortals, while the West Queen Mother was honored as the foremost among female immortals. However, she is fully aware that this esteemed figure is akin to a double-edged sword, exercising discretion and restraint in stark contrast to the Eastern Prince's ostentatious demeanor. The Eastern Prince, in his hubris, sought to establish a celestial court, incurring the wrath of Dejuan and Tai, ultimately leading to his demise, while the West Queen Mother seized this opportunity to retreat from the world. Nevertheless, despite her seclusion, she remains at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, her depth unfathomable. Junior sister, perhaps it would be wise to set aside this notion for now, Haotian advised. Chapter 15, The Dragon Clan, An Uninvited Guest. Why? I share a close relationship with the West Queen Mother. Yaochi was perplexed. A close relationship does not suffice, Haotian patiently explained. The more familiar one is. the harder it becomes to broach such matters. Imagine, if you were the West Queen Mother and I were Yaochi, once merely a little girl in your eyes. Now having ascended to the position of Queen Mother, usurping your place, how would you perceive me? Yaochi chewed on her fingers, lost in contemplation. If I were to approach you again, requesting your entry into the heavenly court, would you not feel provoked? For instance, if the flower fairy were to replace you as Queen Mother and invited you to be a goddess, what would your sentiments be? I would fight her, Yaochi declared fiercely, only to be struck by a sudden realization. Lowering her head, she said, "Brother, I understand now." Haotian gently embraced her, offering solace. Do not rush. Just because it cannot be achieved now does not mean it will be impossible in the future. Once the heavenly court flourishes, not even the Queen Mother of the West nor the resurrected Dijun Tai will dare to bow before us. Indeed, I shall heed my elder brother's words. Yaochi nodded, yet with a hint of helplessness she lamented, but I currently lack the strength. I truly cannot uphold the Yaochi palace on my own. Who says you are powerless? Haotian chuckled. Isn't the flower fairy and the 9 heavens Xiannu by your side? Those clever ideas of yours, weren't they all conceived by the flower fairy? Yaochi's delicate face flushed slightly as she giggled. The flower fairy is exceptionally gifted. Why not nurture her talents? She possesses the potential for female leadership. As for Xiannu, her aptitude for commanding troops is remarkable. If trained properly, she could become your right and left arms. A spark ignited in Yaochi's eyes, her spirit rekindled. Ding! The host has triggered a task. Complete the consecration ceremony at the Heavenly Sacrifice Grand Ceremony. Rewards include several celestial artifacts and garments. Upon returning to the heavenly court, Haotian received a minor task, which did not require his direct involvement. He merely needed to appoint the leaders of the 5 departments and 9 palaces. With less than 200 years until the grand ceremony, the heavenly court was in a final sprint. Many celestial officials regarded the ceremony as trifling, merely a formality, yet in Haotian's heart, it was the key to the resurgence of the heavenly court. If successful, the heavenly court would ascend to a premier power in the wasteland. If it failed, it would be constrained at every turn, potentially repeating the mistakes of the past, overshadowed by the Buddhist and Taoist factions. To this end, he exerted all his efforts, and the entire heavenly court operated under his strict supervision. Meanwhile, news of the grand ceremony spread throughout the wasteland. On Kunlun Mountain, the disciples of the were increasing in number, the tranquility shattered, and conflicts emerged frequently, signaling the impending collapse of the 3 teachings. Within the Taqing Palace, the 3 pure ones convened, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Laozi, seated at the center, felt disheartened. After centuries of mediating between the 2, he had deviated from the path too many times, and now sought only peace and passivity. Xiandu, Duo Bao, and Guang Chengzi approached their master and uncle. All 3 disciples sensed the impatience in the eyes of the 3 pure ones, knowing they had come mostly to report grievances. Seeing Xiandu present, Laozi spoke, "Come in." The 3 disciples knelt in greeting, and Xiandu said, "A messenger from the heavenly court has arrived, stating that Haotian wishes to hold the heavenly sacrifice grand ceremony and invites you and the uncle to witness it." "Humph, a mere heavenly court trying to play tricks." Yuan sure scoffed. "Guang Qingzi, go on my behalf." "Brother," Laozi said solemnly, "Haotian is the emperor of heaven appointed by our teacher. The ceremony is of great significance, and it would be inappropriate for us not to attend." Indeed, Tong Tian concurred. "I have heard that the heavenly court is currently thriving, with 100,000 heavenly soldiers subduing demons in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, their reputation spreading far and wide. Brother, can we trust the words of your disciples?" Yuan sure sneered. Where did Haotian find 100,000 heavenly soldiers? Even if he did, they would merely be a disorganized mob. How could they possibly vanquish hundreds of thousands of demons? Tong Tian bristled. "Brother, do you look down upon my disciples? You have taken in nothing but a bunch of ragged miscreants. Kunlun Mountain is in shambles. Are you trying to obstruct my path?" "Enough," Laozi shouted, his voice cold. "We do not share the same path. If that is the case, let us part ways." With that, he left with Xiandu, while Tong Tian left with a cold laugh, leaving Yuan Shi sitting alone, lost in thought. In the western spirit mountain, beneath the Bodhi tree, the 2 saints meditated. Their disciples few, the spiritual energy thin, the surroundings in disarray. Zhuan Ti, filled with worry, lamented the barrenness of the West. Seeing no hope for the rise of their sect, "Master, The heavenly court's messenger invites you and the uncle to the heavenly sacrifice grand ceremony. Yaochi reported. Brother, we must attend. Zhuan Ti's eyes glimmered with determination. Why so? Jie Yin inquired. The trends in the wasteland are clear. Those who can dominate the three realms are merely us in the west, the Taoists, and the heavenly court. Although the heavenly court is weak, it has our teacher's backing. And the future is promising. Why not ally with them before they grow strong? Zhuan Ti, though reckless in action, possessed unparalleled foresight and strategy. Jie Yin nodded slightly, then furrowed his brow. You make a valid point, but we were somewhat excessive in our treatment of Haotian at the Zixiao Palace. Zhuan Ti chuckled lightly, unperturbed. Brother, in the wasteland, there are no eternal enemies or friends. Our previous actions were merely for the sake of the three pure ones to witness. Before the Western sect and the heavenly court rise, we must not reveal our ambitions to the Taoists. This negotiation with the heavenly court must be conducted in secret. As for Haotian, no matter how inflated his ego, we are still saints. He would not dare to disregard us. What plans do you have, brother? Jane asked. The heavenly court lacks manpower. I wish to send Mithriya there. Our teacher once mentioned that in the future, the heavenly court will establish the four great emperors. And Mithriya could claim one of those seats. A cunning glimmer flashed in Zhuan Ti's eyes. For great emperors? Jie Yin was slightly surprised. Will Haotian agree? Haha, brother. How can we know the outcome without trying? Haotian's foundation is not yet stable, and he has no room to refuse. Zhuan Ti sneered. I plan to arrive a day in advance, ideally allowing Haotian to officially appoint Mithriya during the heavenly sacrifice grand ceremony. In doing so, even if the three pure ones harbor discontent, they will be powerless to intervene. Jie nodded. When will you set out? A day early. We must not give Haotian any chance to breathe or deliberate. Very well. Jie Yin acquiesced, then heard Zhuan Ti add, by the way, brother, bring all the disciples along. There will surely be Pan Tao to enjoy at the heavenly sacrifice grand ceremony. Jie Yin thought to himself, admiring Zhuan Ti's audacity, marveling at how he could speak such shameless words with such composure. In the chaotic realm, within the palace of the Wangwa Emperor, the queen was informed, Your Majesty, the heavenly court's messenger has come to invite you to the heavenly sacrifice grand ceremony. Understood. Prepare some lavish gifts, and I shall go along with them. Yes. In the North Sea, the Demon Master Palace, the Demon Master was informed, the heavenly court's messenger requests your presence at the heavenly sacrifice grand ceremony. The heavenly sacrifice grand ceremony? Kuan Peng ground his teeth in cold disdain. I cannot believe that after our fierce battle with the Wu clan, a lowly gatekeeper dares to take advantage. Haotian wishes to become the Emperor of Heaven. Let him first return the treasures from our demon clan's treasury. Over the years, he has slaughtered my demon kin without remorse. If he does not provide an explanation, I will risk my life to destroy his heavenly court. In the ancestral land of the human race, after the war between the Wu and the demons, the human race began to flourish, already showing signs of becoming the main force in the heavenly court. Now, the population had burgeoned to hundreds of billions. Though not as numerous as during the prime of the Wu and demons, it was still enough to draw attention, while their overall strength remained weak. It was clear to all that the rise of the human race was merely a matter of time. Some far-sighted powerful beings had begun to plot to align themselves with the humans. The three ancestors, a messenger from the heavenly court has come to invite you, wishing for the three of you to attend the heavenly sacrifice grand ceremony. The heavenly court? Is it the same one that saved the Zhuhua tribe? Sui Ren inquired. Yes, ancestor. Once, the Zhuhua tribe was attacked by demon birds, and the Emperor of Heaven passed by, capturing the Zhu Ke and saving their lives. It is said that Haotian intends to establish divine beings in the heavenly court to maintain order in the wasteland, though the truth of this remains uncertain. Regardless, the heavenly court has shown kindness to the human race. If they can truly maintain order, it would greatly benefit our clan. For reasons of sentiment and reason, we cannot decline this invitation. Yu Chao stated. I concur with my second brother's words, Zi added. In that case, Shuiyu, prepare some lavish gifts, and select 3,000 strong young men to accompany us to the heavens. Sui Ren declared decisively. Yes. Shuiyu nodded, barely concealing his excitement. To attend the ceremony. 3,000 young men will surely have their place. This is a first. In the blink of an eye, 150 years have elapsed, and the preparations in the heavenly realm are nearing completion. In the grand expanse of the 33 heavens, 110,000 celestial soldiers stand in solemn formation. Over the course of 450 years, 170,000 wandering immortals ascended, and through a rigorous selection process, the celestial sovereign retained 11,000. All possessing remarkable cultivation, predominantly celestial immortals, with a few true immortals and several profound immortals among them. The celestial army has been restructured into 72 divisions of the silver-armored Imperial Guards, each comprising 1,500 soldiers, with the commanders typically being mid to high-grade true immortals, and the earlier divisions even featuring profound immortals in command. Each division is further divided into 3 teams, led by captains of lower to mid-grade true immortals, while the remaining members are celestial immortals. Those who display exceptional military accomplishments may be promoted to deputy positions, totaling a formidable force of 108,300. With the reorganization complete, the system indicates the mission is accomplished. On the square, the 10,000 Imperial Guards stand arrayed like a forest, exuding an imposing presence, a testament to the arduous training conducted over 10 years by Yuan Hong. On the left side of Haotian, celestial officials gathered, including Beis, Luya, Taibai, Pishio, Nanshan, the Wild Demon, and Yuan Hong leading a select assembly of 5,000 celestial officials. On the right, Yaochi stood gracefully, accompanied by the 100-flower fairy, the 9 heavens, Xian Nu, and Chang'e, while 30,000 divine maidens remained concealed within the ethereal realms of Yaochi, choosing not to reveal themselves. The heavenly soldiers and generals predominantly stationed in the mortal realm, leaving only 5,000 in the heavenly court, with the remainder under the command of the Wild Demon, tasked with gathering intelligence on the earthly immortal realm to pave the way for future arrangements of earthly deities. As for the heavenly soldiers, subsequent tasks emerged. Capturing an additional 300,000 demons would unlock a certain heavenly palace of soldiers and generals. At that time, the number of demons in the celestial prison would reach 600,000, all serving as sources of fortune. As Haotian surveyed his subordinates, a surge of ambition welled within him. 9 centuries prior, the celestial court consisted solely of himself, Yaochi, Taibai, and Beis. Now, the ranks of deities had swelled to nearly 150,000. Though this number paled in comparison to the vast legions of the demon court, it marked a significant stride forward. He stepped forward, his voice resonating like a great bell. Since the dawn of Pangu, the primordial realm has endured fierce beasts, the 3 clans, and the tribulations of the witch and demon races, resulting in the demise of countless beings. Even in this present age, slaughter, bullying, and oppression persist unabated. This is not my desire, nor is it what the primordial realm requires. As the Heavenly Emperor, I must bear the responsibility of safeguarding the cosmos and striving for a peaceful and prosperous era for the weak. This ambition cannot be fulfilled by me alone. I require your assistance to establish a just and equitable celestial court. Will you, brave warriors, fight for the celestial court? Yes, yes, yes. The voices of 100,000 heavenly soldiers thundered in unison, their blood ignited with fervor. Will you protect the primordial realm? Haotian drew his sword toward the heavens, his voice echoing to the 9 heavens. Yes, yes, yes. Will you seek justice for the myriad beings? Yes, yes, yes. Excellent. Haotian proclaimed with satisfaction. I promise you, as long as you possess the ability and the courage to achieve merit, I shall not hesitate to bestow rewards upon you. Elixirs, magical artifacts, divine powers, and esteemed positions shall all be yours. The celestial court shall not hinder any being's advancement, regardless of race or cultivation. Merit will elevate you to the rank of the 4 great emperors. Strive forth. Roars of enthusiasm erupted from the 100,000 heavenly soldiers, their spirits ignited by Haotian's stirring words. Not only they, but even the celestial officials behind him, including Beis, Taibai, and Luya, were rendered speechless by the profound impact of his declaration. Previously, in the primordial realm, apart from slaughter and oppression, the era had been dictated by sect legacies. Without background, roots, or fortune, one could toil their entire life without a glimmer of hope for recognition. Yet today, Haotian had dared to kindle such hope. Though it was fraught with challenges, it represented a glimmer of dawn. In a daze, Beis felt as if the celestial court had come alive through these words. With passion surging through the 33 heavens, Taibai's heart swelled with emotion, his admiration for Haotian beyond expression, grateful for the timely assistance he had offered. Beis found himself increasingly entranced by Haotian's vision and strategy, his ties to the demon race growing fainter. Though Luya remained uncommitted, he could not help but admire Haotian's composure at this moment. Yuan Hong was ablaze with fervor, yearning to lay down his life for the celestial court at once. In the eyes of the maidens of Yaochi, Haotian shone with an unparalleled brilliance, his allure irresistible. Unbeknownst to Haotian, a few words had unexpectedly united the hearts of the celestial court. Yuan Hong, he called out after concluding his speech. This subordinate is here, Yuan Hong replied, stepping forward with enthusiasm, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect. With a sweeping gesture, Haotian summoned a mountain of armor and weapons, filling the square. This was 100,000 sets of celestial armor, soon to be distributed to the imperial guards. Indeed, although these 100,000 celestial artifacts were not true spiritual treasures, their might was nearly comparable. The rarity of primordial spiritual treasures made Haotian's actions once again instill awe among the celestial beings. Before the crowd could fully comprehend the moment, he produced two more invaluable treasures, the Grand Compendium of Primordial Formations and the Treatise on Warfare. He entrusted these to Yuan Hong, commanding Bays and Taibai to each make a copy to impart to Yuan Hong and Xian Nu. Yes, Bays and Taibai were unable to contain their excitement. The formation and military texts were among the most precious relics of the primordial era, a profound bestowal of knowledge that would ensure their unwavering loyalty. Yuan Hong and Xian Nu were utterly elated. Haotian felt a surge of joy, for the divine purple gold lotus was exceedingly precious. It could resurrect celestial soldiers and officials through fortune, albeit with limitations, yet it could be deemed a divine artifact. Just as he was immersed in delight, the patrolling guards reported, "Your Majesty, a large number of dragons have suddenly appeared outside the eastern heavenly gate." The celestial beings were taken aback. With 50 years remaining until the grand celestial ceremony, could the dragons have come with ill intentions? The atmosphere in the square grew tense. Chapter 16, The Celestial Court. The Four Sovereign Emperors. "Your Majesty, the dragons have arrived." Bai Zhe was about to caution Haotian to exercise prudence when his words were abruptly interrupted. "I report to the Celestial Emperor. A multitude of phoenixes has suddenly appeared outside the eastern heavenly gate and is advancing towards the southern heavenly gate." "What? Phoenixes? How is that possible?" Bai Zhe exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, wasn't the Phoenix clan suppressing the immortal volcano, unable to leave?" Taibai inquired, equally perplexed. "Perhaps they have discovered a means to escape the immortal volcano? However, both the Dragon and Phoenix clans have always harbored great ambition. Your Majesty, you must be cautious." Luya offered his rare opinion. Coughing awkwardly, Haotian rubbed his nose and glanced at the three, somewhat sheepishly asking, "Well, I didn't inform you that the Dragon and Phoenix clans have already submitted to the Celestial Court?" Everyone was left stunned. "Who did you tell? The Dragon and Phoenix clans have submitted to the Celestial Court? Is this some sort of jest?" The most incredulous were Bai Zhe and Luya. They were well aware of the immense efforts the Demon Court had expended to subdue the Dragon clan in years past. At that time, the Demon Court was already extraordinarily powerful, yet they failed to bring the Dragon clan to heel until after two great battles had turned the East Sea crimson with blood. But now, their Majesty had quietly subdued the Dragon clan, and even spared a Phoenix clan? This was utterly absurd. "Your Majesty, have you truly subdued the Dragon clan?" Bai Zhe still found it hard to believe. Indeed, Haotian first instructed two celestial guards to escort the Dragon and Phoenix clans inside, then explained to Bai Zhe, "The Dragon and Phoenix clans have indeed submitted to the Celestial Court. But how did you accomplish this?" Bai Zhe could not comprehend it, but realizing his words had slipped, he quickly added, "Your Majesty, I misspoke." "Not at all." Haotian waved his hand dismissively. Just as he was about to elaborate, he suddenly heard a voice from Yaochi. "My senior brother persuaded the Dragon clan with words." Haotian, Bays, and the other immortals. How? How did he persuade them? With words? Bays felt that the entire realm of immortals was in disarray. The other immortals, however, could hardly conceal their admiration for Haotian. "His Majesty is incredibly powerful. He has truly subdued the Dragon clan, now that both the Dragon and Phoenix clans have submitted to the Heavenly Court. And with the prince and strategist of the Demon tribe also present, if a shaman tribe were to join, wouldn't the Heavenly Court have conquered all the protagonists from the past two calamities? This is the decree of destiny." At this moment, all the celestial officials were exceptionally exhilarated. The mightier the Heavenly Court became, the higher their future status would rise. The cohesion of the Heavenly Court has, in an unseen manner, ascended to a new level, and Haotian has become even more enigmatic in the hearts of the immortals. They simply could not fathom how Haotian managed to persuade the dragon clan merely with his words. Haotian cast a helpless glance at the Yaochi, only to find it mischievously winking back at him. At that moment, a thunderous dragon roar and a resounding phoenix cry reverberated from the east and south, respectively. With a powerful cry, two vibrant clouds, one azure and the other crimson, floated in from the distance, heading straight for the 33 heavens. Within these clouds, thousands of dragons surged and multitudes of phoenixes soared. The spectacle of dragons leaping and phoenixes dancing left the celestial officials in awe, stirring Haotian's emotions profoundly. This was the true essence of the heavenly court. This was the grandeur that the heavenly court ought to possess. In a flurry, tens of thousands of dragons and phoenixes transformed into human forms after a brief moment in the 33 heavens. Descending gracefully and addressing Haotian with reverence, we pay homage to His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor. 15 great Luo Jingxian and over 300 Tai Jingxian. Was this the formidable foundation of the dragon and phoenix clans? It was utterly astonishing. Tai Bai marveled in awe. Bai Zhe nodded, his expression becoming increasingly complex. At times, the Heavenly Emperor's extraordinary prowess rendered his subordinates utterly embarrassed. Why was it that, despite being a quasi-saint and operating within the same time frame, His Majesty could attract such a multitude of formidable beings, while he was left with a gathering of inept fools? For reasons unknown, the once amiable demon clan now seemed somewhat distasteful to Bai Zhe after witnessing the might of the dragon and phoenix clans. As Haotian raised his hand, poised to speak, a commanding voice resonated from above. The Earth Law Heavenly Sovereign, Xinyuan Zizi, pays homage to His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor. Who is that? Murmured a somewhat bewildered celestial official to his neighbor. The Earth Law Heavenly Sovereign. But who does he claim to be? Jinyuan Daxian. Jin what? Out of my way. Not just him, but upon witnessing the benevolent visage of the red-clad Taoist above, all celestial officials felt their minds whirl in confusion. Jinyuan Daxian. He actually joined the heavenly court? This is utterly absurd. Truly preposterous. Vase, his mind somewhat rigid, turned to Haotian. Filled with an overwhelming desire to inquire how His Majesty had achieved such a feat, was it merely through words? All officials stand at ease. Haotian initially extended but a single hand. Now both hands are outstretched, surveying the multitude of celestial beings below, his voice resonating across the cosmos. This is my celestial court. The grand ceremony of heaven has commenced. At last, Haotian possesses the confidence to refer to himself as I. Today, Haotian shall ascend the throne and reign supreme over the three realms. Henceforth, he desires that in this primordial expanse, there exists but a singular voice, the voice of Haotian the great emperor. All celestial ministers have gathered. Haotian instructed Yaochi to ensure the well-being of the dragon and phoenix clans, before returning to the Tongming Palace accompanied by Baise, Tai Bai, Luya, and a few other celestial beings, including Xinyuanzu, Yaochi, and Fengshan. Upon entering the Tongming Palace, the atmosphere finally relaxed. However, the expressions of the celestial beings were tinged with varying degrees of astonishment. Xinyuanzu, Yaochi, and Fengshan were particularly taken aback by the formidable strength of the heavenly court. They had never anticipated that. Having been established for less than a millennium, and without even hosting a grand sacrificial ceremony, the heavenly court could possess such immense power, boasting 3 quasi-saints among its ranks. Initially, they had believed themselves to be the heavenly court's greatest trump card, arriving with a certain pride that had since diminished significantly. As for Xinyuanzu, despite his outward calmness, he was equally shocked upon seeing Baise, Luya, and the dragon and phoenix clans. The reality was, no one could have foreseen that within just 1,000 years, the heavenly court could evolve to such a remarkable extent. One could only wonder what expressions would grace the faces of those mighty beings who had once looked down upon the heavenly court when they witnessed its formidable foundation 50 years hence. All right, everyone, relax. Allow me to introduce you to the Dragon Clan leader, Yaochi, the Phoenix Clan leader, Fengshan, and the Celestial Monarch of the Heavenly Court, the Master of the 30 Heavens, Xinyuanzu. I'm sure you are all familiar with them, Haotian said casually, reclining against the golden cloud bed. Upon hearing this, all the celestial beings felt a sense of ease. Tai Bai chuckled and remarked, familiar, indeed. However, Your Majesty, since the Celestial Monarch and the 2 clan leaders are visiting for the first time, should we not extend some hospitality? Haotian was momentarily taken aback. then burst into laughter, teasing, "You are such a glutton." Tai chuckled in response, seemingly indifferent. Bays and the others were quite accustomed to this scene. However, Jin Yuanzi, Yaochi, and Fengshan gained a fresh perspective on Haotian, realizing that this celestial emperor could be so amiable in his daily demeanor. Without needing any instruction from Haotian, Chang'e had already brought forth celestial fruits and divine tea. Initially, Tai Bai and the others maintained a composed demeanor. But once the celestial fruits and divine tea arrived, they quickly abandoned their restraint and indulged heartily. Jin Yuanzi, Yaochi, and Fengshan were puzzled. After all, weren't they merely a few fruits? Was it truly necessary for these esteemed beings to react in such a manner? To their astonishment, the celestial fruits and divine tea were indeed of the innate variety. Did the heavenly court possess such delicacies? Yaochi and Fengshan swallowed hard. Ever since the three races' war, they had not savored such exquisite offerings. Initially, they held back, but witnessing the enthusiasm of Tai Bai and the others, they gradually let go of their reservations. Delicious. Jin Yuanzi also relished the feast. After all, he had grown weary of ginseng fruit. How could he resist such an abundance of innate celestial fruits? Once the celestial fruits and divine tea had been served, Chang'e seated herself beside Haotian, who then spoke. "Let us discuss the first matter. Hongjun, I wish to establish the Earth Administration. Currently, we are in need of a chief. I had mentioned this to you previously. Have you given it any thought? The Earth Administration, akin to the legendary mountain gods and land deities of the past, is responsible for overseeing the mountainous landscapes of the Earth Immortal Realm. However, the mountain gods and land deities of the Earth Administration are of a caliber unmatched by those of yore, possessing authority equivalent to that of a county magistrate in the mortal realm, effectively serving as a branch office of the heavenly court within a specific region of the Earth Immortal Realm. Haotian intends to divide the realm of the Earth Immortals into 4 major continents, 16 domains, and 64 celestial prefectures. Each continent will establish a branch of the heavenly soldiers and the 9 palaces, along with the Earth Immortal divisions. Furthermore, each domain and celestial prefecture will have its own Earth administration, heavenly soldiers, and military administration, thereby creating a comprehensive governance structure. The Earth administration will be responsible for political affairs, primarily addressing calamities affecting mountains and rivers, disputes among celestial beings, and conflicts between different powers. Subsequently, the heavenly soldiers will oversee intelligence and inspections, while the military administration will manage rebellions and capture minor demons. Each of the 3 branches will operate independently, yet mutually constrain one another. Moreover, the Earth administration will also be subject to oversight from the 9 palaces, as matters pertaining to celestial beings must ultimately be reported to them. The left and right ministers will possess authority over the affairs of the Earth administration and the military administration. In essence, the future heavenly court will see the left and right ministers primarily engaged in overarching governance, strategizing for Haotian, akin to the role of the Ministry of State in the Tang dynasty. The 9 palaces will function similarly to foreign affairs departments, serving as assistants to the left and right ministers, wielding limited power but holding significant importance. The 5 offices will be comparable to the 6 ministries, tasked with the practical implementation of policies. This encapsulates Haotian's vision for the administrative structure of the heavenly court. Tai Bai and Bays wholeheartedly accepted this system. Despite the 5 offices considerably diminishing their authority, neither was particularly enamored with power. In truth, the foremost desire of these celestial officials lies in their celestial rank, which directly influences the fortune they can accumulate from the heavenly court. Next in consideration is the heavenly salary, although Haotian has yet to make an announcement regarding this. Lastly comes the pursuit of power. Presently, the primordial world primarily revolves around cultivation, with both the former demon court and the shaman clan seeking the fortune of heaven and earth rather than power. This, however, is a temporary state. The previous lack of ambition stemmed from the disorganized nature of the demon court, rendering any power ineffective. Yet, once the heavenly court is firmly established, the dynamics may shift. By that time, the system of the heavenly court will have matured, and the response will be delayed. At present, neither Tai Bai nor Bays is overly concerned, believing that this system will greatly benefit the development of the heavenly court, comparable in significance to the legal codes of the court. As for Jin Yuanzi, he holds the Earth administration in the highest esteem. His initial hesitation to respond was due to a lack of understanding, compounded by Haotian's provision of a method for cultivating divine essence, which had engrossed his attention. Once he comprehended the implications, Jin Yuanzi was astounded, unable to contain his excitement, and rushed to the heavens, fearing that the position of the Earth Administration's chief would be claimed by another. This role is of paramount importance to him, as his cultivation is inherently tied to the Earth, making him ideally suited for the Earth Administration. Moreover, the method for cultivating divine essence has illuminated a potential path for his future cultivation. Although he cannot guarantee that this will lead him to attain the status of a primordial supreme golden immortal, he has at least glimpsed hope. This represents the prospect of becoming a sage. How could Jin Yuanzi afford to be negligent? Upon hearing Haotian's inquiry, he promptly declared, "I have considered it. I am willing to assume the position of the chief of the Earth Administration." Tai Bai and Bays were astonished by this development. Regardless of how His Majesty previously persuaded Jin Yuanzi, it is evident that with the Earth Administration now in his grasp, even if he were to be dismissed, he would likely refuse to leave. Truly, it is a testament to His Majesty's wisdom. Haotian was not the least bit surprised by this. He then turned to Yaochi and said, "The Heavenly Court will establish the Four Seas Department, which will be exclusively responsible for the governance of rivers, lakes, and seas, the control of clouds and rain, and the management of aquatic beings. The Four Seas Department will operate independently of the 9 palaces and 5 offices, typically overseen by 2 officials, with significant events reported directly to me. Obey the decree." Upon hearing this, Yaochi was filled with immense joy. The authority bestowed upon the Four Seas Department was substantial, and with the vast number of rivers, lakes, and seas in the primordial wilderness, Yaochi would have ample opportunity to appoint all members of the Dragon Clan to official positions. Haotian nodded and continued, "The leader of the Four Seas will be held by Yaochi. Thank you, Your Majesty." Yaochi respectfully expressed his gratitude. Finally, Haotian turned his gaze towards the Phoenix clan and, after a moment of hesitation, declared, "The Heavenly Court shall establish the Phoenix Division, responsible for communication and liaison between the Heavenly Court and the realm of Earth Immortals, as well as other factions. The Phoenix Division will operate independently from the 9 palaces and 5 offices, typically overseen by the 2 ministers, with significant events reported directly to me. The head of the Phoenix Division will be Fengshan." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Fengshan felt quite content. Although the Phoenix Division may not wield extensive power, this suits the Phoenix clan well. The foremost priority for the Phoenix ancestors is to recuperate. The division, while possessing limited authority and light responsibilities, can partake in the auspicious fortune of the Heavenly Court. What a splendid opportunity. Once all positions were assigned, Haotian exhaled in relief and said, "Tai Bai, you are in charge of imparting the Heavenly Court's code to the Dragon and Phoenix clans. Bays, please finalize the Heavenly Court's celestial official system, ensuring that every position has its requisite cultivation level clearly established. When selecting officials, we must prioritize quality over quantity, especially in the Department of Earth Administration. It is acceptable for development to be slow. I would rather advance gradually, one department at a time, than allow incompetence to infiltrate the Department of Earth Administration." "I understand." Bays nodded earnestly. "Good. Then let's expedite this matter. With 50 years remaining, allocate the 5,000 celestial officials among yourselves, and submit the final list of deified officials to me. During the grand sacrifice to heaven, I will confer the titles." The assembled immortals responded in unison and eagerly departed. 50 years later, during the grand sacrifice to heaven, a year before the ceremony, many wandering immortals arrived early in the heavens, hoping to partake in the festivities. However, upon their arrival, despite their initial bravado, they became subdued upon encountering the thousands of celestial guards clad in armor. Many of these wandering immortals pondered in astonishment where the Heavenly Court had acquired such a vast array of divine soldiers. Their trepidation grew as they traversed the path to the 33 heavens, encountering at least 10 Tai golden immortals, and some even cited the Deluo golden immortals. This was utterly bewildering. Even before reaching the 33 heavens, the wandering immortals became increasingly docile, greeting celestial officials with smiles. Their earlier arrogance completely transformed into deference. Fortunately, as the time for the grand assembly approached, an increasing number of celestial beings attended, rendering the once inconspicuous wandering immortals almost invisible, much to their relief. Nevertheless, without exception, all wandering immortals who ascended to the heavens were awestruck by the opulent architecture of the Heavenly Court, the overwhelming spiritual energy, and the formidable celestial army. Haotian was indifferent to the scattered immortals. His mind was preoccupied with devising a strategy to confront Zhuan Ti. Haotian never expected that the grand ceremony for offering sacrifices to the heavens was about to commence, and surprisingly, Zhuan had arrived ahead of time. There was no doubt that this fellow harbored ill intentions. Haotian smiled as he gazed at Zhuan, his heart brimming with heightened vigilance. It appears that Brother Zhuan has arrived rather early. Haotian gazed at the almost familiar figure of Kunti in the Tongming Hall, donning a professional smile as he inquired. Having nothing to occupy my time, I took the liberty of arriving ahead of you. However, my esteemed friend, considering the distance I have traveled, your hospitality leaves much to be desired. Haotian's lips twitched, and he thought to himself, this is truly shameless, utterly invincible. Only someone like Zhuan could utter such words. Haotian, disinterested in engaging in trivial discussions with Zhuan, conveyed a message to Chang'e, requesting her to send some post-heaven spiritual fruits. Zhuan, seemingly unselective, appeared quite tempted by the fruits, promptly picking one and indulging in it. Zhuan, if you have something to say, please feel free to express it. Very well, Zhuan replied, savoring the spiritual fruit. I have come this time to offer assistance. Having heard of the celestial court's shortage of officials, I have brought my esteemed disciple, Mi Lu, specifically for this purpose. There is no need for formality. Simply grant him a position as one of the 4 imperial deities. Upon hearing this, Haotian was rendered speechless. He longed to express his astonishment at how such shameless words could escape the lips of Zhuan. Did he truly dare to mention the 4 sovereigns? Setting aside the fact that Haotian had no intention of bestowing titles upon the 4 sovereigns, it was certainly not within the purview of the Western sect to make such demands. Without a moment's hesitation, Haotian firmly rejected the notion, saying, I am unaware of where my esteemed senior brother has heard such rumors. Our heavenly court currently lacks celestial officials. Moreover, there exists no divine position for the 4 sovereigns within our realm. The absence of such a position now does not preclude its existence in the future. My friend, you ought to deliberate this matter carefully. I assure you, I act in your best interest. With the Western sect's presence, the 3 teachings of Taoism would not dare to openly target you. Otherwise, the decrees of your heavenly court may very well fail to reach beyond the southern heavenly gate. Would they not? This matter need not trouble you, my esteemed senior brother. I reiterate, the heavenly court has no need for the 4 sovereigns. Upon hearing these words, Zhuan Ti's expression grew increasingly frosty. Was his junior brother truly unwilling to grant him this courtesy? Haotian smiled faintly. If that is what you think, so be it. Senior brother. Zhuan was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter, both amused and exasperated. Very well, Haotian, you are indeed impressive. I shall observe how the heavenly court flourishes without our Western teachings. But do keep a close watch, senior brother. Ensure that your Western sect remains in order, lest conflicts arise in the future and you find yourself without my consideration. With a cold sneer, Zhuan, having heard these words, could hardly be bothered to engage further with Haotian. He rose and departed. Yet, before he left, he astonishingly took with him all the spiritual fruits. Haotian gazed at the empty cloud platform, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This is utterly shameless. Senior brother. Yaochi entered and sat beside Haotian. What brings Zhuan here? He wishes for his disciple to ascend as the 4 sovereigns of heaven. The 4 sovereigns of heaven. What exactly does that entail? Yaochi inquired, puzzled. The 4 sovereigns of heaven is a divine position contrived by the primordial heavenly venerable after the investiture of the gods, intended to counterbalance Haotian. However, given the current circumstances, it appears that the 5 saints have long been aware of this matter and have even begun to plot. Moreover, Haotian sensed that Zhuan Ti's visit was not genuinely aimed at the 4 sovereigns. Clearly, the time for their emergence has not yet arrived. Without the investiture of the gods, the 4 sovereigns cannot be established, unless Haotian voluntarily conferred titles during the heavenly sacrifice ceremony, which is evidently an impossible task. Zhuan is neither so arrogant nor foolish. Then what could his true intention be? Haotian pondered for an extended period, yet could not arrive at a clear understanding. Haotian elucidated the concept of the 4 sovereigns to Yaochi, who, upon hearing it, felt her delicate face flush with indignation. How should I put it? Ah, yes. It is utterly shameless. Yaochi clenched her silver teeth and exclaimed, how could he possibly think that his disciple should stand on equal footing with us? Is that not absurd? In their eyes, have we ever been regarded with any significance? Haotian responded with a cold chuckle. Yaochi bit her lip, her expression turning to one of concern as she inquired, what should we do then? Fear not, my junior sister. after the grand ceremony to honor the heavens. They shall not dare to act in such a manner. Huh. Yaochi was perplexed. Haotian offered little explanation, for the notion of achieving sanctity is truly extraordinary. It is prudent to refrain from discussion until success is attained, lest one becomes the subject of ridicule. By the way, junior sister, retain the merits gained from the heavenly sacrifice ceremony. Do not expend them. All right. Yaochi did not inquire further. She simply adhered to Haotian's instructions. By the way, have you clarified the matters regarding the 12 zodiac signs? Yes, it pertains to the heavenly stems and earthly branches, correct? How cumbersome. Why don't you manage it yourself? Senior brother? Why push this task onto me? It is better to be prepared. I cannot explain it to you at the moment, but when the time comes, act according to my cues. All right. Chapter 17. What qualifications does Haotian possess to claim the title of Heavenly Emperor? Recently, Haotian discovered that he seemed to have made too many arrangements, and the merits might be surplus to his needs. Therefore, he shared the matter of the 12 zodiac with Yaochi. If, at the time, the merits beyond the 12 zodiac were sufficient for him to attain sainthood, he would allocate the remaining merits to Yaochi. This would also provide her with additional support, as the foundation of Yaochi Palace was somewhat lacking. Brother, is the time drawing near? It is indeed approaching. Haotian gazed outside, feeling the bustling atmosphere, and clenched his fists slightly. Junior sister, are you prepared? After the heavenly sacrifice ceremony, we shall reign supreme over the world. At that time, this primordial realm will be under our command. Although Yaochi felt Haotian's words were somewhat grandiose, she nodded in agreement. If brother says it is possible, then it must be, even if it is not feasible now. It will undoubtedly be so in the future. Outside the eastern heavenly gate, Doubao, accompanied by numerous junior disciples, arrived with an air of arrogance. Upon reaching the gate, they were surprised to find the heavenly court was not as dilapidated as they had imagined. The imposing eastern heavenly gate shimmered with brilliance, exuding an aura of solemnity. Under the eastern heavenly gate, 500 celestial soldiers of the Guardian Legion stood in formation, clad in divine armor, with a serious demeanor. Leading them were Nanxing and 2 Tai golden immortals. Inside the gate, a pathway of colorful clouds led directly to the 33 heavens, guarded by celestial soldiers. Upon witnessing this scene, Doubao and his companions exchanged glances. Senior brother, the heavenly court appears significantly stronger than we anticipated, remarked the golden spirit Holy Mother, her expression grave. Quite normal, senior sister. After all, Master Haotian is a quasi-saint. It is only fitting that he can subdue 1 or 2 Tai golden immortals, replied the unfettered Holy Mother casually. Such frivolity. There is no need to concern ourselves. Doubao scoffed dismissively, then, with one hand behind his back, strode ahead into the eastern heavenly gate. Once the disciples of the teaching of the interception entered the gate, they followed the path of the heavenly Tao, arriving directly at the 33 Heavens Plaza, which was already teeming with tens of thousands of celestial beings. A small portion of these celestial beings had received invitations, while the rest had come merely to witness the spectacle. Among those invited, the weakest were at least Tai golden immortals. The entire plaza was divided into 2 sections. The eastern side was occupied by officials of the heavenly court, including Xinyuanzi and Luya, alongside members of the Dragon and Phoenix clans, though none of the officials were yet clad in celestial robes, so their identities remained concealed. On the western side sat the guests, prominently featuring the 4 teachings of Buddhism and Taoism, with the 3 teachings of the Tao at the forefront, followed by representatives from Buddhism, the human race, the demon race, and various rogue immortals. Presiding over the ceremony was the celestial star of Venus, who, upon spotting the disciples of the teaching of the interception, promptly guided them to a designated area prepared for them. Doubao and the others refrained from causing any disturbances, recognizing that this was indeed the heavenly court, and Master Haotian was their uncle. Even if they held grievances against the heavenly court, they were not in a position to voice them due to their insufficient rank. Thus, the disciples of the teaching of the interception settled down as instructed. Once seated, Doubao took the opportunity to observe the surroundings. Upon lifting his gaze, he noticed the disciples of the Chan school, led by Ran Deng and Guang Qingzi, and let out a cold snort, turning his head aside. Guang Qingzi and others also noticed the disciples of the teaching of the interception and reciprocated with equally disdainful expressions. They were even more incensed, believing that the reckless behavior of the disciples of the teaching of the interception was the cause of the schism within the Tao. leading to their severe punishments over the past 2 centuries. Disregarding Guang Chengzi, Doubao continued scanning the area until his gaze fell upon the human race, causing his eyes to flicker momentarily. When he looked across and saw Xinyuanzi, Luya, and Bai Zhe, his brow furrowed. For some reason, he sensed an unusual atmosphere within the heavenly court today. The plaza buzzed with discussions, while within the Tongming Hall, Haotian awaited the completion of the system task. The primary mission had 3 conditions. First, prior to the heavenly sacrifice ceremony, there must be at least 3 quasi-saints, 10 Tai golden immortals, and 1,000 celestial officials in the heavenly court, which had already been exceeded. Second, before the ceremony, the heavenly court's fortune points needed to reach 10 million, which was also accomplished. The current fortune points, excluding the Zhentian prison, already exceeded 30 million, and including the prison, it surpassed 111 million. Now, only the final condition remained. During the heavenly sacrifice ceremony, at least 3 saints, 10 quasi-saints, and over 100 Tai golden immortals must be invited. It was certain that the plaza was populated with sufficient quasi-saints and Tai golden immortals, but the saints had yet to arrive. As Haotian closed his eyes in anticipation, a sudden system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the main system task. Rewards for the host. Heavenly Emperor's Spiritual Treasure Set. Heavenly Court's Fortune Golden Dragon. 1 Cultivation Enhancement Card, 1 Law Comprehension Card, 1 Chance for Power Lottery, and 3 Innate Divine Demon Spiritual Fetuses. It was accomplished. Haotian joyfully opened his eyes. Haotian first glanced into the distant sky. The saint had yet to manifest. However, the system indicated that the task was complete, suggesting only one possibility. They had all arrived, though they remained concealed. As for the saint, it was only fitting that he would be the last to appear. Haotian let out a cold sneer, truly believing that being the last to appear was a fortunate circumstance. Haotian averted his gaze and opened the system interface, immediately utilizing the opportunity for a faction lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the Celestial Guard. The Celestial Guard, the personal elite guards of the Heavenly Emperor, numbering 1,012 in total, among which there are 2 great Luo golden immortals, 10 Tai golden immortals, and 1,000 golden immortals. Haotian exclaimed in astonishment. What an astonishing reward. 2 supreme beings, 10 Taiji, and 1,000 celestial guards. This is overwhelmingly powerful. Moreover, the arrival of these 1,000 celestial guards was impeccably timed. During the grand ceremony to honor the heavens, the mightier the celestial court, the greater the merits Haotian could attain. Perfectly. Leading the 1,000 celestial guards into the fray would undoubtedly convey to the disciples of the great sects and the wandering immortals outside that the era has shifted, and now the celestial court holds dominion. Sister, the time has come. Let us proceed. All right. Yaochi responded excitedly. Oh, wait a moment, Haotian declared, waving his hand to conjure 2 sets of exquisite celestial garments from thin air. What are these? Yaochi's eyes sparkled with wonder at the sight of the 2 magnificent outfits. These are the dragon robe and the phoenix robe. The dragon robe? The phoenix robe? Yaochi gasped in delight, covering her mouth in astonishment, before eagerly accepting her phoenix robe. With a swift motion, she clapped her hands and turned, and in the next instant, Yaochi had transformed into her new attire. As Haotian gazed over, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes. The phoenix robe of Yaochi was a resplendent crimson and gold, adorned with intricate golden patterns against a scarlet backdrop, and embroidered with a soaring phoenix. Furthermore, atop Yaochi's head rested a crown shaped like a phoenix, accentuating her regal and exquisite elegance. Truly magnificent. Haotian was utterly astonished. It must be said that Yaochi, adorned in her phoenix robe, was breathtakingly beautiful. Most notably, her aura of elegance and nobility left Haotian utterly captivated. Yaochi glanced at her attire, brimming with excitement. In this primordial era, the robes were predominantly simple, and Yaochi had never encountered such exquisite garments. Wow, senior brother. It's simply stunning. As long as you like it, it will be yours from now on. Senior brother, you should don one as well. All right. Haotian nodded and with a graceful gesture, donned the imperial dragon robe of the Heavenly Emperor. The dragon robe of Haotian bears a striking resemblance to the phoenix robe of the Yaochi. However, Haotian's dragon robe features a black base adorned with golden patterns, intricately embroidered with 9 golden dragons, exuding an air of majestic grandeur. Donning the crown of the Heavenly Emperor and stepping into the boots of the Qilin, Haotian transforms into a figure of overwhelming authority, leaving the Yaochi in awe. Haotian was exceedingly pleased with the dragon robe, which was no ordinary celestial garment, but rather an extraordinary treasure comprising two remarkable pieces. Not only did it exhibit an opulent exterior, but it also possessed the ability to absorb the celestial fortune of the heavenly court for automatic defense. Theoretically, as long as the celestial fortune was sufficiently abundant, even a sage would find it impossible to breach the robe's defenses. However, Haotian had no intention of utilizing the dragon robe for combat. He was primarily drawn to its other function, imperial might. Adorned in the dragon robe, Haotian emanated an aura of imperial authority, instilling reverence in all below the sage level. Satisfied, Haotian nodded and then turned to Yaoi, saying, "Junior sister, let us depart. The celestial plaza awaits, and the assembled immortals are growing somewhat impatient." High above the 33 heavens, amidst a layer of clouds, the 6 great sages convened. "What a grand display by Haotian," remarked Yuanshi Tianzuan, displeased by Haotian's prolonged absence. "This is the grand sacrificial ceremony of the heavenly court. The timing of our emergence is for them to decide." "Why the haste, second brother?" Tong Tian retorted with a hint of sarcasm. "Are you still aware that I am your second brother? Is this how you address me?" Yuanshi admonished fiercely. "How, pray tell? Should I address you? Should I kneel before you? You criticize Haotian for his arrogance, yet I find you no less egotistical." Tong Tian scoffed. "Impudent," Yuanshi began, but was interrupted by Laozi. "Enough. If you wish to quarrel, do so elsewhere. Do not provide amusement for outsiders. Fear not. You may bicker to your heart's content. For I assure you, I shall not laugh," Kunti declared with a solemn expression. A burst of laughter escaped from Yuhua, who quickly stifled it, saying, "Ahem. Continue as you wish. Pay no mind to me, for I have heard nothing." Yuanshi's face darkened ominously as he glared at Tong Tian. Just then, a loud proclamation resonated from below. "The great Emperor Haotian and the Queen Mother of Yaohi have arrived." In an instant, all gazes turned towards the direction of Lingxiao Palace, where an enchanting sound of dragon roars and phoenix cries filled the air. Suddenly, the assembled immortals beheld 2 magnificent chariots soaring above the Lingxiao Palace. One chariot, drawn by 9 golden dragons with 9 claws, shimmered resplendently. The other chariot, pulled by 9 colorful phoenixes, radiated a kaleidoscope of dazzling hues, appearing almost dreamlike. Haotian and Yaochi, adorned in splendid dragon and phoenix robes, stood majestically atop the chariot. Behind the chariot followed the 4 formidable generals, Chang'e, Xiannu, and 1,000 heavenly warriors and maidens. This grand entrance left all the celestial beings in awe, their expressions shifting in astonishment. At the moment Yaochi and Fengshan beheld the 9-clawed golden dragon and the colorful phoenix, they instinctively rose, only to be restrained by Zhang Yuanzi beside them. "Do not act impulsively. Observe closely. Those are not genuine dragons and phoenixes, but rather treasures crafted from divine materials." Upon hearing this, Yaochi and Fengshan exhaled in relief, though a hint of disappointment lingered. How splendid it would be if they were indeed real. The 9-clawed golden dragon and the colorful phoenix represented the pinnacle of the dragon and phoenix lineages, akin to the 9-colored Qilin of the Qilin clan. Ever since the calamity among the 3 clans, neither the 9-clawed golden dragon nor the colorful phoenix had graced the world again. If they were genuine, they would gladly draw the chariot for the heavenly emperor and the queen mother. Alas, what a pity! Yaochi and Fengshan reluctantly returned to their seats, while the other celestial beings remained enveloped in shock. The celestial beings were astounded by the dragon and phoenix chariot. Yet the 6 saints were equally astonished by the heavenly warriors and maidens. 3 great Luo golden immortals, 20 Tai golden immortals, over 1,000 golden immortals. "It seems we have underestimated our junior brother Haotian," Tong Tian exclaimed in amazement. Zhuan Ti gazed longingly at the 2 chariots and the heavenly warriors and maidens, nearly salivating in envy, feeling an immense sense of injustice. Why was the West so barren while the East possessed everything in abundance? If only these treasures could be brought back to the West, it would be a veritable bonanza. Zhuan Ti's eyes flickered as he began to devise plans in his mind. Jia remained impassive, his thoughts deep and inscrutable. Rarely did anyone know what he pondered until the very end. Laozi's expression grew increasingly grave. The depth of the heavenly court's resources surpassed his expectations. In the future he had foreseen, the heavenly court did not possess such profound strength. Clearly, something had shifted within the heavenly court. At that moment, he felt a twinge of regret, wishing he had allowed the Supreme Lord Haotian to enter the heavenly court sooner. Who could have anticipated that merely a millennium later, the heavenly court would seemingly rise from ashes, reborn in glory? Yuanshi's countenance darkened as he observed the nine-dragon chariot Haotian had taken his seat upon. Who in the vast wilderness did not know that Yuanshi's own vehicle was the nine-dragon Agarwu chariot? Yet now, Haotian had fashioned a chariot that far surpassed his own. Yuanshi's nine-dragon Agarwu chariot was drawn by 9 ordinary azure dragons, a stark contrast to Haotian's magnificent 9-clawed golden dragon. Haotian's actions left one to ponder how he would ever ride the 9 dragons' Agarwu palanquin again. This was akin to publicly slapping Yuanshi in the face. In contrast to Yuanshi's fury, Nuwa observed the imposing and majestic Haotian, her eyes glimmering with a hint of intrigue. She had not anticipated that the ascension of Haotian to the role of Celestial Emperor would transform him into such a strikingly different figure. Yet, she remained uncertain whether this formidable aura was merely a fade, concealing fragility within. After the imposing entrance of Haotian and Yaochi, they arrived at the very center of the square, where a grand altar had been meticulously erected in advance. The altar was adorned with an array of intricate Tao patterns, and a variety of offerings had been thoughtfully prepared upon it, all orchestrated by Bays, who possessed considerable experience in such matters, leaving Haotian unburdened by any concerns. Upon arriving at the altar, Haotian discreetly transmitted a message to Taibai. Startled for a moment, Taibai soon exclaimed with urgency, "We humbly welcome the great sage, primordial heavenly venerable, celestial master Tongtian, Lady Nuwa, Saint Juanti, Saint Jane." The 6 sages in the heavens above the 33 heavens were all taken aback. How could Haotian possibly have discovered them? This seemed inconceivable. The 6 saints exchanged glances, each reflecting a semblance of perplexity. However, it was evident that this was not the moment for such contemplations. The 6 saints adjusted their attire and gradually revealed their forms, gently descending. In an instant, the heavens above, suffused with purple aura and adorned with vibrant clouds, became a spectacle. The celestial beings, witnessing the assembly of the 6 saints, felt a tremor of awe. To have all 6 saints present was indeed a tremendous honor for Haotian. We pay homage to the saints. May their longevity be boundless. The celestial beings bowed in unison. Even the venerable Xinyuanzi was no exception, save for Haotian and the Queen Mother of the Yao Pool, who refrained from bowing. In this grand sacrificial ceremony, their statuses were on par with the 6 saints, rendering formalities unnecessary. "Let us dispense with unnecessary rites," Laozi remarked with a hint of indifference. "I invite my esteemed seniors to proceed. The grand sacrificial ceremony is about to commence," Haotian announced. Very well. The sacrificial ceremony, being a matter of great solemnity, prompted the 6 saints to refrain from further discourse. Before departing, each cast a uniquely profound glance at Haotian, indicating their astonishment at his mere presence. Once the 6 saints took their positions, Taibai took the initiative to preside over the ceremony without needing Haotian's directive. The first item of the sacrificial ceremony was for the hosts and guests to rise in reverence to the heavens. Upon hearing this, the celestial beings stood once more, bowing deeply in the direction of the sacrificial altar. The second item of the sacrificial ceremony. The protocols of the sacrificial ceremony were not overly intricate, especially considering the rudimentary nature of the customs at this time. The current set of customs had been refined by Haotian, rendering them more solemn and dignified. The atmosphere was grave. Even the 6 saints dared not speak frivolously, let alone the other celestial beings, who were keenly aware of the decorum required. Thus, the sacrificial ceremony proceeded smoothly. In conclusion, the final item was completed. May the great Emperor Haotian and the Queen Mother of the Yao Pool ascend to their esteemed positions. By the grace of the heavenly Tao and the trust of the honorable Tao ancestor Hongjun, I, Haotian, alongside the Queen Mother of the Yao Pool, ascend to the supreme position of the Celestial Emperor of the 3 realms. I vow to take the welfare of all living beings as my responsibility. My wish is for the primordial world and the heavenly court to be revered. Within the 3 realms, may order prevail. I wish for sentient beings to flourish in understanding, and for harmony among humanity to thrive. I wish for the primordial era to endure eternally, and for the fortune of the heavenly court to persist. In the presence of the grand altar, Haotian donned the resplendent 9-dragon imperial robe and wore a majestic crown. His voice echoing through the cosmos as he proclaimed a lofty call to vitality. Tai Bai, filled with fervor, pressed his lips together and bellowed, clad in royal robes. The celestial sovereign ascends. The heavenly court. Stand. Humph. What audacity. Suddenly, a booming voice pierced through the air. Who dares? Come forth. Bai Zhe and Jin Yuanzi rose. Their voice is a tempest of ire. This voice chose its moment well, interrupting the celestial ceremony just as Haotian's power was at its zenith, disrupting the proceedings without disturbing the ritual, but leaving the heavenly court in utter disgust. As the crowd turned, they were astonished to discover that it was none other than Kunping. At this moment, Kunping's heart brimmed with unrestrained joy. He had not anticipated encountering Bai Zhe and Luya at such a pivotal event. Especially Luya, the Prince of Heaven. His presence signified that the demon clan could soon have a ruler. If Kunping could persuade Luya to join him, the demon clan might once again consolidate its fortunes. Furthermore, Kunping had originally come to undermine the heavenly court and reclaim the treasures of the Yao clan. Initially, he had felt uncertain about the vast changes within the heavenly court, but with Bai Zhe and Luya's assistance, he now felt emboldened to instigate a tremendous upheaval. Kunping was keenly aware that the five saints did not wish for the heavenly court to flourish, which gave him the audacity to emerge from the shadows. Otherwise, only madness would compel him to act so brazenly before six revered figures. Yet, just as Kunping's smile began to bloom, he was abruptly silenced by the rebukes of Bai Zhe and Jin Yuanzi. Bai Zhe, in particular, left Kunping utterly bewildered. Bai Zhe, we are both of the demon race. Do you truly wish to betray your kin? Kunping furrowed his brow, his voice rising in indignation. It must be said that Kunping was quite astute. Although he was unaware of Bai Zhe's circumstances, he quickly deduced how to corner Bai Zhe with a single statement. If Bai Zhe were to oppose him after such a declaration, he would bear the stigma of treachery, a reputation that would render his future endeavors in the primordial world exceedingly difficult. Kunping sought to compel Bai Zhe to align himself with him. Observing Bai Zhe's emergence, Kunping felt a surge of delight. Despite his previous attempts to sway Bai Zhe to no avail, he now saw an opportunity to force Bai Zhe's hand. With righteous indignation, Kunping gazed upon Bai Zhe, his expression nothing short of disdainful. Previously, Bai Zhe harbored no ill will towards Kunping, as they shared a common heritage, and Kunping had treated him with respect. However, now that the demon court had disbanded, Kunping's true nature as a schemer was laid bare. Bai Zhe suddenly recalled how he had concealed himself so meticulously, with only Kunping aware of his whereabouts, yet it was Haotian who had ultimately discovered him. Initially puzzled about who had leaked his location, Bai Zhe now deemed Kunping a prime suspect. As the saying goes, when the clam and the snipe contend, it is the fisherman who benefits. This was precisely the kind of scheme Kunping was capable of. Observing Kunping, who resembled a jester, Bai Zhe felt no anger, merely a deep sigh. The demon race was no longer the entity he once cherished. The five saints had intended to depart, yet the unfolding spectacle held their interest captive. They were more than eager to witness the turmoil within the heavenly court. Nuwa furrowed her brow slightly, parting her lips as if to speak, yet ultimately chose silence. Her intentions unclear. The assembled guests displayed expressions of intrigue. At least half of them were discontent with the heavenly court and Haotian. Now, with someone daring to provoke. Their enthusiasm was palpable. Humph. I wish to see what qualifications Haotian possesses to claim the title of Celestial Emperor. A wandering immortal muttered under his breath. Lower your voice, or you shall invite calamity. His companion quickly admonished. Chapter 18. Have the dragon and phoenix clans also been subdued by the heavenly court? The wandering immortal chuckled awkwardly, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. Senior brother? On the altar, Yaochi's expression was far from pleased. Haotian, unperturbed, softly reassured. Do not worry, junior sister. Just watch. In the square, Bai Zhe surprisingly closed his eyes, uttering not a word. Just as the celestial beings scoffed and Kunping reveled in his triumph, another voice emerged. Traitorous clan? Such audacity. Can you, Kunping, truly represent the demon race? Who? Kunping paused, fury swelling within him as he bellowed a question, only for his anger to transform into bewilderment. The celestial beings, intrigued, turned their gaze to Bai Zhe, where a young man clad in golden robes rose to confront them. Who is this? Most of the scattered immortals did not recognize him. The young man gradually stood, turned, adjusted his robe, and then, with an expression of indifference, addressed Kunping and the assemblage of scattered immortals. I am Luya, the the sixth son of the demon emperor Dijun. What? A son of the demon emperor? The little golden crow? The little golden crow has actually emerged and has come to the heavenly court? This scene left all the guests utterly astonished. The prince of the demon race was engaging in a confrontation with the demon master Kunping at the heavenly court's grand ceremony? Surely, this is not a mere performance? Upon seeing Luya, the five saints were inexplicably struck by a sense of foreboding. I calculated the situation, and my expression darkened. The grand ceremony concerns the heavenly court's secrets, all obscured, rendering it impossible to ascertain anything. Even if I were to forcibly pierce through a veil, all that would greet me is chaos. This indicates that a significant upheaval is undoubtedly imminent. My Tao heart began to waver. The tranquility I had recently attained disrupted once more. After all, I had only recently achieved sanctity through merit and had not yet undergone the tribulation of sealing gods. I was not yet the untroubled, omnipotent sage of later generations. Kunping, after his initial shock, gradually sank into a frown. Luya, what do you intend to do? Do? Nothing at all, merely refuting your words. What you, Kunping, wish to do is of no concern to me, but please do not implicate the demon race. You do not represent them. Luya stated flatly. What do you mean by that? Baizé has already allied with the heavenly court, and yet you still support him? Kunping spat in fury. Yet, Luya remained composed. What is wrong with standing beside the heavenly court? He is the left immortal minister. And I am the golden crow heavenly monarch. We serve the heavenly court. Should we not assist the heavenly court? Shall we assist you? Kunping, taken aback, nearly thought he misheard. A number of scattered immortals wore expressions of disbelief. Even the five saints slightly altered their countenance. What did Luya just declare? He and Baizé have aligned with the heavenly court? Surely, this is not a jest? The prince of the demon court and the strategist have joined the heavenly court to supplant the demon court. This cannot be a dream, can it? Even in dreams, such absurdity is unfathomable. Have you truly joined the heavenly court? Kunping asked incredulously. Of course. What issue does that present? Luya replied nonchalantly. What issue? Well, enough. Kunping, this is a grand ceremony, not a place for your insolence. Before Kunping could finish his retort, he was interrupted by Zhang Yuanzi. Zhang Yuanzi. Kunping laughed in exasperation. This is a matter of our demon race. What concern is it of yours? Will you meddle again? What qualifications does a failure, unable to save even his friend, have to bark before me? Kunping, with nowhere else to vent his anger, was undeterred by Zhang Yuanzi. Upon hearing Kunping mention Hongjun, Zhang Yuanzi's eyes turned red with fury. Just as he was about to respond, a furious shout rang out. Kunping, you are being outrageous. Haotian initially intended to deal with Kunping only after the grand ceremony. However, with Kunping openly provoking his subjects, he felt compelled to intervene lest he be ridiculed by the primordial beings. At that moment, the system notification chimed in unexpectedly. Ding! The host has triggered a special side quest. The majesty of heaven cannot be defied. Capture Kunping and imprison him. Reward, the Supreme Imperial Seal, a treasure of the heavenly court. Note, this is a special mission, and rewards will be distributed in advance. In Haotian's eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashed as he swiftly summoned the information regarding the Supreme Emperor Seal. The Supreme Emperor Seal, a treasure of the celestial court, capable of suppressing the celestial fortune, governing slaughter, subduing and sealing, and merging with the golden dragon of fortune, its power rivaling that of innate supreme treasures. The stronger the fortune, the greater the might. Should the celestial court unify the vast wilderness, the seal's power would stand shoulder to shoulder with the primordial spiritual treasures. A treasure of slaughter. It can also suppress fortune? Suddenly, Haotian was filled with overwhelming joy. What he lacked the most at this moment was precisely this. It is well known that great powers in the primordial world would meet a tragic end without a supreme treasure to suppress their fortune. The representative of such powers is Jiejiao. The master Tongtian, lacking a treasure to suppress fortune, could only wield the four swords of Zuxxian, however, being weapons of slaughter. How could they possibly suppress fortune? Consequently, during the Fengshan War, Jiejiao was utterly crushed, with disciples either dead, captured, or surrendering, leaving Master Tongtian isolated and alone. In fact, the Rinshui peaches of the Yaochi were meant by the Tao ancestor for the heavenly court to suppress fortune. Yet the peaches ultimately fell short and could not contain the fortune golden dragon awarded by the system. Initially troubled, Haotian was unexpectedly gifted a grand surprise by Kunping. This truly was a delightful twist of fate. Haotian, do you wish to intervene? Continuous reprimands had left Kunpeng in a daze. Even the most temperate of beings would struggle to endure such provocation, especially given Kunpeng's innate tendency to retaliate against grievances. Today, even at the risk of injury, he was determined to reclaim his honor. You disrupt my heavenly ceremony, disrespect my esteemed ministers. How could I possibly let you off the hook? Ascending from the altar, Haotian looked down upon Kunpeng from a lofty height. You truly believe that now the demon court has fallen? I, Kunpeng, can be at your mercy? Anyone dares to step forward. Wait a moment, my insult was directed at Xinyuanzi. What does this have to do with your heavenly court? Kunpeng suddenly realized. Kunpeng, listen well. I am now the earthly sovereign of the heavenly court. With Haotian stepping forth, Xinyuanzi felt a surge of confidence. He finally experienced the sensation of having powerful backing. This feeling was exquisite. Xinyuanzi also joined the heavenly court. At this moment, not only the guests who were merely spectating, but even the 5 saints were utterly bewildered. How could Xinyuanzi possibly join the heavenly court? It is essential to note that Haotian was merely an early-stage quasi-saint, while Xinyuanzi was a late-stage quasi-saint. How could such an established powerhouse ever submit to Haotian? The face of Zhuanti twitched as he observed the burgeoning strength emanating from the heavenly court. He begrudgingly admitted a tinge of envy, his eyes practically ablaze with jealousy. The heavenly Tao was exceedingly unfair. The Western teachings, blessed with 2 saints, could scarcely compete with a heavenly court established by an early-stage quasi-saint. Zhuanti clenched his fists in secret. The 3 pure ones harbored similar sentiments. They had previously dismissed the heavenly court, yet to their astonishment, in merely a millennium, Haotian had evolved into a significant threat. Exchanging glances, the 3 brothers shared an uncharacteristic unity of purpose. In the square, Kunpeng was momentarily lost in confusion. You have joined the heavenly court as well? Glancing around, Kunpeng was astounded to discover that, including Yaochi, the heavenly court now possessed 5 quasi-saints. Suddenly, Kunpeng felt a shiver run through him, regaining his composure. If it were 2 or 3 quasi-saints, Kunpeng could rely on his speed to retreat unscathed, but with 5 quasi-saints, and Xinyuanzi being a late-stage quasi-saint of equal cultivation, even Kunpeng's swiftness might not suffice to evade capture. Though reckless, Kunpeng was not foolish. Otherwise, he would not have survived the war of witches and demons. Taking a deep breath, Kunpeng sought an excuse to depart, vowing to seek revenge later. However, Haotian would not grant him the opportunity for escape. Noticing Kunpeng's flickering gaze, Haotian discerned his intentions and proclaimed, Kunpeng, you disrupt the heavenly ceremony, show no respect, and dishonor the heavenly court. As the heavenly emperor, I hereby sentence you to lifelong imprisonment. Without waiting for Kunpeng's response, Haotian raised his voice to the heavens. Heavenly court's fortune, coalesce for me. With that, Haotian directly summoned the fortune golden dragon. Immediately, in the eyes of the gathered immortals, a colossal rift tore open in the sky above the 33 heavens, and torrents of fortune cascaded down from the fissure. Observing the magnificent fortune, the faces of the onlookers were filled with envy, and even Kunpeng was momentarily distracted from his escape. As the 5 saints beheld the heavenly court's extravagant fortune, their expressions darkened further. The fortune of the primordial world was finite. The heavenly court's acquisition of such immense fortune could only have come at their expense, inciting their fury. Yet, the 5 saints had not anticipated that this was merely the beginning. Just as the immortal spectators were nearly drooling with envy, a thunderous dragon's roar suddenly reverberated through the sky. Roar! In the next moment, a resplendent golden fortune dragon emerged from the rift, writhing above the 33 heavens. Thud! The 6 saints were so astonished that they stood upright. How could the heavenly court possibly possess a fortune golden dragon? This was something that had not even been achieved during the establishment of the 4 teachings. The fortune golden dragon did not merely signify quantity, regardless of its presence. The heavenly court's fortune remained unchanged. However, the fortune golden dragon represented prestige and celestial legitimacy. With the fortune golden dragon, it signified that the heavenly court was recognized by the heavenly Tao as a dominant power in the primordial world. It indicated that the heavenly court's fortune would henceforth be unassailable. Unless the golden dragon were slain, the fortune of the heavenly court would only grow. In an instant, murderous intent gleamed in the eyes of the 5 saints. They could not allow the fortune golden dragon to fully form. Although the backlash of slaying it would be substantial, they had to take the risk for the sake of their future sects. Moreover, if the 5 saints acted in unison, they might withstand the backlash. Exchanging glances, the 5 saints prepared to strike. However, unexpectedly, Haotian suddenly flicked his hand, casting forth a colossal seal. The assembled immortals looked up to see a square seal, entirely purple-golden, adorned with a roaring cheilin at the top, surrounded by reliefs of the 4 great sacred beasts, with the phrase supreme and unmatched, suppressing all heavens inscribed at the base. Seal. Haotian pointed at the Supreme Emperor seal and exclaimed loudly. The golden dragon of destiny, upon sighting the seal, let out a jubilant cry, as if it had discovered a dragon palace, and surged forward, eager to dive into the seal. This is dire. The 5 saints' expressions changed drastically. The treasured artifact. The celestial sovereign possesses a treasure capable of subduing the golden dragon of fate. If it were merely the golden dragon of fate, the combined might of the 5 saints could effortlessly vanquish it. However, with a treasure that suppresses fate in existence, the 5 saints would first need to obliterate this artifact to slay the golden dragon of fate. It is conceivable that such a treasure, which can restrain the golden dragon of fate, could withstand even the formidable efforts of Hongjun. Unless the 5 saints wield chaotic-grade spiritual treasures, they are utterly powerless against the imperial seal. The 5 saints' attempt to prevent the golden dragon of fate from entering the imperial seal is in vain, for it is already too late. The imperial seal lies directly beneath the golden dragon of fate, and in the blink of an eye, the golden dragon has already burrowed into the supreme imperial seal. Henceforth, the heavenly court's fate is sealed. The 5 saints, upon witnessing this, were rendered utterly dismayed. Haotian had been observing the 5 saints all along, and upon realizing their genuine intent to take action, a chill enveloped his heart. Indeed, in this primordial realm, one must possess a ruthless heart to establish a foothold. Haotian was also grateful that he had timely triggered the system task. Otherwise, the auspicious golden dragon would have faced grave misfortune today. By this reckoning, he owed a debt of gratitude to Kunping. Casting a glance at the 5 saints, Haotian summoned the supreme imperial seal back into his grasp. Immediately, suddenly, Haotian turned around and hurled the supreme emperor seal into the air. Kunping, still in a state of shock from the awe-inspiring presence of the golden dragon of fortune, was taken aback when he saw Haotian throw the supreme emperor seal in his direction. Realizing the imminent danger, Kunping attempted to flee, but it was too late. The supreme emperor seal was a powerful artifact designed for suppression, sealing, and destruction. Once within its range of attack, no matter how swift one might be, escape was impossible. Kunping had no time to utter a word before being firmly pinned down by the seal, rendering him completely immobile. This astonishing scene left countless guests in a state of disbelief. This was Kunping, an ancient demon master, an existence nearly invincible beneath the saints. Under the saints, not only was it impossible to kill him, but even capturing him was out of the question. After all, Kunping's speed was legendary throughout the primordial realm. Should he choose to flee, even those at the pinnacle of quasi-saint level or sub-saints would find themselves powerless against him. Yet, this very Kunping was effortlessly subdued by Haotian with a mere strike. In an instant, all the guests fell silent. Those who had been so boastful moments ago now bowed their heads, wishing they could bury themselves in the clouds. The celestial beings of the heavenly court, however, were filled with immense joy. Haotian had bestowed upon them a series of remarkable surprises that day. First, there was the awe-inspiring entrance, followed by the golden dragon of fortune. And just as they were still reeling from the shock of the dragon, Haotian casually subdued Kunping. This sequence of events left the celestial beings struggling to keep pace with their own exhilaration. Yet, just when they thought the spectacle had concluded, Haotian began anew. After suppressing Kunping, Haotian paid him no heed and promptly set his plans into motion. The ruthlessness of the 5 saints made it evident that he must expedite his efforts, for delays could lead to unforeseen complications. Fortunately, the heavens favored him. At that moment, a beam of celestial merit descended from a rift in the sky. This merit, bestowed for the establishment of the heavenly court, fell upon both Haotian and Yaochi. The assembled immortals below felt a surge of envy, yet this time, none dared to covet it, not even with a glance, for Kunping remained suppressed beneath the supreme imperial seal. After a brief interval, the merit was fully bestowed, and Haotian and Yaochi respectively gathered it. Yaochi obediently accepted it, recognizing that the merit was of no immediate use. Otherwise, it could have aided in their successful slaying of a corpse. Observing that Haotian did not utilize the merit to break through, the immortals were somewhat puzzled. They then beheld Haotian standing aloft, proclaiming with a resonant voice, "Today, I establish the heavenly court. From this moment forth, I shall be known as the Supreme Heavenly Emperor, and Yaochi as the Supreme Empress, with the Supreme Imperial Seal to govern the fortunes of the heavenly court, wherever the edict of the seal reaches. None in the three realms shall dare disobey." At this proclamation, the five saints could not help but emit a cold chuckle. Although Haotian had acquired the auspicious golden dragon of fortune, to them, he remained merely a pawn. Even with the rise of the heavenly court and the impossibility of seizing its fortunes, they could still position their disciples within its ranks. Haotian's ambition to rule the three realms with but an imperial seal and a golden dragon of fortune was, in their eyes, sheer folly. Now, the five saints felt no urgency. The situation had reached a point of no return. They considered it prudent to allow Haotian to amplify the influence of the heavenly court. The struggle for supremacy in the heavenly court had merely begun, and they were keen to observe how a mere quasi-saint like Haotian could maintain the sanctity of the heavenly court. Ultimately, in this primordial realm, it was the saints who held dominion. Haotian paid no heed to the thoughts of the five saints, directly addressing Baize, proclaimed the decree of the divine emperor. Yes, Baize bowed respectfully, then straightened up, producing a decree resembling a later heavenly edict from his robes, and proclaimed aloud, "Today, I, Haotian, the Supreme Emperor of the three realms, oversee the rise and fall of sentient beings and the order of the cosmos. It is essential to have myriad celestial ministers to assist. On the occasion of this grand celestial ceremony, I shall bestow titles upon my ministers. I hereby appoint Jin Yuanzi as the Lord of Earthly Laws, Chief of the Earth Administration, and Master of 30 Heavenly Lords, granting him the status of a first-rank celestial minister. Your servant, Jin Yuanzi, accepts the decree with gratitude." Jin Yuanzi stepped forward, solemnly bowing. Immediately, a surge of merit and fortune enveloped him, eliciting waves of envy from the onlookers. "I appoint Luya as the Lord of the Golden Crow, Master of 31 Heavenly Lords, also a first-rank celestial minister. Your servant, Luya, accepts the decree with gratitude. I appoint Baize as the Lord of Fortune and Virtue, Left Chancellor of the Celestial Court, Master of 32 Heavenly Lords, a first-rank celestial minister." Baize completed the reading, stowed away the decree, and bowed deeply. "Your servant, Baize, accepts the decree with gratitude." Baize continued, "I appoint Tai Bai Jin Xing as the Lord of Tai Bai, Right Chancellor of the Celestial Court, Master of 29 Heavenly Lords, a first-rank celestial minister." Tai Bai, overwhelmed with joy, stepped forward to accept the decree, and soon thereafter, a surge of fortune and merit descended upon him. Baize instantly felt a clarity of mind, and auspicious clouds appeared above him, with one of the three heavenly flowers slowly blooming. In that moment, a powerful aura of the great Luo Golden Immortal erupted. Has he truly broken through? A great Luo Golden Immortal? The guests around him were left utterly astonished. Who could have anticipated such immense benefits from joining the Celestial Court? To attain a divine rank and achieve such a breakthrough? If this fortune could be sustained, would not one's cultivation soar? Many guests, at this moment, felt their hearts stirred. Tai Bai, feeling the surge of great Luo magical power, was equally elated. He too had finally broken through. Otherwise, the responsibilities of his role as Right Chancellor would have weighed heavily upon him. His cultivation may not have been exceedingly high, but it was sufficient. After all, as a civil official, maintaining a modest distance from the higher ranks sufficed. Following Tai Bai, other celestial officials received their titles. Pai Xiao was appointed as the Lord of Pai Xiao, Master of 28 Heavenly Lords, a first-rank celestial official. Nan Shun was appointed as the Lord of the Southern Dipper, Master of 27 Heavenly Lords, a first-rank celestial official. Yuan Hong was appointed as the Lord of Combat, Chief of the Military Administration, Master of 26 Heavenly Lords, a first-rank celestial official. Notably, after receiving his title, Yuan Hong also broke through to the level of Great Luo Golden Immortal. He and Tai Bai were both at the pinnacle of Tai E Golden Immortal, and their breakthrough merely required the right opportunity. Thus, they were conferred divine titles prior to their ascension. Yuan Hong's breakthrough prompted a wave of regret among the guests below, who lamented their earlier disdain for the Celestial Court. How could they, as Great Luo Golden Immortals, have looked down upon the Celestial Court, which was ordained by the Tao Ancestor? Such arrogance was unfathomable. The celestial beings initially believed that the appointments of great Luo-level deities would conclude with Yuan Hong. However, they were met with even more astonishing revelations. The Dragon Clan's chieftain, Yaochi, was appointed as the Lord of the Azure Dragon, chief of the Four Seas, and Eastern Sea Dragon King, a first-rank celestial official. Yaochi of the Dragon Clan was appointed as the Lord of the Red Dragon, Southern Sea Dragon King, a second-ranked celestial official. Yaochi was appointed as the Lord of the Black Dragon, Western Sea Dragon King, a second-ranked celestial official. Yaochi was appointed as the Lord of the White Dragon, Northern Sea Dragon King, a second-ranked celestial official. Yaochi was appointed as the Lord of the Red Dragon, Flood River Dragon King, a third-rank celestial official. Fengshan, chieftain of the Phoenix Clan, was appointed as the Lord of Nanli, chief of the Phoenix Clan, a first-rank celestial official. They were utterly astounded. They had accepted the subservience of Zheng Yuanzi to the celestial court and acknowledged the submission of the Demon Clan. But who could inform them when the Dragon and Phoenix clans had also been brought under the celestial court's dominion? Moreover, how could so many great Luo golden immortals from the Dragon and Phoenix clans have joined the celestial court? Was this a complete submission? How many quasi-saints and great Luo golden immortals did the celestial court now possess? Those who were perceptive began to calculate. It was quite straightforward. After listening for so long, everyone could discern that the lords were quasi-saints, while the deities were great Luo. As this was counted, many guests began to tremble. The power of this celestial court was overwhelming. The five saints could no longer bear to watch and contemplated leaving, but they witnessed Haotian stirring the pot once more. Chapter 19. Not only them, even the six saints were left bewildered. As Baizé finished his announcements, Haotian suddenly summoned a spiritual treasure, the falling treasure money. Haotian then invoked the merit he had just acquired, channeling it all into the falling treasure money. After consecutively infusing nearly 100 laws and prohibitions, the falling treasure money shattered, transforming into a large winged treasure and tens of thousands of smaller merit coins. Then, Haotian solemnly proclaimed, "Heavenly Tao above, I, the Supreme Emperor of the Celestial Court, have discerned chaos and disorder in the primordial trading realm. Therefore, I have created the merit coins. From this day forth, all celestial officials of my celestial court shall receive a certain amount of merit coins annually as celestial salary. These coins may be used as ordinary merit or as currency to purchase celestial elixirs, treasures, celestial arts, and divine abilities in the Hall of Merit. By my decree, the celestial court shall establish a financial department, appointing Shaosheng and Chaobao as the wealth-gathering celestial envoys and the treasure-gathering celestial envoys. Thus, the financial path of the celestial court is established." Boom. As Haotian's voice faded, a resounding thunder echoed through the heavens, and the vast chasm in the sky, which was on the brink of closing, was torn open once more. A tremendous influx of fortune and merits cascaded down. Both the five saints and the multitude of immortals were momentarily stunned by this unexpected turn of events. Before the merits could descend, Haotian audaciously spoke again, "Heavenly Tao above, I, the Supreme Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Court, in light of the chaotic order of the primordial world, where slaughters abound and the principles of propriety, law, and virtue are disregarded, have thus composed the Heavenly Court's code of law to rectify the primordial order, to reshape the rights of the primordial world, and to cultivate its morality. Henceforth, all officials of my Heavenly Court and all beings across the three realms must revere this code. Those who transgress the law shall face stringent enforcement by the Heavenly Court, and punishment shall be inevitable. By my decree, the Heavenly Court shall establish the Department of Punishments, appointing the Southern Dipper God as its chief. Thus, the law of the Heavenly Court is established." Thunderous applause followed, as another surge of immense fortune and merits descended. The successive waves of fortune and merits caught the five saints utterly off guard. Who could have anticipated that Haotian would seize the opportunity of the grand sacrificial ceremony to further perfect two foundational laws? This was indeed a monumental contribution to the Heavenly Tao. The eyes of the five saints glistened with renewed fervor. At this moment, the Heavenly Court had truly become a direct disciple of the Heavenly Tao. Haotian's performance this time has garnered a perfect score from the Heavenly Tao. This is even more significant than Haotian acquiring the Fortune Golden Dragon. Haotian has acquired the auspicious Golden Dragon, and the five saints may still scheme for divine positions in the Heavenly Court, thereby undermining its authority. However, with the Heavenly Court now endorsed by the Tao of Heaven, it is indeed under Haotian's dominion. Any future attempts to conspire against or harm the Heavenly Court will become exponentially more challenging. As the Tao of Heaven does not permit such actions, Even Hongjun would be powerless to assist them. Most importantly, with the accumulation of such immense merit, one can only imagine the extent to which Haotian's cultivation will soar. Haotian also yearned to comprehend this matter. Gazing at the merit that overshadowed nearly half of the square above him, he could no longer afford to wait. System, grant me the merit conversion card. The completion of the side quest had already been achieved upon the creation of the merit coin. The functionalities for exchanging merit coins with luck points, accessing the luck point marketplace, and redeeming merit conversion cards had all been unlocked. Haotian glanced at the system information, noting that a merit conversion card necessitates 10,000 fortune points. Furthermore, a single merit conversion card can transform 1 million points of merit, with each point of merit equating to a merit coin. Haotian was uncertain about the amount of merit required for his breakthrough, so he began to exchange it one piece at a time. The process of transformation was remarkably simple. Haotian merely needed to absorb the merit, and the system would automatically facilitate the conversion. Should Haotian wish to bestow the transformation card upon another, it would materialize as a magical artifact resembling a golden conversion vessel. With a swift motion, with a single gesture, Haotian began to draw an immense amount of merit into his being. Simultaneously, he activated the Law Enlightenment card rewarded from the main quest. In an instant, Haotian felt as though his soul had exploded as torrents of information surged into his mind. In the brief span of a single breath, he successfully comprehended the imperial law. Utilizing the merit he amassed, Haotian fervently pursued further understanding. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. 10%, 20%. Before long, Haotian grasped 30%, reaching the quasi-saint level, having expended 100 transformation cards in the process. Haotian resolutely continued. The celestial beings below were aware that Haotian was about to commence his breakthrough, and none dared to cause a disturbance at such a critical moment. The 5 saints harbored this intention, yet upon further contemplation, they ultimately relinquished it. Haotian has just received the reward from the heavenly Tao. If they were to harm Haotian at this moment, would it not be akin to slapping the heavenly Tao in the face? Such thoughts are sufficient to deter action. Only a madman among the 5 saints would consider it. By accumulating virtue, the speed of cultivation is remarkably swift, in merely a dozen breaths. Haotian's imperial law has reached 60%. Haotian revealed a radiant, auspicious cloud above his head, upon which 3 golden blossoms unfurled. Suspended above each of these blossoms were a tower, a sword, and a mirror. These 3 celestial treasures, the Haotian Tower, the Haotian Sword, and the Haotian Mirror, were all bestowed by the Tao Ancestor, each one a superior innate spiritual treasure. With a swift motion, Haotian summoned the Haotian Tower into his grasp. He then struck the tower against the celestial ceiling. In a flash, a figure clad in white emerged from the heavens, revealing Haotian's benevolent corpse, a being of mid-level quasi-saint. Witnessing Haotian's effortless breakthrough, many guests were filled with envy, their teeth gritting in frustration. Yet, some guests maintained an air of arrogance, for they too were mid-level quasi-saints, comparable to Haotian. However, this arrogance was short-lived. With the Emperor's law at 90% mastery, Haotian called forth the Haotian sword and cleaved down upon the ground. Whoosh! A figure in black leapt forth, a late-stage quasi-saint. The rapidity of this breakthrough left many guests in a daze, just when they thought it had reached its peak. Haotian continued unabated. After several dozen breaths, with his merit nearly depleted, Haotian's Emperor's law finally reached perfection. A smile graced his lips as he summoned the Haotian Mirror, from which a beam of light shot forth and struck the ground. Instantly, a figure in golden robes emerged, a pinnacle quasi-saint. From the initial stage to the pinnacle in merely a few dozen breaths, this speed of ascension was unparalleled throughout the vast desolation. Many celestial beings comprehended in that moment that, within this realm, Haotian would stand as the foremost below the saints. What does it matter how swiftly one breaks through? Without the primordial purple chi, he remains but an insignificant insect. Unable to restrain himself, the primordial Tianzuan scoffed. Tongtian and Zhuandi also cast derisive glances at Haotian, expressing their discontent. Upon hearing this, Haotian not only felt no anger, but rather found amusement in the situation. Had the primordial heavenly lord uttered these words yesterday, he would have been compelled to endure them. However, now, Haotian slowly closed his eyes and opened his arms, silently invoking the extraction of the cultivation enhancement card. The celestial beings were perplexed by his intentions. However, in the next moment, Haotian's 3 incarnations suddenly converged into one, subsequently merging seamlessly with his original form. An extraordinarily potent aura erupted from within him. As this force manifested, the six saints rose to their feet once more, utterly astounded. They distinctly sensed the primordial essence emanating from Haotian, a presence that only those of the saintly rank could possess. Haotian aspires to attain sanctity, but from whence does he derive the primordial purple energy? The six saints are both astonished and perplexed. Ultimately, it is Laozi who discerns the anomaly. After meticulous observation, he suddenly exclaims, "Primordial Supreme, Golden Immortal." He is on the verge of breaking through to the Primordial Supreme, Golden Immortal. The remaining five saints, upon hearing this, cast their incredulous gazes upon Haotian. Could it truly be the Primordial Supreme, Golden Immortal? This is a path to sanctity that even the Tao ancestor failed to achieve in his time. Through the method of severing the three corpses and harnessing the laws of the Tao, one could forcibly penetrate the chaos to attain the Primordial Supreme. Yet, does not the path to attaining the Primordial Supreme require the establishment of a world to refine one's own primordial Tao? Although Haotian appeared to have done nothing, the oppressive aura emanating from him undeniably exuded the essence of primordial chaos. Was he comprehending the nature of the primordial through virtuous deeds? Suddenly, as the six saints were momentarily stunned, they realized that Haotian had actually completed his breakthrough. The six saints were left in a state of disbelief, while the assembly of immortals was engulfed in astonishment. The entire square fell into a profound silence. After a considerable pause, it was Yaochi who first regained her composure. "Senior brother, have you attained sainthood?" she exclaimed, her excitement rendering her tongue nearly tied. "It seems so," Chang'e replied, nodding in a daze, her eyes reflecting the same incredulity. In just a few breaths, he had ascended from quasi-saint to the pinnacle of primordial chaos. An achievement that not only astonished the immortals, but also left the heavenly Tao momentarily unresponsive. Ordinarily, when a being of the cosmos reaches the realm of primordial chaos, the entire world would rejoice in celebration, though their treatment may not rival that of a saint. At the very least, one would witness a magnificent display of purple energy stretching for 90,000 miles, accompanied by celestial flowers cascading from the heavens and golden lotuses emerging from the earth. This was not an indication of the heavenly Tao's discontent with Haotian, but rather a simple failure to react in time. Even the six saints, who had attained sainthood through virtuous deeds, took several days and nights to overcome that final hurdle, unlike Haotian, who had accomplished it in mere breaths. Fortunately, before long, the heavenly Tao finally sensed the primordial energy radiating from Haotian. In an instant, the entire expanse above the heavenly court was enveloped in purple energy. Across the vast wilderness, a radiant streak of purple energy traversed the skies, followed by a cascade of celestial flowers and the emergence of golden lotuses, heralding a universal celebration. Almost every sentient being in the wilderness found themselves conjuring the image and essence of Haotian in their minds. "We pay homage to His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor. Long live the Heavenly Emperor, whose sacred life knows no bounds." Upon hearing the voices from the beings of the earthly immortal realm, the expressions of the five saints darkened to a degree that they seemed ready to weep. Haotian's achievement of the primordial unity has profoundly impacted not only them, but also the entirety of the primordial world. Observing Haotian, the five saints found themselves beset by a tinge of jealousy. Were they given the choice, they too would aspire to attain the status of a primordial great Luo. The distinction between the primordial great Luo and the saints lies in the former's freedom. The great Luo is unbound by the heavenly Tao and not subject to the control of the Tao ancestor. Of course, correspondingly, the saints can harness the power of the primordial cosmos. Thus, within the confines of the primordial realm, the great Luo's magical prowess pales in comparison to that of the saints. However, given the fragility of the primordial land, unless in the throes of life and death battles, it is improbable for the saints to engage in conflict within the primordial realm. Moreover, generally speaking, when a being of the primordial realm transcends to the status of the primordial great Luo, there is no universal celebration. At most, a spectacle of purple chi stretching for miles, celestial flowers raining down, and golden lotuses emerging from the earth. Only when a direct disciple of the heavenly Tao attains sainthood is there a grand celebration, imprinting the image and essence of the saint in the minds of all beings, ensuring their remembrance. Haotian exemplifies the very standard of such a transformation. This signifies the heavenly Tao's recognition of Haotian as a primordial great Luo, affirming his identity within the primordial realm. This carries monumental significance. Throughout the primordial expanse, there exist only two primordial great Luos. One is Haotian, and the other is Yangmei. Yang Mei achieved sainthood even before Hongjun, yet he remains adrift in the chaos, unable to enter the primordial realm due to the lack of recognition by the heavenly Tao of the primordial. Undoubtedly, from this moment forward, the dynamics of the primordial realm have shifted, evolving from the 6 saints to 6 saints and 1 primordial. The forces within the primordial realm have transformed from a quadripartite balance to a singular authority. Beyond the primordial, within the chaos, lies the purple cloud palace. At a certain moment, Hongjun suddenly opened his eyes, piercing through the chaos to gaze directly upon Haotian, who had attained primordial unity within the heavenly court. After a pause, Hongjun's countenance twitched, his expression a blend of shock and gravity. At one moment, he seemed poised to take action, yet ultimately refrained. No one knew that just moments ago, Hongjun had received a warning from a certain existence. The heavenly emperor had attained sainthood. Until the universal celebration subsided, many celestial beings remained in a state of bewilderment. Indeed, many celestial beings struggled to comprehend how Haotian had transcended directly from the early stages of quasi-sainthood to that of the primordial Great Luo. Not to mention them, even the 6 saints were equally perplexed. The completion of the 2 laws by Haotian indeed constitutes a remarkable achievement. However, it is important to note that these laws are merely in their infancy. Thus, the merits accrued will not be substantial. It is quite normal for Haotian to ascend from the initial stage of quasi-saint to the pinnacle of power, yet aspiring to attain sainthood through this means is utterly unrealistic. If one wishes to ascend without relying on the primordial purple energy, solely depending on merits to elevate their cultivation, while aiming to achieve the status of a great Luo golden immortal, it is evident that even the completion of these 2 laws, combined with the merits from the teachings of the 3 pure ones, may fall short. Furthermore, the merits bestowed by the heavenly Tao in the Hongjun realm bear the mark of the heavenly Tao, rendering it impossible for the beings of Hongjun to transcend to the realm of the Hongjun Great Luo Golden Immortal. This situation is akin to nurturing another's offspring with one's own resources, only for that child to not bear one's surname or even acknowledge their parentage. Such a scenario is unfathomable to the heavenly Tao. Thus, the 6 saints could hardly fathom the situation, as they were unaware of Haotian's possession of extraordinary items such as the Merit Conversion Card and Cultivation Enhancement Card. Regardless of their understanding, Haotian's ascension to the realm of Hongjun is an undeniable fact. The guests who had regained their composure displayed expressions of extreme complexity. Meanwhile, the celestial officials of the heavenly court were overwhelmed with excitement, a sentiment that was anything but ordinary. It was akin to a mere employee in a small company unexpectedly rising to a senior position, only to discover that the fledgling company had catapulted into the ranks of the top 5 in the world. In an instant, they transformed from ordinary office workers to high-ranking officials within a leading global conglomerate. The elation of such a turnaround is beyond the capacity of words to convey. Among them, the most jubilant were Tai Bai, Yuan Hong, Xiaosheng, and Xiaobao. Tai Bai and Yuan Hong experienced a true grassroots metamorphosis. Prior to the establishment of the heavenly court, they were nondescript entities. Although they possessed the cultivation of Tai golden immortals, in this era, such status was virtually insignificant in the vast expanse of Hongjun, where the great Luo immortals were prevalent, rendering Tai akin to mere chaff. Without the heavenly court, their very survival would have been in question. Yet now, with the heavenly court in existence, not only have they transcended into the realm of the great Luo, but they have also instantaneously ascended to become part of the elite few within the entire Hongjun realm. Presently, even quasi-saints would not dare to treat Tai Bai and Yuan Hong with disdain. All of this is a benevolent gift from Haotian. Yuan Hong clenched his fists, vowing resolutely to dedicate his life to the heavenly court, unwavering until death. As for Xiaosheng and Xiaobao, their fortunes had taken a fortunate turn. Despite the seemingly modest positions of the wealth-attracting immortal envoy and the treasure-receiving immortal envoy, classified as mere third-rank celestial officials, these roles were laden with immense benefits. More importantly, due to the fiscal responsibilities associated with the Department of Finance, each day they contributed to the refinement of the financial Tao. This implies that they would be perpetually accruing merits, and although the daily merits may seem modest, when accumulated, they would amount to a rather considerable fortune. They had essentially reaped a significant windfall with minimal effort. This was simply the result of their fortunate destinies, having stumbled upon a treasure trove upon their arrival. In order to understand the cause and effect, Haotian deemed it necessary to bestow these 2 positions upon them. Of course, while the positions were granted, should they fail to fulfill their duties adequately, Haotian would not hesitate to enact their dismissal when the time came. In an instant, The celestial officials of the heavenly court were enveloped in a state of exhilarating excitement. Meanwhile, the guests who had come to witness the ceremony could not help but feel a growing sense of melancholy. Haotian looked up at the sky. Originally, there were plans to establish the realm of mortals and to confer the titles of the 12 zodiac signs today. However, the momentum generated today was overwhelmingly grand. To the point of excess, Haotian sensed that if he continued on this path, he would undoubtedly be interrupted. Since he had already achieved the state of primordial unity, there was no need to rush matters in the mortal realm. It was fortuitous that the human race had yet to rise significantly. The most opportune moment to intervene would be when they began to gain momentum. Resolute in his decision, Haotian relaxed. Chang'e, instruct the celestial maidens to serve the divine fruits and heavenly tea. Yes. Chang'e retracted her admiring gaze towards Haotian and turned to leave. No need for the fruits. Since the grand ceremony has concluded, I shall take my leave. The primordial lord could no longer linger and, bidding farewell to Haotian, departed. This was indeed after Haotian had attained primordial unity. Otherwise, the primordial lord would not have even acknowledged Haotian, let alone exchanged pleasantries. Safe travels, senior brother. Haotian did not insist on his stay. The task was accomplished, and his departure was timely. As the primordial lord exited, the disciples of the Chan school hastily rose to follow. As the Chan school moved, Laozi and Tongtian also stood to bid farewell. The disciples of Xuandu and the also rose in unison. At this moment, Chang'e had already approached with the celestial maidens. Some disciples from both the Chan and schools inadvertently cast their eyes upon the divine fruits, only to be instantly captivated. How can these divine fruits bear Tao patterns? This. Is it a primordial divine fruit? And it appears to be of superior quality? Master, I do not wish to leave. Some disciples from both schools swallowed hard, unable to contain their desire. This was a superior primordial divine fruit. Not even the saints had tasted many. Perhaps sensing the shift in the disciples' emotions, the three pure ones simultaneously glanced back, and then there was nothing more to say. With just one glance, the three pure ones quickened their pace to depart. It was reported by the patrolling celestial soldiers that the primordial lord's eyelids had been twitching, and his emotions were exceedingly unstable upon leaving. Many disciples from both schools wore expressions of discontent, with some, lacking in fortitude, turning back with every step, primarily those from. This scene nearly elicited a laugh from Xuanti, who secretly transmitted to Jean. Brother, I told you we should not leave, did I not? Otherwise, we would have missed out on such divine fruits. However, Haotian was exceedingly impolite. I personally sought him out, and he merely offered me postnatal divine fruits. Chapter 20. Were not all the secrets of the heavenly court exposed? Xuanti was quite dissatisfied, resolutely deciding to indulge a bit more. Jane sighed inwardly at Xuanti's penny-pinching demeanor. Although he felt disdain for Xuanti's behavior, he understood that Xuanti had been impoverished. He had no right to look down upon him. As the current resources of the Western Church had been accumulated little by Xuanti, saved up. Compared to Xuanti, he felt woefully inadequate. After bidding farewell to the three teachings, Haotian glanced at the Western Church's celestial beings, shaking his head in disbelief, not wishing to dwell on them further. After all, the supply of primordial divine fruits today was limited and would soon be depleted. It was not due to stinginess, rather. Most of the divine fruits had already been consumed by the 12 zodiac, Tai Bai, Yuan Hong, and others. The guests were astonished to find that the heavenly court was serving both primordial and postnatal divine fruits, and they indulged without regard for decorum. Yet, inexplicably as they ate, they felt increasingly despondent, for earlier, a celestial officer had mentioned that these divine fruits were included in their celestial stipends, and that postnatal divine fruits were nearly available every day. The heavenly court was absurdly affluent. I wish to join the heavenly court. This was the sentiment of many scattered immortals present. After the grand sacrificial ceremony, Haotian proceeded to host a divine fruit conference. Those scattered immortals outside were among the most elite in the Hongjun realm. If a third could be persuaded to join the heavenly court, it would be a tremendous gain. During the divine fruit conference, after accompanying the scattered immortals for a while, Haotian departed from the square. Now that he was in a state of primordial unity, spending a moment with these scattered immortals was already a show of respect, and none dared to voice their objections. Among the Western two saints, Jean, ultimately concerned about his reputation, did not linger long and soon expressed his desire to leave. Though Xuanti, upon departing, took with him a considerable number of divine fruits. It is no wonder that Zhuanti's reputation in Hongjun is quite poor. However, it must be said that if not for Zhuanti's gradual accumulation, the subsequent rise of Buddhism would not have materialized. The pressure on the Western two saints was significant. They owed the Tao a substantial debt of 48 great karmas, which was no trivial matter to repay. Of course, while understanding this, Haotian still held no favorable feelings towards the Western Church. However, as the Emperor of Heaven, he knew he could not let emotions cloud his judgment. In the realm of power, there are no eternal enemies, unless there are grievances of life and death. Otherwise, on the surface, everyone wears a smile. After the departure of the Western two saints, Nuwa also prepared to leave, but was retained by Yaochi. It seemed that Nuwa had a genuinely amicable relationship with Yaochi, especially after Haotian's breakthrough to primordial unity. In terms of status, Yaochi and the saints were now quite comparable. Thus, after some hesitation, Nuwa chose to remain as well, likely wishing to foster a good relationship with the heavenly court. Haotian originally intended to accompany Yaochi in hosting, but was unceremoniously expelled by the combined efforts of Yaochi and Nuwa. Haotian, having little resolve, found himself reluctant to proceed. Burdened as he was with an overwhelming number of matters, he summoned Bai Zhe and Tai Bai to the Hall of Clarity. Once seated, Haotian addressed them directly and with purpose. There are several pressing issues at hand. You two may divide the tasks amongst yourselves as you see fit. Your Majesty, please give your orders. Upon successfully ascending the throne, Haotian, having attained the status of Hongjun, transformed the demeanor of the two immortals towards him from casual familiarity to profound reverence. The principle of Hongjun is sacrosanct, a rule universally acknowledged in the primordial chaos. Thus, even though the primordial heavenly sovereign harbored deep displeasure towards Haotian, he nonetheless took care to extend a formal greeting before his departure. Haotian found himself somewhat unaccustomed to this situation. He preferred a less austere atmosphere. However, he recognized that such matters could not be altered in a brief span of time. Shaking off his distraction, Haotian continued, "The first order of business is to establish the celestial salaries for the immortal officials. Henceforth, the celestial salaries in the heavenly court will be divided into 3 parts, one for titles, with the salaries primarily consisting of spiritual fruits and divine teas. Should the heavenly court produce elixirs or similar items in the future, these may also be included. This will be distributed once every century. You may discuss this with the Yaochi and formulate a reasonable standard." Understood. The two immortals listened intently, their hearts swelling with excitement, for this pertained to their personal interests. Additionally, a share must be allocated for official positions, which will be classified according to the rank of their divine offices, with the salaries primarily based on merit coins, also distributed once every century. Lastly, concerning the celestial positions of each heavenly lord, these will be issued once every millennium, and I shall determine the celestial salaries myself. Your decree is respected." After the two immortals acknowledged, Tai Bai inquired, "Your Majesty, could you elaborate on the usage of merit coins?" "Certainly." After contemplating for a moment, Haotian suddenly declared, "Follow me." With that, Haotian enveloped Tai Bai in bays, and in an instant, they found themselves in the 25th heaven. The structure of the 33 heavens had now been provisionally established. Initially, Haotian had intended to place the headquarters of the 5 departments and 9 palaces in the upper 3 heavens, but upon reflection, that seemed somewhat impractical. Yuan Hong, being the head of the military and political department, while simultaneously being the lord of the 26th heaven, would find it inconvenient to have the headquarters of the military and political department located in the 32nd heaven, as the heads of the 5 departments would essentially all be heavenly lords. It was decided that the headquarters of each department would reside in the respective heaven of their head. Currently, the left minister's residence is situated in the 32nd heaven, the Department of Earth Affairs in the 30th, the right minister's residence in the 29th, the Department of Justice in the 27th, the military and political department in the 26th, and the Department of Finance in the 25th, with the heavenly lords still to be determined. The remaining heavenly soldiers and the Department of Internal Affairs, due to their unique responsibilities and lack of a head, will temporarily remain in the 32nd heaven. The heavenly prison has also been relocated to the 27th heaven, alongside the Department of Justice. These arrangements are temporary, as the architecture of the heavenly court is not fixed. With Haotian's profound cultivation, moving structures is a trivial task. Once all the heavenly lords are appointed and the officials of the 5 departments and 9 palaces are complete, a final division will be made. The 25th heaven serves as the headquarters of the Department of Finance. Upon arriving here, Haotian summoned Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao. Subsequently, he raised his hand, and a magnificent hall, radiant with treasures, materialized in the 25th heaven. This is the Hall of Merit, filled with countless rare treasures and miraculous medicines, where all items can be purchased using merit coins. Haotian pointed towards the Grand Hall and introduced it to several celestial beings. This Hall of Merit was generously bestowed by the system, a manifestation of the fortune point marketplace. As he spoke, disregarding their momentary astonishment, Haotian stepped into the hall, prompting the celestial beings to hurriedly follow suit. Upon entering, they found themselves in a modestly sized chamber, adorned in a manner reminiscent of ancient reception rooms from a bygone era, complete with tables, chairs, and cushions. However, these were merely decorative. The focal point was the 6 doors opposite them, each inscribed with the following labels: cultivation techniques, divine powers, spells, elixirs, spirit treasures, and others. Without requiring further explanation from Haotian, the celestial beings comprehended their significance. Where shall we explore first? Haotian inquired with a smile. It is entirely up to your majesty. Baizé replied earnestly. Haotian felt a sense of ennui, pouting slightly as he contemplated his next move before stepping through the door of Ling Baobao. Upon entering, he was greeted by yet another trio of doors, each inscribed with the words, weapons, magical artifacts, and special. Haotian refrained from further inquiries and directly entered the armory. Upon entering, he was again faced with choices: sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, polearms, hooks, and forks. Without hesitation, Haotian proceeded to the sword gate. At last he arrived, and everyone beheld the tangible artifacts. Beyond the door lay an ethereal space filled with countless stone platforms, each adorned with a celestial sword, the most mundane of which was already classified as a divine weapon. In the current primordial realm, the categorization of treasures is primarily divided into innate and acquired distinctions. However, with the proliferation of refining techniques, a plethora of spiritual treasures of varying grades has emerged, rendering the previous classifications of inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional inadequate. Consequently, after deliberation with Baizé and Tai Bai, Haotian resolved to collectively designate all acquired spiritual treasures as divine weapons, which are further divided into 9 grades, corresponding to the 9 major realms of cultivation in the primordial world. The first grade is the highest, possessing power akin to innate treasures and correlating with the sage realm, while the 9th grade is the lowest, aligning with the terrestrial immortal realm. The distinction between divine weapons and innate treasures lies in the fact that innate treasures contain the indestructible spiritual light of the innate, embodying primordial laws. Not only can innate treasures be utilized for comprehending these laws, but they also possess self-repairing capabilities. When damaged, they can absorb the laws to restore themselves. In contrast, once a divine weapon is broken, it remains so. In terms of sheer potency, a first-grade divine weapon is equivalent to an innate treasure. A second-grade divine weapon parallels an exceptional innate treasure. A third grade corresponds to a superior one, while the 4th and 5th grades relate to medium treasures, and the 6th and 7th grades to inferior ones, with the 8th and 9th grades falling below the inferior category. Within this space, divine weapons range from 9th grade to 1st grade, encompassing a complete array of types, even those corresponding to various attribute laws. Divine weapons are not inexpensive. The lowest 9th grade requires 100 merit coins. The 8th grade demands 1,000 coins. The 7th grade necessitates 10,000 coins, and so forth. The divine weapons present are mere phantoms. Only by placing a sufficient number of merit coins upon the stone platforms can one acquire the respective divine weapon. In essence, this represents a publicly accessible projection of a system's marketplace, with the inventory managed independently of Haotian's concerns, as all merit coins expended here will be reclaimed by the system. The sole task for Haotian is to exchange the celestial fortune of the heavenly court for a sufficient amount of merit coins to distribute among the celestial ministers, encouraging them to spend freely. This is merely a preliminary phase. Once merit coins become widespread, the merit hall will undoubtedly establish branches across the Hongjun continent. Moreover, it is likely that a greater variety of goods will be available, and merit coins will be categorized into different denominations. For the celestial officials of the heavenly court, celestial artifacts are already considered precious, and for ordinary beings, they are nothing short of divine treasures. Yet, These divine artifacts can be acquired for merely 100 merit coins, which is evidently disproportionate. In the future, smaller denominations of merit coins are certain to emerge, but that is a matter for another time. Haotian was still preoccupied with the future development of the finance department, while Taibai, Bays, and Shaoxing Chaobao were already astounded. What on earth is this? How can there be so many celestial artifacts? This is utterly absurd. Even the treasure division at the time of Daozu was not this outrageous. Moreover, they had only entered a small space within the Hall of Merits. What must the other spaces be like? Surely they cannot all be this extravagant? If it is true, it would be nothing short of miraculous. Your Majesty, is this truly real? Bays stammered after swallowing hard. False. Haotian shook his head. You can pick up one celestial artifact, and you shall see for yourselves. Upon hearing this, Bays hastily reached for a 5th-grade celestial sword nearby, only to find his hand passing right through it. Is this an illusion? Bays gasped, simultaneously feeling a wave of relief. Thank goodness it wasn't real, otherwise, he might have lost his mind. Yet, upon realizing it was merely an illusion, Bays felt a twinge of disappointment. What on earth is happening here? Taibai inquired, puzzled. Let me put it this way. You can envision that there are many celestial masters here who specialize in chi refinement. The illusions within are creations they can conjure. If you fancy any particular item, you may pay in advance to reserve it. They will then temporarily craft it for you, and after a while, you can collect your purchased celestial sword. In truth, the system's exchange did not require any waiting period. Haotian merely set it up this way to provide a plausible excuse. Nonetheless, the celestial beings were still greatly astonished. It is noteworthy that in the front, there lies a 1st-grade celestial artifact. Could it be that these so-called chi refinement celestial masters can forge even 1st-grade artifacts? Such feats are only achievable by saints. It seems His Majesty has reached the level of Hongjun. That explains everything. Yet, for His Majesty to gather so many crafting masters is indeed remarkable. As for further details, the celestial beings refrained from probing deeper. As the Heavenly Emperor, it is only natural for there to be certain secrets unknown to them. The heavenly soldiers and generals are shrouded in mystery, and no one dares to inquire too deeply. This is the privilege of being the Heavenly Emperor. Some irrationalities not only escape suspicion but also enhance one's enigmatic aura, instilling greater reverence among the subjects. With the mysteries unraveled, the celestial beings gradually grew excited. They finally understood how to utilize the merit currency, and upon this realization, their shock transformed into delight. This merit currency is truly exceptional and immensely useful. Previously, to acquire a treasure, they would either have to scour the wilderness for centuries without success or resort to robbery or exchanges with other celestial beings, which was invariably troublesome and uncertain. Now, however, it is simple. All they need to do is accumulate merit currency for whatever they desire. The merit currency lives up to its name, almost omnipotent, and even surpasses the efficacy of merit itself by 1,000-fold. Shaoxing Chaobao had already begun planning what to purchase in the future. Meanwhile, Bays and Taibai speculated that with the merit coins and the Hall of Merits, the heavenly court would inevitably be overwhelmed by the scattered immortals from the wilderness. Countless celestial beings would wish to join the heavenly court, bringing it closer to a grand resurgence. Suddenly, Taibai pondered something and asked, Your Majesty, with so many spaces here, it may prove inconvenient to manage. If any disputes arise within, we would remain oblivious unless each space is guarded by celestial beings. Yet, this could also lead to collusion. Haotian smiled gently. You are correct. However, such a scenario is unlikely to occur. This realm is, in fact, an illusory space, where each celestial minister is automatically isolated upon entry, assigned to distinct domains, ensuring that no two celestial beings coexist within the same space. This time, it is I who have brought you here, which is why you have entered alongside me. Therefore, there is no need to station guards within the Hall of Merits. Merely appoint sentinels outside the hall. How extraordinary! Taibai exclaimed, his tongue clicking in amazement. And he soon felt reassured. If that is the case, then we truly need not worry excessively. Shaoxing, Chaobao, from this point forward, you two shall be responsible for this matter. Additionally, the task of distributing celestial allowances will also fall to you. Later, you will learn the ropes from the two celestial ministers. The financial department is a lucrative position, and I place my trust in you both, temporarily entrusting the heavenly treasury's authority to you. I hope you will not disappoint me by engaging in foolish acts of embezzlement or corruption. Haotian gazed solemnly at Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao, imparting a grave warning. The two celestial beings felt a shiver run through their spirits and hastily pledged, "Your Majesty, rest assured, should we ever betray your trust, there will be no need for your command. We shall willingly proceed to the immortal execution platform." "Excellent. Do well," Haotian replied. "As long as you perform admirably, fame and fortune shall undoubtedly be yours. We shall honor your decree." The two celestial beings expressed their gratitude with fervent bows. Haotian nodded thoughtfully before waving his hand, sending Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao back to the Celestial Fruit Conference, while he, accompanied by Bai Zhe and Tai Bai, returned to the Hall of Clarity. Regarding the celestial salaries, the standards should not be excessively low. It is imperative that each celestial minister, after serving a millennium in the heavenly court, be able to procure celestial artifacts, techniques, and divine powers. This matter demands your utmost attention. Once the regulations are established, present them to me. Rest assured, Your Majesty, we shall exert our utmost effort. The second matter pertains to the grading of merit rewards. Although the heavenly court has conferred divine positions, these are merely provisional. Sitting upon his cloud bed, Haotian pondered aloud. Celestial officials must not remain stagnant, otherwise, the ministers will lack the motivation for promotion, leading to complacency. Thus, the heavenly court shall implement a merit evaluation system. First, regarding merit. The contributions made by celestial ministers to the court shall be classified into 4 categories: distinguished service, merit, counsel, and diligence. In every merit assessment, those with exceptional virtue and outstanding achievements contributing to the development of the heavenly court shall be recorded under distinguished service. Celestial generals who slay enemies on the battlefield and expand territories shall be noted for their merit. Civil officials who devise strategies and render counsel to the heavenly court shall be recognized for their counsel. And those who have diligently fulfilled their duties with minimal errors over a long period shall be acknowledged for their diligence. Each of these 4 categories shall be further divided into 4 ranks: special, first, second, and third. You are to draft a set of regulations for the allocation of merit, to be titled the Merit Ledger. Henceforth, all rewards and punishments within the heavenly court shall adhere to the stipulations therein. We shall comply with your decree. Tai Bai and Bai Zhe began fervently documenting the details with their divine scripts. As they recorded, the two immortals felt increasingly awed, as fellow primordial immortals. How could His Majesty possess such profound understanding while they merely learned reactively each time? At times, they truly felt inadequate in their roles as chancellors. Yet, they had no alternative. They had diligently pursued knowledge under Haotian's guidance, but even now could only barely keep pace with his thoughts, unable to surpass them. "Your Majesty, how shall this assessment be conducted?" Bai Zhe inquired after completing his notes. "This is precisely what I am about to elaborate on. In the future, the responsibilities of each celestial official must be clearly delineated, and thorough records must be maintained. The heavenly court will conduct an evaluation of celestial officials every millennium, primarily assessing whether there have been any issues with their virtue, achievements, or methods over the past millennium. For matters of this nature, I shall appoint the heavenly soldiers and generals to oversee the evaluations, but you, as chancellors, must also ensure thorough verification. Should any issues arise during the assessment, I will convene a tribunal comprising the chancellors, heavenly soldiers and generals, and the celestial lord of the respective department where the problematic official serves. The heavenly soldiers and generals of the heavenly court are not akin to their mundane counterparts. They are rewards of the system, utterly loyal to Haotian, and possess exceptional abilities, excelling in reconnaissance, auditing, and apprehension tasks. Therefore, Haotian has decided against establishing a ministry of personnel, opting instead to integrate its responsibilities into those of the heavenly soldiers and generals. Tai Bai harbored some concerns regarding the heavenly soldiers and generals. This arrangement would grant them excessive power. However, as the heavenly soldiers and generals are the emperor's most trusted confidants, they felt it unwise to question the decision and could only acquiesce. Haotian rubbed his brow, pondering whether there remained any unfinished matters. Being the emperor of the primordial era bore its drawbacks. His thoughts felt antiquated. Even the most astute individuals, lacking vision, could offer him no assistance. Every issue demanded his own contemplation. As he massaged his temples, Haotian glanced at the two immortals engrossed in their writing and suddenly recalled an important task. On the first day, they should establish a celestial city. Once the Celestial Fruit Conference concluded, Those wandering immortals interested in the heavenly court could be invited to reside in the celestial city for a time. This period would allow them to familiarize themselves with the heavenly court's rituals, regulations, and the system of merit and celestial salaries, granting them a comprehensive understanding of the court. Simultaneously, it would provide an opportunity for the two immortals to observe the character and disposition of the wandering immortals within the city, facilitating discernment. The celestial city would open once every millennium, each time for a decade. This could serve as a channel for communication between the heavenly court and the realm of earthbound immortals. Your Majesty, might this not expose all of our heavenly court secrets? Taibai expressed his concerns. What secrets does the heavenly court possess? Haotian inquired with a smile. The heavenly court's code of laws, the merit assessment system, the celestial salary regulations, these are indeed our secrets, Taibai replied, as if it were self-evident. Haotian shook his head. What constitutes a secret? Taibai, you must transform your mindset. The heavenly court is not merely a faction of the primordial chaos, but rather the sovereign of the three realms. The objective of the heavenly court is not simply to vie for fortune, but to enlighten sentient beings, establish order in the primordial world, and most importantly, to earn the sincere allegiance of all beings therein. To cultivate their genuine submission to the heavenly court, it is essential for them to comprehend what the heavenly court embodies, to understand how we safeguard their interests, and to recognize our principles of transparency, fairness, and justice. Therefore, the heavenly court should not fear their scrutiny. Indeed, we wish for them to observe us. Should they remain oblivious, how shall the heavenly court's doctrines permeate the primordial realm, ensuring that all beings are aware of and adhere to the law? If they are unaware of the merit assessment and celestial remuneration systems, how can they develop a yearning for the heavenly court? Thus, broaden your perspectives and amplify your courage. Remember, our heavenly court relies on grand stature, not on petty schemes. As ministers of the heavenly court, your thoughts must not be narrow-minded. Upon hearing this, the two immortals appeared abashed yet deeply appreciative. We are grateful for your Majesty's teachings. We are indeed ashamed. Enough. While you may not have mastered other skills, you have certainly grasped the art of rhetoric. In private, do not be so solemn. Allow your thoughts to be more liberated. Discussions thrive on debate. As long as it is not utter nonsense, I shall not hold it against you. We understand. The two immortals smiled faintly, their demeanor noticeably more relaxed. Though His Majesty had attained the state of primordial unity, his temperament remained unchanged. He was still the same sovereign. How delightful. Very well. These matters should keep you occupied for now. Off you go. Lastly, I advise you to learn to delegate. Do not attempt to handle everything personally, for it will not only hinder your cultivation but also diminish efficiency. I established the 9 palaces to alleviate your burdens. Do you comprehend? We understand. Thank you for your guidance, Your Majesty. With their gratitude expressed, the two immortals took their leave. Haotian inhaled deeply, then rose and smiled towards a certain direction. Senior sister, what performance are you putting on? As Haotian's voice faded, the ethereal figures of Enhua and Yaochi gradually materialized above the luminous hall. They had arrived long ago. Haotian, accompanied by Bays, had observed their presence upon returning from the merit hall. However, as they remained concealed, Haotian chose not to expose them. Enhua's actions could hardly be deemed as eavesdropping, for she was aware that Haotian could perceive her. Once they revealed themselves, Enhua and Yaochi gracefully ascended upon cloud-like thrones and took their seats opposite Haotian. Haotian conveyed a message to Chang'e, and shortly thereafter, she entered, bearing celestial fruits. Once the divine fruits and spirit tea were elegantly arranged, Enhua began to speak. Junior brother, your remarkable presence at this celestial ceremony has indeed astonished all beings. Alas, sister, you overstate my actions. I am merely striving for survival. Haotian remained unconcerned. He truly did not perceive himself as remarkable. His current achievements were solely attributable to the system. It was this very system that facilitated his success with remarkable ease. However, should he harbor disdain for the formidable beings who had struggled for countless years in the primordial chaos and had arrived at their present state without the aid of a system, he would be perilously close to failure. Observing Haotian's complete lack of arrogance, Enhua found herself momentarily taken aback. She suddenly realized that she had underestimated this seemingly inconspicuous junior disciple of the Purple Cloud's palace. In the past, Haotian had been taciturn and unassuming, a mere apprentice to the Tao ancestor, hardly drawing attention. Within the Purple Cloud's palace, Haotian lacked the allure of the Yaochi. which at least possessed the captivating beauty and grace that could enchant all beings. Where's Haotian? There is nothing. In the Zhixiao Palace. Haotian was but a mere inconspicuous figure, which elucidated why the five saints held him in such low regard. Yet, little did anyone anticipate that this unassuming young acolyte would rise to prominence after becoming the heavenly emperor. Casting a contemplative glance at Haotian, Nuwa remarked, "Is achieving the state of Hongjun merely a means of survival?" "Indeed," Haotian replied, lifting a cup of tea and savoring its warmth. "In this vast primordial realm, every being seeks to thrive. Some succeed, while others falter. Those who fail become indistinguishable from the masses, whereas the triumphant shine brightly, albeit temporarily. Should one become inflated with pride and lack the wisdom to temper oneself, calamity will inevitably ensue due to one's conspicuousness. Consider the sun of the demon race. Once it radiated unparalleled brilliance. At its zenith, even the unascended disciples dared not challenge its might, as countless demons reigned supreme over the primordial expanse. Quite imposing indeed. Yet what was the outcome? Their ambition to dominate led to a bloody conflict with the witch race. Their arrogance alienated the five saints, and ultimately, their hubris resulted in their demise. Indeed, in retrospect, the outcome of the war of witches and demons was predetermined from the outset. However, the Tao ancestor himself acknowledged that within the tapestry of fate, there remained a glimmer of hope. Had Emperor Jun possessed greater wisdom back then, even in defeat, the consequences would not have been so dire. The lessons from the tri-racial failures were monumental. Had he heeded them, who else could have faltered? Thus, I have always reminded myself that to wear a crown, one must bear its weight. In this world, there exists no perpetual triumph, only an eternal cycle of introspection and caution. Does achieving sainthood guarantee unmitigated success? I remain unconvinced. Nuwa, once again, was rendered speechless. The words of Haotian struck like a bolt of lightning, illuminating her mind with numerous revelations, allowing her to comprehend matters that had previously eluded her grasp. As she gazed again at Haotian, Enwa's eyes shimmered with astonishment. She began to understand why Haotian had ascended so swiftly. Meanwhile, Yaochi remained silent, her expression adorned with a silly grin, her gaze towards Haotian filled with boundless admiration. This is Haotian. This is her Haotian from Yaochi. Truly magnificent. Enwa instinctively sipped her tea, then pondered for a moment before suddenly inquiring, "Junior brother, may I pose a few questions?" "Sister, please proceed. I shall answer without reservation," Haotian replied earnestly. Enwa nodded and continued, "What is your perspective on the demon race? Gifted and unparalleled in combat. Yet, their talent can be both their boon and their bane," Haotian stated candidly. Enwa was taken aback, hastily pressing him. "What do you mean by that?" "The demon race are beings born of the earth, many of whom are transformed from the fierce beasts and divine creatures of yore. Their veins pulse with ferocity and the blood of battle. They are inherently combative and inclined toward slaughter. This innate ability allows for rapid growth. And since the demon race values lineage, once they possess a monarch, their rise is swift. Regrettably, their ascendance is often accompanied by violence and devouring, which leaves them with no room for failure. Should they succeed, immense fortune can shield them from karmic retribution, enabling them to grow stronger through their bloodlust. However, if they falter, or if their fortune diminishes allowing karma to invade, their bloodlust may overwhelm their consciousness, plunging them into madness. The demon race is no different from the shaman race. The fierce conflict between the two in the past can be attributed to this dynamic. Otherwise, even if Gonggong were a fool, he would not have dared to contend with Mount Buzhou. Yaochi, recalling something amusing, suddenly burst into laughter. "Ahem, please continue. I assure you I shall remain silent." Yaochi chuckled sheepishly. Haotian cast a gentle glance at the Yaochi before continuing. The characteristics of the demon race were evident in the past, and they remain unchanged in the present. The inherent flaws of the demon race are ingrained in their very blood. Do you understand why my heavenly army, upon descending to the mortal realm to eradicate demons, captures them in such large numbers? It is because their veins pulse with a thirst for slaughter, particularly the flesh of humanity, which exerts a unique influence upon them. Thus, many, if not most, demons rely on consuming humans to cultivate their powers. If we were still amidst the chaotic primordial era, one might tolerate this. However, now that I have ascended as the celestial emperor, I have vowed to instill order into the primordial realm and to make divine retribution the very theme of existence. I shall not allow the demons to continue their wanton slaughter. Hence, I assert that the demons are both blessed and cursed by their innate talents. Should they fail to exercise restraint, they will be left with but two fates, either to remain eternally confined within the celestial prison or to be allocated a separate realm, isolated from the primordial expanse, to fend for themselves. Upon hearing this, Nuwa's expression darkened, and after biting her lip, she inquired, "Is there truly no other solution?" Haotian shook his head and said, "Baizé has also posed this question to me. I told him that the ability of the demon race to attain self-redemption does not rest with me, nor with the heavenly court, but rather within themselves. The Zhentian prison is not merely a place for confining offenders. It serves as a sanctuary for self-redemption. If they possess a genuine desire for repentance, they will eventually emerge from the Zhentian prison. However, if they remain oblivious to the need for change, I may grant them temporary reprieve, but I cannot liberate them for eternity." Upon hearing this, Nuwa let out a long sigh. Haotian gazed at Nuwa, shaking his head inwardly. Among the 6 saints, Nuwa was the most constrained and conflicted. As a saint, after attaining her status, she found herself in a state of virtual imprisonment. She had created the human race with her own hands, yet when calamity befell them, she was unable to intervene due to the obstruction of the other 5 saints. There were many calculations at play. Even Emperor Jun's actions against humanity were part of a larger scheme. At that time, the demon race was already besieged by a deluge of karmic and malevolent energies, and Emperor Jun's clarity of mind had diminished significantly. Thus, upon hearing that human blood could forge the slaughter witch sword, he commanded a ruthless massacre of the human race. This decree shattered Nuwa's heart. For humanity was her creation, yet Emperor Jun acted without a shred of regard for her feelings. Although he had lost his sanity in that moment, had he possessed even a modicum of consideration for Nuwa, he would not have issued such a decisive command. The fact that Nuwa did not retaliate against the demon race was one reason for her restraint. The 5 saints sought to thwart Nuwa as a means of avenging the slight Emperor Jun had previously inflicted upon them, believing their actions were in alignment with the will of heaven. The machinations of the 5 saints were straightforward. Firstly, by inciting Emperor Jun to slaughter humanity, they aimed to amplify the demon's karmic burden and drive them into greater madness. Secondly, with the successful forging of the slaughter witch sword, they sought to engage in a more intense conflict with the witch clan, leading to mutual destruction. Most importantly, the human sect relied on the human race for its teachings, and the other 3 sects recognized humanity's potential. However, during that time, humanity was notably insular, placing their faith solely in Nuwa. Thus, to prevent humanity from losing faith in her, and to avert a schism that could undermine their teachings, the 5 saints acted as they did. Of course, these were merely Haotian's conjectures. Nevertheless, history revealed that following the cataclysm of the witch-demon conflict, the Buddhist and Taoist sects established their doctrines among humanity, transforming them from rebellious to obedient. That battle not only shattered the demon race's vitality, but also broke the backbone of humanity. Despite humanity's continuous emphasis on self-improvement, since the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the hope for their resurgence had already dimmed. Nuwa still harbored feelings for the demon race, albeit those feelings had faded considerably, diminished to the point where she could lend a hand if it were convenient, yet she would certainly hesitate if any sacrifice were required. After a moment of sorrowful reflection, Nuwa regained her composure, lifted her gaze to Haotian, and posed her second question. "What are your thoughts on humanity?" "Humanity?" Haotian replied. "There is little to be said. Their rise is inevitable, as you have surely deduced. The era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors heralds the flourishing of rites and teachings. Regrettably, this flourishing is but a shadow of what true prosperity should be in the eyes of the saints." "What do you mean?" Nuwa inquired, her expression momentarily stiffening as she shot a charming glare at Haotian. He could see that she was genuinely perplexed, so she deftly sidestepped the topic and asked her third question. "What then is your view on the underworld?" The underworld, Haotian's demeanor grew increasingly solemn as he pondered, will inevitably find itself at war with both the Taoist sect and the Western teachings. Really? Nuwa was taken aback, for this was not the insight she had anticipated. "Could you elaborate further?" "Certainly." Haotian did not refuse, recognizing her genuine surprise, and refrained from mentioning the jade pool, deeming it best left unspoken. Haotian refrained from speaking directly. Instead, he summoned the Supreme Imperial Seal, casting it into the air to seal the flow of time and space, thus preventing any prying eyes of the saints. As for the Kuanpung beneath the imperial seal, it is currently relishing its comforts in the celestial prison. Upon witnessing Haotian's solemn demeanor, Nuwa's expression grew grave as well. After preparing himself, Haotian finally spoke. Sister, do you possess any understanding of the doctrines of the Western teachings? I have some knowledge, though not extensive. Please elaborate further, junior brother. Nuwa replied with a playful blink and a smile. With a faint smile, Haotian showed no concern and nodded in agreement, stating, in truth, there is little to elaborate on. The doctrines of the Western Church can be distilled into a few key tenets. First, the transcendence of suffering. Second, the immortality of the soul. Third, the notion of emptiness. And fourth, reincarnation. The Western faith advocates for enduring hardship in this life to attain liberation in the next, with the essence of their morality rooted in belief. Essentially, it seeks to ensnare the soul and establish a Buddhist realm. To achieve this, the most pivotal aspect is the cycle of reincarnation. Without mastery over the 6 realms of rebirth, the disciples of the Western Church would be unable to leverage reincarnation for their salvation. Nor could they amass the multitude of souls necessary to create their Buddhist realm. Without such a realm, the gathering of relics to attain quasi-sainthood would remain unattainable. Therefore, for the Western Church to flourish, it must gain control over the cycle of reincarnation, at the very least securing a foothold in the underworld. How is this feasible? Nuwa shook her head, remarking, the 3 pure ones will not allow them to act with impunity. Indeed, the current Western Church lacks the strength to do so. But what of the future? That remains uncertain. Moreover, if the Western Church covets the 6 realms of reincarnation, do you think the Taoist sect is not tempted? After all, it signifies boundless merit and fortune. With no excuse to justify their inaction, should the Western Church attempt to invade the underworld, do you think the Taoist sect would refrain from intervening? Haotian inquired with a smile. Of course. Before Nuwa could finish her words, she already grasped the situation. Sister, you must have realized it, right? The Taoist sect's assistance is assured, yet such aid cannot come without a price. There must be some benefit in return. When the time comes, how can Lady Pingxin withstand the united front of the 5 saints? The 5 saints united? Perhaps it could be the 3 saints. It's uncertain. Or it might be a collaboration between the Taoist sect and the Western Church. Should the Western Church decide to intervene, they would undoubtedly possess the strength to contend against the Taoist sect. If the Taoist sect fails to repel the Western Church, it is most likely that both sides will have to concede and share the realm of the underworld. Shameless. Nuwa might have recalled the scene when the 5 saints besieged the Nuwa palace, feeling a sense of empathy for Pingxin. Despite one being of the demon race and the other of the shamanic lineage, there was no deep-seated animosity between them. The number of female immortals in the primordial world is scarce, especially those of quasi-saint caliber. Moreover, Hutu is inherently gentle and kind to all, leaving Nuwa with no reason to harbor unwarranted hatred towards the shaman clan. Nuwa had not actively participated in the conflicts between the demons and shamans. While the relationship between the 2 women cannot be described as particularly close, it is certainly not hostile. Nuwa furrowed her brow, a hint of worry in her voice. Can the Western Church truly stand against the Taoist sect? Who can say? Haotian shook his head. Who can predict the future? I merely presented the most probable scenario. It is still too early to discuss this matter, and since Sister inquired about the underworld, I assume your question is not solely about this, right? Nuwa smiled wryly and nodded. Truly, there is nothing I can conceal from you. Very well. I shall say this. I do it for my elder brother. Haotian nodded and said, Fushi, the great deity. I have deduced it. This matter has always been a lingering regret in senior sister's heart, has it not? Indeed, I have long harbored remorse for not having protected eldest brother back then. Senior sister thinks too much. In my view, the fate of the great deity Fushi was inevitable. His excessive use of the primordial 8 trigrams led to the revelation of too many celestial secrets, which already bound him with heavenly retribution. Coupled with the karmic burdens of the shaman clan, even had you arrived in time, senior sister, you would have been unable to save him. If only I could have prevented him from joining the demon court. Nuwa's expression was filled with sorrow. That was even less feasible. The great deity Fushi has always been proud. Did senior sister not realize why he chose to join the demon clan? Nuwa paused, and upon Haotian's reminder, she suddenly comprehended. Was it because of me? Indeed, he is your eldest brother. From the moment of your emergence, he has always cared for you. Yet, who could have anticipated that during the journey to Zixiao Palace, You became a disciple of the Tao ancestor while he remained merely an ordinary quasi-saint. Though he bore no jealousy towards you, he could not endure being weaker than you. Thus, joining the demon court became his only choice to strive towards you. Upon hearing this, Nuwa slowly lowered her head. Haotian did not rush her. After a considerable time, when Nuwa had regained her composure, Haotian continued, "All right, sister. There is no need for such distress. Although the great deity Fuxi has encountered misfortune, it does not preclude the possibility of rebirth and resurgence. Have you not also formulated your own plans? Among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the position of the heavenly sovereign is undoubtedly destined for the great deity Fuxi." Nuwa looked up in surprise at Haotian, eagerly inquiring, "Do you truly believe so, junior brother?" "Indeed, he is the most suitable choice," Haotian asserted with conviction. The reason Fuxi could ascend to the throne as the celestial emperor was not solely due to his status as Nuwa's elder brother, but rather because of his unique identity, which bestowed upon him the last vestiges of the Yao clan's fortune. Should he become the emperor of the human race, it would signify the absorption of the Yao clan's final fortune, thereby establishing the human race as the rightful heirs to the celestial realm, supplanting the Yao clan as the principal actors in the heavenly narrative. Thus, without a shadow of a doubt, the position of celestial emperor rightfully belongs to Fuxi. Upon hearing Haotian's affirmative response, Nuwa felt a surge of joy, only to be quickly enveloped by doubt. The establishment of the human emperor necessitated the consent of the elder brother, and that matter was not easily broached, especially considering your imminent involvement in the affairs of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, correct? Involvement in the matters of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors is indeed assured. Yet who decreed that the establishment of the human emperor must be contingent upon the elder brother's approval? Haotian replied with a confident smile. Does my junior not realize that the elder brother is currently the leader of the human sect? Only he possesses the qualification to appoint the human emperor. At this juncture, Nuwa felt a twinge of bitterness. The human race was undeniably her creation, yet it ultimately culminated in Laozi's glory. This thought left her unsettled. For despite the fact that Laozi owed her a karmic debt due to this matter, could the fortunes of the human race truly be equated with a mere karmic consequence? Haotian shook his head. What you said is indeed correct, senior sister. Under normal circumstances, our elder brother is the only one qualified to establish the human emperor. However, if the Kongtong seal were to emerge, the situation would be vastly different. The Kongtong seal is a treasure of the human race, born from the essence of heaven and earth, absorbing a significant portion of the human race's fortune. It serves as the clan's treasure to suppress fate. In terms of qualifications, only the Kongtong seal possesses the authority to dethrone and establish a human emperor. The Kongtong seal, isn't it in the human sect? Nuwa asked in astonishment. Certainly not. If the Kongtong seal were within the human sect, how could our elder brother use the Taiji diagram to suppress the fortune of the human race? Nuwa's eyes brightened. Then where is the Kongtong seal now? Haotian smiled without uttering a word. Nuwa was momentarily taken aback, and suddenly, with immense astonishment, she exclaimed, "Surely the Kongtong seal does not rest in your possession?" "One could say so." Haotian chuckled softly. The Kongtong seal is a reward that delineates the realms of mortals. And though Haotian does not possess it yet, it is merely a matter of time. Nuwa was filled with immense delight. The Kongtong seal in Haotian's possession would be far superior to that in Laozi's hands. Presently, Nuwa harbored no favorable impressions of Laozi, and if possible, she wished for Laozi to remain perpetually indebted to the causes and effects of the human race. Junior brother, Nuwa gazed at Haotian, bit her lip, and suddenly spoke in a tender voice. Haotian suddenly felt a jolt. Goodness, the young lady can actually do that? Who could possibly withstand this? No, wait. Senior sister, I never said I wouldn't agree. Given our bond, your affairs are indeed my own. Rest assured, the throne of the human emperor shall undoubtedly belong to the great Fuxi. Nuwa smiled gracefully. Then I shall thank you, junior brother. Senior sister is too kind. Haotian did not stipulate any conditions, nor did Nuwa. However, this sentiment is surely etched in Nuwa's memory. It is preferable not to mention such a condition at all. By remaining unspoken, the heavenly court and the palace of Nuwa essentially form an alliance. Were it to be articulated, it would become a matter of official business. And after the debts of causality are settled, they would part ways without further obligation. Nuwa's playful demeanor serves as a subtle signal, which Haotian, with his keen intellect, swiftly comprehends. A shared smile between Nuwa and Haotian reveals their mutual understanding, while only Yaochi, standing by, blinks adorably in confusion, utterly lost. There is another matter to consider. After a moment of contemplation, Nuwa continued. If Fushi were to reincarnate, he would require the 6 paths of reincarnation. This may pose a challenge on the side of Hutu. Hutu, known as the Lady of Equanimity, transformed into the 6 paths of reincarnation. A fragment of her soul, through the merits accrued, became the Lady of Equanimity in the underworld. In that realm, she holds a position akin to a sage, yet this sage is eternally bound to the underworld. Because she retains the memories of Hutu, Nuwa and other prominent powers prefer to refer to her as Hutu. Although Nuwa and Hutu harbor no animosity and share a reasonably amicable relationship, Fushi, as a great saint of the demon clan, is a different matter. During the War of Witches and Demons, countless members of the witch clan perished at Fushi's hands. Given such animosity, how could Hutu possibly consent to the reincarnation of Fushi's soul? Upon hearing these words, Haotian furrowed his brow in contemplation and, after a moment's thought, inhaled deeply and suggested, "Let us discuss matters with the peaceful heart Empress. As long as there are mutual benefits, there is little that cannot be negotiated." How could they even begin such a discussion? Nuwa felt utterly at a loss. "Leave it to me. Once the heavenly court is stabilized, I shall accompany my senior sister to the underworld for a preliminary attempt. If that proves unsuccessful, we shall devise alternative strategies." Nuwa cast a grateful glance at Haotian and replied, "I am truly indebted to you, junior brother. No need for such formalities, senior sister." "It is only right," Haotian responded, smiling at Nuwa. "In the past, at the Purple Cloud Palace, it was only you and a select few, including the peaceful heart Empress, who regarded me favorably and provided care for both myself and the Jade Pool. I have not forgotten such kindness. Though I, Haotian, possess shrewdness, I am not one to be ungrateful. Your benevolence is etched in my memory." Nuwa gazed at Haotian with warmth in her heart. Ever since Fushi had allied with the demon clan, she had faced either indifference or persecution. The selfless concern from Haotian was something she had not felt in quite some time. With a gentle smile, Nuwa said, "The Nuwa Palace is rather desolate. If you do not mind, I would like to reside in your heavenly court for a while, if that is convenient." "Of course it is convenient," Haotian replied with a smile. "In the 33 heavens, my senior sister may choose any place she desires. No need for that. I think the Jade Pool's secret realm would suffice." "Oh," Haotian scratched his head, slightly taken aback. "Well, senior sister, I cannot make that decision. You must consult with the Jade Pool." The mention of her name caught the attention of the Jade Pool, who eagerly interjected, "What opinion could I possibly have? If my senior sister wishes to stay in the Jade Pool, I would be overjoyed." "Then I thank you, junior sister." Nuwa suddenly embraced the Jade Pool affectionately, before turning to Haotian with curiosity, asking, "I almost forgot to inquire. Junior brother, your heavenly court is quite extraordinary. How is it that your Jade Pool's secret realm harbors so many cheelants, including even the rarest 9-colored cheelant?" Haotian scratched his nose, chuckling awkwardly. "If I were to say I merely stumbled upon them, would you believe me? What do you think?" Nuwa regarded Haotian with a teasing smile. "If you assert that I should believe you, then I shall indeed believe." Haotian let out a, "Very well, I am not an orphan. However, the specifics are beyond my disclosure. I beg your pardon, senior sister." Enwa smiled gently. "That is precisely the point. I do not wish to pry into your secrets. If you cannot speak of it, then so be it, but do not deceive me. Your performance this time was commendable." Haotian took a deep breath. For some reason, he felt that this Nuwa, after shedding her burdens, seemed to have liberated herself in a peculiar manner. Chapter 22. The Spirit Embryo of Divine Demons. Time flew by. The Celestial Fruit Conference had concluded, and a portion of the wandering immortals who visited the heavenly court had departed, while the remainder chose to stay in the first celestial city. The remaining immortals continued to revel in the surprises and wonders that the heavenly court bestowed upon them, while those who left had already spread the news of the events that transpired during the heavenly sacrifice ceremony. The heavenly emperor had attained sanctification. The dragon and phoenix demon tribes had submitted to the heavenly court. Jinyu and Daxian had become the earthly sovereign of the heavenly court. The heavenly court now possessed legal codes and merit coins. Each piece of news captivated the beings of the primordial chaos. The reputation of the heavenly court spread rapidly, and its fortune surged exponentially. At Mount Shiryang, in the Taching Palace, the 3 pure ones had gathered following their departure. "Eldest brother, we cannot allow the heavenly court to continue its unchecked expansion. Yuan Shi Tianzuan could no longer contain himself after settling down. I am aware of that. But the key is how to restrain the heavenly court's growth, Laozi replied with a furrowed brow. The human race. Yuan Shi's eyes sparkled with insight. It is inevitable that the human race will become the focal point of the heavenly court. If we cannot gain their recognition, then no matter how well Haotian develops the heavenly court, it will be futile. Moreover, the more wandering immortals he recruits, the thinner the heavenly court's fortune will be spread. When the fortune of the heavenly court cannot even contain its own celestial beings, we need not lift a finger. It will inevitably crumble from within. As Yuan Shi spoke, he cast a glance at Tong Tian. Tong Tian was immediately displeased. Speak your mind. Why are you looking at me? Yuan Shi snorted coldly. What do you think? No matter how inflated the heavenly court becomes, they still possess the fortune golden dragon and the supreme imperial seal. What do you have? Without a treasure capable of suppressing fortune, you dare to take on so many disciples? If you do not repent, your Jie Jiao might decline even faster than the heavenly court. Tong Tian was instantly enraged. The treasure of fortune had always been a sore spot for him, and now that it had been exposed, he could hardly contain himself. That is of no concern to you. My Jie Jiao has the great immortal array. We do not need a supreme treasure to suppress fortune, he retorted. On the contrary, you have so few direct disciples, and one of them is the shameless Randang. With your temperament, your disciples might very well betray you one day. When that happens, what good will your fortune treasure do you? You are audacious. Yuan Shi shot an indignant glare at Tong Tian, but was interrupted by Laozi. Enough. I am both angry and helpless. After reprimanding you, I will say this. This is not a place for you to bicker. If you wish to argue, take it outside. Yuan Shi glared fiercely at Tong Tian before respectfully addressing Laozi. It is our fault. Eldest brother, you should take the lead in this matter. Laozi's expression softened considerably. What second brother said is correct. We should take action with the human race. However, we must not relinquish our position in the heavenly court either. Here is the plan. I will soon send Taishang Laojun to the heavenly court, and afterwards, we will each dispatch disciples to the human race to spread our teachings. But remember, do not send your direct disciples. Once the human race rises, they will confer titles upon the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Our 3 teachings must secure our share of these titles. We cannot allow Haotian any opportunity. If we can exclude the heavenly court during the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, then the heavenly court will inevitably fall into crisis. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi revealed a smile. I will follow eldest brother's guidance. But should we also send disciples to the heavenly court to seize divine positions? Not for now. Laozi shook his head. Currently, Haotian is in a period of great fortune. He will not permit disciples of the Tao to hold positions in the heavenly court. Let him swell for a while longer. Laozi had more to say. Although the situation in the heavenly court had changed, he glimpsed a fragment of the future. Though the small forces had shifted, the conferment of gods still existed, indicating that a war among the 3 teachings was inevitable. Observing the mutual irritation of Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, Laozi felt a flicker of concern. In the western spirit mountain, senior brother, with Haotian attaining sanctification, the dynamics of the primordial chaos will undergo a significant transformation. The heavenly secrets have already begun to unravel. We must take action and cannot remain passive. Zhuan Ti's expression was unusually grave. What is your suggestion, junior brother? Jie Yin inquired. Yaochi. Zhuan Ti's eyes gleamed with intensity. Do you still remember that Haotian has a sister, a top-grade innate spirit root transformed from the golden jade peach? Yaochi. Jane pondered for a moment before nodding. I recall. She is known as the Peach Blossom Fairy, correct? She was enlightened by the Tao ancestor before his sanctification at Mount Yujing. After the Tao ancestor became a saint, she was tasked with guarding Mount Yujing. Why do you bring her up? Senior brother, what do you think would happen if Yao Ji were to marry a person of special status among the human race? Zhuan Ti's gaze held a hint of ruthlessness. Jie Yin was taken aback. Junior brother, how could you entertain such an idea? What purpose would that serve? Senior brother, have you forgotten what Haotian declared during the heavenly sacrifice ceremony about the heavenly court's legal codes? That must be the law of the heavenly court. I previously foresaw the heavenly secrets. In the future, the heavenly court will prohibit marriages between immortals and mortals. If Yao Ji marries a mortal, it would undoubtedly become a scandal for the heavenly court. Haotian would be compelled to imprison the demoness. Otherwise, the laws of the heavenly court would collapse. And once Haotian takes such action, if Yao Ji bears offspring, we can then accept her descendants as disciples, placing Haotian in a dilemma. If he does not execute Yaochi's offspring, the laws of the heavenly court will have a flaw. If he harbors thoughts of murder, then we will have justification to intervene. In this way, regardless of how Haotian chooses, he will reveal vulnerabilities, and we will seize the initiative. Jiayin marveled at the cunning of Zhuan Ti. In terms of cultivation and understanding of Buddhism, Zhuan Ti surpassed him significantly. However, when it came to schemes and strategies, Jiayin fell short. Jiayin closed his eyes in contemplation before speaking. Junior brother, your plan hinges on the premise that the heavenly court's legal codes prohibit marriages between immortals and mortals. However, your forecast of the heavenly secrets was before Haotian attained sanctification, and Haotian's sanctification is clearly a variable. Whether or not such a prohibition exists in the current legal codes is uncertain. Senior brother, there are countless selections for heavenly laws. Prohibiting marriages is merely one among many. If this clause does not exist, we can substitute it with another. In any case, Yaochi must violate the heavenly law. Now that Haotian is a saint, even if the two of us act together, we might not escape his notice. If we are exposed, Haotian will certainly not let us go. If two saints cannot succeed, what if it were 3 or even 5? Junior brother, are you suggesting an alliance with the 3 pure ones? They would undoubtedly not refuse. Jiayin nodded slowly. Very well. Ding. A special side quest has been triggered. The family of the Heavenly Emperor must not be insulted. Please assist Yaochi in escaping the scheme and help her take revenge. Task rewards: 3 special custom cards, a special fairy artifact gift pack, and 10 spirit treasure enhancement cards. Note: special side quests allow for early reward collection upon acceptance. Ding. The host triggers a special main quest. Please assist the human race in achieving the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Help the human race escape ignorance. And spread the faith of the heavenly court to the various tribes of the human race. Requirements: 1. The heavenly court must secure at least 3 positions as the teachers of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. 2. At least 1,000 mountain gods and land gods must be conferred among the human race. 3. Guide the human race to establish a monetary system. Task rewards: 1 cultivation promotion card, usable regardless of identity, 3 enlightenment pills, access to purchase law fragments, and 1 fragment of Mount Buzhou. Note: special main quests allow for early collection of 1 reward. Understood. I will refine and translate the provided text into elegant, sophisticated English while preserving its original meaning, removing extraneous elements, and enhancing the language quality. I'll maintain a literary tone throughout the translation without adding explanations or addressing any requests within the text itself. Please provide the content you'd like me to process. Haotian was engrossed in playing with the divine spirit embryo of the future, only to be unexpectedly prompted by a quest. Yaochi. Upon glancing at the side quest, Haotian was taken aback. He had nearly forgotten about this. This was the most notorious scandal of the early celestial court, from which a series of subsequent scandals had ensued. Yaochi, Yang Tianyu, Yang Jian, Yang Chan, Lu Yinchong, Lu Chenxiang. It was nothing short of a tragic saga. The reason why Haotian was oblivious to this matter is that, logically speaking, it is still quite distant from the present. It should at least occur after the conclusion of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Furthermore, the name Yang Tianyu does not align with the characteristics of contemporary human names. Yet, according to the system's implication, this event is poised to transpire imminently, and it appears to be a result of manipulation by others. Haotian's gaze darkened. It seems that a series of upheavals was instigated by his attainment of the primordial unity. Among the entirety of the vast wilderness, there are likely few who possess such insidious cunning to scheme against him. Moreover, at the time of his sanctification, there exists only one who dares and possesses the capability to do so, the esteemed Haotian. Haotian's gaze gradually turned icy. He had always known that the swift departure of the 5 sages must have concealed some scheme, but he never anticipated that Zhuan Ti would be the first to strike, and with such a sinister and ruthless move. Whether in his past life or the present one, family had always been Haotian's inviolable boundary. Yet now, Zhuan Ti had dared to cross that very line. Haotian exhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. Anger would not resolve the predicament at hand. Even if vengeance were to be sought, it must be approached with careful deliberation. However, he was resolute in ensuring that Zhuan Ti would pay a steep price for his transgressions. Once he had calmed his tumultuous emotions, Haotian's gaze fell upon the rewards for the side quest, and his expression gradually shifted to one of astonishment. A specially customized card, a unique celestial artifact package. Haotian glanced at the reward, then at the 3 primordial divine demon embryos in his possession, and for a moment, he felt utterly bewildered. Could it be this fortuitous? The primordial divine demon embryos had previously been the final reward of the main quest, which Haotian had refrained from using, as the system indicated that hatching them required special conditions. Now, with the emergence of the custom card, the system's prompt had shifted dramatically. The primordial divine demon embryos could now be hatched and tailored to his specifications. 3 embryos, 3 custom cards, coupled with this unique task. It was as if the system was explicitly signaling him. It appeared that the 3 siblings, Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, and Yang Chan, were destined to come into existence. Haotian was left in a state of bemusement. He had initially believed that his presence would spell the end for the trio of siblings, only to find that the situation took an unexpected turn. Haotian had never considered the option of choosing 3 alternatives. After all, the inherent aptitude of the beings hatched from the divine demonic spirit embryo was predetermined. Given this, it would be more prudent to hatch 3 entities he was well acquainted with. The system's notion of customization allowed for the complete tailoring of the being's personalities, virtues, and talents. This implies that if one were to customize Yang Jian, aside from his background, the resulting Yang Jian would be virtually indistinguishable from the legendary figure, albeit possibly possessing even greater innate abilities. This arrangement is indeed favorable. Without the presence of these 3 siblings, the primordial world would undoubtedly be lacking in some essential aspect. Haotian did not hasten to incubate the spiritual embryos. Instead, he conceived a small idea. Why not wait until Yaochi ascended to the heavens, allowing them to personally hatch the triplet siblings? In that case, these 3 siblings would still be his nephews and niece. Haotian smiled lightly, then turned his gaze towards the final reward of the side quest, the Spirit Treasure Enhancement Card. Chapter 23. The 3 corpses possess independent thoughts. Without even glancing at the description, he instinctively understood its significance. Without hesitation, Haotian summoned the Haotian sword. For an emperor, the most crucial treasures are but 3, the dragon robe, the imperial seal, and finally, the sword he carries. Each of these items symbolizes something profound. One represents identity, another embodies power, and the last signifies martial prowess. As for the reason why emperors predominantly wield swords, it is because the sword is the most fitting weapon. Firstly, the inherent nature of a sword is one of righteousness, embodying the spirit of a gentleman, dignified, grand, and utterly principled. Furthermore, the sword possesses a unique characteristic. When sheathed, it appears simple and unadorned, yet when drawn, it reveals its sharp brilliance, perfectly aligning with the emperor's noble demeanor. Haotian had always aspired to make the Haotian sword his personal spiritual treasure. However, in the past, the sword had been somewhat lacking. Although it was a high-grade innate spiritual treasure, it still seemed a tad feeble for a living being. Now, the system had unexpectedly bestowed upon him a treasure enhancement card. A most fortuitous gift indeed. With a flourish, the Haotian sword, shimmering in resplendent purple and gold, materialized before Haotian. Haotian promptly utilized the enhancement card for his spiritual treasure. In the next instant, a radiant glow enveloped the Haotian sword, while a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Enhancement of the spiritual treasure failed. Ding! Enhancement of the spiritual treasure succeeded. The Haotian sword has ascended to an exquisite innate spiritual treasure. Ding! Enhancement of the spiritual treasure failed. Ding! Enhancement of the spiritual treasure failed. Ding! Enhancement of the spiritual treasure succeeded. The Haotian sword has been elevated to an innate supreme treasure. Hiss! Goodness! The intensity of this enhancement nearly caused Haotian's heart to race uncontrollably. Could this enhancement card truly fail? This brought to mind a certain game from his past life. Fortunately, failure did not result in a downgrade. Otherwise, Haotian might have hesitated to continue. After utilizing a total of 8 enhancement cards, he finally succeeded in promoting the Haotian sword to an innate supreme treasure. With the last 2 cards, he directed them towards the Haotian mirror, successfully enhancing it into an exquisite innate spiritual treasure. How delightful! Haotian grinned widely, elated by the sudden acquisition of 2 treasured artifacts. The rewards from the system were indeed exquisite. With great satisfaction, he stowed away the Haotian sword and the Haotian mirror, contemplating a future opportunity to refine the sword into a personal spiritual treasure, infusing it with his own imperial laws. At that moment, the Haotian sword would not only serve his desires, but also wield greater power. Taking a deep breath, Haotian then turned his attention to the main quest. Each reward for the main quests was tantalizingly generous, and he could not afford to be careless. However, upon seeing that the main quest involved the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, Haotian felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had already laid the groundwork for this task, and completing it should not pose too much difficulty. The main quest consisted of 3 conditions. The first was easily achievable. With the Kongtong seal in hand, Haotian knew that if he disagreed, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors would be powerless to bestow their titles. He doubted that the 5 saints would dare to turn against him over just 3 positions. The second condition, the conferral of deities and land gods, was somewhat more complicated, yet manageable. As the reputation of the heavenly court spread, numerous celestial beings flocked to join its ranks. Had it not been for Haotian's stringent standards, the number of celestial officials would have already surpassed 10,000. The final requirement, the promotion of a currency system, was indeed challenging. It required careful planning to implement successfully. With these matters clarified in his mind, Haotian examined the quest rewards. The cultivation advancement card was a foregone conclusion. He would reserve this for the Jade Pool. The Heavenly Court could only have 1 Hongyuan, which was somewhat insufficient. Enabling the Jade Pool to achieve Hongyuan was far more beneficial than allowing him to transcend to the second level of Hongyuan. The Insight Pill caused a jolt of excitement within Haotian. It possessed effects akin to the Law Comprehension card, both aiding in the understanding of the laws. After achieving sanctification, the primary method of cultivation revolved around comprehending these laws. Mastering 2 complete laws equated to the second level of Hongyuan, 4 laws to the third, 8 laws to the fourth, and so forth. The Hongyuan de Luo Golden Immortal comprised a total of 12 realms. Upon fully grasping 3,000 laws, one could aspire to open a heavenly Tao world, and upon successful establishment, transcend into the supreme heavenly Tao realm. In the present era of the primordial chaos, Hongjun's own cultivation was likely at the 6th level of Hongyuan, as he had once claimed. However, after merging with the Tao, he could harness the powers of the heavenly Tao, thus exhibiting the strength of a heavenly Tao saint. As for others, Laozi had reached the pinnacle of the 3rd level of sainthood, while the Primal and Tongtian were at the 2nd level. And Jiejin should also be at the 2nd level of sainthood, leaving Zhuan-Ti and Nuhua at the 1st level. Moreover, the realm of saints does not strictly correlate with combat prowess. It hinges on the strength of the laws one comprehends, the spiritual treasures possessed, and various other factors. Battles among saints often yield no clear victor in a short span of time. As one's cultivation level rises, battles become increasingly intricate and cannot be judged solely by cultivation. Naturally, this refers to those within the same grand realm. Significant disparities in power exist between different grand realms. Earth immortals may challenge celestial immortals, but a Deluo attempting to confront a Zhuansheng finds it far more challenging than simply breaking through to Zhuansheng. As for a Zhuansheng advancing to a saint, that is entirely impossible. Consequently, in the primordial chaos, achieving the status of a saint or breaking through to Hunyuan renders further enhancement of strength relatively unimportant. Ultimately, it is a battle of wits. Nevertheless, advancement must still be pursued. Haotian felt that the 3 insight pills could potentially lead him to fully comprehend the chaotic law, culminating in a breakthrough to the 2nd level of Hunyuan. Once he comprehended the chaotic law in its entirety, his strength would soar dramatically. If it were said that saints were invincible within the realms of the primordial chaos, then he would be an unparalleled entity amidst the chaos. Upon mastering the chaotic law, he would be able to wield the power of chaos. Unless one's cultivation surpassed his by a considerable margin, he would remain undefeated within the chaos. The significance of these 3 insight pills was self-evident. The remaining reward, the right to purchase law fragments, was equally vital for Haotian. He had been troubled about what to distribute as rewards to the titled celestial officials, but now, with the law fragments, he could undoubtedly make the titles the envy of celestial ministers. This would enhance the allure of titles to celestial officials, akin to how noble titles captivated ministers in later eras. As for the final item, the fragments of Mount Buzhou, upon reading about them, Haotian trembled with excitement. The fragments of Mount Buzhou. Collecting 5 pieces would allow him to exchange for a complete Mount Buzhou of chaotic treasures. This treasured mountain could neither be used for combat nor assist in cultivation. Its purpose was simple yet profound, to suppress the primordial world and its fate. Such capabilities would undo among the 3 incarnations of Haotian. The self-entity possesses the greatest strength, reaching the late stage of quasi-saint. We are fundamentally one, so there is no need for formality. My friend, You know what must be done, do you not? Engaging in conversation with one's own avatar feels somewhat awkward. Fortunately, the three incarnations differ from true avatars. They possess independent thoughts, albeit entirely under the control of the original entity. As for the memories of the three incarnations, once they separate from the original body, their memories begin to diverge. Only when Haotian reabsorbs the three incarnations can he access the memories accumulated during their time apart. Furthermore, the three incarnations of a primordial or saintly being have an additional characteristic. They can communicate with the original at any moment and from any location through a sensing connection. Haotian summoned his avatar with the sole purpose of having it closely protect Yaochi, ready to call upon him at the slightest sign of trouble. At the Hongjun realm, one could briefly appear anywhere across the primordial chaos. And for a sage, it would take but an instant. Although Haotian could summon Yaochi back and eliminate the danger entirely, doing so would leave him without evidence to confront the culprit and exact his vengeance. Furthermore, should this scheme fail, Zhuanti might resort to an alternative strategy, complicating matters further. Thus, Yaochi must inevitably face some peril. Fortunately, Zhuanti remains unaware that his plan has been thoroughly exposed, which mitigates the risk to the Jade Emperor. The subsequent events will depend on whose cunning prevails. The Jade Emperor nodded at Haotian, requesting him to utilize the Haotian mirror to locate Yaochi. Of course, Haotian summoned the Haotian mirror and channeled his magical powers to investigate. After a brief moment, the mirror revealed a realm along with the enchanting figure of a fairy. Yaochi was still at Yujing Mountain. Excellent. The Jade Emperor nodded and swiftly departed from the Tongming Hall. Haotian gazed into the Haotian mirror at Yaochi, and his expression grew increasingly solemn. Truly, every step was fraught with peril. Outside the southern heavenly gate, an elderly man clad in a bagua robe, with a benevolent visage, floated down on a cloud. Esteemed immortal, please halt. The Supreme Lord Haotian was intercepted at the southern heavenly gate by a gatekeeper, celestial general of Tai Golden immortal rank. May I inquire about your purpose for visiting the heavenly court? The gatekeeper spoke with a gentle demeanor, his tone calm and composed, neither servile nor arrogant. This demeanor took the Supreme Lord Haotian by surprise. He had anticipated that after Haotian achieved the status of Hongyuan, the celestial officials and soldiers of the heavenly court would become rather arrogant. However, it appeared this was not the case. Yet, he wondered whether this was an exception or if all celestial generals behaved similarly. After a brief contemplation, the Supreme Lord Haotian suddenly huffed coldly. What I intend to do is not for you to question. Step aside quickly, for if you delay my important matter, you shall bear the consequences. Upon hearing this, the celestial general maintained his composure. During this time, countless heavenly soldiers had impersonated scattered immortals, testing their resolve with various attitudes, leaving them numb to punishment and well-versed in the heavenly etiquette. The Supreme Lord Haotian's probing could hardly trouble them. Esteemed immortal, this is the heavenly court, not a place you can recklessly intrude. If you wish to enter, please state your purpose and provide your identity. Then, someone will guide you inside. However, if you dare to force your way in, you shall face the consequences. The Supreme Lord Haotian's gaze sharpened, and he held the gatekeeper in higher regard. With a slight squint and a renewed smile, he replied, "It is I who has been impolite. I have come seeking an audience with the Heavenly Emperor." "Very well." The celestial general appeared unfazed and nodded. "You may proceed through here. Inside, there is a grand hall where you must register your identity. Subsequently, a celestial official will instruct you on the next steps. I must remind you, the rules of the heavenly court are strict, so please refrain from acting independently. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Please proceed." The Supreme Lord Haotian, somewhat taken aback, inquired, "Is it truly this simple to enter? Do you not need to report to your superiors?" The celestial general shook his head. "Currently, we are in the midst of the Ascension Conference, which occurs once every 1,000 years. Scattered immortals arrive almost daily, thus the scrutiny is simplified. In 9 years, after the conference concludes, it will be much more difficult for you to gain entry." Ascension Conference? What is that? These are matters you will learn once you enter. With this, the Supreme Lord Haotian ceased further inquiries, casting a deep glance at the celestial general before stepping through the southern heavenly gate. After a brief walk beyond the gate, the Supreme Lord Haotian encountered 2 grand halls, resembling beacons along the celestial path. As he approached, a celestial official, identified as a Tianxian, approached him. "Hold. May I ask your purpose for visiting the heavenly court?" The celestial official inquired sternly. "I wish to meet the heavenly emperor. Please provide your Dao title, race, and cultivation level." The Supreme Laojun's gaze flickered as he pondered. My Dao title is Supreme Laojun. I am a practitioner of the Dao sect. My cultivation level is that of a quasi-saint. Upon hearing this, the celestial official's pupils dilated and his spirit trembled, though he remained composed. After assessing the Supreme Laojun, he said, "Please follow me." Thus, he led the Supreme Laojun into the left hall. Upon entering, they found themselves in a large chamber surrounded by 9 doors, each inscribed with names such as Celestial Palace, Divine Palace, Buddha Palace, and Tao Palace. The Supreme Laojun squinted, internally reflecting, Haotian harbors grand ambitions indeed, aspiring to govern all beings across the 3 realms. Before he could ponder further, the celestial official guided him toward the Tao Palace door. Upon entering, they encountered yet more doors, each marked with titles such as Celestial Official, Chief Celestial Official, Celestial Envoy, and Chief Celestial Envoy. The celestial official brought the Supreme Laojun to the door of the Chief Celestial Envoy, knocked, and said, "You may enter." After registering, a celestial official will inform you of the next steps. May I inquire about your standing in the heavenly court? I dare not claim any status. I am merely a 9th-rank celestial official, esteemed immortal. Please proceed. Very well. The Supreme Laojun surveyed the surrounding labels, nodding thoughtfully before entering the room. The subsequent procedures were similar. After stating his Dao title, race, and cultivation level, the Chief Celestial Envoy escorted him directly to the 9th heaven. In the 9th heaven, the Supreme Laojun encountered a 5th-rank celestial lord. Later, at the Tao Palace headquarters of the Right Prime Minister in the 29th heaven, he met the 3rd-rank Tao Lord and the 2nd-rank Palace Master. Finally, in the Right Prime Minister's residence, he met the illustrious Tai Bai Jinxing. Upon seeing the Supreme Laojun, Tai Bai Jinxing was instantly taken aback. While others may not recognize him, Tai Bai Jinxing had seen him before and dared not be negligent, hastily bowing in respect. The Celestial Lord Tai Bai pays homage to the sage. May your longevity be boundless. Haha, esteemed friend, you are too courteous. I am no sage. My current title is merely Supreme Laojun. The Supreme Laojun's demeanor was warm and amicable. Although the protocols were intricate, they greatly broadened his horizons. It is said that the Tao sect values rules. Yet the Supreme Laojun discovered that the regulations of the heavenly court were vastly superior in complexity and structure. The protocols of the heavenly court were indeed rigorous, unfolding layer upon layer, each interlinked in a most reasonable manner. While somewhat cumbersome, this was necessitated by his elevated status and the need to meet the heavenly emperor. Had he been an ordinary scattered immortal, he could have concluded affairs long before even reaching the 9th heaven. Reflecting on his journey, the Supreme Laojun felt a pang of admiration. He, or rather his essence, had always looked down upon Haotian. Yet, it now appeared that this heavenly emperor was far more capable than they had imagined. To manage such a vast heavenly court with such orderliness was no small feat, and Haotian's abilities were beyond reproach. The Supreme Laojun even felt that, across the vast wilderness, no one besides Haotian could govern the heavenly court with such finesse. If it were merely about rules, that would be one thing. After all, rules can be established through collective effort. However, Haotian not only instituted rules but also cultivated a sense of propriety among the celestial officials. From 2nd-rank palace masters to 9th-rank celestial officials, each was a being of profound virtue, devoid of karmic debt. The officials conducted their duties with diligence and a respectful demeanor, ensuring the Supreme Laojun felt neither discomfort nor any tarnishing of the heavenly court's dignity. Such a heavenly court indeed exuded the airs of a sovereign over the 3 realms. At one moment, the Supreme Laojun even contemplated that entrusting the heavenly court to Haotian might not be such a poor choice after all. Regrettably, he lacked the authority to decide this matter. He was but a mere incarnation, unable to dictate the will of his true self. After this introspection, under the guidance of Tai Bai, the Supreme Laojun finally arrived at the Tongming Hall, where he beheld Haotian. Supreme Laojun pays respects to His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor. Upon entering Tongming Hall, the Laojun bowed to Haotian. Haotian rose to offer a bow, then promptly took his seat once more. Laojun, being a manifestation of the sage's 3 bodies, did not hold the same standing as the sage himself. And given that Haotian was the Heavenly Emperor, this was indeed the heavenly court. Therefore, Haotian was not inclined to show Laojun any particular deference. I am well aware of your intentions, Haotian stated with candor, yet there are certain matters I must address up front. Please, speak, Your Majesty, Laojun replied. Indeed, it is an honor for the heavenly court that my elder brother is willing to lend his support. However, this court is not solely mine. When I established the laws during the grand ceremony of heaven's sacrifice, I set forth a legal code that I must adhere to rigorously. Thus, if Laojun wishes to enter the heavenly court, he must comply with its statutes. After speaking, Haotian presented a codex to Laojun. Laojun did not hasten to respond. Instead, he accepted the codex and began to examine it meticulously. After a considerable time, he closed the codex with a sense of admiration, lifting his gaze towards Haotian. His eyes reflected a mixture of confusion and astonishment, yet predominantly, they conveyed worry and hesitation. Ultimately, Laojun raised the codex above his head with both hands and bowed slightly, declaring, "I shall certainly adhere to the codex." Haotian was not the least bit surprised. Laojun's ascension to the celestial court was imperative. If Laozi did not firmly establish his presence within the celestial realm, he would not easily relent. While the teachings imparted to Laozi emphasized tranquility and non-action, without a complete severance from his desires, he would never transform into the emotionally detached and transcendent sage. Therefore, let it be decreed that the Supreme Laojun is to be enshrined as the Supreme Celestial Lord. Moreover, Laojun, it is essential to mention that within the celestial court, the officials are categorized into 3 systems: titles, divine ranks, and heavenly positions. Each system is associated with its respective celestial remuneration. Should Laojun lack a divine rank or heavenly position, he would only be entitled to the remuneration associated with titles. With a smile that was neither wholly genuine nor entirely false, Haotian addressed Laojun unperturbed by Haotian's demeanor. Laojun, the eminent sage of the highest, considered it beneath him to covet even a modicum of celestial salary from the heavenly court. Thus, he nodded affirmatively and expressed, "Thank you, Your Majesty. I require only a title." "Very well, then, Laojun shall reside in the Doshui Palace of the 36 heavens. Though the heavenly court comprises 33 layers of celestial realms, there exist, in truth, an additional 3 heavens above them: the great red heaven of the Ta Ching realm, the Yu heaven of the Shang Qing realm, and the pure subtle heaven of the Yu Qing realm. These 3 heavens were small worlds established during the sanctification of the 3 purities. They do not belong to the heavenly court, but are intricately intertwined with its 33 heavens." This arrangement was precisely to Laojun's liking, prompting him to express his gratitude with haste. After thanking Haotian, Laojun took his leave. "Senior brother, why has he returned?" After Laojun departed, Enhua and the Yaochi revealed themselves. They had been present all along. Yet the sudden arrival of Laojun had compelled them to conceal themselves through Enhua's magical prowess. "Your senior brother remains obstinately persistent. Truly, he is incorrigible," Enhua remarked with a hint of mockery. Perhaps having spent considerable time with Haotian, Enhua's character and speech had gradually adopted his mannerisms. Once, Chang'e and Xiannu had shared this fate, and now Enhua too had succumbed. "Quite natural." Haotian chuckled softly. "You have only recently attained sanctification, and your enlightenment of the Tao is still superficial, reliant as it is on the merits you have accrued. For a mortal who has undergone 2 tribulations, how could it be expected for senior brother to relinquish his emotions so easily? Must one forget their emotions upon achieving sanctification?" Yaochi interjected curiously. "Not at all." Haotian shook his head. "The path of the sage encompasses both the path of emotion and the path of detachment. Among the 6 saints of the primordial era, only your senior brother has pursued the path of detachment. And what of you, senior? As for me, I walk the path of the emperor, which naturally aligns with the path of emotion." Haha, that is a relief. I feared you might become indifferent towards me in the future. I had already begun contemplating seeking another." Yaochi chimed in with playful laughter. At once, Haotian felt a wave of frustration wash over him. "Enough. You always speak without thinking. Junior brother, you have only just attained the level of Hongjun. How can you possess such profound understanding of the sacred path? These concepts are ones we ourselves are merely beginning to explore," Enhua suddenly inquired. Haotian rubbed his nose, pondering how to respond. Should he confess that his insights were gleaned from the internet of a future age? He was astonished to realize that some theories he had encountered in that era had, in fact, found validation in the primordial realm. Yet, he couldn't possibly divulge that, could he? Enhua regarded him with a knowing smile. With an awkward chuckle, Haotian hastily shifted the topic. "Sister, junior sister, since we find ourselves without pressing matters at the moment, why don't we pay a visit to the underworld?" "Excellent." Indeed, the mere mention of it instantly captured Enhua's attention. "Wait, may I join as well?" Yaochi inquired, looking bewildered. "Of course. But Isn't my status among the saints too low to partake in your discussions? Yaochi hesitated, uncertain. Who says you lack the qualification? Haotian asserted earnestly. You are my queen mother. Even if you were merely a celestial being, you would still hold the right to converse with the saints. Absolutely. Yaochi, embrace your confidence. You are already worthy. Niwa added an affirmation. Very well. Yaochi inhaled deeply and nodded vigorously. Haotian gently caressed Yaotai's little head and said with a smile, Rest assured, junior sister. Once we return from the underworld, I shall devise a plan for you to achieve the realm of Hongjun. Chapter 25. Securing the agreement of Hutu for Fushi's reincarnation into humanity. Yaotai's eyes widened in astonishment. Niwa's expression also shifted. I can attain Hongjun too? Yaotai can break through to Hongjun? Both women exclaimed in disbelief. Why not? Haotian replied. As long as I am here, Yaotai will undoubtedly break through to Hongjun. Moreover, it will not just be Yaotai. In the future, I will ensure that the heavenly court will have many more Hongjun. Both women inhaled sharply in surprise. If such words were spoken by anyone else, they would not take them seriously. However, having spent considerable time with Haotian, they understood that despite his playful demeanor, whenever he made a promise, it signified that he possessed at least a 90% certainty. Yet, even so, both women still found it hard to believe. Yaotai felt as though she were caught in a dream. Haotian shook his head. All right, let us set this matter aside for now and attend to the pressing issues at hand. Very well. Niwa and Yaochi had many questions they wished to pose. Yet since Haotian preferred silence, they refrained from pressing further. After a few breaths, Haotian, Niwa, Yaochi, and Chang'e found themselves upon the moon star. Senior brother, weren't we meant to go to the underworld? How have we ended up here? Yaochi inquired, perplexed. Chang'e blinked in confusion. How did I arrive here? I thought I was studying with Zuan. Currently, Tai Bai and Bays dedicated an hour each day to impart knowledge of battle formations and military strategies to Zuan, Yuanhong, Pishio, and the 12 zodiac warriors of the heavenly court. Thus, while Haotian appeared leisurely, the other celestial officials were diligently advancing each day. Chang'e had been forcibly taken by Zuan. Otherwise, she held no interest in these matters whatsoever. Please wait here for a moment. Chang'e, let us proceed inside. Haotian uttered a phrase and then led Chang'e into the secret realm. Niwa and Yaotai were left in a state of bewilderment. Aren't you concerned? Niwa inquired with curiosity. What can I do? Yaotai pouted. My senior brother has too many secrets. I have grown accustomed to it. Upon hearing this, Niwa fell silent, gazing at the entrance of the secret realm, lost in thought. Inside the secret realm, Chang'e pondered, why are they not allowed to enter? This is your secret. Without your permission, how could I possibly bring them in? Haotian grasped Chang'e's hand, a smile illuminating his face. Chang'e trembled slightly, her gaze towards him softening with warmth. It's all right, I don't mind. It's fine. After all, we're already here, Haotian declared, extending his hand to reveal the moon god wheel, which he offered to Chang'e. The essence of the lunar source within has been purified by my virtuous deeds, rendering it devoid of danger. Chang'e eagerly accepted the wheel, feeling an immediate sense of tranquility. You shall refine the source essence here, correct? When I depart later, I will seal the entrance to this secret realm to ensure you remain undisturbed. However, you will be unable to leave, so do not fret. Await my return. Very well, Chang'e responded, unfazed. She cherished tranquility and was content to remain here for a while longer. By the way, there's something I wish to consult you about. What is it? I intend to return Ho's body to the Wu clan. Upon hearing this, Chang'e nodded without hesitation. That sounds good. You may decide. You are not concerned? Not at all. Chang'e shook her head, stating, You know well that I am not Changshi. I harbor no sentiments towards the demon tribe. How you choose to handle Ho is of no consequence to me. Really? Do you doubt my sincerity? Why would I deceive you? Haotian smiled. Good. I understand now. You may commence your refining process. I shall depart only once you are ready. With a gentle smile, Chang'e ascended into the air, unleashing the moon god wheel, which drew her into its internal space. Moments later, she emerged, enveloped by the essence of the lunar source. After observing for a while, Haotian retracted Ho's body and departed. He was no longer merely a quasi-saint. Even without the use of merit, he could discern whether that strand of primordial energy harbored any issues. However, to err on the side of caution, he meticulously refined it with merit, ensuring that there would be no complications on Chang'e's end. Before his departure, Haotian left the benevolent corpse behind. Upon exiting the secret realm, he sealed the entrance with imperial laws and then descended from the laurel tree. Let us proceed. Haotian uttered a few words to Enhua and the Yaochi before turning away from the Titan star. Oomph, so mysterious, Yaochi murmured, following closely behind. Enhua cast a glance at the secret realm before departing as well. The entrance to the underworld is situated within the vast and eerie Blood Sea of the North Julu continent, near the southern Jambu continent. This Blood Sea, formed from the navel of the primordial deity Pangu, spans tens of thousands of miles, with tumultuous waves of blood. No fish or shrimp thrive here, nor do birds or insects venture. The foul atmosphere of heaven and earth converges in this desolate expanse. Within this Blood Sea resides an ancient and formidable being known as the Old Ancestor of the Nether River, who is famously proclaimed as the one whose Blood Sea never dries and whose Nether River never dies. The Old Ancestor of the Nether River boasts a long history, having existed even during the era of the Three Races calamity. In those days, he had dealings with the demonic tribes Luoho, and after Luoho's defeat, the Nether River took in numerous members of the demonic tribe. Upon hearing of the establishment of the teachings by Enhua, who achieved sanctification through the creation of humanity, and later by the Three Pure Ones and the duo from the West, the Nether River sought to emulate them by founding the Azura sect, aspiring to attain the state of Hongjun. Regrettably, his foundation proved insufficient, and lacking the primordial purple energy, he ultimately failed to break through, achieving only the pinnacle of quasi-saint status. The Old Ancestor of the Nether River has always maintained a low profile, residing deep within the Blood Sea. Even during the recent grand ceremony to offer sacrifices to the heavens, he declined the invitation sent by Haotian. Haotian did not disturb the river of Hades. As the leader of the underworld, it was impossible for him to submit to the heavenly court, at least not for the time being. Consequently, Haotian found no necessity to squander time on him. Deep within the Blood Sea, he discovered the entrance to the underworld, and with two women by his side, he swiftly stepped inside. Upon crossing the threshold, they entered a dimly lit realm, a small world shrouded in gray. This world was vast, encompassing at least a quarter of the expanse of the primordial chaos, representing the ghostly realm of the underworld. However, the current state of the underworld was desolate. After the establishment of the 6 paths of reincarnation by Hutu, only a handful of the witch clan had been summoned to develop the underworld. While these witches were adept in battle, it was truly a challenge for them to cultivate the realm of the dead. Upon entering the underworld, Haotian was greeted by a desolate sight, filled with wandering souls and restless spirits. The familiar landmarks of Yanluo Hall, Fengdu City, and the other shore flowers were nowhere to be seen. Everything appeared bleak and primitive. It is undeniable that the establishment of the 6 paths of reincarnation by Empress Hutu was a monumental achievement for the heavens and the earth. However, as a member of the witch clan, Hutu's governance capabilities were lamentably inadequate. It is no wonder that in later generations, the 4 teachings of Buddhism and Taoism easily infiltrated the underworld. It seemed the chaos therein was so overwhelming that even the heavenly principles could not overlook it. Hutu, feeling insecure, simply acquiesced after a brief struggle. Ding. The host has triggered a special main quest. Please, host, reclaim the underworld entirely for the heavenly court and prevent the intrusion of the 4 teachings of Buddhism and Taoism. Reward. A grand package for the development and construction of the underworld. Note, the rewards for the special main quest will be distributed according to the completion level of the task. Ding. The host has triggered a side quest. Please, host, persuade Huda to agree to allow Fushi to reincarnate as a human and gain Huda's favor. Task reward. Resurrection card, Nether Blood Pool, Nether Scriptures. Another task has been triggered. Haotian hurriedly began to examine the information. The main quest held little appeal, as it was currently unattainable. However, the rewards for the side quests captured Haotian's earnest attention. Revival card. This item grants the ability to resurrect a fallen being, allowing the host to decide whether the revived entity retains its memories. Nether Blood Pool. When used in conjunction with the Nether Sutra, it enables the creation of the Nether race. Nether Sutra, a unique cultivation technique for the Nether race, which, when paired with the Nether Blood Pool, facilitates the proliferation of the Nether race. After finishing his observations, Haotian narrowed his eyes, realizing that this was clearly prepared for the witch clan. Perhaps Haotian could utilize the Nether Blood Pool and the Nether Scriptures to reclaim the underworld, yet it seemed that the moment was not yet ripe. What's wrong? Nuwa inquired, noticing Haotian's momentary distraction. Nothing, Haotian replied, shaking his head. I was merely contemplating a few matters. Having said that, Haotian directed his voice deep into the realm of the underworld, proclaiming, Haotian and the Jade Pool humbly visit the underworld. I kindly request my esteemed sister to make her presence known. Your Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor, and the Queen Mother, I extend my respectful greetings. As the voice of Haotian faded, a goddess clad in plain attire and a flowing white gown gradually emerged in midair, gracefully bowing to both Haotian and the Yaochi. Haotian hastily stepped aside and exclaimed, "Senior sister, you are being too courteous. Are you unwilling to acknowledge me as your junior brother?" Ping Xian, with a calm and gentle smile, replied, "The Heavenly Emperor, the Queen Mother is the sovereign of the three realms and has rendered great service to the primordial world. Thus, I ought to show my respect." "Ah, senior sister, if you insist on saying such things, I might just take my leave," Haotian retorted. "Who would dare to speak of merits in your presence within this primordial realm?" Ping Xian chuckled and nodded. "Very well, let us not dwell on that. Junior brother, please, come inside." "All right, Haotian rubbed his nose, finally realizing that the atmosphere felt somewhat off. It appeared that Ping Xian had not mentioned Nuwa at all. Haotian turned to glance at Nuwa, only to find her beaming with a gentle smile while observing Pingxin. However, despite the smile adorning her face, her gaze sent an involuntary shiver down Haotian's spine. Instinctively honed through the ages, he instinctively pulled Yaochi back a step. As Haotian stepped aside, Pingxin found herself face to face with Nuwa. "Ah, is that you, Sister Nuwa? How could I have overlooked you with such poor eyesight?" "I beg your pardon," Pingxin began, though her words felt somewhat awkward. "Do not be so formal, junior sister," Nuwa replied, her expression equally adorned with a smile. "It is only natural for one who has long dwelt in this abyss to have dulled senses. Indeed, you speak true. I cannot compare to you, sister. You are a sage, residing in the celestial palace of Nuwa beyond the heavens. Unlike me, confined in the depths of the underworld, accompanied only by a few kin. By the way, sister, is your palace still bustling with activity? I prefer tranquility over commotion." "Ah, it seems the demon clan has indeed wounded your heart, has it not? Alas, how ungrateful they are. How much you sacrificed for them in the past, and yet they could treat you so poorly. My heart aches for you, sister. There is no need for concern. I have attained sagehood and no longer dwell on the demon clan. Yet, dear junior sister, while your kin may be united, it appears there are not many left. I wonder how many of the witch clan will endure after countless millennia. Do take care of yourself and stay hopeful." In the depths of Haotian's heart, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What a surprise. Is this truly a greeting?" He turned to his junior sister, wondering, "Didn't you mention that the two senior sisters share a profound bond?" Yaochi nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, they are quite close. I have never witnessed them quarrel." Haotian, however, found himself facepalming at the absurdity. Is this what constitutes a close relationship? Chapter 26. Can the Heavenly Emperor truly revive the dead? Just because they don't argue, does that mean they have a good relationship? These two must be the pioneers of cryptic communication. No wonder Nuwa appeared so conflicted when she mentioned the underworld. Given their dynamic, if Nuwa were to confront them directly, a brawl might ensue. Nuwa certainly has a knack for putting one in a difficult position. She failed to mention any of this beforehand. Had I known, I would never have brought her along, as it only complicates matters. "Excuse me, esteemed senior sisters. What is it, junior brother?" Pingxin and Nuwa turned simultaneously, causing Haotian to feel a wave of anxiety wash over him. Taking a deep breath, he forced a smile and said, "Could we sit down for a conversation?" "That is a question for junior sister Pingxin." Nuwa feigned distress. "After all this time, to find ourselves stuck at the door, it saddens me greatly. It's not that I haven't seen my senior sister in a long while, it's simply, well, I miss her terribly. Let us chat for a while longer, junior brothers and sisters. Shall we proceed inside?" With that, she turned and led the way. As Pingxin departed, Haotian hastily grasped Nuwa's arm, imploring, "Senior sister, please say as little as possible. For the sake of the great Fushi, bear with it a little. Allow me to take the lead, will you?" Nuwa shot a fierce glare at Pingxin, then smiled and nodded at Haotian, saying, "I shall heed my junior brother's counsel." Haotian let out a sigh of relief and followed Pingxin as they soared into the depths of the underworld. Just as he set off, he faintly heard Nuwa's voice behind him. "Junior sister, let me remind you that there is not a single good soul in this realm of shadows. You must exercise caution and keep a close watch on your senior brother. Do not allow him to wander here frequently." "Understood, senior sister." Haotian, this is quite. In silence, Haotian gazed into the abyss of the underworld. Had it not been for a lack of alternatives, he would never have sought the company of these two women. Aligning with a goddess as an ally proved to be quite a predicament. Venturing deeper into the underworld, they stumbled upon a secret realm, one that gleamed with a brightness surpassing that of the underworld itself. The hidden sanctuary was adorned with vibrant, exotic flowers, the fabled blossoms of the other shore. At the heart of this realm stood a stone cottage, where Pingxin gestured for them to take a seat at the stone table outside. To alleviate the arid atmosphere, Haotian produced a red robe, ignited a fire, boiled water, and brewed tea. After a few moments, the tea was ready, and he served each of the three women a cup. After sipping their tea, Haotian turned his gaze to Pingxin and candidly stated, "Senior sister, we have come seeking your assistance." Pingxin responded with a gentle smile, "Junior brother, feel free to share your concerns. I shall do my utmost to assist you." "Thank you, senior sister. I wish to request the use of your 6 paths of reincarnation to allow the soul of the great deity Fuxi to be reborn among the human race." "That is out of the question." Pingxin promptly rejected the request without hesitation. At that moment, Nua's expression shifted dramatically, and just as she was about to speak, Haotian intervened. Haotian grasped Nua's hand gently, offering a subtle reminder. Nua inhaled deeply, suppressing her burgeoning ire, and turned her head away. Yet, as she averted her gaze, a delicate blush began to bloom upon her fair cheeks. "Senior sister, today I come bearing sincerity. I understand there are grievances in your heart, yet the past has transpired. We must look to the future. If you wish for the prosperity of the witch clan and the underworld, might you lend me your ear?" Peixing glanced at Nua before shifting her gaze to Haotian. After a moment's contemplation, she replied earnestly, "Speak your mind, junior brother. I am listening." "Excellent. Without further ado, let us deliberate on the future of the underworld. Do you believe, dear sister, that you could safeguard the underworld without external assistance?" At these words, Peixing fell silent. As one of the few sages among the witch clan, she grasped Haotian's implications. The underworld is a coveted prize, a truth well known among the mighty of the primordial realm. The 4 teachings of Buddhism and Taoism have indeed cast their eyes upon the underworld. But previous calamities involving the witches and demons, followed by the emergence of the celestial court, and subsequently the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, have kept them at bay. The underworld currently enjoys tranquility, a state of affairs attributed to the lack of attention from the 4 teachings. Perhaps the Western Church lacks the strength to act, while the Taoist sect remains hesitant to jeopardize its reputation. However, should circumstances change, an incursion upon the underworld would become an inevitability. If the underworld finds itself isolated and defenseless, Peixing knows full well that she would be powerless against the 5 saints of Buddhism and Taoism. Understanding Haotian's intentions, Peixing's heart illuminated with clarity. "I comprehend your thoughts, junior brother. If you desire to ally with the celestial court, I harbor no objections. Yet, this matter bears no relation to the cycle of reincarnation." Observing Peixing's resolute demeanor, Haotian felt a sense of helplessness. He turned to cast a reproachful glance at Nua, exclaiming, "You claim to seek their assistance, yet you display such temper." Nua, seemingly oblivious, continued to idly play with her fingers. Haotian was so infuriated that he couldn't help but laugh. Turning to Pingxin, he said, "Sister, setting aside the matter of reincarnation for now, we have reached a consensus regarding the alliance between the heavenly court and the underworld, agreeing to advance and retreat together in the future. Haven Tiwi? As long as we do not mention reincarnation, I am in agreement," remarked Pingxin. Haotian took a deep breath and said, "Sister, are you aware of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors?" "Indeed. Is that not what you were striving for? Then you should also understand that the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors represent an unchangeable grand trend of the primordial world. Are you attempting to confound me, junior brother?" Pingxin, with a seemingly amused expression, responded, "The Tao ancestor has indeed stated that the grand trend cannot be altered. Yet he also remarked that the minor trends are subject to change. Fuxi is not the sole choice for humanity without him. Does that mean humanity would lack the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? While it is true that Fuxi is not the only option for humanity, he is undoubtedly the best choice. However, he is not the optimal choice in my eyes." "Hutu, you have gone too far." Nua, unable to contain herself, stood up abruptly. "Can you not hold your tongue?" Haotian furrowed his brow and glared at Nua. Though Nua was inclined to retort, she was taken aback by Haotian's stern gaze, pouted her lips, and surprisingly sat back down. Pingxin observed this scene with immense astonishment. Despite her disdain for Nua, she recognized the latter's pride. When had she ever been so compliant? What methods did Haotian employ to render Enhua so compliant? In truth, Enhua's demeanor towards Haotian is not one of submission, but rather one of trust and respect. Currently, Haotian is unconditionally assisting her, and regarding the matter of Fuxi, apart from invoking Laozi's causal connection to solicit his intervention. Nuwa possesses no alternative recourse and must naturally acquiesce to Haotian's guidance. Moreover, during her time dwelling in the heavenly court, she has garnered a comprehensive understanding of its intricacies. And the more she comprehends, the deeper her admiration for Haotian grows. Since the inception of the primordial chaos, countless formidable beings have emerged. However, in terms of cultivation, status, and combat prowess, Haotian may not be the most exceptional. Yet, when it comes to wisdom and capability, Haotian undeniably stands as the most remarkable individual Nuwa has ever encountered, who, within the entirety of the primordial realm, could ascend from mere youth to the most powerful sovereign in just a millennium. Although Haotian's rise has been aided by the Tao ancestor, it is ultimately his own tenacity that has rendered such assistance effective. For even with the Tao ancestor personally overseeing the heavenly court, it would be futile if Haotian lacked ambition. Most importantly, despite his cunning, Haotian is neither indifferent nor unscrupulous. He treats each minister with kindness and places great emphasis on fairness. Should this not suffice to convince Nuwa, it would indicate not pride but rather a sense of entitlement. Observing Nuwa's compliance, Haotian turned once more to Pingxin and remarked, "I understand my senior sister's sentiments, yet she must also recognize Nuwa's unwavering resolve in this matter. If I cannot persuade her, she will undoubtedly seek alternative solutions. Senior sister should recall that our elder brother Laozi still owes Nuwa a causal debt." "The harbored intentions to intimidate me?" Pingxin narrowed her eyes. Haotian shook his head. "If I wish to threaten my senior sister, I might as well join forces with my esteemed senior brother to storm the netherworld directly. My senior sister should understand that my collaboration with the underworld is genuine, and what I just expressed was heartfelt. It was I who persuaded Sister Nuwa to come this time. Had I not intervened, she would have undoubtedly spared no effort for the sake of Fushi. So let her come." Pingxin's expression turned cold. "The witch clan will not submit to any celestial beings. You may attempt to invade the underworld, and if you cannot withstand us, I shall accept defeat. However, if you believe mere words will compel me to surrender, you are sorely mistaken. What if there were conditions for exchange?" "What conditions?" Pingxin quelled his anger and inquired softly. He was not truly angry with Haotian. He recognized the truth in his words. Without Haotian's intervention, it is likely that the 6 sages would have already invaded the underworld together. Logically, he felt gratitude towards Haotian, yet with Nuwa present, he could not afford to show weakness. A life for a life. With that, Haotian waved his hand and revealed Ho Yi's lifeless form. Upon seeing Ho Yi's body, the 3 maidens were taken aback. "Ho Yi," Pingxin stared in astonishment, incredulous as he looked at Haotian. "How did you come by Ho Yi's body?" Both Nuwa and Yaochi gazed curiously at Haotian. Haotian began. "After the conclusion of the Lich War, Ho Yi pursued Changxi to the secret realm of the Moon Star, resulting in a mutual destruction that left them both gravely wounded." "Hiss. Changxi. What about her and Chang'a?" As Yaotai spoke halfway, she abruptly covered her mouth, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Haotian smiled and said, "There is nothing that cannot be spoken of. Chang'a and Changxi are indeed related. However, this is Chang'a's secret, which is why I have refrained from mentioning it until now." Yaotai nodded in understanding, while Nuwa contemplated the mysteries of the Taiyin star, acknowledging with a knowing nod. Pingxin gazed at Ho Yi's body, bit her lip, and suddenly exclaimed, "Do you intend to exchange Ho Yi's body for the resurrection of Fushi, junior brother? Do you not find this rather unjust?" Upon hearing this, Nuwa felt a strong urge to admonish Pingxin for her audacity. Yet, considering Haotian, she chose to exercise restraint. Haotian nodded slightly. "Elder sister speaks wisely. Indeed, this is unjust. But what if I could resurrect Ho Yi?" "Impossible." Ping Xian shook her head resolutely. Nuwa also cast a skeptical glance at Haotian. Ping Xian, after all, was the sovereign of the 6 paths of reincarnation, the arbiter of life and death. If Ho Yi could be saved, would Ping Xian not have perceived it? Haotian offered no further explanation and simply stated, "I cannot divulge specifics, but I must ask you, senior sister, if I can resurrect Ho Yi, would you be willing to send Fushi to be reborn among humanity, to achieve the status of the heavenly emperor?" "Certainly." Ping Xian responded without hesitation. She was unable to prevent this matter from unfolding. Her prior reluctance stemmed from concern for the Wu clan's reputation. Now that Haotian had made such concessions, she naturally would not oppose it any longer. "Ding. The host has completed the side quest. The reward has been issued. Please check your inventory." "Excellent." Haotian replied cheerfully, then inwardly summoned the system. He activated the resurrection card, ensuring that the memories of the deceased would not be restored. With that, Haotian approached Ho Yi's lifeless form and pretended to administer a common elixir. Ding! The resurrection card has been successfully utilized. In the next instant, the previously inert Ho Yi abruptly opened his eyes, leaped to his feet, and surveyed his surroundings with a vigilant gaze. This scene left the three women in stunned silence. Could it truly be that he has been revived? Chapter 27. There is no goddess more blissful than the one in Yaochi. Who am I? Who are you? The resurrected Ho Yi did not appear to be entirely amnesiac. He retained his combat instincts and basic communication skills, exhibiting no discernible difference from a typical member of the Wu clan aside from his lack of recollection. Ho Yi, what has happened to you? Ping Xian exclaimed, gripping his arm in concern. Yet, Ho Yi instinctively recoiled, regarding her with suspicion. Who are you? Ping Xian turned to Haotian, bewildered. Junior brother, what is the meaning of this situation with Ho Yi? Haotian replied, it seems he has lost his memory. Your Wu tribe lacks a primordial spirit. Thus I can only revive his physical form. Memory loss. Ping Xin furrowed her brow, glancing at the dazed Ho Yi, and bitterly remarked, if he has lost his memory, so be it, as long as he is alive. Taking a deep breath, Ping Xin addressed Haotian, Junior brother, I have agreed to assist with Fushi's matters. When the time is right, simply bring his soul to me. Very well, then we shall not disturb senior sister any further. Wait a moment, Junior brother. There are a few words I wish to discuss with you privately. As she spoke, Ping Xin cast a detached glance at Enhua. Enhua curled her lip, saying, if you wish to leave, then leave. Who cares to listen? With that, she took Yaochi and departed, but not before casting a glare at Haotian. Haotian cast a glance at Enhua, then turned to Ping Xin and inquired, what is it that you wish to express, senior sister? Junior brother, I am sincerely grateful for your assistance in this matter. Oh, no need for such formality, senior sister. My actions were motivated by the interests of the heavenly court. Rest assured, junior brother, I am not one to forget kindness. I shall remember Ho Yi's favor, and in the future, the heavenly court and the underworld shall stand united. Should the heavenly court require aid, do not hesitate to voice your needs. Very well. Should your underworld encounter difficulties, feel free to send a messenger, and I will lend my unwavering support. Indeed, junior brother, there are a few words I wish to share, and I hope you do not take offense at my candor. Not at all. Speak freely, senior sister. I am all ears. Very well. It concerns Enhua. Junior brother, you must exercise caution regarding Enhua. She is not to be underestimated. I shall refrain from elaborating further, lest you think I am attempting to mislead you. Consider this. At the time of the Zixiao Palace, there were countless deities whose cultivation surpassed that of Enhua. Why then did she ascend to become a disciple of the saints? Furthermore, she is the creator of the human race, yet when they are in peril, she remains indifferent. Is it truly because the 6 saints have barred her way? If she wished to assist humankind, surely there would be myriad ways to do so, yet she remains so unfeeling and neglectful. Additionally, Enhua was originally a powerful entity of the demon clan. Why, after attaining sanctity, did she find herself abandoned and distrusted, even by her own brother? This is not mere bias on my part. If you value my counsel, I urge you to minimize your interactions with her in the future. Haotian found himself in a state of helplessness, as he suddenly realized that he seemed to be embroiled in a conflict far more terrifying than the struggle against the 5 saints, a war between goddesses. This truly felt like an unfounded slander. Enhua's ascension to sainthood was solely due to her being the singular powerhouse in the primordial realm who cultivated the laws of creation. Enhua could not save humanity, not only because the 5 saints obstructed her, but also because she was inherently unable to do so. Moreover, she was aware that humanity would not perish. As the leader of the human sect, Laozi would never allow the annihilation of mankind. As for the notion of being abandoned by all, that was nothing but absurdity. Enhua had only one brother, Fushi, and upon his demise, she was indeed left utterly alone. However, she could not express these sentiments to Ping Xin. Once a woman harbors prejudice, reason cannot elucidate the matter, and goddesses are no exception. With a sigh in her heart, Haotian maintained a facade of cheerfulness, saying, thank you for your concern, senior sister. The younger disciple will be cautious. Yes, you must remember, the heavenly court and the underworld are one family. Your senior sister would never harm you. The younger disciple understands. You have returned? What did Ping Xin say to you? As soon as Haotian left the secret realm, Enhua rushed up to inquire. She didn't say anything. I don't believe you. She surely spoke ill of me. Niwa pouted. Did you know and still ask? What? She really said something? No, I must confront her. As Niwa spoke, she prepared to charge back in, while Haotian merely observed, offering no attempt to stop her. Why don't you stop me? Why would I stop you? Fushi is not my elder brother. Haotian huffed. You're scaring me. Niwa instantly felt aggrieved, wiping away her tears. Haotian, in silence, remarked, why can't you learn something worthwhile? While you have failed to grasp other skills, you have mastered the little tricks taught by the flower fairy at Yaochi. Humph. Regardless of the nature of the tricks, as long as they are effective, it matters not. Niwa responded nonchalantly. Oh, senior brother. What does this have to do with me? I have been quite obedient. Yaochi expressed her discontent. Haotian cast a glance at Yaochi, remaining silent. Over time, he had discerned that while Yaochi appeared docile on the surface, she was far more unruly behind the scenes than anyone else. What exactly did she say? I must tell you, that old witch Hutu is not to be trusted. You cannot believe her. This is simply outrageous. All right. I don't trust her. I trust you. Is that sufficient? That is much better. Niwa nodded in satisfaction, then remarked indignantly, so that is how Ho-I was resurrected? Truly, what a concession for her. Isn't that because of you? Haotian retorted with irritation. If you hadn't come here causing a ruckus, would this have happened? Why didn't you inform me beforehand that your relationship with Pingxin was strained? Well, you never asked. Niwa replied with an awkward smile. Haha, very well. You truly are something. Alas, this time, I was indeed in the wrong, wasn't I? Haotian cast a helpless glance at Niwa, then, with a serious demeanor, addressed her. Once this matter has passed, I shall refrain from further discussion. However, you must promise me that you will no longer visit the underworld. The heavenly court and the underworld must remain allied. You must not jeopardize our accord. All right. I shall heed your counsel. Must you be so fierce? Niwa retorted with a roll of her eyes, before taking Yaochi's hand and soaring into the skies. Haotian touched his nose, and at this moment, he truly wished to tell Niwa, Sister, I still prefer your former rebellious demeanor. Although this version of Niwa is no longer aloof, she is undeniably exasperating. It is indeed his fault, who told him not to adapt to the customs of the land, resulting in those around him being led astray. Haotian, why are you not hastening your pace? What is there to linger over in this wretched place? As he lost himself in thought, the sound of Niwa's urging echoed from ahead. Haotian, in the southern Jianbu continent, a realm inhabited by the human race. Brother, what brings us here? Observing the feeble struggles of the tribespeople, Yaochi remarked with a hint of disinterest. We have come to understand them. The future of the primordial world will be centered around humanity. If we wish to govern them, it is imperative that we first comprehend their nature, Haotian replied. Then turned to Niwa and asked, how long has it been since you last visited the human race? What kind of look is that? I often tend to them. You know, my temples are scattered throughout their lands. I can observe them whenever I wish. Niwa's gaze faltered slightly. Then let me ask you, what is the most pressing issue facing humanity at present? Haotian pressed on. Is that not obvious? Their weakness, of course. The human race lacks innate heritage, possesses a strong reproductive capacity, yet has a short lifespan. If they do not devise a means to strengthen themselves, they will never flourish. Currently, the mightiest among them are still the first generation I crafted. Haotian shook his head. Your words are rather vague. If we speak of weakness, which race does not appear small when compared to the saints? My inquiry pertains to the initial steps we must take to assist their advancement. I know, Yaochi exclaimed, her eyes twinkling with mischief. It is to alter the celestial phenomena. Change the celestial phenomena? Niwa inquired, puzzled. Indeed, sister, Haotian continued. Currently, it is night, and the nights in the primordial world are prolonged. Observe the human race below. Their survival becomes exceedingly arduous after dusk. They lack the ability for night vision and can only rely on flames to discern their surroundings and fend off beasts. However, the humans possess no magical powers and must resort to mundane fire, which requires constant fuel. Consequently, during the day, they expend a considerable amount of time gathering firewood. Thus, their daily existence revolves solely around foraging for food and chopping wood. How can such a race progress? Niwa listened, utterly astonished. Did you conceive all of this, junior sister? Hee. No, it was senior brother's idea. He had anticipated this long ago and has made preparations. He intends to divide the day into 365 cycles of day and night, and has even sought out 12 extraordinary beasts of the primordial realm. designating them as the 12 zodiac signs to aid the humans in keeping time and serve as their guardians. Niwa, upon hearing this, gazed at Haotian in disbelief. "You had already devised this plan?" "Somewhat," Haotian replied, casting his gaze upon the humans below. "For the human race to flourish, the obstacles are countless. I merely assist them in taking the first step, and adjusting the celestial phenomena is indeed the court's responsibility." "From your words, it seems you have long been prepared?" "Yes." "Then why delay? This is a noble endeavor that could yield great merit." "Wait, are you suggesting that in aiding Yaochi to attain the primordial unity, you seek to exploit the merits here?" Niwa exclaimed in shock. "That is roughly the case. However, such merit may prove insufficient, and I will strategize further for her." Yaochi, upon hearing this, broke into a gleeful, silly grin. Niwa cast a glance of envy at Yaochi. In this primordial realm, it seems unlikely to find a goddess more fortunate than Yaochi. "What are you waiting for?" "I am in a state of hesitation." Haotian sighed. "I currently face two choices. The first is to isolate the South Zhanzhou, where the human population is most concentrated, into a separate realm. This would entail minimal cost, produce little disturbance, and encounter less resistance. However, this approach effectively confines the humans, which is detrimental to their development and the broader evolution of the primordial realm. The second option is to obscure the entirety of the starry sky over the primordial continent and redefine the celestial phenomena for the entire realm. This would entail the greatest cost and face the most resistance, yet it could provide a lasting solution. Between the two methods, the first incurs the least expense." Haotian pondered how the legends of the later generations resolved this issue, suspecting it was not through the second approach. The latter, while offering a permanent solution, would hinder sentient beings from comprehending the celestial mysteries, cultivating their laws, and communicating with the heavenly path, thereby complicating their cultivation. The benefit, however, lies in the enhanced survival of all beings in the primordial realm. It amounts to sacrificing the interests of higher beings to benefit the lower ones. These reflections had recently dawned upon Haotian. The longer he remained in the primordial realm, the more he perceived the stark differences between this era and the later ages. For instance, during this time, the lifespan of humanity was considerably extended, with individuals living for centuries in the context of the primordial realm's time, which, if converted to later generations' reckoning, would equate to millennia. The humans of this age were formidable. Even the ordinary among them possessed the strength to rend common beasts asunder. Chapter 28. The Heavenly Emperor? What a grand title! The individuals of the human race that Haotian is familiar with are predominantly those who emerged after the shattering of the primordial continent. During that era, humanity experienced a significant decline, with ordinary humans possessing notably brief lifespans. Haotian speculated that the original primordial world had also delineated a temporal order at this juncture, albeit solely within the southern Zhanbu continent. This inference stems from the existence of the earthly immortal realm at that time, suggesting that all regions beyond the southern Zhanbu belonged to this earthly immortal domain. Moreover, the methods employed were rather rudimentary, devoid of the three-legged golden crow sun, and lacking the moon imbued with the essence of the Een. This situation effectively extinguished a significant portion of the vitality of the human race, resulting in a gradual decline in their strength and a shortening of their lifespans in the aftermath of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Subsequently, when the primordial continent fractured, the Tao ancestor redefined the 4 great continents, thereby transforming their temporal orders entirely. Presently, Haotian had not even contemplated the fragmentation of the primordial continent. The most prudent course of action would be to reconstitute the entire primordial realm into a new dimension. Ding. The host has triggered a special side quest. The host is to transform the entire primordial realm into a singular dimension and redefine its temporal order. Quest reward: a proportionally scaled-down version of the primordial starry sky and the heavenly guardian formation. Note: rewards for the special side quest will be dispensed in advance. Hiss. Is there truly no alternative? Haotian's expression shifted slightly, a frown creasing his brow. How he longed to choose the second option, yet that choice was fraught with difficulty. Moreover, even if he were to succeed, it would inevitably alienate the myriad cultivators of the realm, rendering the endeavor a fruitless endeavor. Haotian, feeling somewhat restless, began to examine the task rewards. Upon reviewing them, a look of delight suddenly illuminated his eyes. In truth, the second choice faced 2 significant obstacles. The first was the 5 saints, who had made substantial contributions by redefining the celestial timings in the primordial world. Their potential to amass vast amounts of merits was something the five saints were keen to prevent. The second issue lay in the fact that it would inevitably offend all cultivators in the primordial realm. The stars in the primordial world possess a peculiar nature. Unlike those in later epochs, their significance to humanity is both intangible and elusive. The stars, including the moon and the sun, symbolize the 3,000 principles of the primordial realm. Each star or constellation embodies a particular principle, serving to draw energy from chaos and transform it into the energies of the 3,000 laws, which sustain the cultivation of the earth immortals. Thus, during the time of the investiture of the gods, most divine positions were allocated to these constellations, such as the heavenly gangs, earthly fiends, the 28 mansions, and the 9 luminaries. Because post-investiture, the stars visible from the mainland of the primordial realm became obscured. The celestial bodies observed were mere projections, rendering it exceedingly difficult for living beings to comprehend the principles. These celestial officials exist to assist the stars in extracting energy from chaos, converting it into principles, and subsequently channeling these laws to the isolated mainland of the primordial realm. Without the rewards from the side quests, Haotian could only sever the connection between the primordial starry sky and the mainland. At most, he could ensure the survival of ordinary beings with a small moon and a small golden crow. However, possessing the scaled-down versions of the primordial stars from the side quest altered the situation entirely. The stars awarded by the system are indeed real and capable of channeling principles, mirroring the effects of their larger counterparts. The reason for their diminutive size is the proximity to the mainland after the severance of the realms. Thus, the stars must naturally be smaller. In this manner, Haotian would be able to perfectly isolate the realms without causing detriment to any beings in the primordial realm. Furthermore, this would render the heavenly court even more enigmatic, as once the realms are isolated, only specific entrances would allow passage, unless one were a quasi-saint. No other immortals or deities could breach the barrier between the realms. Now, only one question remains: the five saints. I shall seek out my elder brother. Suddenly, Nuwa interjected. Haotian looked up in astonishment, for he understood Nuwa's intentions. She was about to invoke that intricate web of causality. After a moment of hesitation, Haotian directly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, senior sister." He did not hesitate. When he had assisted Nuwa before, she had readily agreed. To falter now would seem insincere. Nuwa was delighted by Haotian's prompt response and replied with a smile, "No need to thank me. It is all necessary in any case. If you truly feel indebted, allow me to reside in the heavenly court for a while longer, and during this time, ensure that the spiritual fruits and teas remain abundant." Of course, Haotian chuckled, suggesting, "Why not move the Nuwa palace to the heavenly realm? After all, the three purities have their abode in the three purities heaven. It is rather lonely for you to dwell alone in the chaos." Nuwa pondered this proposal, her interest piqued. After some thought, she replied, "While relocating the Nuwa heaven may be somewhat impractical, I could establish a sacred realm akin to the Yaochi within the heavenly court. That sounds splendid. Once this matter is resolved, we shall make it happen." "Excellent," Nuwa said, her anticipation evident. "Junior sister, please return to the heavenly court to summon the 12 zodiac beasts, and then wait for us at the southern heavenly gate," Haotian instructed Yaochi. "Understood." Yaochi nodded obediently. Haotian cast one last glance at the human race before exchanging a meaningful look with Nuwa. In the blink of an eye, he found himself at Shoyang Mountain. "Nuwa," Haotian called, "I seek an audience with my elder brother." The gates of Taching Palace swung open, and Haotian and Nuwa stepped inside. Within the palace, only Laozi and Xuandu were present. Upon seeing Nuwa and Haotian, Xuandu hurriedly bowed. "I pay my respects to my two esteemed uncles. May you both enjoy boundless longevity. Arise. There is no need for such formality." Haotian replied with a nod. Xuandu stood up respectfully and retreated. Nuwa and Haotian conjured a cloud bed and seated themselves opposite Laozi. It was only then that Laozi opened his eyes and spoke. "I am already aware of your purpose. Fushi shall take on the role of the heavenly sovereign. Leave this matter in my hands, and I shall address Pingxin." At these words, Nuwa could barely contain her joy, feeling an immense sense of relief. Laozi's tone suggested a reversal of roles, as if it were Nuwa who owed him a debt, despite the truth being that he was the one indebted to her. Nuwa felt profoundly grateful for Haotian's presence, for without him, she might have faced even greater indignities. "My elder brother is mistaken. I did not come for this matter. But rather Haotian has urgent business with you. Laozi's indifferent expression finally shifted, his brow furrowing slightly as he turned his gaze to Haotian, questioning. Does the Heavenly Emperor have a matter of concern? Indeed, elder brother. The passage of time in the primordial realm affects the flourishing of the human race. I wish to redefine the celestial calendar. Nuwa smiled faintly. When Haotian conversed with them, he never referred to himself as I. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but flinch. I had not anticipated that Haotian would mention this. Recently, I had also discerned this issue and was contemplating discussing it with Yaochi and Tontian, as it pertains to a significant merit. Yet, I was taken aback that Haotian had preempted me. The crux of the matter is that if Haotian had not realized this, it would have been one thing. However, now that he has, it would be unreasonable for me to vie with him for it, as this task rightfully falls under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Court, and we have overstepped our bounds. Although I felt displeased, I could only endure. You are the Celestial Emperor. Such matters need not be brought to me, I stated with a stern countenance. Haotian's expression turned cold. Did he truly believe that being the senior brother granted him the liberty to display such disdain? Since he has spoken in such a manner, I sincerely hope he will honor his words. I trust that when I perform my incantation shortly, the Taoist sect will refrain from any interference. My word is my bond. The Heavenly Emperor shall proceed as he wishes. Having concluded my statement, I shut my eyes, which effectively served as a veiled dismissal. Haotian, undeterred, let out a cold chuckle before leading Nuwa out of the Wahuang Palace. Is this truly a success? My causation has yet to take effect. Nuwa inquired in astonishment. This is merely a temporary measure. He likely believes I am merely delineating the celestial timings over the southern Jambu continent. Once I commence to partition the entirety of the primordial world, I suspect he will no longer remain at ease. Will he not go back on his word? Why would he not? A facade holds no value in the face of profit. Haotian replied, shaking his head. So what shall we do? We must act according to circumstances. The arrow is already on the bowstring. It must be loosed. I am eager to see if the three purities truly dare to defy the heavens to obstruct me. Indeed, your words hold merit, but might you consider releasing my hand? Nuwa's face flushed crimson. What? Haotian exclaimed in surprise. Why are you holding my hand, senior sister? Truly, what if this leads to a misunderstanding in the Yaochi? It must not happen again. After finishing his words, Haotian turned and fled. Nuwa was momentarily taken aback, but her anger flared instantly. Without a second thought, she hurled a precious lamp at Haotian. The legendary lotus lamp? Suddenly, Haotian's figure reappeared, clutching the lotus lamp in his hand. As Nuwa had not employed any magical power when she threw it, Haotian easily seized it. Senior sister, is this lamp of any use? Haotian inquired with a chuckle. Nuwa shot him a fierce glare and retorted, What? Do you wish to use it? Are you in need of treasures? I certainly am not. Haotian laughed lightly and said, Senior sister, would you consider taking on a disciple? Taking on a disciple? Nuwa shook her head, replying, Not interested. Why not? He asked, surprised. Too much trouble, she exclaimed. The corners of Haotian's mouth twitched. What could be the reason for this? Which sage does not take disciples? Sister, you are being rather lazy. Have you accepted any? I am different. All the celestial ministers of the heavenly court could be considered my disciples. It makes no difference whether I take on disciples or not. Oh dear. Just speak plainly. What do you wish to do, Bao? It's nothing. I merely wanted to introduce a disciple to you. Haotian said with a mysterious smile. Introduce a disciple to me? Nuwa asked in astonishment. What kind of disciple? My niece. What? Yaochi is married. Nuwa was taken aback. No. Oh dear. This matter is a bit complicated to explain. All I can tell you is that she is my recognized niece, possessing exceptional roots and talent. Will you take on this disciple? Again with this. Nuwa shot Haotian a glance. Since you have said so, how could I refuse? Where is she now? She is yet to be born. Junior brother, come here. Nuwa forced a gentle smile. What for? Oh, do not act hastily. I am serious. Outside the southern heavenly gate, the jade pool was already waiting here with the 12 zodiac animals. The 12 zodiac animals had made considerable progress since before, appearing increasingly like individuals, standing together resembling 12 literary stars. We, your subjects, pay homage to your majesty. The Heavenly Emperor, may you enjoy eternal peace and prosperity. We pay homage to Lady Nuwa. May your divine longevity know no bounds. Upon seeing Haotian and Nuwa approach, the 12 zodiac animals bowed in unison. Nuwa curiously inquired, Who are they? The 12 zodiac animals. The 12 zodiac animals? Nuwa's face was filled with confusion. Did you not say that the 12 zodiac animals are all primal beings? Are these primal beings? Haotian smiled faintly. Kuainyo, at your service. Kuainyo, ever perceptive, immediately grasped Haotian's intention and transformed into his true form. The other 11 zodiac beings also revealed their authentic selves: the void mouse, the white tiger, the jade rabbit, the five-clawed golden dragon, the soaring serpent. As they beheld these exceedingly rare primordial creatures, Nuwa appeared momentarily dazed and inquired, "How did you train them?" "I possess a heavenly grade spiritual root, the purple jade grape, which enhances comprehension." Nuwa licked her lips, gazing eagerly at Haotian. "I am of no assistance. The secret realm of spiritual roots is overseen by Yaochi. If you wish to partake, you must speak with her." "Very well." Nuwa nodded contentedly. Little Yaochi should be easy to deal with. "Senior brother, has the Grandmaster agreed?" Yaochi hurried over. "Not yet." Let's set that aside for now." Haotian glanced at the Earth immortal realm and declared, "Delays may invite unforeseen changes. Let us commence. Junior sister, I will seal the heavens, you keep time. An elder sister will protect us." "Understood." Nuwa and Yaochi nodded gravely. Haotian took a deep breath and leaped out of the southern heavenly gate, arriving at the boundary between the heavenly realm and the celestial realm. The primordial universe is indeed vast. The heavenly realm is situated 12,000 miles above the primordial land. The elevation from the first heaven to the 33rd heaven of the heavenly realm reaches the height of the starry sky, an astonishing 33,000 miles. At this moment, Haotian stood at the edge of the first layer of heaven. With a mere gesture, the Haotian sword materialized in his hand, radiating a brilliant golden light. The innate supreme treasure? Nuwa gasped in disbelief as she gazed upon the Haotian sword. "Sister, didn't our master bestow upon you only high-grade spiritual treasures?" "Indeed." Yaotai nodded in affirmation. "The master granted my brother the Haotian sword, the Haotian mirror, and the Haotian tower, while I received the western pure cloud banner, the Yaotai golden hairpin, and the Ren water peach. Among these, only the pure cloud banner is a top-tier innate spiritual treasure." "How did the Haotian sword in your hand become an innate supreme treasure?" Nuwa inhaled sharply. "I have no idea." Yaotai nonchalantly shook her head. "Perhaps my brother has obtained some new treasure?" "You are completely unfazed?" "Not at all." Yaotai waved her hand dismissively. "I have grown accustomed to it. Ever since we arrived in the heavenly court, my brother has ventured out 4 times. The first time, he subdued bays and captured hundreds of thousands of demon tribes. The second time, he traversed the eastern sea and the immortal volcano, subduing the dragon and phoenix clans, and later subdued Yuan Hong and Luya while gathering a plethora of innate spiritual roots. The third time, he found Chang'e, the 9 heavens Xiannu, and tens of thousands of celestial maidens, effortlessly collecting the 12 zodiac signs. And before the grand ceremony, he persuaded brother Jin Yuanzi during his final outing. I am already accustomed to all this. Why should I concern myself with a mere innate supreme treasure?" Nuwa appeared momentarily dazed. "That makes perfect sense, but it's rather ostentatious." Nuwa felt a pang of envy, her curiosity about Haotian intensifying. She had longed to uncover Haotian's secrets, yet discovered that, with each inquiry, the mysteries surrounding him only multiplied. Gazing at Haotian, who stood majestically above the 9 heavens, Nuwa found herself momentarily entranced. Meanwhile, Haotian summoned the imperial laws of the universe, and at a certain moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, wielding the Haotian sword to slice through the cosmos with a tremendous force. Open. Instantly, a circular wave of sword energy emanated from Haotian, rapidly expanding outward, shattering the space and tearing apart the heavens. The heavenly court was situated above the original Buzhou mountain, the very center of the Hongjun continent. The sword energy spread swiftly, reaching the 4 great continents within mere breaths. At that moment, the 5 saints immediately sensed something amiss. Impudence! What audacity! In the next instant, the 5 saints appeared before Haotian. Nuwa's expression changed, and she quickly dashed over. "Haotian, what do you intend to do?" Laozi's face darkened as he shouted. The other 4 saints also glowered at Haotian with solemn expressions. "Elder brother, what are you planning?" Before Haotian could respond, Nuwa exploded with indignation. "Haotian already informed you of his intentions to open the South Jianbu continent, and you consented. Are you now having second thoughts?" The 4 saints turned in confusion towards Laozi, questioning if there was an unexpected development. Laozi's face was ashen as he replied, "I only thought he intended to change the heavenly order of the South Jianbu continent. Who knew he would act so boldly?" "Haotian, you do this for the sake of humanity. Why must you disturb the entire Hongjun?" "That is merely your assumption." Haotian never stated he would only alter the heavens of the South Jianbu continent. Nuwa retorted, dissatisfied. Sister. Haotian pulled Nuwa behind him, stating, allow me to handle this. Turning to Laozi, he spoke calmly, elder brother, governing the Hongjun and adjusting the heavenly order is indeed the responsibility of our heavenly court. Do you wish to overstep your authority? Haotian is not one to possess a gentle temperament. His prior communication with me was merely a gesture of respect. Now, I no longer seek that respect, and thus he has shed any pretense of politeness towards me. Does he believe himself to be something extraordinary, or that he is still the insignificant little Taoist he once was? Such audacity! The primordial supreme being, dissatisfied with Haotian's demeanor, could not restrain himself from reprimanding him. You overstep your bounds. Haotian promptly interrupted the primordial supreme being, disdainfully retorting, Primordial, who do you think you are? And who do you believe I am? I am the heavenly emperor, the true sovereign of the three realms, not someone you can chide at will. The heavenly emperor? What a grand title. You were merely a gatekeeper in the past. The primordial's words remained unfinished as Haotian's heavenly sword and supreme imperial seal loomed ominously above him. If you are unafraid of death, then continue speaking. Haotian remarked nonchalantly. Primal treasures? 2 of them? Zhuan Ti's envy was palpable. From whence do you acquire such primal treasures? Haotian cast a sidelong glance at Zhuan Ti and remarked, what does it have to do with you? Yuan Shi, filled with indignation, extended his hand, summoning the Panga banner, which glared menacingly at Haotian. Haotian, do you truly believe that having achieved the state of Hongyuan? Second brother, do not act impulsively. Yuan Shi's words were abruptly cut short once more. He was nearly overwhelmed with blood, having attempted to speak 3 times only to be interrupted each instance. His eyes now glistening with rage. Eldest brother. Second brother, he speaks wisely. You must remain composed. Tongtian suddenly intervened. At that moment, Yaochi could not stifle her laughter, bursting forth before hurriedly covering her mouth. You all carry on. I shall take my leave. Yaochi stuck out her tongue and swiftly exited the scene. A fleeting smile graced Haotian's face. Yuan Shi took a few labored breaths, ultimately allowing reason to prevail, letting out a cold snort as a sign of restraint. Observing Yuan Shi's suppressed anger and his withdrawal of the Panga banner, Haotian too retracted the Haotian sword and the Supreme Emperor seal. Master brother, today I must seal this matter, he declared, taking a deep breath and striving to temper his tone. Haotian was no longer the easily manipulated ascendant he once was. He had transformed into a primordial Taoist possessing 2 innate treasures. Should he truly be provoked, the consequences would be dire for all involved. Junior brother, you speak rightly. This matter falls within the jurisdiction of your heavenly court, and I do not wish to interfere. However, have you fully considered the ramifications? This issue impacts all beings within the vast expanse of Hongjun and must not be approached with impulsiveness. Do you realize that if you sever the entire realm of Hongjun, it would essentially cut off the cultivation paths of all immortals and deities? Such an act would not yield merit. Rather, it would incur great karma, alienating your heavenly court from the beings of Hongjun and diminishing its fortune. Can you truly bear the weight of such consequences? As my words left my lips, the assembled sages were momentarily taken aback. Yuan Shi and the others soon regained their composure. Indeed, Haotian's actions have no impact on the other 4 sections. With them present, their disciples need not fear being unable to cultivate. Yet this very act could plunge Haotian and the heavenly court into an abyss. Haotian is digging his own grave. Given this, why should they intervene? Chapter 29. The same scene, the same 10 suns scorching the heavens. The 4 sages exchanged glances, momentarily steeped in profound awkwardness, before turning their gaze toward Laozi, utterly perplexed by the elder brother's intentions. Enwa was equally stunned. Had Laozi not spoken, she would never have considered this possibility, or perhaps she had simply not delved deeply into the matter. Lately, Haotian had acted with such prudence that he scarcely made a single misstep. Trusting in his judgment, she had not probed further. But now, hearing Laozi's words, realization dawned upon her. Yet Enwa remained silent, confident that Haotian would make the right choice. Elder brother. While Enwa held her tongue, Yuan Shi grew agitated, unable to fathom why Laozi sought to save Haotian. Second brother, hold your words. Listen to the elder brother. Tongtian interjected once more. Yuan Shi. Were it possible, Yuan Shi would have cursed aloud, if only he knew how. Laozi paid Yuan Shi no heed, his heart more conflicted than any other. His earlier words were sincere. He truly did not wish for Haotian to seal the heavens. Had Haotian not possessed the reward of minor celestial bodies from the system, his current course of action might indeed have seemed most advantageous to the five sages, a self-destructive path. But what of the future? The consequences of Haotian's actions do not concern me. His focus lies upon the vast expanse of the primordial cosmos. When events unfold, they must be addressed. The realms cannot remain perpetually isolated. There exists but one solution: the consecration of deities, the appointment of celestial officials. These celestial officials shall guide the forces of the stars. However, this course of action ultimately inflicts harm upon both the Chan and Jia sections. From this perspective, Haotian's endeavors are in accordance with the celestial order. For had Haotian chosen another path, the heavenly court would possess overwhelming power, lacking any need for divine officials, if divine officials are not needed. What justification remains for the initiation of the consecration? The heavenly sovereign, in sealing the heavens, has inadvertently provided a justification for the bestowal of divinity. Consequently, despite the tumult stirred by the heavenly sovereign, the Taoist patriarch has remained absent. Logically, if this aligns with the celestial mandate, he should refrain from interference, adhering to the principle of non-action espoused by Laozi. Yet, it remains true that the current incarnation of Laozi has not attained the transcendental state of non-action. He continues to harbor futile hopes of preventing fraternal bloodshed. Unfortunately, the divine decree is such that only Laozi, prior to the grand sacrificial ceremony, was able to glimpse a fragment of the future through his formidable cultivation and the treasured Taiji diagram. The other five sages lack the strength and awareness to perceive this. Bound by the necessity of preserving the heavenly secrets, he can only strategize in solitude and endeavor to avert calamity. In this moment, Laozi bears the weight of his solitude, and his heart is indeed weary. At first, Haotian did not contemplate too deeply, but upon observing the attitude of the old one, he gradually began to understand. Once clarity dawned upon him, a smirk graced Haotian's lips. Alas, he was destined to be disappointed. This day, he was resolute in his intention to confer the title of deity. However, the rationale for such elevation would not be provided, at least not instigated by the heavenly court. On the very day of Haotian's rebirth, he vowed resolutely that he would compel the four teachings of Buddhism and Taoism to beseech him for apotheosis. Elder brother, I am fully aware of your words, and I have already contemplated this matter. This day, I must ascend to divinity. Even with my profound composure, I find myself somewhat bewildered at this moment. I simply cannot fathom the purpose behind Haotian's actions. Elder brother, my mind is made up. I implore you to step aside. If you continue to obstruct me, we shall have no choice but to seek a resolution from the Tao ancestor at the Purple Cloud's palace. I trembled with rage. Haotian's actions are utterly remarkable. I can easily envision that once he ascends to the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun will undoubtedly show him no favoritism. In this matter, Haotian possesses the advantage of circumstance and reason. Senior brother, if he seeks his own demise, why should you intervene? You have shown him enough benevolence. Yuanshi, unable to endure any longer, stepped forward and pulled me back. Indeed, senior brother, he himself has declared that this matter does not concern us. Even if he were to be scorned and perish at the hands of the creatures of the primordial, what relevance would it hold for us? Tontian too came to this realization and joined in restraining me. At this moment, the two brothers remarkably stood united in their stance. Witnessing this scene, I felt a mix of urgency and comfort, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh. It seems my teacher was right. The prevailing tides of the primordial cannot be altered. I despondently stepped aside. Zhuan-Ti, believing I had rarely displayed such goodwill, approached to offer words of consolation upon seeing my distress. Tao brother, your cultivation is indeed profound. To save junior brother Haotian, you would defy the heavens. Moreover, your three Qing brothers are so united, it truly inspires envy. My eyes reddened once more. Zhuan-Ti, you old scoundrel, must you always speak inappropriately? Why must you bring up such matters? Noticing my displeasure, Zhuan-Ti appeared perplexed. He forced a smile, muttering a few words before departing. I could not be bothered to quibble with Zhuan-Ti further. My gaze shifted to Haotian, my anger gradually subsiding. Since the enshrinement of deities is unavoidable, I might as well seize this opportunity to cast Haotian directly into the abyss, ideally usurping his position as the Heavenly Emperor. A Heavenly Emperor of the Hongjun realm is utterly detrimental to the development of the primordial. Surely, my teacher would not wish for Haotian to continue in this role. Once appointed, unless there is a significant transgression against the primordial, the Heavenly Emperor cannot be easily replaced. What perfect timing this presents. My eyes grew increasingly profound. Under the watchful gaze of the six saints, Haotian summoned the Haotian sword, drawing another circle. The primordial is vast. That single sword chi clearly could not completely sever the heavens and the earth, and given the time that had elapsed, the realm that had been cleaved had already rejoined. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In a magnificent display, Haotian severed the air with 9 formidable sword energies. As the 9 blades emerged, the primordial realms were instantaneously cleaved apart. At that moment, the vast expanse of the primordial world was engulfed in darkness. The beings inhabiting this realm felt an unsettling dimness. As the sky became utterly devoid of light, and the myriad stars vanished without a trace, panic seized the hearts of all primordial creatures, both powerful and weak, as despair etched itself upon their faces. Fortunately, in this moment of turmoil, Haotian summoned his divine power, his voice resonating through the ears of every being in the primordial realm. Do not be alarmed. I am the great Emperor Haotian of the heavenly court. Recognizing that the prolonged cycle of day and night is detrimental to the survival and development of all beings, I have chosen to separate the heavens and the earth, creating new celestial bodies to shorten the duration of day and night. This darkness is but a fleeting phase. All beings must remain in place and refrain from causing chaos during this time. Should you choose to disrupt the order, you shall face the unyielding laws of the heavenly court. The voice of Haotian stirred the entire essence of the primordial world into a frenzy. The most animated discussions were among the cultivators above the golden immortal level and the weaker races of the primordial realm. All cultivators at the golden immortal level and beyond were practitioners of the laws, with the path of the laws commencing from the golden immortal stage. Fortunately for them, not many beings in the primordial realm were aware of the secrets of the starry skies. Figures like Yaochi only remembered after being reminded by Laozi. Moreover, when the heavens and earth were just severed, they felt little discomfort, merely sensing that the heavenly court was undertaking significant actions, with the Jade Emperor displaying remarkable strength by managing to divide the realms. As for the common beings, they were exhilarated, oblivious to the profound suffering they endured during the interminable nights. Take the human race as an example. Every night, many would perish, and in severe cases, entire tribes would vanish overnight. It was only due to the strong reproductive and adaptive capabilities of humanity that they had not gone extinct long ago. Nevertheless, life remained exceedingly arduous for them. Now, upon hearing that the heavenly emperor would alter the celestial conditions for their sake, nearly all weaker beings prostrated themselves in gratitude to Haotian. A chorus of thankful voices resounded throughout the primordial realm. Outside the southern heaven gate, upon hearing the multitude of grateful voices, the 5 saints exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. The wishes, reverence, and emotions of the saints represented the 3 most formidable powers of the primordial realm. This power does not enhance cultivation, nor is it as omnipotent as merit, but it does afford its possessor special favors from the heavenly Tao and boundless fortune. With Haotian acquiring this power, the fortunes of the heavenly court surged dramatically. Suddenly, a jubilant roar erupted from above the heavenly court, heralded by the auspicious golden dragon of fortune. Observing the soaring fortunes, the 5 saints felt a pang of envy. No matter. After sealing the heavens, let us see how Haotian concludes this. Yaochi scoffed. Elder brother? Tontian turned to Laozi. Laozi's gaze sharpened, and he spoke slowly. After this concludes, follow me to the purple cloud palace. Very well. Tontian and Yaochi agreed eagerly. Dao brother, may we join you in this matter? Junti approached again. This time, Laozi did not express displeasure. Instead, he nodded with a smile. Good. Within the southern heaven gate, Zhen Yuanzi, Luya, Baizhe, and Tai Bai flew out from the heavenly court, directly approaching Yaochi. Your Highness, what has transpired? Baizhe inquired. My senior brother intends to seal the heavens. Yaochi replied. Seal the heavens? The entire primordial sky? Baizhe exclaimed, astonished. Indeed. Yaochi nodded. This. Baizhe was left speechless, as were Tai Bai, Zhen Yuanzi, and Luya. No. Your Highness, this cannot be. We must quickly dissuade His Majesty. This action could lead to grave consequences. Baizhe urged urgently. Yaochi shook her head, saying, Do not worry, my senior brother is aware of your concerns. Since he insists on proceeding, there must be his reasoning. Let us observe. Baizhe took a deep breath, seeing Yaochi's seriousness, and could only suppress his doubts with a nod. Understood. This was Haotian. Had it been another sovereign, they would not have permitted such recklessness. Yet, Haotian's mysterious nature compelled them to trust him at this critical moment. Beyond the chaos, within the purple cloud palace, Hongjun sat upon a mat, Before him, a mirror-like cloud revealing the scene of Haotian severing the heavens and earth. Witnessing Haotian taking this monumental step, Hongjun sighed with a complex expression. Alas, foolish child, why do you refuse to be a puppet? Do you not comprehend that the primordial realm has never required a tyrant's dominion? Hongjun shook his head and, with a flick of his wrist, produced 2 pills. The elixir of the fallen sage, capable of controlling the primordial and great luo. These were crafted by the heavenly Tao, designed to manipulate the immense karma of the saints. Only those burdened by the primordial realm's sins would find them effective. Clearly, these were prepared for Haotian and Yaochi as if sensing a connection. After severing the heavens and earth, Haotian glanced towards the direction of the Purple Cloud Palace and began to operate the boundary technique rewarded by the system, constructing a barrier. The boundary technique was relatively simple, utilizing the primordial power to communicate with the myriad laws of the primordial realm, weaving the barrier through a specific rule. This method was not difficult to comprehend, although somewhat time-consuming. Laozi had initially thought Haotian would seek his assistance. The boundary methods circulating in the primordial realm were notoriously complex, often beyond the success of a single saint. However, he was taken aback to find that Haotian had no intention of involving them, instead crafting it himself. And the effectiveness of the boundary appeared far superior to their expectations. Their barrier could only deter golden immortals, while Haotian's barrier seemed to present a formidable challenge even for great Luo golden immortals to breach. The 5 saints were once again astonished. Elder brother, where did Haotian acquire such remarkable boundary techniques? Laozi remained silent, yet his apprehension towards Haotian intensified, solidifying his resolve to dethrone him as the heavenly emperor. Yet, Laozi harbored concerns, as he still could not fathom why Haotian clung so fiercely to the idea of sealing the heavens. A course of action seemingly devoid of advantage for him. With the intertwining of 3,000 laws shimmering, Haotian toiled through the night, finally constructing a celestial membrane capable of cleaving the primordial realm in 2. Henceforth, the primordial world would consist of 3 layers: the mortal heaven, symbolized by the current celestial membrane; the central heaven, encompassing the heavenly court and the primordial starry skies; and the outer heaven, referring to the upper 3 heavens established by the 3 clear saints, signifying the barrier between the primordial realm and chaos. This mortal heaven, invisible to ordinary beings, could be distinctly sensed by powerful entities as an additional layer of sky above them, exuding an aura of great terror. Cultivators of lower realms approaching this layer would feel an overwhelming sense of dread. With the successful construction of the mortal heaven, Haotian released a sigh of relief. This was the most arduous step. Having achieved it, he felt invincible, knowing that even the combined efforts of the 5 saints could not thwart him now. Junior brother, your majesty. As soon as Haotian concluded his matters, Nuwa and Luya swiftly arrived. Oh, what brings you here? Haotian inquired, puzzled. What do you think? Once the barrier between heaven and earth is established, it becomes essential to harness magical powers to condense the sun star and the moon star. This necessitates the essence of both the sun and the moon. Do you not require Luya's assistance? Additionally, your Chang'e must also be summoned, Nuwa replied with a smile. Your majesty, should you need my sun essence, I am willing to contribute, provided that you remember my merits. Luya stepped forward, determined to assist for the sake of the little golden crow. Haotian shook his head and said, there is no need. The yin-yang star, formed from the essence of yin and yang, is ultimately an illusion. It cannot summon the powers of the sun star and the moon star from the primordial realm, which poses a grave danger to the beings of that realm. Without the nurturing force of the yin-yang celestial bodies for an extended period, the mortal deities of the primordial beings will become increasingly enfeebled. What then shall we do? This is already the best course of action, surely. We cannot transform Luya into the sun, can we? Nuwa furrowed her brow in concern. Luya swallowed hard and, after a moment's hesitation, surprisingly agreed. Your majesty, as long as you are willing to raise the little golden crow diligently, I am willing to undertake this task. Luya declared resolutely. What little golden crow? Nuwa inquired, perplexed. Haotian found himself both amused and bewildered, yet he gained a newfound understanding of Luya. Luya, I intend to appoint you as the Sunstar Lord, to guard the Sun Star and channel its celestial energy for the vast expanse of the primordial land. Are you willing to accept this honor? Suddenly, Haotian spoke with a serious demeanor. What? Luya was taken aback. Your majesty, this subject? I cannot accomplish it. With the barriers of heaven and earth in place, and no vessel in the mortal realm, I am unable to draw the solar star's energy into the mortal world. Do not concern yourself with that. I have my own methods. You need only tell me if you are willing. I am willing. Luya replied without a moment's hesitation. Since Haotian attained the state of primordial unity, Luya had abandoned all trivial thoughts. He now harbored only two aspirations. One was to diligently achieve merit in order to exchange it for a golden crow egg, and the other was to ardently nurture the young golden crow, ensuring a legacy for the golden crow clan. Haotian nodded. Then, amidst the bewildered gazes of the five saints and the gathered immortals, he extended his hand, and an entrance to his secret realm materialized. 10 golden crows. Arise. Chirped the call. As Haotian's voice faded, 10 little golden crows emerged from the secret realm, much to the astonishment of the five saints and the gathered immortals. Each of these golden crows possessed the cultivation of a Tai golden immortal, robust and lively. They burst forth with exuberance. Where did these little golden crows come from? Yuan Shi was utterly astonished. Who could have anticipated that, despite the end of the witch and demon era, the primordial world still harbored golden crows? Laozi and Tongtian shared in the confusion, exchanging glances that revealed their mutual bewilderment. This was utterly absurd. Little golden crows. The most excited among them was undoubtedly Luya. The moment he beheld the 10 little golden crows, his lips trembled with excitement. Your Majesty, is it truly the little golden crows? Luya asked incredulously. Of course. They are your kin. Why do you even question me? Haotian replied, bemused. I recognize them. I do. Luya grinned foolishly, but suddenly his expression shifted, and he exclaimed, Your Majesty, do you intend for them to become the little sons? That won't do. Allow me to handle it. I can manage. Haotian shook his head. You cannot do this. You must remain at the Sun Star. But they are still so young. Lai exclaimed anxiously. Haotian shook his head in silence. What kind of gaze do you possess? Have you observed their warnings, noted their stature? Are you certain they still possess the innocence of youth? To me, they are but children. Luya insisted. Haotian, in his helplessness, remarked, Ah? Your concern only brings confusion. Do you believe that being a minor Sun Star is a detriment? On the contrary, it is a noble endeavor that merits great virtue. As long as they do not bring about their own demise, they shall outlive you by far. The principle of natural order espoused by Luya is well understood, yet it remains difficult to part with them. However, this burden is too arduous to bear alone. Thus, I summoned all 10 of them, assigning one to each year, allowing for a rotation that brings ease. Luya fell silent. Having said this, Haotian was merely seeking excuses, demonstrating a lack of understanding. Yet, he ultimately could not bear to part with it, for it was his last remaining kin. Nuwa sighed and stepped forward, saying, Junior brother, the little Sun Star is not in need of such abundance. At least leave a few for Luya. Upon witnessing this, Haotian chuckled softly and said, Enough of the jesting. I shall not tease you any longer. With a graceful gesture, he produced 90 golden crow eggs before Luya and declared, Here are all the golden crow eggs in my possession. Consider this in advance, to be compensated through your future merits. Acknowledging Luya's recent compliance, Haotian graciously fulfilled his desire. He harbored no fear of Luya defaulting on this arrangement, for in the primordial realm, no being dared to evade the consequences of the Tao or the saints. Upon seeing the 90 golden crow eggs, Luya was utterly astonished, his scalp tingling with excitement. He pointed at the pile of golden eggs, his mouth agape, rendered speechless. Not only was he taken aback, but Nuwa and the five saints were equally dumbfounded. Could it be 100 little golden crows? Did Haotian truly extinguish the lair of the golden crow? This is utterly insane. In the primordial era, there were merely 12 golden crows, and their presence wreaked havoc across the realm. Now, with the emergence of 100, how could the primordial world possibly maintain its order? However, what the five saints remain oblivious to is that upon hatching, Haotian intends to bind all 90 golden crow chicks with the Heavenly Emperor's edict. None shall escape. Otherwise, the simultaneous arrival of 90 golden crows would indeed unsettle even Haotian himself. Ignoring Luya's ecstatic astonishment, Haotian turned to the 10 young golden crows and commanded, Jin Yi, Jin Shuang, Jin San, Jin Si, Jin Wu, Jin Lu, Jin Shi, Jin Ba, Jin Jiu, Jin Shi. We are at your service. Although the 10 young golden crows had yet to assume their forms, Haotian had diligently nurtured them whenever time permitted, rendering them quite adept in the arts of knowledge and transformation. I hereby appoint you as the Solar Star Lords. You must transform into miniature suns, rising in the east and setting in the west, illuminating the mortal realm. Do not be negligent. We shall obey. The 10 young golden crows were already aware of their mission and had long prepared for it. After affirming their commitment, they followed the path Haotian had opened for them and arrived in the mortal realm. In an instant, the mortal world transformed into daylight. with 10 suns blazing in the sky. The same scene unfolded, yet this time it heralded illumination rather than calamity. With 10 suns overhead, the primordial land became unbearably hot. The 10 young golden crows immediately soared toward the easternmost sea. The primordial realm is vast, and it would typically take a considerable amount of time for the 10 young golden crows to traverse it at full speed. However, endowed with divine stature, their velocity increased manifold. If they exerted themselves completely, they could traverse from east to west in the span of a single day. To ensure they did not impede their cultivation and to provide ample rest for the young golden crows, each one would embody a miniature sun for 1 year in the mortal realm, flying from east to west each day and returning to the eastern sea at night, perpetually cycling. Thus, each young golden crow would maintain a year of full-speed flight, serving as a valuable experience for them. Upon reaching the eastern sea, darkness once again enveloped the primordial realm. Yet, having recently witnessed the light, the beings of the primordial world remained unperturbed. As the darkness deepened, Haotian once again waved his hand, casting the Smalline star, an award from his earlier quest to uncover Chang'e's secrets, into the mortal realm's midair. The 6 saints were once again taken aback. Chapter 30. The great achievement of sealing heaven. The 6 saints felt themselves nearing a state of numbness. The primordial beginning and the other sages simply could not comprehend the origins of Haotian's extensive preparations. They had tolerated the more advanced boundary techniques, and they had accepted the 100 young golden crows. But now, Haotian had even summoned the Smalline star? This truly seemed excessive. They could guarantee that such a wondrous entity could not possibly exist in the primordial realm. Otherwise, they would have been aware of it. But if it did not exist in the primordial realm, where had Haotian procured it? Even the typically composed Laozi felt his composure beginning to fray. Just as Laozi was about to inquire, an overwhelming aura suddenly surged forth, shaking the very essence of their souls. Haotian and the 6 sages abruptly raised their heads, suddenly realizing that Hongjun had appeared at the center of heaven without their notice. We pay homage to our revered teacher. May the teacher's sacred longevity be boundless. Haotian, the 6 saints, and the hastily arriving Yaochi all bowed in greeting. Hongjun, with an impassive expression, fixed his gaze upon Haotian and Yaochi and spoke directly. Haotian, Yaochi, are you aware of your transgressions? At this moment, the 6 saints suddenly raised their heads, with Laozi and the other sages displaying expressions of joy. However, Nuwa and Yaochi appeared bewildered, their faces darkening instantly. Only Haotian remained calm and composed, his demeanor unchanged. Haotian was taken aback. He had anticipated the arrival of Hongjun, yet he did not expect it to occur so swiftly. It seemed that the emergence of the little golden crow and the little Tying star had also startled Hongjun, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Hongjun. Haotian couldn't help but reflect on the fact that he was indeed a Dao ancestor. In comparison to Hongjun, he felt he was still vastly inferior. Fortunately, he had already garnered the favor of the heavenly Dao. As long as he did not err, Hongjun would be unable to act against him. After merging with the Dao, Hongjun could, through the heavenly Dao, more swiftly comprehend the principles, allowing his own realm to ascend rapidly. However, this also rendered him a puppet of the heavenly Dao. Thus, the notion that Hongjun is the heavenly Dao and the heavenly Dao does not serve Hongjun holds true. Once merged with the Dao, Hongjun must act in accordance with the will of heaven and cannot defy it. This is Hongjun's greatest vulnerability. Haotian has subtly discerned Hongjun's scheme. After achieving the path of unity, Hongjun can rapidly augment his power. However, if he wishes to extricate himself from the constraints of the heavenly Dao, there exists but one method. That is to elevate his realm to the pinnacle of the 12 heavens of saints, and thereby incite the cataclysmic era of the Great Desolation, ushering in an age of waning magic. In this weakened state of the heavenly Dao, he could seize the opportunity to escape, and perhaps even absorb the essence of the heavenly Dao, thereby attaining the status of a saint of the heavenly Dao. Haotian remains uncertain whether the legendary Hongjun has successfully liberated himself from the heavenly Dao. However, one thing is indisputable. Haotian's emergence has unequivocally obstructed Hongjun's path. Hongjun's recent appearance has already signified his stance. Haotian sighed. Although he held no affection for Hongjun, he acknowledged that his current circumstances were largely due to Hongjun's influence. Emotionally, Haotian did not wish to become adversaries with him. Yet, rationally, he found himself devoid of alternatives. The path of the sacred way allowed no room for sentiment. To Hongjun, all beings, save for himself, were expendable, and even the 6 saints merely served as his pawns. According to legend, After the 3 pure ones and the 2 saints of the West were fully exploited by Hongjun during the calamity of the canonization, they were immediately fed the saintly oblivion pill, leading them to retreat into the primordial chaos. Had they remained, the subsequent tribulations of the journey to the West and the Buddhist demonic catastrophe could not have unfolded. Without these events, how could the great desolation have regressed into an age devoid of the Dharma? One cannot help but marvel at the intricate interplay of these events. The more Haotian delved into the evolution of the primordial chaos, the more he felt a sense of trepidation. Hongjun, the Tao ancestor, was undoubtedly the most formidable presence in the primordial realm. Taking a deep breath, Haotian lifted his gaze, unflinching, and stated, "Pray, Tao ancestor, enlighten me. I am unaware of the transgressions I have committed." With a gaze devoid of warmth, Hongjun replied, "As the heavenly emperor, you have audaciously proclaimed yourself sovereign over the heavens, thereby severing the pathways to cultivation for the sentient beings of the primordial realm. Such a grievous offense warrants the revocation of your celestial title. You shall consume the fallen sage pill and accompany me back to the purple cloud palace for self-cultivation." Upon hearing this, the 5 saints, including Yaochi, displayed expressions of delight. However, Laozi's brow furrowed in concern. He wished for the Tao ancestor to strip Haotian of his title. Yet the ancestor's cold-hearted demeanor instilled a sense of unease within him. This Tao ancestor evoked a discomforting sensation in Laozi. "Master," Nuwa exclaimed in alarm, hastily interceding on Haotian's behalf, only to be halted by him. Haotian summoned Yaochi and Inwa to stand behind him, gazing calmly at Hongjun as he spoke. "Daozu, is it not premature to condemn me at this moment? As the heavenly emperor, it is my duty to regulate the celestial cycles. As for whether my actions bear guilt towards the beings of the primordial chaos, let us postpone that discussion until I have successfully sealed the heavens and achieved a conclusive outcome." Upon hearing this, Hongjun furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss, which prompted his early appearance. Just as he was about to voice his dissent, an overwhelming pressure enveloped him once more. A flicker of irritation crossed Hongjun's eyes as he took a deep breath, fixating his gaze on Haotian for a prolonged moment before finally conceding, "Very well. We shall await the sealing of the heavens before you accompany me back to the Zhixiao Palace." "Master," Yaochi expressed reluctance, but was swiftly silenced by Laozi. The words he had intended to voice were stifled, leaving his face flushed with embarrassment. "Thank you, Daozu." Haotian smiled at Hongjun, then turned away, casting a reassuring glance towards Nuwa and the Yaochi. He proceeded to the entrance of the celestial barrier, a passage intentionally left by Haotian, directly facing the southern heavenly gate. In the future, for ordinary celestial beings from the mortal realm wishing to ascend to the heavens, this would be the sole route, aside from the 4 cardinal regions. The 4 cardinal regions are guarded by the 4 great sacred beasts, making clandestine passage through them more arduous than traversing the celestial barrier itself. Only the little golden crow, due to its divine status, possesses the ability to traverse freely between the 2 realms from the 4 cardinal regions. Haotian named this entrance the Immortal Pool. Approaching the Immortal Pool, Haotian cast a glance at Hongjun and the 5 saints, offering a faint smile before casually waving his hand. Instantly, countless small stars surged into the mortal realm like a torrential flood, captivating the astonished gazes of Hongjun and the 5 saints. The sheer magnitude of this celestial influx was breathtaking, yet it left an unsettling chill within the hearts of Hongjun and the 5 saints. It was over. All hope was lost. At the moment they beheld the deluge of stars, they realized that Haotian had triumphed once again, rendering their previous threats nothing more than a jest. With these stars in existence, the barriers between heaven and earth would no longer impede progress, and the primordial world would inevitably advance towards a brighter future. In that moment, Laozi finally comprehended Haotian's unwavering commitment to sealing the heavens. His prior assumptions had been entirely misguided. This was indeed Haotian's ultimate trump card. Yet, this card was astonishingly unexpected, so much so that it sent a shiver down Laozi's spine. Yaochi clenched his fist tightly, the corners of his cold visage twitching, revealing his inner turmoil. Conversely, Tontian bore no ire. He held no grudge against the heavenly court. His path was one of contention, striving for the grand currents of heaven and earth, seeking a sliver of opportunity. Thus, he held disdain for the pedantic. Rather, he found Haotian's bold spirit quite appealing. As for fate, Tontian was indifferent. His sect lacked treasures to suppress fate, and thus, it couldn't be restrained. What did it matter how abundant fate was? Were it not for Laozi and Yaochi's persistent antagonism towards Haotian, he might not have found himself at odds with him at all. "Master," Yaochi raised his head, wishing to inquire Hongjun's opinion, only to discover that Hongjun had inexplicably vanished. After a moment of astonishment, Yaochi turned to Laozi. "Elder brother, let us return." Laozi shook his head, saying nothing further. Given the circumstances, Haotian's success was inevitable. Lingering would only lead to self-inflicted distress. Better to avert their gaze. Yaochi clenched his teeth, ultimately nodding in resignation. "Wait, Dao brother, might my senior brother and I join you for tea at Shoyang Mountain?" Just as the three pure ones were about to depart, Junti approached. After pondering for a moment, Laozi did not refuse and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the five saints cast one last glance at the heavenly pool and the celestial torrent before turning away and leaping across the barrier, returning to the mortal realm at Shoyang Mountain. "Junior brother," Niwa approached Haotian, saying, their departure together likely signifies some scheme. Haotian had been closely observing the five saints, and upon witnessing Junti take the initiative to approach Laozi, a realization dawned upon him. They must be planning to take action against Yaochi. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Haotian's eyes, but he quickly averted his gaze and smiled at Niwa, saying, "No worries. Pay them no mind. Let us first attend to the matters at hand." Niwa nodded in agreement, refraining from further comment. At this moment, she had completely placed her trust in Haotian. In the mortal realm, amidst the eyes of all living beings, the dark sky now bore an additional full moon, appearing as radiant as ever. Subsequently, countless stars surged forth from a swirling black hole, rapidly dispersing themselves in an orderly fashion throughout the vast expanse of the primordial universe. Truly, as the stars converged, they resembled a river of light. As they scattered, they painted the sky with brilliance. Those adept in the primordial yin-yang 8 trigrams immediately discerned that the arrangement of these stars mirrored the original patterns of the primordial cosmos, with the laws governing them remaining unweakened. This revelation instilled a sense of reassurance in many formidable beings, who gazed upon Haotian with profound admiration. Such a monumental act of sealing the heavens was even more astonishing than Niwa's mending of the sky. Leaving future considerations aside, Haotian's current achievement in sealing the heavens had already earned him the recognition and respect of the majority of the primordial beings. The concept that those who have rendered great service to the primordial realm must not be dishonored was a widely acknowledged belief among its inhabitants. Thus, in the legends of the past, it was said that among the 6 saints, only Niwa met with the most favorable fate, not merely due to her humility, but also because of her significant contributions to the primordial world, the creation of humanity, and the mending of the heavens. With these 2 monumental deeds, Niwa had effectively attained a body of merit, rendering her nearly untouchable by the heavenly Tao, provided she did not act recklessly. As for the other 5 saints of the primordial realm, their merits were hardly worth mentioning. Currently, Haotian, akin to Niwa, had also forged a body of merit for himself. With the protection of the heavenly Tao, even Hongjun could not act against him lightly, which explained Hongjun's swift departure. Once the stars resumed their celestial order, they began to rotate according to their established patterns. Among this myriad of stars existed a singular celestial body known as the Dark Star, which was responsible for the creation of night and day in the primordial realm. Positioned near the Sun Star, the Dark Star would periodically absorb the Sun Star's radiance, casting its glow upon the myriad stars, thus dimming the Sun Star while illuminating the night sky. During the day, the Dark Star would enter a state of dormancy, allowing the Sun Star to regain its brilliance, thereby obscuring the stars. This cyclical process became the essence of day and night in the primordial universe. However, with Haotian's sealing of the heavens, the Sun Star transformed into a living 3-legged golden crow, thus rendering the previous order of day and night obsolete. In the celestial realm, the method devised by Haotian entailed that when the little golden crow graced the mortal world, the Dark Star absorbed the radiance of the stars, concealing their brilliance. Upon the return of the little golden crow to the central celestial realm, darkness enveloped the mortal world, and the Dark Star would then release the light it had accumulated, allowing the stars to shine resplendently. However, this necessitated the presence of a star deity to manipulate the Dark Star. Consequently, Haotian appointed a celestial official adept in the duality of yin and yang, bestowing upon him the title of the Lord of the Black and White Stars, to reside at the small Dark Star. Thus, the primordial chaos was divided into 3 heavens: the great mortal heaven, the central heaven, and the great Luo heaven. The heavens were sealed, and the stars reclaimed their positions. Suddenly, Haotian's voice resonated throughout the 3 realms. Shortly thereafter, the figure of Yaochi manifested in the mortal world. Haotian, wielding formidable power, amplified Yaochi's form and voice, ensuring that a majority of the divine beings in the primordial realm could perceive and hear her. Faced with such grandeur, Yaochi exhibited neither trepidation nor hesitation. Instead, she appeared invigorated. Taking a deep breath, she proclaimed with authority, "I am the Queen Mother of Yaochi from the heavenly court, and by the decree of heaven, I hereby delineate the passage of time. Henceforth, the mortal realm shall utilize the heavens as the fundamental unit of time measurement. The original day of the primordial realm is now divided into 365 smaller celestial hours, each day comprising 12 segments of time, every 30 days constituting a month, and every 12 months forming a year. To facilitate the recording of time, I hereby designate 12 distinct primordial beasts as the zodiac, represented by the rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, rooster, dog, and pig." With Yaochi's words, the forms of the 12 zodiac creatures materialized in the sky. Concurrently, at the entrance of the great mortal heaven's celestial pool, a golden vortex suddenly emerged, cascading an overwhelming bounty of merit that stirred envy among countless beings in the primordial realm. This colossal merit, even surpassing that acquired by Nuwa in her endeavor to mend the heavens, rained down in abundance. Following its descent, the merit was divided, with 70% directed towards Haotian in the central heaven, 20% allocated to Yaochi, and the remaining 10% disseminated among the 12 zodiac creatures. The 10 little golden crows, the black and white star lords, and the myriad stars, even benefiting the likes of Luya. It was a moment of universal joy. Simultaneously, Haotian received a system notification indicating the completion of a side quest. The task of delineating the mortal realm yielded 2 rewards, a special inheritance gift pack exclusive to the zodiac, and the treasured Kongtong seal of the human race. Additionally, there were proportional miniature versions of the primordial stars and the protective formation of the heavenly court obtained from previous side quests. Upon acquiring the Kongtong seal, Haotian felt a profound sense of relief. With it in hand, he had accomplished a substantial portion of the tasks assigned by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Furthermore, his authority over matters concerning humanity would remain firmly in his grasp. As for the protective formation of the heavenly court, it was nothing short of extraordinary. This formation utilized the fortunes of the heavenly court for defense, akin to the supreme imperial seal. The stronger the heavenly court's fortune, the more formidable the protective formation. Given the current fortunes of the heavenly court, even peak quasi-saints would find it impossible to breach the passive defenses of the formation. Should Haotian and the celestial beings actively defend, they could even withstand simultaneous assaults from 2 saints. Thus, with the protective formation in place, the heavenly court could finally operate with genuine confidence. Furthermore, this protective formation was not a singular construct, but an entire suite. Within each layer of the heavenly court, there existed smaller formations mirroring the defensive efficacy of the larger formation. Consequently, the significance of the 4 heavenly gates diminished. Even should Haotian choose to permanently open the first layer of heaven, there would be no cause for concern. Unlike before, when the opening of the celestial city necessitated heightened vigilance to thwart rogue immortals, the current circumstances demanded a reassessment of the heavenly court's fortunes. As the consumption of merit had become substantial, presently, the merit gold, supreme imperial seal, and defensive formations all required fortune, and the heavenly court's fortunes were nearing depletion. It seemed a significant cleansing was imminent, as the heavenly prison remained excessively vacant. With a flick of his wrist, Haotian silently enveloped the entire heavenly court within its defensive array. The formation remained in a dormant state, requiring extensive preparations for activation, ensuring that only select celestial ministers could traverse freely. This would be arranged in due course. Finally, there was the exclusive inheritance gift pack of the 12 zodiac. This was no ordinary inheritance package. It contained not only the unique celestial artifacts and legacies of the 12 zodiac, but also various specialized divine abilities. Simultaneously, with the assistance of the heavenly Tao, the images of the 12 zodiac had been etched into the minds of every sentient being, who now understood their significance. The 12 zodiac would henceforth serve as the guardians of the beings in the primordial world. For those adept in the art of divination, they could accurately ascertain the current time using the zodiac imprints, down to the precise hour, as each year, month, and hour corresponded to a different zodiac sign. Additionally, all beings received a message in their consciousness. From this day forward, the primordial realm would enter a new celestial calendar, having previously been marked by calamities and celestial gatherings, with ordinary days largely overlooked. Now, the primordial realm would officially track time by years, and when the little golden crow rose once more from the east, the first year of the new celestial calendar would commence on the first day of the first month. An hour later, the little golden crow ascended slowly. The darkening sky began to absorb the brilliance of the stars dimmed, daylight emerged, and the primordial realm entered a new era. In the dragon palace of the East Sea, the dragon kings from the four seas gathered. The other three dragon kings had returned specifically because they had already been assigned to their respective seas and had begun reconstructing their palaces. The seas were interconnected by teleportation points for swift travel. "Brother, the Emperor's achievements this time are truly remarkable," exclaimed the Dragon King of the West Sea, Yaochi. "Indeed, what a monumental accomplishment," remarked Yaochi, the Dragon King of the North Sea, enviously observing the merit gold orb. If all that merit were bestowed upon a quasi-saint, along with a strand of primordial purple energy, it could surely forge a saint. Yaochi, the Dragon King of the West Sea, trailed off, lost in thought. Yaochi nodded in agreement, reflecting, "It seems we have truly played our cards right. Brothers, after the sealing of the heavens, the Emperor is likely to adjust the weather. And this presents a significant opportunity for our dragon clan. Whether we can rise again hinges on this chance. The human race will undoubtedly become the protagonists of the primordial world, so we must focus on them. Brothers, we must proceed with utmost caution. Rest assured, brother, the opportunity lies before us. If we fail to seize it, we shall become the traitors of our clan." Yaochi laughed heartily. "Indeed, as my third brother said, is it not merely a matter of controlling the clouds and rain? For us, it is a simple task. A mere flight or a sneeze could bring forth merit, something we could hardly have imagined before. What do you think, second brother?" Yaochi suddenly inquired of Yaochi. Upon hearing this, Yaochi sighed. "Brother, have no worries. I admit I had some unrealistic thoughts previously, but with matters as they stand, I have relinquished those impractical notions. I assure you, in terms of executing orders, the West Sea shall encounter no issues." "Good." Yaochi nodded, visibly reassured. "By the way, brother, I believe I just saw Xiao Guang. The dragon of the zodiac is he, right? Goodness, his cultivation has reached the pinnacle of Tai, and with the merit he's absorbed, it won't be long before he achieves Deluo," Yaochi remarked, grinning with pride. "With the deepening fortune of the 12 zodiac and the favor of the heavenly Tao, he has a far brighter future than us." Indeed, Yaochi couldn't help but swell with pride. He felt immensely grateful for having believed in the Emperor, leading to their current success. Truly, the heavenly court was the only path forward. Yaochi resolved to remain eternally loyal to the heavenly court unless a substantial upheaval occurred. Upon hearing this, Yaochi felt an even greater sense of frustration. Despite having a 5-clawed golden dragon in the South Sea, whose talents were no less than Ao Guang's, he regretted his earlier hesitations and lack of trust in the heavenly court, thus missing the opportunity. The thought of the heavenly court growing stronger filled Yaochi with complex emotions. In the ancestral land of the human race, the three ancestors sat with the Shui clan in the ancestral hall, all of them stirred with excitement. "Brother, the heavenly emperor has delineated the celestial timing, which is a tremendous boon for our human race," exclaimed the Zi clan. "Indeed, the duration of night has been significantly reduced. We shall no longer need to fear the darkness. Moreover, have you noticed? The stars shine brighter under the new celestial canopy, allowing us to see even in the night. Unlike before when everything was shrouded in darkness," the Wu Chao clan reflected. "Not only that, without the dread of night, we can liberate ourselves from the ceaseless search for fire, allowing us more time to engage in other pursuits," added the Shui clan in agreement. "Brother, I propose we build a temple to honor the heavenly emperor. It is evident that the heavenly court greatly cherishes the weaker beings, particularly our human race. We should venerate the heavenly court," suggested the Zi clan. "Agreed," nodded the Suiren clan. "Shuiyu, you shall handle this matter." "Yes," the Shuiyu clan promptly replied. "Also, relay this message. The three ancestors shall no longer govern the human race. We shall retreat to the ancestral land to stabilize the fortunes of our people." "What?" The Shuiyu clan gasped in astonishment. "You will no longer oversee us?" "Sigh." The Sui Ren clan lamented. "Shuiyu, the human race must ultimately become self-reliant. We have nurtured the human race for countless millennia. It is time for us to withdraw gracefully. If we do not step back, we may inadvertently hinder the human race. In this new era, the human race requires renewal. While we may no longer lead, others will emerge to guide you forward. Remember, the survival and advancement of the human race do not rely on heaven, earth, or gods, but solely on ourselves. As long as we remain diligent, the human race shall surely rise. Upon hearing this, the Shueyu clan felt a tumult of emotions, ultimately wiping away tears and, after bowing deeply to the three ancestors, resolutely departed. Rest assured, ancestors, the human race will not disappoint you. We shall rise, and may our fortunes flourish eternally. Chapter 31. The perfect moment for the emergence of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. On Shoyang Mountain, at the Taqing Palace, the 5 saints convened. Upon hearing the reallocation of celestial timing and the establishment of the 12 zodiac, even though the 5 saints harbored trepidation and dissatisfaction towards Haotian, they could not deny that his abilities, virtues, and actions warranted the title of Heavenly Emperor. In terms of governance, they begrudgingly acknowledged that Haotian surpassed them all. Furthermore, they had to concede that the heavenly court had firmly established its position. Henceforth, barring any monumental shifts in heaven and earth, the heavenly court and Haotian's status as heavenly emperor would remain unshakable. Brother, we must respond. We cannot allow the heavenly court to continue its expansion unchecked, Yuan Shi remarked, narrowing his eyes with a cold tone. I have nothing to say, came the retort. As one remained speechless, if he had any solutions, he would have acted long ago without needing Yuan Shi's reminder. Brothers, I have a small strategy in mind, but it requires your assistance, suddenly proposed Jiayin. Laozi and Yuan Shi hurriedly turned their heads, with Laozi nodding at Zhuanti, saying, Fellow Taoist, please speak your mind. Well, Zhuanti then recounted the scheme against Yaochi. Upon finishing, the 3 pure ones exchanged glances, rendered speechless. After a moment, it was Tong Tian who broke the silence. I disagree. Eldest brother, our conflict with Haotian is a matter of legitimate fate. His actions are above board. If we proceed in this manner, it would greatly tarnish the dignity of a sage. Such despicable deeds are beneath me, Tong Tian. Preposterous. Tong Tian, what nonsense are you spouting? It is merely communication. Where is the despicable nature in that? Yuan Shi glared at Zhuanti with discontent. Tong Tian scoffed. Is it not true? Did I speak incorrectly? Zhuanti chuckled, unperturbed, and remarked. You are right, Tong Tian. My strategy lacks brilliance, but in the struggle for fate, how can one expect everything to be above board? Tong Tian fell silent, unable to bear it any longer. He rose and declared, You all may deliberate, but I shall not partake in this matter. With that, he turned and exited the Taiping Palace. Tong Tian's abrupt departure left Yuan Shi and Zhuanti with displeased expressions. Yuan Shi was incensed that Tong Tian had shown him such disrespect, while Zhuanti worried that Tong Tian might divulge their plans. Fellow Taoist, regardless of whether you agree with this plan, please keep it confidential. Zhuanti insisted earnestly. Do not worry. Fellow Taoist Zhuanti. Though Tong Tian may lack discernment, he would not stoop to betrayal, Yuan Shi reassured him hastily. Zhuanti nodded in agreement. Yuan Shi was correct. Tong Tian was too straightforward to betray them. Eldest brother, I believe this plan is feasible, Yuan Shi declared without hesitation to Laozi. After a moment's contemplation, Laozi sighed. Which human would you choose? Yuan Shi looked to Zhuanti, who, with a steely gaze, slowly replied, The human emperor. What? Yuan Shi was taken aback. You intend to act against the human emperor? Absolutely not. The human emperor must not be harmed. Laozi interjected candidly. Zhuanti smiled and reassured, Do not worry, my fellow Taoists. The human emperor will come to no harm. I merely wish to find a companion for him. Yaochi's actions are unrelated to the human emperor, but are tied to the heavenly court. Should Yaochi commit transgressions, especially if she and the human emperor's child were to err, it would be most intriguing. I am eager to see whether Haotian would choose the heavenly law or the human emperor. A chill ran through Laozi and Yuan Shi as they regarded Zhuanti with apprehension. This strategy was ruthless, ensnaring Haotian in a dilemma from which he could not easily extricate himself. Regardless of the choice he made, both leading to significant losses. Should the plan succeed, no matter Haotian's actions, it would undermine the fate of the heavenly court. While it might not inflict grave injury upon Haotian or the heavenly court, every strategy is built upon smaller schemes. Should the heavenly court reveal any vulnerabilities, it would grant them the upper hand moving forward. Yuan Shi clenched his teeth, pondering briefly before nodding. I find this acceptable. Laozi inhaled deeply, ultimately agreeing. Fellow Taoist, Pursue your plan. When you require our assistance, we shall act promptly. Zhuanti nodded with a smile. Rest assured, fellow Taoist, I will handle this matter. Outside the southern heavenly gate, at the heavenly pond, following the successful investiture of the 12 zodiac signs, Yaochi and the 12 zodiac returned from the mortal realm to the central heavenly realm. The successful sealing of the heavens had the entire celestial court in high spirits, jubilantly cheering. Why the excitement? Baizé exclaimed, flying over to find Luya still staring blankly at a cluster of golden crow eggs, unable to suppress his laughter. Baizé genuinely rejoiced for Luya. The continuation of the three-legged golden crow lineage meant that even if he were to part ways with the demon clan in the future, he would have no regrets. Luya, without lifting his head, replied, I am not excited. I am troubled. Troubled? What weighs on your mind? Baizé inquired curiously. With so many little golden crows, how am I to care for them? I have no idea how to manage this. I'm still just a child. Luya lamented, his face etched with despair. Uffed. At Luya's words, the surrounding celestial beings erupted into laughter. Haotian approached with a bemused expression, saying, Why do you insist on asking me for something you cannot nurture? With that, he collected all 90 golden crow eggs. Luya immediately grew anxious. Hey, Your Majesty, what about my eggs? Haotian's lips twitched slightly as he replied helplessly, Did you not claim that you lack the ability to rear them? Allow me to nurture them first, and then I shall return them to you. Luya was taken aback. Your Majesty, are you truly capable of raising the little golden crows? What do you think? Did those 10 little golden crows grow up all by themselves? Upon hearing this, Yaochi hurried over and inquired, Senior brother, you have never raised a child. How could you possibly care for the little golden crows? Haotian was instantly filled with exasperation, responding with a hint of annoyance. I have yet to assume the role of the heavenly emperor, yet I am managing quite well, am I not? Very well, let us return to the heavens. With that, he swiftly departed. Nuwa stifled a giggle, finding amusement in his urgency. Indeed, Yaochi nodded with a cheerful smile. In the new heavenly calendar, a millennium later. As time progresses, it often slips by swiftly. A millennium in the new heavenly calendar equates to merely 3 years in the past, a period during which little could be accomplished. However, in the present, a millennium provides ample opportunity for the primordial world to undergo profound transformations. Through 1,000 years of advancement, the human race has thoroughly spread its kin across the majority of the southern continent, Nanzhan, and even established numerous tribes in the western region of Xinyo-Hezhou and the eastern territory of Dongxing-Shenzhou. The human race has transcended its primitive phase of survival, gradually awakening to a higher consciousness. In addition to humanity, other previously weaker races have also proliferated significantly, resulting in a staggering increase in the population of primordial beings, which has multiplied by several dozen times compared to a millennium ago. Once, it was common to traverse the primordial expanse without encountering any life for miles. Now, every mountain and river teems with a myriad of creatures. The heavenly court has not halted its progression either. Following Haotian's previous sealing of the heavens, the prestige of the heavenly court soared dramatically within the primordial realm. Consequently, countless celestial beings flocked to the heavenly court daily. Currently, the first celestial city of the heavenly court remains perpetually open, having expanded to encompass 10,000 cities, each housing between 10,000 to 100,000 celestial beings. On the earthly realm, a year passes, while in the heavens, merely a day elapses. After a selection period of 1,000 days, the number of heavenly soldiers has now burgeoned to 108,000. Haotian named them the heavenly guardians of the celestial and terrestrial forces. Currently, 1 million celestial soldiers are stationed in the second heaven, continuously absorbing more heavenly warriors. Haotian intends to thoroughly establish the geopolitical department in the southern Jianbu continent during the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. This endeavor will necessitate a considerable number of celestial officials and heavenly soldiers, prompting the heavenly court to expand its ranks daily, with each selection being meticulously curated. Those chosen as heavenly soldiers must possess at least the cultivation level of a celestial immortal, and their foundational roots must be no less than that of a post-heaven elite. Haotian acknowledges the existence of prodigious beings, akin to those found in novels, who rise against all odds, but such entities are exceedingly rare. His focus is on heavenly soldiers, not war deities, hence the significance of their foundational roots cannot be overlooked. Regarding the classification of foundational roots, it has been recently delineated by the heavenly court. In the Hongjun realm, Foundational roots pertain to one's lineage and cultivation aptitude. The highest tier is the chaotic divine demon level, comprising powerful beings that manifested prior to or at the dawn of creation. Within the vast expanse of Hongjun, only a handful possess such roots, with the sole publicly acknowledged being Hongjun Daozu. Following this is the primal divine demon root, represented by formidable entities that attained self-awareness before the birth of the heavenly Tao, including the six saints, Xinyuanzi, and the celestial sovereigns, Di Jun and Tai Yi, among others. Next in line is the ordinary primal root, which also emerged before the advent of the heavenly Tao, but with relatively lesser aptitude, exemplified by Haotian and Yaochi, both of whom are ordinary chaotic stones that have taken form. Subsequently, there are the post-heaven divine demon roots, which are beings of significant strength born after the heaven's emergence, such as the disciples of the three teachings. Following them are the elite post-heaven roots, which are stronger than ordinary roots. While achieving the status of Tai de Luo is a formidable challenge, attaining the rank of Golden Immortal is well within reach with the right opportunities. The heavenly soldiers Haotian seeks belong to these beings. In addition to the heavenly soldiers, the number of celestial ministers in the heavenly court has also surpassed 100,000. Most have not been conferred divine titles, but have been allocated to the geopolitical department, where they have begun to learn the intricacies of governing a domain. The 33 heavens of the heavenly court are currently bustling with activity on every tier. Haotian is perpetually occupied, scarcely finding a moment's respite. The celestial beings of the primordial realm are diligently engrossed in their cultivation, requiring no oversight from him. Yet, when it comes to managing the affairs of the heavenly court, he finds himself lacking, even in comparison to a novice who has merely perused a few novels and television dramas in later times. In the celestial realm, Haotian found himself engaged in a dual pursuit of self-education while simultaneously conducting training sessions for the myriad deities of the heavenly court. He imparted knowledge to Bai Zhe, Tai Bai, Xinyuanzi, and various other officials, who in turn disseminated this wisdom incrementally. Although this method proved somewhat cumbersome, the results were remarkably effective. Each day, the heavenly court witnessed advancements across multiple domains. Within the luminous hall, Haotian had just bid farewell to Tai Bai and Bai Zhe, feeling a sense of mental fatigue. At his side, Chang'e approached, offering him a cup of tea and peeling an orange for him. Emerging from her seclusion 5 centuries prior, Chang'e had absorbed the entirety of the lunar essence. Not only did she restore her divine soul and essence, but she also successfully ascended to the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood, manifesting the ethereal Moon Immortal. Chang'e entrusted the Moon Immortal to oversee the governance of the greater and lesser lunar realms, while she returned to the heavenly court to assist Haotian in managing the bullfighting palace, adopting the title of Lunar Sovereign. It is worth noting that upon Chang'e's return to the heavenly court, Luya, having sensed the profound lunar essence surrounding her, regarded Haotian with a gaze imbued with deep resentment during each subsequent encounter. Who shall be next? After taking a sip of tea, Haotian inquired of Chang'e. The Dragon Kings of the Four Seas? Chang'e responded briefly before asking gently, "Won't you rest for a while?" "No need," Haotian replied. "I am no mortal creature to be wearied so easily. With celestial affairs pressing heavily upon us, the more I accomplish now, the lighter my burden shall be in days to come." Chang'e cast a tender glance at Haotian before nodding subtly to the celestial maiden by her side. The maiden withdrew at once, and shortly thereafter, the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas sought an audience outside the hall. "Your humble servants pay homage to the celestial emperor." Standing at the center of the grand hall, the 4 Dragon Kings bowed deeply in reverence. "Rise," commanded Haotian, sitting upright with solemn dignity. Without preamble, he continued, "Are all preparations complete? Your Majesty, all is in readiness." "Good. From this day forth, your dragonkin shall commence the duties of summoning clouds and bestowing rain upon the mortal realm. Bear in mind, matters concerning the lives of living beings are of utmost gravity. Let there be no negligence on your part. The reputation of the celestial soldiers and generals is well known to you. What you have requested, I have granted. Excel in your duties, and further rewards shall follow. But should any misstep occur, do not blame the merciless hand of divine justice." Haotian admonished. The Dragon Kings of the Four Seas, with solemn expressions, bowed deeply and declared, "We understand, and we shall respect your decree." "Very well. You may withdraw," he responded. "Yes." The Dragon Kings acquiesced and slowly retreated. Within the grand hall, Haotian stretched languidly, finally able to enjoy a moment of respite. Yet, before he could fully indulge in his relaxation, Xian Nu burst in recklessly. Your Majesty, here." Haotian, with a look of exasperation, regarded Xian Nu and asked, "What troubles you this time?" "What do you mean, this time? I have been quite well-behaved lately, haven't I?" In the absence of external officials, Xian Nu displayed an audacious demeanor, a privilege granted by Haotian himself. After all, she was one of the few friends he had, and he wished not to be isolated. All right. You are indeed the most well-behaved. Speak, what is it?" "Oh, the Empress seeks you." "The Yaochi?" Haotian suddenly recalled something, waved his hand to summon Chang'e and Xian Nu, and in an instant, they arrived at the Yaochi. Inside the Yaochi, an unrestrained aura of peak quasi-saint power was surging, with Nuwa standing guard nearby. Otherwise, the fairies within the secret realm of Yaochi would be unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure of such formidable energy. Sensing this formidable presence, Haotian felt a surge of joy. Has success been achieved? Indeed. Nuwa nodded, her expression complex. Today, she might witness the birth of yet another primordial being. After sealing the heavens, Haotian had transformed all the merits he and Yaochi possessed into unclaimed merits, allowing Yaochi to utilize them to comprehend the principles of chaos. Although understanding the principles through merits typically yields swift results, the chaos principles were exceedingly difficult, and Yaochi had yet to acquire a comprehension card for the laws. Hence, it took her a full year to thoroughly grasp the principles of chaos. After a considerable time, Yaochi retracted her aura and joyfully emerged. "Senior brother, I have attained peak quasi-saint status," Yaochi exclaimed with immense excitement. Achieving quasi-saint status in merely a millennium, while mastering one of the most challenging laws in the primordial realm, the principles of chaos, was a speed she had never dared to imagine before. "Well then, let us venture into the chaos beyond the heavens." Haotian smiled and inquired, "What purpose does one have in venturing into the chaos?" Yaochi, filled with curiosity, asked, "To assist you in achieving the state of primordial unity." The other women exchanged astonished glances, their hearts shaken to the core. "Brother, is it truly possible for me to attain primordial unity?" Yaochi questioned, a hint of trepidation evident in her demeanor after entering the chaos. "Do not fret. If I say you can, then you certainly shall. Rest assured, there will be no unforeseen circumstances." With that, Haotian produced a pill and handed it to Yaochi. "Consume this. Upon doing so, you shall attain primordial unity." This pill was merely an ordinary one enveloped by the laws of chaos. The main quest had granted Haotian access to a cultivation enhancement card in advance, which could be directly applied to Yaochi. However, Haotian needed a pretext for its use. Is it really this simple? Yaochi blinked, momentarily lost in thought, before reaching out to accept the pill and unhesitatingly swallowing it. Concurrently, Haotian promptly activated the cultivation enhancement card on Yaochi. Boom. Soon, a formidable aura of primordial unity erupted from Yaochi, her advancement occurring at an astonishing pace. Nuwa was left utterly speechless. "Junior brother, what manner of pill is this? Its potency is extraordinary. Even with my merits and the primordial purple energy, I could not achieve such swiftness." Nuwa felt a pang of envy. Given the choice, she would undoubtedly forsake her sacred position to attain primordial unity. Although primordial unity may be somewhat weaker in the Hongjun realm, it embodies freedom. Those of primordial unity are not bound by the heavenly Tao and are not required to conform to celestial will. In essence, primordial unity signifies the escape from the singularity. Haotian touched his nose. Nuwa instantly understood. She realized that while she knew, she could not speak of it, could she? Nuwa pouted, her expression a blend of envy and sorrow. Upon witnessing this, Haotian chuckled and said, "Senior sister, there is no need for such concern. If you place your trust in me, I assure you that I will, sooner or later, liberate you from your constraints and help you attain the state of primordial unity." Nuwa's eyes sparkled with excitement as she grasped Haotian's hand and asked, "Junior brother, are you truly sincere? Do you doubt my words? Have I ever deceived you?" "Never." Nuwa replied, her laughter ringing out cheerfully. "Junior brother, this is a promise. I am counting on you. Rest assured. Just wait." Haotian responded, then suddenly added, "By the way, senior sister, Fushi's soul should be ready for reincarnation." Is the time ripe?" Nuwa's spirit surged with anticipation. "Indeed, it is nearly time." Haotian nodded. "The human race has begun to rise. It is the perfect moment for the emergence of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors." "Excellent. Once Sister Yaochi attains primordial unity, we shall venture to the underworld," Nuwa said eagerly. "Quite so. Oh, by the way, who do you intend to choose as the mentor for the Heavenly Emperor?" Nuwa gazed intently at Haotian. "What are your thoughts?" "I believe Taibai would be an excellent choice. There are not many in heaven qualified to serve as mentors." Luya and Baizhe would surely be unsuitable, while Jin Yuanzi is too honest and lacks the flair for teaching. After much consideration, I find Tai Bai to be the most fitting. Junior brother, it seems you may have overlooked someone, Nuwa remarked. Overlooked whom? You. Haotian opened his mouth in surprise, then quickly shook his head. No, I cannot. Why ever not? Nuwa inquired earnestly. Setting aside your cultivation and status, in terms of ability, you are indeed the strongest in heaven, are you not? Even Tai Bai and Baizhe were taught by you. If you are not qualified, then who is? That is not my intention. Haotian replied helplessly. Fushi and I share a brotherly bond. If I were to become his teacher now, he would surely feel awkward about it. Yet Tai Bai would not feel the same? Of course not. Tai Bai's emergence falls within a different time frame, and he has no ties to the Taoist sect. Nor does he possess high cultivation. If Tai Bai were to become Fushi's mentor, Fushi would only think of his identity as a human, disregarding all else. As for me, after Fushi regains his memories, how awkward would our meeting be? I care not for that. I firmly believe that, among all beings in the vast wilderness, you alone are worthy of being the elder brother's mentor. As for your concerns regarding awkwardness, the discomfort will not be yours to bear. For the elder brother, it would serve as a lesson. Let us see if he dares to recklessly throw himself into danger again. Chapter 32, A Hall of Meritorious Deeds. Almost leading Lao Jun to doubt the sanctity of life. That simply will not do. Consider this, with the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors comprising 8 mentors. If I were to be the first, the remaining would either be subjects of heaven or second-generation disciples of the 4 teachings. If word got out, how would I maintain my dignity? Nuwa was taken aback, having forgotten this detail. If Haotian truly became the mentor of the heavenly emperor, then as a mentor to the human emperor, he would stand on par with the second-generation disciples of the 4 teachings. Though this notion might seem far-fetched, it would ultimately reflect poorly if spoken of. Senior sister, I understand your desire to help Fushi in his pursuit of greater merits. Fear not. During the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, I have many plans in place. At worst, I shall endeavor to accomplish these matters within Fushi's tenure. The way of Haotian. The side quests assigned to Haotian generally require the cooperation of the human emperor. Therefore, completing these tasks during the Fushi period is the most prudent choice. Upon hearing this, Enwa smiled once again. All right, it's settled then. You must not abandon your duties when the time comes. Rest assured, the significance of the human race means I cannot forsake it, Haotian replied. Enwa felt reassured by this. Senior brother. Suddenly, Yaochi appeared before Haotian, brimming with excitement. Senior brother, I have succeeded. I am now a mixed element. Very well. Let us proceed directly to the underworld. Haotian nodded, preparing to depart. Wait. Yaochi was taken aback. But, senior brother, I have achieved mixed element. I am aware, he replied. Then why aren't you excited? What is there to be excited about? This was all anticipated. I was already elated the moment I received the elixir. Yaochi blinked her large eyes and pouted. Enwa shot Haotian a disapproving glance, then took Yaochi's hand, smilingly saying, Junior sister, do not heed your senior brother's words. Your accomplishment of mixed element is a momentous occasion. Upon our return, we shall host a celestial fruit gathering in the Yaochi secret realm to celebrate you. And your senior brother shall not be permitted to attend. A celestial fruit gathering? That sounds wonderful. Yaochi nodded vigorously. Senior sister is the best. That annoying senior brother only knows how to bully me. Haotian touched his nose, feeling a strong urge to exclaim, is this truly a celebration? It is evidently nothing more than an indulgence in the celestial fruits. The celestial court had experienced a significant increase in the number of divine officials, many of whom had been bestowed titles, leading to a dwindling supply of the coveted fruits in the secret realm. Even the Yaochi was reluctant to indulge excessively. Haotian was contemplating an opportunity to venture out, trigger some side quests, and procure a fresh batch of fruits. In the midst of their light-hearted banter, Haotian, accompanied by the 2 women, arrived at the underworld's realm. The underworld remained as it always was, gloomy and chaotic. This time, Haotian need not utter a word. Upon their entrance, they immediately heard the voice of Pingxin. Come in. Haotian nodded, swiftly entering the secret realm with the 2 women by his side. With familiarity gained through experience, he no longer felt any sense of strangeness in this place. Ping Xian's face lit up with a smile upon seeing Haotian and Yaochi, though her expression gradually turned less genuine upon noticing Nuwa. Oh, junior sister has achieved the state of primordial unity? Ping Xian exclaimed. Sensing the aura of primordial unity emanating from Yaochi recently having attained this state, Yaochi was still unable to completely conceal her presence. Yes, just recently ascended. Hee. Congratulations, junior sister. Ping Xian admired Yaochi with a glance before turning to Haotian, convinced that Yaochi's ascension was undoubtedly due to his influence. Thank you, senior sister. Here, this is the soul of Fu Shi. Haotian presented the prepared soul of Fu Shi to Ping Xian. Nodding, she accepted it and gently raised her hand, sending Fu Shi's soul soaring towards the cycle of reincarnation, where it swiftly vanished from sight. It is done. I have marked Fu Shi's soul. When the time comes, you will be able to locate him by following the mark. Excellent. Thank you, senior sister. No need for thanks. It was all agreed upon in advance. Haotian nodded, and soon decided not to linger in the underworld, primarily due to the rather dull atmosphere brought on by Nuwa's presence. Before long, he expressed his intention to take his leave. At Shuyang Mountain, within the Taching Palace, the 5 saints gathered once more. The arrival of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors was imminent, necessitating a division of the position of the human sovereign. This matter was of great merit, and typically, the 3 pure ones would never permit the Western teachings to interfere. However, due to Haotian, the 5 saints found themselves reluctantly compelled to form a temporary alliance. Thus, even though the 3 pure ones were averse to the situation, they could not openly sever ties. The 2 saints of the West wore expressions of delight. This turn of events was an unexpected boon for them. They had long sought to contend with Haotian, yet unexpectedly found themselves benefiting from his influence. The 5 saints settled upon clouds within the Taching Palace, with Laozi being the first to speak. You are all aware of the situation. The human race is on the brink of rising, and the emergence of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors is essential. We require 8 masters for the human sovereign. What thoughts do my fellow disciples have on this matter? I believe there is no need for discussion. We, the 3 teachings, shall each take 1 human sovereign, while the 5 emperors shall be distributed among the 3 teachings, with the remaining 2 allocated to the Western teachings, Yuan Shi stated calmly. The other saints turned to Yuan Shi, not because they found his allocation unreasonable, but rather because they were surprised by his unexpected fairness. In the past, Yuan Shi had not been so generous. Unbeknownst to them, Yuan Shi had already discerned that regardless of how the contention unfolded, it would likely culminate in this very outcome, making a straightforward resolution preferable. The method of distribution proposed by the Taoist brother is agreeable to the Western teachings, Zhuan Ti interjected. Zhuan Ti had perceived the situation clearly. Obtaining 2 of the 5 emperors was already a considerable advantage, and they had never entertained the notion of acquiring the human sovereign, as that was utterly implausible. However, Zhuan Ti suddenly added, before we discuss the allocation of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, we must consider that their approval requires Nuwa's consent. Furthermore, regarding the heavenly court, I fear that Haotian will not acquiesce so easily, will he? What if he does not acquiesce? My elder brother is the leader of the human teachings. Though Nuwa may be close to him, she will undoubtedly ensure that Fu Shi ascends to the position of heavenly sovereign. However, with Fu Shi's reincarnation, Ping Xin would never agree, and thus they will have to force their way through. In the underworld, the parallel powers are immensely formidable, far beyond what Nuwa and Haotian can breach. If she wishes for Fu Shi to reincarnate, she must seek the aid of my elder brother. At that time, we shall use this as leverage to keep Nuwa out of the conflict. Alone, Haotian will find it exceedingly difficult to contend with us, Yuan Shi stated coldly. Zhuan Ti was momentarily taken aback, astonished by Yuan Shi's acumen today. It seemed as though Yuan Shi had grown even wiser than before. Laozi and Tongtian were similarly surprised, yet chose not to dwell on it. Observing that none of the saints voiced dissent, Laozi nodded and declared, if that is the case, let us venture to the heavenly court. Elder brother, what purpose do we have in the heavenly court? Is it not to visit the palace of Nuwa? Tongtian inquired, puzzled. Nuwa resides in the heavenly court. With the Supreme Lord present, I am well acquainted with many matters concerning the heavenly court, Laozi replied. The other 4 saints furrowed their brows. Nuwa, a saint, has been residing in the heavenly court for so long? Elder brother, has Nuwa joined the heavenly court? Yuan Shi asked, his brow knitted. Not at all. Laozi shook his head. However, Nuwa shares a close relationship with Haotian. Regardless of the circumstances, we must not allow Haotian to interfere in the affairs of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. That is our bottom line, Yuan Shi declared with a cold snort. Agreed. The other 4 saints nodded in agreement. In the heavenly court, on the 27th heaven, within the Department of Punishment, lay the fabled Zhentian prison. Is this truly the legendary Zhentian prison? Nuwa inquired, gazing curiously at the grand, yet somewhat eerie structure. Legendary? Haotian was taken aback. What legends surround the Zhentian prison? I am not certain. I merely heard a few maidens mention it. You might want to inquire with the Southern Dipper god, Niwa suggested. Haotian turned his gaze towards the Southern Dipper deity. The Southern Dipper deity served as the head of the Department of Justice. Initially, Haotian had intended to appoint him as the Lord of the Stars, Domi Hongjun, following the deification ceremony. However, as Nanxing ultimately did not attain the status of a quasi-saint and fell short in cultivation, coupled with his cold and stern demeanor, he was indeed more suited for the role of Chief of the Department of Justice. Nanxing has certainly lived up to expectations, managing the department with great distinction. Your Majesty, due to recent investigations by the Heavenly Law Supervisory, many celestial officials have been apprehended and imprisoned, while others have faced various forms of punishment. Consequently, the celestial ministers have expressed their grievances towards the heavenly prison and the Department of Justice, engaging in considerable gossip. Haotian nodded with a smile and inquired, "Can you still endure?" Nanxing replied calmly, "A few trifling remarks are hardly enough to stir my heart." "Ah, that is reassuring. Will you not take any action?" Enwa asked with curiosity. "What action can I take?" Haotian shook his head and responded, "The Heavenly Codex is already sufficiently solemn. We must afford our ministers some freedom. I am a stern ruler, not a tyrant. If I were to restrict even the speech of my ministers, the Heavenly Court would inevitably become a realm of silence." As he spoke, Haotian turned to Nanxing and said, "Nandu, while trivial gossip need not be overly addressed, if anyone spreads malicious rumors and stirs discord, they must not be treated lightly. That is a separate matter altogether. However, when dealing with sensitive issues, during arrests and interrogations, it is imperative to establish clear charges and provide thorough explanations to avoid misunderstandings among the celestial ministers, which could lead to widespread unrest." "Your Majesty is wise. I shall comply," Nandu replied with a hint of admiration. Nandu held Haotian in high regard. Each time Haotian sought his counsel, he garnered much insight. Within the Heavenly Court, officials of the third rank and below might be unfamiliar with the Heavenly Emperor, but those above the third rank invariably held Haotian in esteem, having been personally instructed by him. "Nanxing, please provide an update on the Heavenly Prison." "Yes, Your Majesty. Currently, there are a total of 543,623 demon offenders, 30,012 celestial offenders, and 83,059 other criminals in the Heavenly Prison, amounting to 656,694 in total. Among these, there is one quasi-saint level offender, 17 at the Deluo level, and 323 at the Tai level. Notably, there are approximately 80,000 heinous offenders who have already been sentenced to execution." Nanxing reported clearly. "Why are there so many demons?" Enwa responded with dissatisfaction upon hearing this. "What do you think?" Haotian retorted with a slight smirk. Enwa smiled awkwardly, falling silent. She nearly forgot that among all the beings of the primordial era, the demons exhibited the most malevolent disposition, and they were indeed a primary target for Haotian's purging efforts. Though Enwa felt a twinge of sympathy, she recognized the righteousness of Haotian's actions and could only hope that he would find a way to save the demons in the future, believing he would not allow their extinction. "Very well, lead me to the Heavenly Prison at once." Nanxing promptly guided the way. The interior of the Heavenly Prison was quite spacious and clean, albeit laden with a heavy atmosphere. Enwa felt somewhat uncomfortable in this place, her brow furrowed in concern. Moments later, they arrived at the Heavenly Prison cell. The cells within the Heavenly Prison are categorized into 4 levels: heavenly, earthly, celestial, and mortal. The heavenly cell is designated for quasi-saints, and currently, there is only one quasi-saint offender here. "Kuanping, step forward." Nanxing opened the cell and brought out Kuanping. Kuanping appeared quite distressed, having likely endured considerable suffering in this place. Within the Heavenly Prison, not even quasi-saints, let alone saints, could escape the torment of punishment. Kuanping had been here for over a millennium, and even the fiercest temper would soon be worn away. Upon seeing Haotian and Enwa, Kuanping's gaze suddenly turned cold, fixating fiercely on Haotian. Yet, moments later, his expression gradually dulled, ultimately becoming utterly indifferent. "Kuanping, upon encountering Your Majesty and the Empress, why do you not pay your respects?" Nanxing sternly inquired. Haotian waved his hand and said, "Enough, there's no need to force him." He then turned to Kuanping and asked calmly, "Do you still refuse to submit?" "Haotian, spare me your dreams," Kuanping replied without even glancing at him, Bowing his head as he spoke, I acknowledge my defeat. It was my carelessness. However, to expect me to bow to the heavenly court is utterly impossible. Throughout my life, I, Kunpeng, shall never yield. Even the demon court of old could only invite me to serve as their demon master. As for your heavenly court, I hold it in disdain. Indeed, Haotian was not surprised in the least. This is the essence of your character, Kunpeng. Thus, I shall not squander my words any longer. I have come here for the river diagram and the Luo book. You must understand that these artifacts are beyond your protection, and they do not rightfully belong to you. Surrender them, and I shall grant you a semblance of dignity. Kunpeng, with his head lowered and fists clenched, lingered in a moment of dark contemplation before ultimately releasing a resigned sigh. With a swift motion, the river diagram and the Luo book materialized and were tossed to Haotian. Without a single word exchanged, Haotian took the river diagram and the Luo book, uttering no further words, and turned to leave. Enwa? Suddenly, Kunpeng exclaimed loudly. Enwa turned her head in confusion. Enwa, you were once of the demon clan. Do you now wish to abandon your kin? Enwa's gaze suddenly turned icy as she retorted, Is it I who has forsaken the demon clan, or is it the demon clan that has cast me aside? Are you not aware of the events of your? But, my lady, you are still of the demon clan. I am aware, no need for your reminders. I have never contemplated abandoning my people. What I have relinquished are those like you, ignorant of the times, devoid of morality, and lacking in shame. Ha ha. Kunpeng laughed tragically. Well said, my lady. You speak truly. Indeed, we, the defiant ones, are deemed unforgivable by the celestial court. Yet, I dare to ask, if the demon clan is tamed, can it still be called a demon clan? Enwa was taken aback, rendered speechless. Haotian grasped Nuwa's hand and turned to Kunpeng, stating, To claim that you have been tamed is merely a figment of your imagination. Your relentless desire to defy the heavens, do you truly believe it is for the sake of the demon race? Ultimately, you are contending for your own path, are you not? I have never harbored the intention to tame the demon race, nor any living being for that matter. My sole desire is for them to exist with greater dignity and hope. Is understanding the rules synonymous with being tamed? You impose upon the demon race an unruly nature. It is you who is truly attempting to subdue them. Kunpeng's expression shifted dramatically as he stared blankly at Haotian, eventually bowing his head once more. What are you looking at? Beyond the confines of the heavenly prison, Nuwa had been fixated on Haotian. With her lips pressed together, her gaze danced as she remarked, Is it wrong to wish to gaze upon you? Absolutely not. I am the heavenly emperor. Can you merely look upon me at your whim? Do I not care for my dignity? With a dismissive glance, Nuwa turned her head away from Haotian. Haotian secretly smiled, just about to begin, when he suddenly noticed something and abruptly raised his head. Is it them? Nuwa also sensed it. Xixiao. Yaochi suddenly appeared, her expression grave. Have they come? Indeed. Haotian narrowed his eyes. They must be heading to the Daoshui Palace in the 36 heavens to find the Supreme Lord. Are they after the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? Nuwa inquired in a low voice. It appears so. It is time to lay all cards on the table. Haotian clasped his hands behind his back, gazing calmly at the 36 heavens. In the 33 heavens, at the Daoshui Palace, this place was initially desolate. But after the arrival of the Supreme Lord, it had been developed into a palace adorned with flowers and trees. Inside the grand hall, 2 young attendants were stoking the fire while the Lord was peacefully refining elixirs. Master, the golden-horned boy exclaimed upon noticing the Lord's eyes open. What is it? Master, when will we have merit coins? The golden-horned boy asked eagerly, having posed this question for the 32nd time. The Lord sighed, just wait a little longer. The mere mention of merit coins vexed him immensely. When Haotian established the financial path, none of them paid it any heed. Later, when he became an official in heaven and Haotian stated he would not receive celestial salary, it went unnoticed. The Lord thought, as a sage with 3 incarnations. What treasures had he not seen? Why would he need mere wealth? It was not until 50 years ago, while wandering the heavenly court out of boredom, that he stumbled upon the merit hall and, out of curiosity, ventured inside. Upon exiting, the Lord fell into a state of introspection. The existence of a merit hall nearly made him doubt his own sagehood. He could not fathom how such a wondrous entity existed in the primordial chaos, allowing one to exchange merit coins for any desired treasure. Not even the Tao ancestor could produce such a hall. Yet, it was undeniably real. The Lord even managed to acquire some merit coins and personally exchanged them for elixirs, achieving success. If this had been the extent of it, he would have remained unperturbed. As merely an incarnation, not the true sage, he was disinterested in such schemes. The Supreme Lord was the incarnation closest to Laozi's concept of Wu Wei. However, out of curiosity, he had previously exchanged for an elixir named Enlightenment Pill, which claimed to provide a chance to comprehend a certain divine ability. The Lord scoffed at this notion, utterly disbelieving. The three pure ones, Yuan Shi inherited the weapon path from Hongjun, Tong Tian inherited the formation path, while Laozi inherited the alchemy path. It could be said that aside from Hongjun, no one understood alchemy better than Laozi. As Laozi's incarnation, the Lord naturally inherited all of Laozi's alchemical knowledge. At present, the alchemy of the primordial chaos primarily focused on healing, saving lives, enhancing cultivation, or toxins, with the most renowned being the golden elixir developed by the Supreme Lord in later years, which could heal, save lives, and enhance cultivation, a veritable panacea. Though that was far in the future, the alchemy of the primordial chaos was still in a primitive stage. Chapter 33. The actions of Laozi have even drawn Nua's attention. Thus, the Lord held no belief in the so-called Enlightenment Pill, yet he purchased it, primarily to ascertain the true nature of the merit hall. To his astonishment, after consuming the Enlightenment Pill, he genuinely comprehended the low-tier divine ability of heavenly observation, while the Lord looked down upon such minor skills. The crucial point was that all divine abilities in the primordial chaos required personal practice and understanding, no matter how skilled a master was. They could only guide their disciples to enlightenment through teachings. The notion that one could simply consume an elixir to master a divine ability was utterly absurd. In disbelief, the Lord sought to acquire more merit coins in exchange for several more enlightenment pills, resulting in the comprehension of 2 additional minor divine abilities from 5 pills. This revelation left the Lord utterly astonished. Could it be that the Enlightenment Pill was indeed real? This was illogical. How could such a phenomenon occur? The Lord, skeptical, began frequenting the Merit Hall's alchemy chamber, and the more he visited, the more astonished he became. Finally, upon discovering countless alchemical formulas within the innermost part of the chamber, the Lord could no longer remain composed. As an incarnation, alchemy was the Lord's sole passion. He was infatuated with the craft, believing he had reached the pinnacle of alchemical mastery. Yet now he realized he had merely scratched the surface. The vastness of alchemy was far beyond his imagination. He yearned to take all these formulas back for study. However, when he attempted to act, he discovered he had no money. At that moment, the complexity of the Lord's emotions was beyond description. Who would have thought that a sage would lack funds? The Lord had numerous ways to acquire money, the simplest being the sale of elixirs. Although his elixirs had common effects, their efficacy was unparalleled. If he were to sell them, they would surely be snatched up. Yet, as a sage's incarnation, he could not bear the thought of selling elixirs in the heavenly court. The news would surely reach Laozi, who would come to reprimand him. With no other options, the Lord resorted to underhanded methods. However, his frequent activities led dozens of celestial officials to report missing funds to the punishment department. The department promptly joined forces with the heavenly soldiers and the imperial guards to investigate, rendering the Lord unable to act. Naturally, the Lord was not intimidated by the heavenly soldiers. They posed no threat to him. The issue lay in the fact that if more celestial officials reported missing funds and the soldiers and guards could not uncover the culprit, it would unmistakably point towards a grand theft involving Deluo or even quasi-saint level beings. The number of Deluo and quasi-saint beings in the heavenly court was limited. A simple inquiry would reveal the truth. After all, many celestial beings had observed the Lord's frequent visits to the Merit Hall and could easily deduce who was responsible. Crucially, the Lord had previously dismissed merit coins, so he felt no moral qualms about acquiring funds. However, now that he was aware of their significance, he could no longer proceed with such actions. He had his pride. Moreover, the Lord had secretly returned several equivalent spiritual items to those celestial beings who reported the theft. Frustrated and at a loss, the Lord returned to the Daoshui Palace, intending to turn a blind eye and think of another way. Unfortunately, his young attendant inadvertently learned of the Merit Hall's existence and began to pester him. The Lord, being kind-hearted, treated the attendant well and could not bear to scold him, so he could only continue to offer vague responses. This marked the 32nd time he had done so. The Lord sought to acquire funds. Even sages require money. While Laozi was deep in thought, his expression suddenly changed, and he quickly beckoned the 2 attendants to follow him outside. I have met several fellow Taoists. The Lord greeted amiably. The 4 sages hurriedly returned the gesture, understanding that this was the incarnation of their eldest brother and could not be neglected. The Lord and the 5 sages arrived at the Supreme Hall. After taking their seats, Laozi had already examined the Lord's memories. The last time he had done so was 500 years ago, and he had expected nothing unusual this time. However, after reviewing, Laozi was taken aback, gazing at the Lord with an indescribably peculiar expression. With a sense of unease, Lao Jun averted his gaze, unwilling to meet Laozi's eyes. The matter of acquiring wealth was indeed somewhat embarrassing. Observing Laozi's dazed expression, the other four saints were puzzled. "What troubles you, master brother?" Yuan Shi inquired. Taking several deep breaths, Laozi fragmented his memories, retaining those concerning the Hall of Merits while extracting the portions related to monetary gain. He then integrated his recollections and conveyed them to the four saints. Upon reviewing the memories, the four saints widened their eyes in astonishment. Even the typically composed Jane slowly opened his eyes. Zhuan Ti nearly spat blood, consumed by envy and jealousy. As a dignified sage, he often toiled in the West for a single postnatal spiritual treasure, yet here in Haotian, various celestial artifacts could be casually exchanged for mere merit coins. It was infuriating. Zhuan Ti was truly vexed. Were it not for a shred of rationality, he might have resorted to robbery. After absorbing the memories, Yuan Shi solemnly asked, "Master brother, could the Hall of Merits be related to the heavenly Tao?" The other saints perked up in realization. Such an omnipotent Hall of Merits could only be the product of the heavenly Tao. Even the Tao ancestor Hongjun could not create something akin. However, if it were indeed bestowed upon Haotian by the heavenly Tao, the implications were immense. Did this not suggest that the heavenly Tao had already aligned itself with Haotian? Only upon attaining sainthood did they comprehend that the heavenly Tao and Hongjun were in a state of mutual restraint. The heavenly Tao, lacking a tangible form and sentience, could only react passively. Its union with Hongjun was merely an attempt to establish a semblance of intellect, albeit one that had chosen poorly and continually plotted its own consumption. Initially, the heavenly Tao had placed great trust in Hongjun, but following the collapse of Buzhou Mountain, it seemed to have developed some form of awareness or reactive instinct. Since Haotian's emergence, it had begun to impose restrictions on Hongjun, something the five saints had learned a millennium ago within the Zixiao Palace. Had they not been privy to this information, Yuan Shi would never have harbored such suspicions. Yet, if the Hall of Merits was indeed a gift from the heavenly Tao to Haotian, did this not imply the birth of sentience within the heavenly Tao? Furthermore, did it suggest that the heavenly Tao had openly declared its support for Haotian? The expressions of the five saints grew increasingly grave. After a prolonged silence, Laozi finally spoke. "For now, let us set this matter aside. We shall allow Taishang to investigate further. Our immediate concern is to seek out Enhua and finalize matters concerning the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors." Agreed. The 4 saints had no objections. This issue was beyond their resolution. If they wished to ascertain the state of the heavenly Tao, it was better to consult Hongjun directly than to remain mired in uncertainty. With that, the 5 saints vanished from the Taishang Palace. Lao Jun wore a troubled expression. Zhuan Ti had just departed with a plethora of celestial fruits. Was this not akin to robbery? He too was impoverished. The Duoshu Palace had no surplus provisions. In the Tongming Palace, Haotian and Enhua waited their arrival. Yaochi had not made an appearance. Her achievement of the primordial unity had yet to be disclosed, serving as a valuable trump card. Suddenly, the 5 saints materialized within the Tongming Palace. Truly, they lived up to their status as saints, fully aware of the protocols. "Arriving in my heavenly court unannounced, should I then feel free to intrude upon your sanctum in kind?" Haotian poured a cup of tea for Nuwa, then took one for himself, sipping as he spoke. The 5 saints' expression stiffened, their momentum instantly diminished. Having entered the Do Shui Palace so directly before, they had unconsciously overlooked Haotian this time. Eventually, it was Laozi who, maintaining his composure, stepped forward and said, "We have urgent matters to discuss with Sister Nuwa and inadvertently offended junior brother. Please forgive us." Haotian scoffed lightly, showing no inclination to respond. Nuwa secretly chuckled, relishing the sight of Haotian putting the 5 saints in an awkward position. Clearing her throat lightly, she managed to suppress her amusement and inquired, "Might I ask what brings you here, senior brother?" Laozi, suppressing his dissatisfaction, did not rush to answer but instead conjured a cloud bed. The other 4 saints followed suit, establishing their own cloud beds. To their surprise, Yuan Shi, known for his irritable temperament, displayed no signs of anger this time. Qingtue cast a glance at Yuan Shi, silently lamenting the growth he had exhibited since the last incident. A scheming Yuan Shi was evidently more formidable than his impulsive, hot-tempered counterpart. Once the 5 saints were seated, Laozi spoke again. Sister, we have come regarding the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. He declared straightforwardly. Nuwa glanced at Haotian, noting his lack of intention to speak, and discreetly pinched him before responding. The rise of humanity and the appearance of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors is the will of heaven. I have no objections. Just decide, senior brother. I only wish to secure a heavenly throne for my elder brother. Nuwa's prompt agreement relieved the 5 saints, though they remained perplexed. Very well. Fushi, as a saint, embodies the fortune of the demon tribe and shall be designated as the heavenly emperor. Shortly, you may accompany us directly into the underworld to forcibly send Fushi's soul into the cycle of reincarnation. Laozi declared, That shall not trouble you, senior brother. I have already resolved my elder brother's reincarnation. The 5 saints were taken aback, astonished by this unexpected revelation. Nuwa had already arranged for Fushi's reincarnation? When had that occurred? How could Pingxin possibly have consented to such a matter? They collectively turned their gazes towards Haotian, clearly recognizing that Nuwa could not have accomplished this alone, leaving only one possibility. It was Haotian's doing. The expressions of the 5 saints darkened. This was their sole leverage over Nuwa, and now that she had taken matters into her own hands, they could no longer demand her neutrality. Fortunately, Nuwa had already agreed to the matter of appointing the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, so the situation was not entirely dire. As long as they could obstruct Haotian, the merits of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors would still belong to them. After a moment of silence, Laozi was about to speak when Yuanshi suddenly interjected, If that is so, then brother, let us return. Laozi and Xingtue instantly understood. Yuanshi was determined not to afford Haotian an opportunity to intervene. Xingtue marveled inwardly at Yuanshi's astuteness, though he found it perplexing how Yuanshi had suddenly made such significant progress. He even contemplated finding an opportunity to inquire if he could help Jane evolve as well, for it was becoming increasingly burdensome for him to uphold the vast Western teachings on his own. Very well. Laozi nodded, ready to agree, but was interrupted by Nuwa. Senior brother, may I ask if you have heard of the Kontong seal? The Kontong seal? Laozi felt a sense of foreboding, gazing intently at Nuwa for a moment before responding slowly. The Kontong seal is a treasure of humanity's fortune, capable of controlling human destiny and appointing or deposing the human emperor. Unfortunately, it has yet to manifest and may have been destroyed. Why do you mention the Kontong seal? Sister? Senior brother, you are aware that the Kontong seal can appoint or depose the human emperor. If we lack the Kontong seal, the legitimacy of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors may be in question. Nuwa responded leisurely. Am I not aware of this? However, with the whereabouts of the Kontong seal unknown, we surely cannot refrain from establishing a human emperor simply due to its absence. Laozi frowned. Sister, would you care for some walnuts? These are purple-patterned walnuts, known to enhance intelligence. Suddenly, Haotian produced a platter of walnuts. These purple-patterned walnuts were a type of postnatal spiritual root that Nuwa had never consumed, and it was only when Haotian stumbled upon them in a secret realm that he remembered them. Haotian plucked a walnut, and as he extended his hand, a seal adorned with entwined 9 dragons materialized in his grasp. The moment the seal appeared, I sensed a ripple in the fortunes of humanity, and an immediate recognition surged within me. Kontong seal. My expression darkened in an instant. With a decisive motion, Haotian struck the walnut with the Kontong seal, extracting the kernel and offering it to Nuwa. Here, sister, give it a taste. Nuwa shot him a reproachful glance, using the Kontong seal to smash the walnut. How could he conceive such an idea? Did he not notice that our elder brother's face was turning a shade of green? Suppressing her amusement, Nuwa accepted the walnut from Haotian and placed it into her mouth. Elder brother, what did you say? Yuanshi asked, astonished. The Kontong seal. The seal in Haotian's possession is the Kontong seal. I gritted my teeth. What? How could the Kontong seal be in his hands? And if it has emerged, how could the elder brother be unaware? Tontian inquired, bewildered. I shook my head. I do not know. Yet, this is of little consequence. What truly matters is that with the Kontong seal in Haotian's possession, we are in grave trouble. Yuanshi and Zhuan Ti's expressions grew increasingly somber. This was indeed a dire predicament. Haotian has obtained the Kontong seal, which is tantamount to possessing the imperial seal of the realm. If the Kontong seal had never emerged, the ascension or dethronement of the human sovereign would naturally be dictated by the master of the human teachings. However, with the appearance of the Kontong seal, only its possessor holds the authority to make such decisions regarding the human emperor. This signifies that the question is no longer whether they can exclude Haotian, but rather if they cannot secure his consent, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors may very well become irrelevant to them. This situation is enough to bring tears to the eyes of Zhuan. Why is it so arduous for the West to rise? The Western teachings have existed for merely half a calamity, yet still lack any substantial gains. In contrast, the East thrives. Without mentioning the 3 doctrines, even the newly established Heavenly Court, just over 1,000 primordial years old, not only boasts a formidable military and countless celestial ministers, but also possesses divine artifacts like the Hall of Merit. Haotian can casually use their treasured Kongtong seal to crack walnuts. This is a blatant humiliation. Yet, Zhuan endures. The worthy shall possess treasures. Perhaps, in the future, it will belong to someone else. But how could the 2 imperial teachers, previously agreed upon, vanish in an instant? Zhuan could easily surmise that once Haotian intervenes, the Western teachings will inevitably be sacrificed. At this rate, securing even one imperial teacher's position would be a stroke of luck. No, it cannot end like this. Zhuan gritted his teeth, his expression contorting with rage. Laozi and Yuanshi had been silent for a long time. Ultimately, Yuanshi retreated behind Laozi without uttering a word. Clearly, this situation was beyond Yuanshi's control, leaving him only to bow to Haotian. However, bowing to Haotian is something Yuanshi cannot bring himself to do. Upon witnessing this, Laozi's anger flared, his hair seemingly standing on end. Why must everything revolve around him? Finally, Laozi sighed, conceding that he must take the initiative. For who else could shoulder the responsibility but the eldest senior brother? Haotian, my junior. Laozi inhaled deeply, forcing a smile as he turned to Haotian. Yet, before he could speak, he heard Haotian, without even glancing his way, proclaim, "Sister, come, have a peach. It's been 9,000 years, and I've been reluctant to eat it." Laozi was immediately engulfed in frustration. "Junior, you. Sister, one day I shall take you to visit the human race. You have no idea how rapidly they have progressed. They have learned etiquette. They are understanding individuals now. They knock before entering others' homes, and upon entering, they know to greet the host first. If the host does not permit them to sit, they refrain from doing so. Oh my, they have all become so courteous." Nuwa could no longer contain herself, covering her mouth as laughter bubbled forth, her face flushed with mirth. The actions of Haotian, with his finger pointing at the mulberry while cursing the locust, are indeed quite malicious. Yet, we, the old ancestor, have brought this upon ourselves. We are fully aware that Haotian is not to be trifled with, yet we recklessly intruded upon the heavenly court, proceeding to the Doshua Palace without so much as a greeting, and then brazenly forced our way into the Tongming Hall without prior notice. What does Haotian take himself for? Does he truly believe that his temperament is forgiving? Our conduct has drawn the ire even of Enwa. Fundamentally, while we publicly acknowledge Haotian's status as a primordial being, deep down, we still harbor disdain for him. The wilderness is a realm that places immense value on lineage and seniority, particularly within the Taoist sects, which have ingrained this traditional view into their very bones. Yuanshi even looks down upon his own disciples due to lineage issues. This is a malady. Others may tolerate their arrogance, but Haotian will not indulge them. Enwa's laughter roused the old ancestor from his stupor, awakening him to the realization of where the problem lay. However, knowing is one thing. Accepting it is another matter entirely. It is not just the old ancestor. The other 4 saints also wore grim expressions. If it were possible, the old ancestor would wish to depart immediately. Yet, this is not a time for caprice. The position of the human sovereign concerns not only merit and fortune, but also the legacy of the 4 teachings. All 5 saints understand that merit and fortune are ephemeral, at most capable of fostering a single disciple. However, if they could become the teacher of the human sovereign, they would enable the sovereign to propagate their teachings, allowing their sect to take root and flourish among humanity. This is of utmost importance. Should they miss the opportunity presented by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, it would mean a complete severance from the human race. Even if they later find a chance for succession, tracing back to the origins would be fraught with legitimacy issues. Moreover, if the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were to be relinquished, one could only speculate how Haotian would develop the human race, making it exceedingly difficult for them to spread their doctrines thereafter. Haotian, what exactly do you desire? Suddenly, Yuanshi could no longer restrain himself and demanded an answer. Simple. Haotian replied coolly. Apologize. Apologize? Haotian, you have gone too far. Yuanshi retorted angrily. Senior sister? You see, this is what it means to be unreasonable. Haotian scoffed. then rose to his feet, gazing at the 5 saints with a grave tone. Am I the one who has overstepped, or have you? Where are we? This is my heavenly court. Within the heavenly court, I am the emperor. You enter my domain without consent, treating me as inconsequential? Had you the slightest regard, you would never have acted in such a manner. If you refuse to apologize, then one day when I am in a good mood, I shall enter the Yushu Palace, Jinao Island, or even Ling Mountain, without so much as a word to you, and I hope you will greet me with smiles then. Yuan Shi sprang to his feet in outrage. What? Do you wish to strike me? Haotian regarded Yuan Shi with disdain, questioning. Is striking all you know? Do you even comprehend your own status? You are a saint. Do you understand the consequences of a saint engaging in battle within the wilderness? At best, it results in shattered mountains and rivers. At worst, the collapse of the wilderness itself. Your every blow could lead to the innocent deaths of countless beings. You may feel vindicated, but have you ever considered the plight of those beings? Is it true that beneath the saints, all are but ants? I do not know who uttered those words, but let me tell you, your saintly positions are built upon the fate of the living, summoned forth by the Tao of heaven to benefit the wilderness, not to vent your personal grievances. Let me refrain from discussing anything else and simply ask, what contributions have you, Yuan Shi, made to the wilderness? Chapter 34, Your Majesty. Are you referring to the Taoist friend, Hongjun? You, insolent. How dare you? Yuan Shi's face flushed red with anger, yet he found no words of rebuttal, only resorting to exclamations of indignation. Haotian, do you dare to engage me in battle within the chaos? Fighting and killing are the pursuits of brutes. Besides, do you possess the strength to contend with me? I possess 2 innate treasures, and what do you have? Can a single panga banner withstand both my imperial seal and Haotian sword at once? Haotian cast a disdainful glance at Yuan Shi and, after a moment, turned to Laozi, saying, Master Brother, although today has been somewhat unpleasant, I still address you as Master Brother. There is no need for superfluous words. Regarding the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, I shall claim the last 2 of the 5 emperors for myself, and the remainder you may divide amongst yourselves. However, out of respect for our brotherhood, I can overlook today's events. Should there be a next time, do not blame me for being ruthless. With that, he dismissed them. Yuan Shi, enraged, summoned the panga banner, preparing to engage in battle with Haotian, only to be restrained by Laozi. Laozi glanced at Haotian and replied slowly, the events of today are our collective fault. Let us allocate the matter of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors as my younger brother has suggested. With that, he took Yuan Shi and swiftly departed from the Hall of Illumination. Tong Tian and Zhuan Ti said nothing and turned to leave. Once the 5 saints had departed, Haotian exhaled deeply. What is troubling you? You seem tense, Nuwa observed, noticing Haotian's unusual demeanor. Not so much tense, but there was indeed a moment of peril. I did not anticipate their excessive behavior. I truly did not wish to engage with Yuan Shi. It was not a matter of inability to win, but rather a lack of meaning. The foundations of the heavenly court are still shallow. Should I and Yuan Shi clash here? It is ultimately I who would suffer the consequences. Alas, the 5 saints of Buddhism and Taoism, we are still somewhat outmatched. Then why not engage in a proper dialogue? Haotian shook his head and said, it is not the same. Whether I desire to return or not, my stance must remain resolute. The heavenly court cannot show weakness. Otherwise, if we yield once, we shall inevitably face a second instance. To endure a moment may be perceived as a sign of vulnerability, and to take a step back will only embolden them to advance further. And if Yuan Shi truly resorts to violence, then we shall engage in battle. If Yuan Shi dares to act with impudence, I shall, even at the cost of the heavenly court, compel Yuan Shi to apologize and plead for mercy. Haotian spoke resolutely. Nuwa gazed at the imposing figure of Haotian, momentarily lost in a daze. Haotian took a deep breath and gradually seated himself. He harbored a profound sense of urgency, an experience he was reluctant to endure again, having lost control. However, the path to achieving the primordial unity was exceedingly arduous. By fortunate coincidence, Yaochi encountered a special main storyline quest, allowing her to obtain a cultivation advancement card ahead of time, which enabled her to enter the realm of primordial unity sooner. Haotian speculated that the next card for cultivating one's abilities might only become available with the next main quest, and whether it could be claimed in advance remained uncertain. Thus, in the short term, it seemed unlikely that there would be a third primordial being in the heavenly court. Consequently, matters that could be resolved through strategy were best left untouched. However, should the need arise for action, Haotian would not hesitate. Since his arrival in this realm, he had resolved never to make any compromises. The five saints exited the heavenly court and returned to the Taichung Palace on Shouyang Mountain. Elder brother, why are you stopping me? Yuan Shi asked, still seething with indignation. Although Yuan Shi had cultivated a measure of cunning, he was prone to losing his composure if provoked. His cleverness was undeniable, but his volatile temperament was innate, causing his disciples to fear him. Following the catastrophe of the Fengshen, half of the disciples of the Chan sect had departed, a situation exacerbated by the temptations of Junti. Fundamentally, it stemmed from Yuan Shi's favoritism and harshness, along with his unpredictable temperament that led to punishments and reprimands. In the short term, it might be bearable, but over time, none could withstand it. I understand Yuan Shi's character well, Laozi remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Yuan Shi. I am not stopping you. What do you intend to do? Engage in battle with Haotian in the heavenly court? Are you dissatisfied with the fortune of the Chan sect? Or do you feel there is too little karma? The heavenly Tao is constantly watching over the heavenly court, and the relationship between Haotian and the heavenly Tao remains unconfirmed. Should you provoke Haotian or anger the heavenly Tao? Are you certain that your sect can withstand the ensuing repercussions? Yuan Shi, upon hearing this, felt a jolt of clarity, and his gaze gradually regained its lucidity. Although he was capricious, he was also astute, and Laozi's words instantly awakened him. Thank you, elder brother. I was in the wrong, Yuan Shi admitted readily. Laozi nodded in satisfaction. Indeed. However, this time, it is too advantageous for Haotian. He actually claimed 3 positions as emperor's teacher. Yuan Shi still felt a twinge of resentment. The 2 Western sects remained unusually silent at this remark, and Tong Tian also grew quiet. When it came to matters of the heavenly court, he was increasingly reluctant to express his opinions, even finding himself engaging in verbal sparring with Yuan Shi. He had grown weary of the intrigues and schemes. Observing the expressions of Jun Ti and Tong Tian, Laozi spoke. This is unavoidable. After all, Haotian controls the Kongtong seal. However, this situation is temporary. As long as the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors have not fully ascended, we still have opportunities, do we not, Brother Junti? Laozi's words served as a reminder to the 5 saints. Yuan Shi instantly grasped the implication. Junti smirked and remarked, Brother Dao, the matter of Yaochi can be entrusted to me, but the 2 positions of emperor's teacher that I promised cannot be reneged. What? Yuan Shi protested. Friend, you are being unreasonable. Junti stood firm. This is my condition. If you disagree, then we might as well part ways. After all, my Western sect has nothing to lose. We are not afraid of the heavenly court growing stronger. Very well. Laozi acquiesced. Let it be so. The 2nd and 3rd positions of emperor's teacher shall belong to your Western sect. Elder brother, Yuan Shi protested, wishing to counter. Laozi waved his hand. Let it be. The Earth Emperor and Human Emperor will go to the 2 of you. I only require 1 position of emperor's teacher. Yuan Shi opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Given Laozi's concession, he had no further objections. Junti had not anticipated Laozi's ease in conceding. He had prepared various tactics, but ended up using none. Gratefully, Junti thanked Laozi before hastily exiting the Taichung Palace with Jane, as if fearing a change of heart from Laozi. Yuan Shi disdainfully watched the Western saints' departing figures before turning back to Laozi with confusion. Elder brother, what are your true intentions? Laozi chuckled softly. You need not rush. Second brother, I have said it before. The situation remains undetermined, and anything stated now holds no weight. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors cannot simply be appointed by virtue of having positions. Yuan Shi nodded, refraining from further inquiries, and took his leave from Laozi. Tong Tian followed suit. After the departure of the saints, Laozi sighed. Previously, in the Tongming Hall, he had wished to probe Haotian's depths. Haotian's enigmatic nature instilled a sense of caution within him. Yet, contemplating the aftermath of the Fengshen calamity, where many disciples from the Chan and Jie sects would ascend the Fengshen list, he could not allow Yuan Shi to fall out with Haotian. In retreating a step now, should any unforeseen circumstances arise in the future, there would still be room for reconciliation. Laozi could only glimpse a fragment of the Fengshen calamity. He knew the causes and some initial scenes, but was unaware of the outcome. Had he known that after the calamity, all 5 saints would be imprisoned by Hongjun, he might not have considered turning against Haotian. Indeed, he might have sought an alliance instead. Alas, he could only see a small part of the whole. In the heavenly court, the annual court assembly had arrived once more. This annual occurrence referred to the time in the mortal realm. Although the celestial officials preferred using the time calculations of the ancient primordial era, after all, The starry sky of the heavenly court was still that of the primordial age, where a single day equated to a year in the mortal realm. Using mortal time could sometimes be quite inconvenient. Nonetheless, some celestial beings favored the mortal time, and Haotian had not imposed any specific regulations, only mandating that the official time be based on the mortal realm for greater precision. Most celestial officials were adept at divination and calculation, making it simple to convert mortal time. In the Lingxiao treasure hall, Haotian and Yaochi were seated upon a cloud bed, with Nuwa sitting beside them. Nuwa had almost publicly declared her intention to join the heavenly court, merely awaiting formal recognition. Haotian had not mentioned the matter, and Nuwa seemed unconcerned, as the celestial officials were all aware. Below the Lingxiao treasure hall, celestial beings of rank 5 and above stood respectfully on either side, arranged according to their divine positions. All the celestial officials donned celestial official garments, which were rewards from system-side quests. The attire resembled the official robes of the Tang dynasty, though less rigid than ancient official robes, as the cultivation world emphasized freedom. Thus, Haotian only stipulated the color of the garments, while the patterns and embroidery were randomly generated by the system, allowing the celestial officials to choose their designs. The colors of the official garments were strictly regulated. First rank in deep purple, second in light purple, third in bright red, fourth in light red, fifth in royal blue, sixth in light blue, seventh in sky blue, eighth in pale green, and ninth in grayish-white. This arrangement made the ranks of the celestial officials immediately apparent. Moreover, the 5 offices and 9 palaces, as well as various departments, each had their own insignia, allowing one to discern a celestial official's department and rank simply by examining their attire. As the celestial officials entered their ranks, they bowed in respect. We pay homage to His Majesty the Celestial Emperor. May his boundless primordial essence endure. We pay homage to the Queen Mother. May she enjoy eternal blessings and peace. We pay homage to Lady Nuwa. May she have boundless longevity. All you ministers, rise. At the forefront, Haotian's expression was solemn, and his voice was cool. During the court assembly, Haotian, Yaochi, and Nuwa all bore serious demeanors. The celestial officials below were equally grave, their expressions respectful and cautious. As Haotian gazed down upon the multitude of celestial beings, a profound sense of emotion welled within him. He relished the adoration of countless souls. Let us commence. If there are matters to address, present them forthwith. Haotian spoke with a calm demeanor. Your Majesty, I have a matter to report. Baizé replied, stepping forward in response. Haotian nodded with satisfaction. These rules were instilled by him over time. Although some of these regulations may seem rather archaic, they are sometimes essential. Much like how the military posture in later generations is not merely about enhancing individual combat prowess, but rather about fostering discipline and the very essence of the army. The heavenly court operates under similar principles. Without rules, even the most potent celestial powers would ultimately dissolve into chaos. Your Majesty, as the human race in the mortal realm rises, it is imperative that the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors re-emerge. Our heavenly court must dispatch a divine being to descend and instruct the human emperor, guiding him to achieve greatness. Enwa cast a glance at Haotian, puzzled as to why he orchestrated such a scenario. Baizé's words were evidently taught by Haotian. Was he not merely putting on a performance for himself? She had inquired of Haotian before, yet he had offered no explanations, leaving Enwa intensely curious. Proceed. Haotian nodded and said, Noble ministers, who among you is willing to undertake this journey to the mortal realm? Your Majesty, I recommend the Right Chancellor. His profound knowledge and exceptional abilities make him well suited to mentor the human emperor. Yuan Hong stepped forward boldly. We second that motion. Several celestial ministers rose in agreement after Yuan Hong. I too lend my support. Finally, Baizé stepped forward, delivering a decisive conclusion. Haotian nodded in satisfaction once more. With that, Taibai stepped forward. Having long been prepared, the star of Taibai stood with a hint of excitement. Your servant is here. I decree you to be the heavenly master, to descend to the mortal realm and guide the celestial emperor, assisting him in ascending to the throne. Your servant humbly obeys the imperial edict. Indeed. Thus, the role of the teacher of the emperor was dramatically established. The reason Haotian undertakes such actions is to restore his reputation. Matters concerning the celestial court are of paramount importance and cannot be decided in private. If such issues are brought before the court, it would be inappropriate for Haotian to raise them himself, as it might lead the celestial ministers to perceive him as favoring Taibai. This exemplifies a subtle application of imperial strategy, seemingly insignificant yet remarkably effective. Affairs of the celestial court demand utmost diligence. in the southern continent of Hongjun. Within the human tribe of Huashu, at the outskirts of Luai's, Haotian, Yaochi, Nuwa, Xinyuanzi, and Taibai Jinxing concealed themselves among the clouds. Is it her? Nuwa inquired, furrowing her brow and pointing at a woman within a cave below. It cannot be mistaken, the soul mark resides here. Haotian remarked with a click of his tongue. Why is she here alone? Who is looking after her during her pregnancy? Nuwa expressed her dissatisfaction. I have calculated. This woman became pregnant after curiously stepping on a giant footprint she discovered in Luai's. Unmarried and with child, she was cast out. Haotian pondered the nature of Fushi's reincarnation, even suspecting it might have been intentional by Pingxin. What? Nuwa instantly recalled Pingxin, her temper flaring. I shall confront her. Come back. Haotian hastily restrained Nuwa, saying, What do you intend to do? To find Pingxin. How dare she treat my elder brother in such a manner? It's utterly excessive. That is nonsense. Pingxin is acting in the best interest of your elder brother. Huh? Nuwa blinked, puzzled. What do you mean? With a single hand behind his back, Haotian explained, Consider this. Your elder brother is destined to become the emperor of humanity. With millions of tribes among the human race, what makes him capable of unifying them and becoming their sovereign? If he possesses no extraordinary qualities? Nuwa appeared contemplative. But is my elder brother truly extraordinary at this moment? Certainly not. To tread upon the marshlands and conceive before marriage is a scandal. Yet, what if a 9-colored Qilin were to appear, delivering sustenance to the Huashu clan, aiding her survival? Your elder brother, born exceptional, would undoubtedly have a prolonged gestation. If, on the day of his birth, radiant beams of light and auspicious omens abound, and thereafter, an immortal arrives to take him as a disciple, how do you suppose the Huashu tribe would perceive the reincarnation of your elder brother? Although Nuwa was unfamiliar with the concept of publicity, the implication was clear to her. Due to Haotian's prior actions in sealing the heavens, the human race held an immense reverence for the divine. Fushi, born extraordinary, would undoubtedly be regarded as a great sage, and with Haotian's backing to amplify his renown, Fushi's reputation would swiftly permeate the entirety of humanity. Nuwa's gaze flickered as she fixed her eyes upon Haotian, feeling a burgeoning admiration for him. Despite both being sages, Haotian's intellect far surpassed hers, as if every challenge transformed into simplicity in his presence. Brother, is this not what you meant when you spoke of the heavens bestowing great responsibilities upon certain individuals? The heavens will first temper their resolve, labor their limbs, and hunger their bellies. As Yaochi spoke, her voice gradually diminished. Your Highness. Suddenly, Taibai approached, presenting a bamboo slip to Yaochi. Upon receiving it, her eyes brightened, her voice rising once more. They will hunger their bodies, exhaust their spirits, and disrupt their endeavors, thus fostering resilience and enhancing their limitations. Brother, I am correct. Am I not? She concluded with a satisfied glance towards Taibai Jinxing, who chuckled in delight. Xinyuanzi turned his head to glance at the bamboo slip, noting that the first line read, Your Majesty's sacred edict, to be earnestly remembered. Xinyuanzi couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. Is this truly the right minister of the celestial court? Remarkable indeed. Haotian could not help but glance at Taibai. It was no wonder that in the legends of the past, the heavenly court trusted Taibai so deeply. Who would not appreciate such a minister? His junior sister was indeed correct. Without offering a correction, Haotian turned to Taibai and said, Taibai, at your service. Taibai immediately bowed and clasped his hands, embodying an attitude of humble attentiveness. Even Nuwa cast a sidelong glance, realizing why her junior brother held such admiration for Taibai. This submissive demeanor was ingrained to the very core. Well, I have already brought you the 9-colored Qilin. You understand what to do you not? Rest assured, Your Majesty, I assure you that I will facilitate the successful emergence of the great god Fushi. Excellent. Junior brother, do you think they will cause any disturbances? Nuwa inquired, a hint of concern in her voice. Do not worry, senior sister. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are decrees of heaven. The sages dare not defy fate. Even if they attempt to manipulate the human emperor against me, they would not dare obstruct the creation of the world by the human emperor. Nuwa nodded, feeling a sense of relief. Given the stakes involved with Fushi, she indeed felt somewhat anxious. Earthly sovereign, Tianjun. Haotian turned his gaze to Xinyuanzi. At your service. Xinyuanzi flicked his whisk and, mirroring Taibai's demeanor, bowed and clasped his hands. How has the Department of Earthly Governance in the Southern Jambudvipa been developing? Currently, We have trained a total of 1,060 qualified mountain deities and 2,320 land deities, all of whom possess cultivation above the Xianxian level. That is far too few. The Department of Earthly Governance will require countless mountain and land deities in the future. Just in the southern Jambudvipa alone, we will need tens of millions. The pace of the department must not falter, yet the review of celestial officials cannot be relaxed either. You shall have to toil more in the days to come. Before, Haotian believed that even if the heavenly court reached its zenith with millions of celestial officials, it would suffice. However, as his ambitions grew and his plans deepened, he realized that his previous thoughts were overly simplistic. The vastness of the primordial chaos surpassed his imagination. Previously, Haotian's mindset had been somewhat limited, having been liberated from the confines of the Blue Planet's paradigm. I shall faithfully serve the imperial decree and develop the Department of Land Administration, he proclaimed. Indeed, Haotian held unwavering faith in this declaration. For Jin Yuanzi had already discovered his path within the department. Once he expanded the department's reach across much of the primordial chaos, his path would be realized. At this juncture, even the allure of a congenital supreme treasure would fail to entice Jin Yuanzi away from the heavenly court. Compared to attaining enlightenment, treasures were of little significance. Very well, I shall leave this matter in the hands of Tai Bai. I respectfully bid you farewell, Your Majesty. In a concealed desolate mountain in the heart of the primordial chaos, the figures of Haotian, Yaochi, Enhua, and Jin Yuanzi gradually materialized. Senior brother, why have we come here? Yaochi inquired, puzzled. We are here to rescue an old friend, Haotian replied with a hint of nostalgia. Old friend? Yaochi blinked in surprise. Senior brother, are you hiding other companions from me again? Do not speak frivolously. What do you mean by again? Haotian retorted, a frown crossing his face. This old friend is known to you all, but the one most familiar with him should be senior brother Jin Yuanzi. Haotian smiled at Jin Yuanzi, reverting to calling him senior brother. Jin Yuanzi trembled all over, a sense of confusion washing over him. An old friend he knew so well. Could someone as reclusive as he truly have an old friend? Over the years, he had only one close companion in the vast wilderness, and that was. Suddenly, Jin Yuanzi's pupils dilated, and he abruptly raised his head to gaze at Haotian, his lips quivering with excitement as he incredulously exclaimed, Your Majesty, are you referring to our dear friend Hongjun? Hongjun? Yaochi pondered in bewilderment. Hadn't senior brother Hongjun already met his fate? Chapter 35. A matter of great importance to humanity. Haotian shook his head. To the best of my knowledge, brother Hongjun did not completely perish in body and spirit all those years ago. Instead, he left behind two remnants of his soul. One of these fled into the fated treasure of Hongjun, the 99 Scatter Soul Gourd, while the other resides here. Haotian gestured towards the desolate mountains ahead while speaking. Concerning the matter of Hongjun, it was a reward from the side quest undertaken to persuade Zenyuzi to join the heavenly court. Besides the incense for ascension, there was also the 99 Scattered Soul Gourd, which contained remnants of Hongjun's soul, along with crucial intelligence. The vital piece of information revealed that another fragment of Hongjun's soul resided here. If these two soul remnants were to merge and be cast into the cycle of reincarnation, there would be a glimmer of hope for revival. Your Majesty, is it true that Hongjun still lives? Zenyuzi exclaimed, his eyes brimming with emotion. Haotian did not jest with Jin Yuanzi. After a nod, he extended his hand and produced the 99 Sampo gourd. Upon seeing the gourd, Jin Yuanzi's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this the Sampo gourd of Hongjun? How did it come to be in the possession of His Majesty? Haotian smiled without speaking. Jin Yuanzi immediately realized his indiscretion. Everyone in the celestial court knew the emperor harbored countless secrets. If His Majesty did not volunteer information, one must never inquire. This was an unspoken taboo universally acknowledged in the heavens. Your Majesty, this humble subject has spoken out of turn. Jin Yuanzi hastily apologized. It matters not. Haotian replied with a light chuckle, holding the gourd. Within this lies a wisp of Taoist Hongjun's fragmented soul. Thus, we must refrain from opening it for now. First, we must locate another remnant of his spirit, as Your Majesty commands. Jin Yuanzi steadied his emotions and was about to step aside when suddenly, he froze in realization. Your Majesty, this soul-scattering gourd appears incomplete. Haotian paused. This was his first time retrieving the gourd, and he had yet to examine it closely. Prompted by Jin Yuanzi's observation, he immediately noticed the discrepancy. Hongjun's soul-scattering gourd was one of the 7 gourds born from the supreme innate spiritual vine, a treasure of unparalleled rarity. Yet the gourd in Haotian's hand now seemed diminished, its essence fragmented, as if missing a portion of its original power. Haotian narrowed his eyes slightly, contemplating for a moment before saying, "Let us venture inside and take a look." With that, he proceeded directly towards the desolate mountain. Following the system's guidance, Nuwa, Yaochi, and Jin Yuanzi trailed closely behind him. Moments later, they arrived at the summit, which lay barren and desolate, devoid of any presence or substance. After observing for a moment, Haotian suddenly waved his hand, causing the protruding cliff at the mountain's peak to shatter, revealing a hidden world within. Inside the fractured wall lay a spiritual pool, beside which grew a gourd vine, adorned with 7 immature gourds. Upon sighting the 7 gourds, Nuwa, the jade pool, and Xinyuanzi were all taken aback. Haotian was momentarily taken aback. Why did this scene feel somewhat familiar? Could it possibly be the legendary 7 Calabash brothers? Might it be true that the fabled 7 Calabash brothers are the reincarnations from the primordial era? This notion is certainly not without merit. However, that is of little significance. What truly matters is that Haotian sensed a faint yet familiar fluctuation emanating from the calabash vine. "This, brother, is this the innate calabash vine?" Yaochi inquired, bewildered. "No," Haotian replied. "If my conjecture is correct, this should be a fusion of Hongjun's lingering soul and fragments of the scattered calabash, manifesting as the calabash vine. This implies that Hongjun has transformed into a spiritual root?" Nuwa remarked, intrigued. Upon hearing this, Xinyuanzi felt a sudden jolt of realization. "Your Majesty, has Hongjun truly become a spiritual root?" Haotian nodded, astonished within, pondering whether this was the primordial version of a vegetative state. "Then, Your Majesty, is there hope for Hongjun?" he inquired, uncertainty gnawing at him. This predicament was unprecedented. Even Nuwa, the saint of creation, would find herself at a loss in such a scenario. A cloud transformed into a spiritual root. Neither a saint nor even the Taoist ancestor might be able to restore it. Yet, according to the system's guidance, there should be a glimmer of hope for Hongjun. "Your Majesty, I implore you to save my brother Hongjun. I shall be eternally grateful." Xinyuanzi's eyes glistened with emotion as he bowed deeply to Haotian. "Enough. I never declared I would not save him. Why the haste?" After a moment's contemplation, Haotian addressed Nuwa. "Sister, could you perhaps retrieve the gourd vine first? I wish to place it into the secret realm. Once it matures there, it may yield unexpected transformations." "That is quite simple," Nuwa responded, extending her hand. The power of creation surged forth as the gourd vine was gently uprooted. With a swift motion, the gourd vine was now in her grasp. "All set. Well, it appears we have nothing more to attend to here. Let us return to the heavenly court to prevent any unforeseen incidents with the gourd vine." The 2 women nodded nonchalantly, while Xinyuanzi felt a surge of excitement, his mind slightly adrift. Upon witnessing this, Haotian furrowed his brow and remarked, "Brother Jin Yuan, regardless of whether Taoist Hongjun can be revived, your current haste is futile. Do not forget, you bear a significant responsibility at this moment." Xinyuanzi inhaled deeply and bowed respectfully to Haotian. "Your Majesty, please rest assured, I shall not neglect my duties." "Very well. Leave Hongjun to me. You may return to the Earth Administration." With that, Haotian swiftly departed for the heavenly court, accompanied by Nuwa and Yaochi. In the desolate mountains, Xinyuanzi took a moment to collect himself before gesturing with his fingers to cast a spell, enveloping the barren landscape in a protective barrier. He cast one last astonished and joyous yet troubled glance at the former position of the gourd vine before resolutely turning away, leaving no room for sentimentality. Time slipped away in the blink of an eye, and 12 years had passed. In a cave on the outskirts of Luais, Huashu had lived in solitude for 12 years. And she had been pregnant for the entirety of that time. Initially, despair consumed her, for in such a remote wilderness, it was exceedingly difficult for a pregnant woman to survive. Just when her hope waned, a 9-colored Qilin appeared. This magical creature, imbued with intelligence, brought her ample food and water daily, and on occasion, even clothing and other necessities. Huashu was oblivious to how the Qilin acquired these items. Her singular focus was on survival and delivering her child. Little did she know that her pregnancy would stretch on for 12 long years. One day, the Qilin arrived with fruits and cooked meat, and as Huashu greeted it with a radiant smile, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. Realizing that labor was imminent, she braced herself. Meanwhile, high above the cave, Tai Bai, who had been napping lazily, was abruptly jolted awake by a kick. Disoriented, he blinked and saw the 9-colored Qilin gesturing towards the ground. Instinctively, Tai Bai glanced down and was taken aback to discover that Huashu was about to give birth. Stunned for a moment, he quickly began to cast a spell. In an instant, a fierce wind howled around him. Realizing he had made an error in his spellcasting, Taibai smacked his forehead in frustration. He swiftly altered his hand gestures, and moments later, radiant light filled the heavens, and auspicious phenomena flourished across the land. Where's the treasure? Where is it? Just as Taibai descended from the clouds, a boisterous man rushed towards him, shouting, "Hey, old man. Do you know where the treasure is?" The man, noticing Taibai, hurriedly approached with his query. Taibai was perplexed. "What treasure? Did you not see it?" The man pressed forward to support Taibai, exclaiming, "Your eyesight is quite poor. Did you not see the light from the heavens?" The elders all said there must be treasure. Taibai's lips twitched in annoyance. "What treasure? You are mistaken. You're lying. You must be deceiving me. Humph. You old rascal, you wish to hoard the treasure for yourself. If you want to tell me, I shall seek it out myself." With that, the man released Taibai and began to rummage about like a wild bear. Taibai found himself in a mix of amusement and exasperation, yet he bore no ill will. Although the man was greedy for treasures, his immediate concern for Taibai's well-being showed a kind heart. He did not stop the man. In that brief moment, Fushi had already been born, and it was now crucial for him to be discovered. The emergence of the human emperor heralded a divine blessing upon the world. "Brother?" Seemingly telepathic, the man made a beeline for Huashu's cave. Upon seeing him, Huashu gasped in surprise. "Who is that, my brother?" The man, upon recognizing Huashu, exclaimed joyfully, "Sister, you're alive. How wonderful. I have searched for you for 12 years. Huashu felt a whirlwind of emotions upon seeing him. After all, he had been cast out, and without the Qilin, she would not have survived to this moment. It was impossible for her to harbor no resentment. However, hearing her brother's words sent a shock through her. "Brother, you have been searching for me all these years." "Of course. When you became pregnant before marriage, our kin deemed it inauspicious, and father had no choice but to send you away. I had hoped to secretly bring you back afterward or find you a safe place. But who could have imagined you would vanish completely? After your departure, mother and father met with misfortune in their search for you and passed away." Huashu's complexion paled drastically. "What? How could this be? I have remained right here on the outskirts of Luais. You are unaware, sister. Ever since you left, thick fog enveloped the area around Luais, preventing anyone from entering. Had it not been for that flash of light dispersing the fog, I still would not have been able to reach you." Huashu's heart was flooded with mixed emotions. In the air, Haotian and Enwa observed the unfolding scene. "Are you satisfied now?" Enwa had always harbored discontent regarding Huashu's banishment from her tribe and had not wished for her elder brother to serve as a descendant of such a person. However, witnessing this moment softened Enwa's previously stern demeanor. "Humph. This tribe has no virtuous individuals." Haotian shook his head. "The human race is a product of the postnatal realm. Apart from the first generation of humans you created, the subsequent generations, extending to countless descendants, are quite ignorant. It is only now, with the support of the cosmic energies, that humanity is gradually beginning to awaken. The role of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors is to guide the human race out of ignorance." Nuwa pouted her lips. "With your words, what more can I say?" Haotian smiled faintly, grasping Nuwa's hand, and said, "You see, your concern only leads to confusion. Rest assured, since your elder brother has already been born, no one can hinder him as the emperor of humanity." Nuwa's face flushed, and she turned her head, choosing not to respond. Meanwhile, Huaguang gathered the people of the Huasu tribe, who initially believed they had discovered treasures, only to realize they had found the Huasu clan. At first, there was considerable resistance towards the Huasu clan. However, when the brilliant Taibai appeared, proclaiming himself a celestial official from the heavenly court and declaring that the son of Huasu was a great sage of humanity whom he had come to take as a disciple, the members of the Huasu tribe understood that the earlier radiance was a sign of Fushi's descent. They also beheld the 9-colored Qilin, and with the heavenly court's esteemed status among humanity, the Huasu clan soon acknowledged the extraordinary nature of Fushi's reincarnation. Their perspective shifted dramatically, and they joyfully welcomed the Huasu clan back into their fold, with Taibai choosing to reside among them. At Shouyang Mountain, in the Taiching Palace, Laozi opened his eyes at a certain moment, and the figures of Yuan Shi and the 2 saints of the West gradually materialized. Tongtian did not attend, having always opposed the persecution of the demonists, thus opting out. Laozi remained unconcerned about the 4 saints. Their presence was sufficient to conceal matters from Haotian. Unbeknownst to Tongtian, however, his withdrawal had subtly created a rift with the four saints. Hence, every action and decision carries its own consequences. Fu Shi has descended. When do you plan to act, my friend Junti? Yuan Shi inquired. Junti shook his head. We cannot choose Fu Shi. He is Nu Hua's elder brother, and she will be ever watchful. Even if we conduct ourselves with the utmost secrecy, we shall be discovered. If we are to choose, we must select an emperor who is not under Haotian's scrutiny. Then let it be the Earth Emperor. His mentor is my first disciple, Guang Qingzi. Yuan Shi remarked nonchalantly. Excellent. Junti agreed, smiling as he nodded. However, we can commence our plans now. I must first draw out Yaochi. I shall take my leave. With that, he departed alongside Jian. Yuan Shi exchanged pleasantries with Laozi before returning to Kunlun Mountain. Throughout it all, Laozi remained silent. In the Huasu tribe, Fu Shi had grown into adulthood, exhibiting extraordinary talents from a young age, able to speak at 3 months, walk at 6 months, and care for himself by the age of 2. Under Tai Bai's covert guidance, Fu Shi's fame gradually spread across most of the human tribes. Almost all knew of the Huasu tribe's Fu Shi, heralded as the reincarnation of a sage, nurtured by the 9-colored Qilin for 12 years, and born amidst celestial phenomena, with divine beings from the heavenly court seeking to take him as a disciple. In no time, Fu Shi's renowned soared, attracting countless followers pledging their loyalty. Fu Shi displayed remarkable wisdom from an early age, grasping many concepts intuitively. Following Haotian's instructions, Tai Bai refrained from teaching Fu Shi specific governance techniques, opting instead to provide him with fundamental life principles, allowing Fu Shi to comprehend them on his own. True to his destiny as the ordained emperor of humanity, Fu Shi assumed the position of chieftain of the Huasu tribe at 16, subsequently renaming it the Fu Shi tribe. As chieftain, he initiated sweeping reforms within the tribe. Fu Shi established regulations governing marriage and funerals, codifying relationships and moral principles among the human race. Additionally, he instituted surnames, invented fishing nets, and devised a method for recording events with knotted ropes. These measures spurred rapid development within the Fu Shi tribe, prompting neighboring tribes to pledge allegiance. As Fu Shi embarked on the path towards unifying humanity, as the number of unified tribes increased, so too did the challenges Fu Shi faced, such as governance issues, food shortages, and intertribal disputes. However, these were relatively minor concerns. With Tai Bai's presence, a mere hint was often enough for Fu Shi to devise solutions. Despite the simplicity and backwardness of some of his ideas, they represented progress as humanity advanced through gradual exploration. Yet, the true headache for Fu Shi was the grave crisis facing humanity. I seek an audience with my master, he declared. Come in. Upon entering, Fu Shi found Tai Bai roasting chicken wings. Master. Fu Shi bowed respectfully to Tai Bai, accustomed to this scene. You're here? Come sit. Tai Bai gestured for Fu Shi to take a seat while continuing to tend to the wings. The wings from the primordial realm were plentiful and flavorful, each weighing over 10 pounds. What troubles you now? Tai Bai casually inquired. Fu Shi, typically serious, approached with gravity. Master, this concerns a significant matter for humanity, he stated earnestly. Tai Bai paused, extinguishing the fire, tearing off a large piece of meat, and placing it on a dish for Fu Shi. Don't rush, eat while you speak. Very well. Fu Shi accepted the chicken wing and began to eat heartily. In no time, he consumed a pound of meat, while Tai Bai managed only a single bite. Tai Bai sighed, tearing off another piece for Fu Shi, who continued to devour it until he finally belched, satisfied. I am full, master. Good. Now speak, what is it? It pertains to the demon race. Fu Shi wiped his hands and spoke earnestly. Currently, the demon race in southern Jianbu has become overwhelming, posing a grave threat to humanity. Among the tens of thousands of tribes that have pledged allegiance to me, many are regularly attacked by demons, resulting in countless human casualties. Does Master have any solutions against the demon race? After a moment of contemplation, Tai Bai slowly replied, there are indeed methods. Tell me, Fu Shi, do you remember my identity? Of course. You are the right minister of the heavenly court, Tai Bai Hongjun. Correct. Within the heavenly court, there exist the 9 palaces and the 5 departments, which include the Department of Finance, the Department of Internal Affairs, the Celestial Army, the Department of Military Affairs, and the Department of Land Affairs. Among these, the Celestial Army and the Department of Military Affairs have been tasked for nearly a millennium with eradicating demons. Fu Shi's spirit soared. Then can Master summon the heavenly court's forces? Certainly, Mobilizing troops is not an issue. However, the heavenly court only targets demons with proven misdeeds. Those who are clear of guilt cannot be eliminated by the heavenly court. But isn't that precisely our aim? To eliminate those demons without guilt? What connection do the innocent demons have with humanity? One must not think in such a narrow manner, my disciple. Consider the situation comprehensively. If humanity can reproduce, why would demons not be able to? Humans are capricious, but so too are demons. We cannot guarantee that the innocent demons will remain guiltless indefinitely, especially not their descendants. Upon hearing this, Fuxi pondered deeply. Thus, my disciple, demons cannot be wholly eradicated. If humanity wishes to escape this crisis, it must grow stronger. Fuxi nodded in understanding. Then does Master possess a method to teach me? Indeed. Earlier, my master mentioned that the Celestial Army and the Bureau of Military Affairs are responsible for apprehending and capturing, and there is also the Bureau of Land Affairs, which focuses on the demon clans, or rather, they oversee all living beings in the mortal realm. The Bureau of Land Affairs consists of the mountain deities and the earth deities, whose duty is to represent the heavenly court in safeguarding their designated territories. Once a mountain deity or earth deity is appointed to a region, the beings within that area will receive the protection of the heavenly court. When faced with malevolent beings causing chaos, the mountain deities and earth deities are tasked with their eradication. Should they fail, they will report to the heavenly court and request the assistance of the Bureau of Military Affairs and the Celestial Army. Furthermore, they can also safeguard the lives within their jurisdiction from calamities. If the human race can establish the presence of the Bureau of Land Affairs in the southern continent and honor the mountain deities and earth deities, then there will be no significant crises for humanity in the future. Upon hearing this, Fuxi was overjoyed, but soon he fell into contemplation once more. Master, aside from this method, are there any other alternatives? Taibai was taken aback and asked in surprise, "Why do you inquire thus? Do you find this method unsatisfactory?" "Not at all. This method is excellent. I have complete faith in the heavenly court. The newly appointed celestial court, being a great sage of the primordial chaos, has undoubtedly saved countless souls with its celestial decrees. The actions of the heavenly court are just and fair, comprised of individuals of great virtue. If the heavenly court can establish a presence in the southern continent, I would wholeheartedly welcome it. However, I believe that for humanity to rise, it must rely on its own strength. Our ancestors have said that humanity must be self-reliant. External assistance will always remain external. If humanity becomes accustomed to seeking the heavenly court's help whenever faced with difficulties, how can it hope to progress?" Fuxi spoke earnestly while gazing at Taibai. Taibai was somewhat astonished. Previously, despite Fuxi's intelligence, there was nothing particularly remarkable about him, as the right minister of the heavenly court. Who among them was not a genius? Yet, Fuxi's words made Taibai regard him with renewed respect. Chapter 36. The heavenly court has finally taken its first step. Taibai discerned the resilience and ambition of the human race within Fuxi, qualities that are paramount for a race and